Chapter 1. The Search for Biological Parents. On the second day of the 12th lunar month, after a light snowfall, the ground melted away, leaving the air increasingly damp and chilly. In the most secluded courtyard of the Governor Yan's residence, a sudden and urgent knocking jolted Ruojin awake just before dawn. She hastily donned her clothing, tied her hair up carelessly, and opened the door. As the door creaked open, a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing Ruojin to instinctively squint her eyes. Before she could utter a word, Zhang Mama at the threshold seized her and hurried her towards the main gate. "Miss Su, your biological parents have been found. They bear the surname Su and are villagers from Shirley Village on the eastern outskirts of the city. From this moment forth, you're no longer the young lady of our governor's residence. The kind-hearted lady has prepared some money for your journey. Take it and leave quickly. From now on, you shall have no further ties with us." With a shadow of contemplation in her eyes, Ruojin made no attempt to resist as Zhang Mama dragged her forward. This day had inevitably arrived. She had granted the Lin family an opportunity, and since they had chosen not to cherish it, so be it. Exiting the estate, Zhang Mama rudely thrust a coarse cloth bundle into Ruojin's arms. The bundle slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, spilling its contents. Several sets of worn clothing and a few books that Ruojin frequently read, now dampened by the fallen snow. Alongside them, 2 taels of silver coins rolled out. As Ruojin gathered the scattered books, her heart ached at the sight of the snow-soaked pages. At that moment, a small beggar boy, around 7 or 8 years old, happened upon the scene. Noticing someone from the Lin family had emerged, he hurried over, hoping to receive some charity. "Madam, miss, please help me. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Kindly spare me some food." The boy stood barefoot in the snow, his unkempt hair and dirt-smeared face obscuring his youthful features, clad in rags, trembling as he held a broken bowl in front of him. Eyes filled with hope, Ruojin bent down, picked up the 2 taels of silver, and gently placed them into the boy's bowl. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately knelt, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, miss. Thank you. May you live a long life, find happiness, bear children, enjoy blessings and longevity. May your family be filled with joy and all things go well." Having never been educated, the boy could only recite the blessings he had heard from others. "Rise," Ruojin urged, pulling the small beggar to his feet. She turned her back to the Lin residence, her posture resolute as a pine tree. Zhang Mama spat in disdain at Ruojin's retreating figure. Pretending to be noble. Not a single coin to take home. Just wait to be cast out by your impoverished parents. She raised her voice intentionally, ensuring Ruojin could hear, close the door. "Remember, if she ever returns to this residence, throw her out immediately. We can't afford to upset the young lady. The master and mistress have worked hard to reclaim her." The guards at the gate responded in unison. The beggar boy overheard this exchange. He timidly glanced at the enchanting young lady and spoke hesitantly. "Miss, you should take this money back. I've already managed to get half a bun. I won't starve." He picked up the silver, intending to return it to Ruojin, but upon seeing his dirty hands, he merely cradled the coins in his palm, awaiting her to take them. Ruojin smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle his hair. "Keep it, but hide it well, so no one sees that beggar. 2 taels of silver was a fortune. Being seen could cost him his life." The boy was about to kneel again in gratitude, but Ruojin stopped him. After parting ways with the small beggar, Ruojin produced a white cloth bag embroidered with blue flowers from her belongings, extracting a piece of dried apricot to savor. The sweet and sour taste flooded her mouth, refreshing her senses. Indeed, the best dried apricots were from Ruojin. With the dried apricot in her mouth, she strolled slowly towards the outskirts of the city. The Lin familia, may they not regret their choices. The young girl, with raven black hair and a porcelain complexion, bore elegantly arched brows and bright almond-shaped eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. Perhaps it was the cold that tinted her cheeks with a delicate blush, her ruby lips revealing pearly teeth. As she walked, many turned to gaze, speculating on the identity of this stunning maiden who wandered alone. Among the crowd, 3 men exchanged glances, stealthily trailing behind Ruojin. Upon leaving the city, instead of heading towards Shirley Village, Ruojin veered in the opposite direction. The 3 men had intended to confirm she was alone before making their move, believing her beauty would fetch a handsome price. Strangely, despite their hurried pace, they found themselves unable to catch up to her. Determined not to abandon their prey, they followed her for over an hour. Finally, they came upon a stone monument bearing the inscription, Ruojin Village. As they passed the stone, Ruojin slowed her steps, retrieving another piece of dried apricot from her bag, a smirk gracing her lips as she continued onward. The three men, encouraged, quickened their pace to follow her past the stone. Inside, Ruojin counted down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. As she finished her count, 3 muffled grunts and sounds of struggle erupted behind her, followed by an eerie silence. On the quiet village path, only the silhouette of the young girl remained. Upon entering the village, she was greeted by familiar faces. Suzai, you've returned. Suzai, my mother has been mentioning inviting you for a meal. Thank you for curing her headaches. Suzai, my father's old leg injury has flared up again. Could you take a look? Suzai, I just caught these fish today. Take them back for a fish soup. The fish in the creek are exceptionally fresh. Wang Dazhuang blushed as he handed Ruojin 2 sizable fish. Ruojin accepted graciously. Thank you, Brother Dazhuang. Ergo, we'll be seeing patients at the usual place. Please let Uncle Fu know. Thank you, Suzai, you truly have a heart of gold. At the same moment, in the general's residence in the capital, an undercover guard knelt before General Su. General, we have news of the 6th young lady. She was spotted in the eastern outskirts of Yinyang in Shirley Village. Su Yinfeng immediately leaped to his feet, bellowing, quick, prepare the horses. Father, we shall go too. With the new year approaching, all the children of the Su family had returned home early. Upon hearing news of their sister, the 5 Su brothers were filled with excitement and remorse. Each of the 5 brothers could shake the capital with their presence. 14 years prior, during the Lantern Festival, the 5 brothers had taken their little sister out to admire the lanterns, but they lost her when she was just over a year old. Over the years, they scoured the entirety of the great Chu kingdom, even searching in neighboring countries, yet they found no trace of her. As long as their sister remained missing, the 5 brothers could not find peace. Now that news had emerged, how could they refrain from acting? I shall go as well. The elder Su patriarch entered, supported by a young girl clad in a pale yellow silk gown, her delicate features reflecting care and concern. In Ruojin Village, Ruojin arrived at a nondescript wooden house at the western edge of the village. Gently pushing the door open, she barely crossed the threshold when she sensed something hurtling through the air towards her face. With a slight raise of her brow, she sidestepped and deftly caught the objective trio of silver needles. Each needle shimmered with a faint green glow. The Chinji needle, the heron's red tip, and the heartbreaking grass. 3 needles. 3 poisons. They truly held her in high regard. Chapter 2. Ruojin Village. Ruojin smiled faintly, casually tucking the silver needles into her bosom, and called out, Master, are you plotting to murder your beloved disciple? If I were to be poisoned, who would take care of you in your old age? Bah, how did I end up with such a rebellious disciple? Cursing her master day in and day out? An elderly yet vigorous voice resonated from within the house, its owner unseen. Master, I never wished to be your disciple. It was you who wept and begged to take me under your wing, Ruojin teased. You rebellious child, you drive me to the brink of madness. The old man in Appo's voice echoed again. My dear brother, you can never win an argument against Jean and Appo's. Yet you insist on indulging in this verbal sparring. Jean and Appo, sir, what delectable treats have you brought back? A middle-aged man, clad in coarse gray-blue linen and dressed like a farmer, emerged. Second master, this fish was gifted by Brother Dazhuang. I will prepare fish soup for you all shortly. Oh, never mind, Jean and Appo's. Allow me to handle the fish instead. Huang Jian and Appo's face turned pale as he hurriedly interjected. When Ruojin had cooked fish soup at the tender age of 9, it had left them all bedridden for 3 days, racked with nausea. Had it not been for the eldest brother's medical expertise, Huang Jian believed their lives would have been forfeited. Since that day, they had forbidden Ruojin from cooking, despite the fact that her fish soup was undeniably exquisite. How could Ruojin not recognize the underlying concern of her second master? She smirked subtly. It was merely an opportunity for them to test her newly concocted medicine. The potion, while inducing a bout of purging, was designed to detoxify the body and strengthen one's constitution. Ruojin had no worries about her 4 masters surviving the ordeal. Little Jeaner, Have you been cast out by the Lin family? I always said they were ungrateful wretches, but you refused to listen, persistently aiding that Lin family's member with his health. Look, you've been bitten by the serpent, haven't you? A woman, adorned in a striking red brocade gown with golden floral patterns, approached. Her alluring eyes and delicate frame belied her true age, and she wielded a fan with grace. The woman and Appo's sharp gaze immediately fell upon Ruojin's bundle, making her surmise the situation. Ruojin smiled nonchalantly. Third master, the matriarch of the Lin family, is quite different from the rest. Ha! They're all of the same ilk. It is merely our kind-hearted Jeaner who is too forgiving. Ruojin dismissed the notion. Only upon returning to Muin village could Ruojin truly lower her guard and revert to her authentic self. She was aware that none of her masters were ordinary individuals. Yet they never spoke of their pasts, nor did she inquire. As long as she knew her four masters treated her with kindness, that was sufficient. At that moment, a voice emanated from outside. Ah, my little Jeaner has returned. Where is she? Hearing this voice, Ruojin felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Of all her masters, this fourth master was the one she feared the most. In an instant, and Xiao's voice, which had seemed distant just a moment ago, materialized within the room as he rushed towards her. Little Jean and Amp, Appo's, come quickly. Listen to the new composition I have penned. Fourth master and Xiao was a fervent lover of music, and whenever Ruojin returned, he would insist on subjecting her to hours of his melodies. Though his music was indeed enchanting, the monotony of hearing the same tunes day after day, year after year, could drive anyone to madness. Ruojin scolded, "What music? Jeaner has been expelled by the Lin family and is not in the mood for your tunes." And Xiao paused in surprise, but soon waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, why not poison the Lin family members as a means to vent your anger for Jeaner?" Ruojin interjected, "Fourth master, that is entirely unnecessary." After a hearty meal, Ruojin bid her masters farewell and made her way, as per tradition, to an ancient, gnarled tree at the village and Appo's edge to tend to the villagers' ailments. "Uncle Fu, did I not advise you against going into the water? If you continue to ignore my warnings, your chronic leg pain will never heal. I'll have to give you some acupuncture soon." Urguzi chimed in, "Father, I told you the cold would worsen your condition. Now that Su, the little divine doctor, has spoken, you must listen." Uncle Fu's face flushed slightly as he nodded vigorously. "All right, I understand. I will refrain from going into the water. Aunt Zhang, your grandson merely caught a chill. I will prescribe 2 doses of medicine. He will be just fine. Do not worry. Brother Ma, I'll set your leg right. In 2 months, you'll be as sprightly as you are now, but do be cautious when climbing the mountains in the future." After finally attending to all the villagers, Ruojin gathered her medical supplies while casting a glance at the forest beyond the village. Those individuals had been lurking for many years. 7 years prior, a band of robbers had attempted to invade Muin village. However, as they crossed the village's threshold, they were swiftly eradicated by the shadowy figures within the woods, their bodies disposed of without disturbing the villagers. At the tender age of 8, Ruojin had witnessed this scene while searching for her masters, crouching by the roadside. When she recounted the event to her masters, the eldest had assured her that those individuals were protectors of the village, not villains, and she had thought little of it. After packing her belongings, Ruojin made her way to the back mountain of the village, where a dilapidated earth god temple stood. Upon entering, she pressed against the rotund belly of the earth god, causing him to slide aside and reveal an underground passage. Descending into the passage led her to several stone chambers, saturated with the scent of potent herbs. Ruojin entered one chamber, filled with shelves brimming with various books. She placed a few books from her bundle onto the shelves, their corners stained with remnants of moisture. Turning to another row of shelves, Ruojin selected a book and tucked it into her clothing before moving into another stone chamber. This chamber was filled with an array of weaponry, and a massive wooden bird stood in its center, hollowed out to accommodate 2 individuals. Ruojin approached the weapon rack and chose a dagger before exiting the chamber. At that moment, a white dove flew in and perched upon the earth goddess' head. Cooing softly, Ruojin untied the note affixed to the dove's leg and read its contents. Inscribed in delicate script, The residence of General Su is seeking the long-lost sixth miss in Yinyang. The Regent will hold a medical consultation at Juxian Building on the third day of the 12th lunar month, with a consultation fee of 5,000 taels of gold. Oh, how has Yinyang suddenly become so lively, with such prominent figures in attendance? The search for the sixth miss by General Su had little to do with her. Yet the consultation fee of 5,000 taels was indeed enticing. The third of the 12th lunar month? That is tomorrow. After feeding the dove a handful of wheat, Ruojin clapped her hands and returned to her wooden house. In the courtyard, an elderly man in his 60s was watering the herbs planted there. Ruojin approached him, taking the bucket from his hands and gently watering the herbs, one scoop at a time. Master, tomorrow the Regent will hold a medical consultation at Juxian Building, offering 5,000 taels of gold to anyone who can cure the young master. Are you interested? Yi Xuanji observed his little disciple with keen interest. Chapter 3. Can you solve it? That amounts to 5,000 taels of gold. One cannot simply disregard wealth. It is said that the Imperial Hospital could not diagnose the young master's ailment. As Ruojin mentioned the intricacies of difficult diseases, her bright apricot eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Challenging the world's most formidable maladies was among her passions. What skills could that bunch at the Imperial Hospital possibly possess? If I am not mistaken, the Regent is certainly inclined towards the divine physician. Yi Xuanji observed Ruojin with a knowing smirk. Do you truly believe others would accept a mere young girl as the divine physician? Whether they believe it or not is inconsequential. As long as I can effect a cure, who needs such ostentatious titles? Ruojin remained unfazed. The title of divine physician was merely a moniker she had inadvertently acquired while traveling and healing. If she wished to go, so be it, as long as she did not bring shame upon her. Master, have you researched the antidote for the poison I concocted last time? Ruojin continued to water the plants, inquiring with a light smile. What is the rush? I am merely a hair's breadth away from formulating the antidote. Just wait, I shall produce it forthwith. Yi Xuanji's expression stiffened, and in annoyance, he flung his hand and retreated to the apothecary to work on the antidote. The corners of Ruojin's lips lifted in amusement. It had been 10 years. She had been in this world for a decade, and since returning was not an option, she had resolved to make her peace with life in the Great Chu, a historical dynasty that had never existed before. At the age of 5, having stealthily ventured out of the Lin family in search of herbs, she encountered Yi Xuanji, who was squatting in the mountains searching for something. She approached him and bluntly asked, "Are you here to relieve yourself?" Infuriated, Yi Xuanji felt the urge to strike her. Yet upon seeing the rare herbs in her small basket, he was left utterly astonished. It was already peculiar for a 5-year-old girl to appear in such a desolate area. But how could she have discovered so many rare herbs? Upon confirming that the herbs were indeed found by her, Yi Xuanji immediately took her by the hand, eager to take her as his disciple. The poison physician Yi Xuanji was a renowned healer in the Great Chu, reputed to have the ability to revive the dead and mend broken bones. However, his eccentric temperament meant he only treated those whom he deemed worthy, and his fees were calculated in thousands of taels of gold, leaving many powerful families yearning for his expertise, yet unable to locate him. Yi Xuanji assumed the young girl would be overwhelmed with excitement upon learning his title and would immediately kneel to call him master. Instead, she glanced at him with disdain and remarked, "You cannot even cure the poison from the withered leaves you collected. What qualifications do you have to take me as your disciple?" Yi Xuanji was momentarily speechless. The withered leaves were a rare flower that bloomed once every 50 years in icy realms. The petals could cure heart ailments. However, the pollen was toxic, causing no immediate pain, yet rendering one infertile for life. Yi Xuanji had been exceedingly cautious while gathering them. Yet he had still been contaminated by the pollen that had fallen onto the leaves. Nearing his 60s and having never married, the poison posed him little threat. However, out of a physician's curiosity, he had attempted to unravel the poison of the withered leaves, yet had never succeeded. He could hardly fathom that such a subtle poison could be discerned so easily by a 5-year-old girl. In disbelief, he asked, "Can you cure it?" "It is no challenge." The young girl replied dismissively, turning to leave. The prospect of someone being able to unravel a toxin he could not was akin to a persistent cat scratching at his heart. without an answer. He surmised he might not be able to eat. He pursued her with questions, and after what seemed like an exhausting interrogation, the girl finally relented and provided a prescription. Take it for 7 days, and you shall be cured. 7 days later, Yi Xuanji found that indeed the poison had been alleviated, and he began to stake out in the mountains daily, waiting for the young girl. After a month of waiting, he finally encountered her again and, at the expense of 10,000 taels of gold, persuaded her to accept him as her master. For Su Ruojin, who had just awakened in this world, having a master would explain the origins of her medical skills, and thus she acquiesced. Subsequently, rather than teaching Su Ruojin, Yi Xuanji seemed to become a daily nuisance, incessantly requesting various obscure toxins for his research into antidotes. As a poison physician, concocting and resolving poisons was his true passion. The following day, Su Ruojin set out early and fortuitously met Brother Zhang, who was driving an ox cart to the city and kindly offered her a ride. Brother Zhang dropped her off not far from the gathering of Virtue Pavilion. Little divine physician Su, I cannot pass the ox cart through, so I can only take you this far. Su Ruojin jumped down from the cart, smiling as she replied, Thank you, Brother Zhang. You are welcome. I shall return to the village by the end of the hour, 5 p.m. If the little physician wishes to return, you may find me at the Ui Inn nearby. Very well. After bidding farewell to Brother Zhang, Su Ruojin made her way towards the pavilion. The Regent's visit to Yin Yang in search of the divine physician had stirred the entire city. Rumors circulated that it was due to the appearance of the divine physician that the regent brought the young master along. Yet the divine physician was always elusive, and the veracity of the news surrounding him remained uncertain. No one truly knew if the esteemed physician was present in Yin Yang. Lin Jizhou, eager to properly entertain the regent, was busily occupied. The area outside the gathering of Virtue Pavilion was now surrounded by guards, with an inspection area set up. Only those with medical credentials were permitted entry. As Su Ruojin approached, a young attendant rushed over to shoo her away. Move along, keep your distance. Today the pavilion does not welcome outsiders. I have come to participate in the consultation event, Su Ruojin replied calmly. The attendant paused for a moment, sizing her up before bursting into laughter. Little girl, I did not expect you to learn to lie at such a tender age. You wish to join the consultation event? Be off with you. If you offend the esteemed guests, do not say I did not warn you. The attendant's eyes were filled with disdain. The girl was indeed pleasant to look at, but her intentions were clearly misguided. Having seen her alight from an ox cart, he doubted any physician would be impoverished enough to lack a proper carriage. Perhaps she had heard of the regent's arrival and hoped to leverage her beauty to gain favor. If he allowed such a child inside, it would be his life on the line. Move along. Do not make me resort to force. Hearing the attendant's words, Su Ruojin retracted her hand, which had been poised to present her medical credentials. In the Great Shu, regardless of age or gender, anyone who could pass the basic examination set by the medical bureau could obtain a medical credential. This was a decree established by the regent to prevent quacks from deceiving and harming others. Su Ruojin had secured her credential at the age of 10. Had it not been for her fear of shocking the world, due to her young age, she would have sought her credential at 5, upon awakening in this world. Since the attendant had rejected her treatment, Su Ruojin saw no reason to argue further and turned to leave. At that moment, a luxurious carriage came to a halt, and a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, descended from it, followed by a girl of similar age to Su Ruojin. Chapter 4. The dull disease. Upon spotting the man, the innkeeper's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Dr. Kai, you have arrived. This way, please. Kai Fanzhou merely responded with a non-committal hum, never once casting a proper glance at the innkeeper. The innkeeper, however, remained unfazed. After all, this was Dr. Kai, a figure renowned throughout Yinyang. Just to catch a glimpse of him was considered a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Rumors circulated that Dr. Kai was indeed the legendary sage of medicine, and some had even boldly inquired whether he was the sage himself. Kai Fanzhou replied, A physician should prioritize the relief of suffering in the world. Why concern oneself with hollow titles? This statement, though not a direct affirmation of his identity as the sage, only served to enhance his reputation for integrity and modesty, leading many to believe even more fervently that he was indeed the sage. His benevolent acts in healing, rescuing the populace from anguish while remaining unrecognized, truly epitomized the saint. Dr. Kai's fame had spread far and wide, attracting even noble dignitaries who traveled great distances to seek his healing touch. The young woman following Kai Fanzhou paused slightly upon seeing Su Ruojin standing nearby. Her expression momentarily puzzled. What's she doing here? Kai Fanzhou, noticing Lin Wanqing's unease, inquired, "Chino, what troubles you?" Lin Wanqing regained her composure, donning a polite smile, and gently shook her head. "Master, it's nothing." "Well then, when we meet the Regent, you must comport yourself well and observe the proper etiquette." "Of course, master." Lin Wanqing responded obediently, lowering her head. The Regent, Xiao Yanshu, was the martial spirit of the great Chu kingdom, commanding the 3 armies at the tender age of 21 while assisting in state affairs. It was said that the Regent possessed strikingly handsome features, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, and to this day he remained unmarried, with not even a concubine in his residence, only a child of his late brother, the Prince Yu, who suffered from a peculiar ailment. This upcoming medical conference was convened to treat the child. If Lin Wanqing could capture the Regent's attention, what significance would a mere prefectural office hold? With such thoughts occupying her mind, Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, her heart racing. Su Ruojin, observing the scene unfold before her, scoffed and turned to leave. Having voluntarily come to attend to the young lord, she saw no reason to humiliate herself further when she was met with indifference. Su Ruojin had always approached her practice based on her mood. She treated the impoverished without charge, while refusing to aid the affluent or powerful even if they offered immense wealth. Having arrived early without breakfast, Su Ruojin now felt a pang of hunger and decided to step into the Wangyue Tower. Many had flocked to the Jushin building for entertainment, leaving the Wangyue Tower somewhat desolate. The innkeeper, spotting a guest, rushed over. "Miss, just one? Would you prefer the main hall or a private room?" "One, please." "A private room. I'll have a roast duck and a bowl of chicken congee." Alone, she couldn't eat much. "You have great taste, miss. Our roast duck is a signature dish." "Right this way," the innkeeper exclaimed, leading her while calling out, "One for the private room upstairs." The dishes were served promptly. It must be said that the roast duck from Wangyue Tower truly lived up to its reputation in Yinyang, the skin perfectly roasted to a golden crisp, glistening with a delicate sheen of oil. Freshly prepared, the duck emanated a cloud of steam. As she tore off a piece of meat, the skin separated effortlessly, crispy on the outside and tender within. Paired with the tower's secret sweet sauce, the rich flavor of the duck harmonized beautifully with the sauce's sweetness, creating a delightful experience that lingered on the palate. As Su Ruojin savored a piece of duck, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the curtain of the private room. The curtain stirred slightly, and upon catching sight of a pair of small feet beneath it, she smiled mischievously. "If you don't come out soon, I might finish this duck all by myself." Upon hearing this, there was no further movement from behind the curtain. Rising, Su Ruojin approached and pulled the curtain aside. Behind the curtain stood a child of about 4 years, pale-faced and clad in lavish attire that suggested noble lineage. Suddenly, the child's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. "Oh no, I've startled him," Su Ruojin exclaimed, quickly opening her portable box and retrieving a cloth bag filled with delicate, wing-like blades and various silver needles. With precision, she selected a silver needle and swiftly inserted it into the child's Feng Qi, Neiguan, and Taichung acupoints. As the needles penetrated, she gently flicked each one, causing them to vibrate in varying degrees. After 3 minutes, she withdrew the needles. The child slowly opened his eyes, and Su Ruojin swiftly cradled him, softly reassuring, "Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person." The boy remained silent, staring blankly at her. Unlike his earlier terror, his eyes now reflected no emotion at all, resembling a lifeless puppet. Observing his demeanor, Su Ruojin furrowed her brow. This child appeared to suffer from a dull disease. Feeling his pulse deepened her concern. This child's spleen and stomach seemed exceptionally weak, and those afflicted with this ailment often lacked appetite. Their dietary needs were exceedingly delicate. Any misstep could lead to immediate regurgitation. Holding the child in her arms, Ruojin was struck by how light he felt, as if devoid of substance, stirring a pang of empathy within her. She gently caressed his small face, speaking softly, "I'm a doctor. Would you allow me to treat you?" The child continued to offer no response, merely allowing her to handle him, gently placing him upon a nearby chaise. She unfastened his garments and proceeded to administer needles at the spleen shu, stomach shu, and gallbladder shu acupoints. This time, unlike before, she placed a total of 16 needles, each at varying depths. Following this, she began to knead and flick each needle in succession, continuing this rhythmic motion until a quarter of an hour had passed. The child, whether from comfort or fatigue, fell into a deep slumber. After another cup of tea's worth of time, Ruojin finally removed the silver needles and dressed him once more. Just as she finished, the child awoke, sitting up. Unlike before, he now gazed intently at Ruojin, his initial fear replaced by a hint of curiosity. "Are you hungry? Here, have some congee," Ruojin said with a smile, ladling a bowl of chicken congee while meticulously picking out the larger pieces of chicken. The chunks were far too substantial for the child and could cause digestive issues. Fortunately, the congee had been kept warm in a clay pot with a lid, and after a while, it was at the perfect temperature. Noticing the child remained still, Ruojin approached, holding the bowl and offering him a spoonful. The boy stared at her, wide-eyed, and gradually opened his mouth to receive the congee. "So well-behaved," she praised, wiping the remnants of congee from the corner of his mouth with a cloth. After feeding him half a bowl, she stopped to prevent overindulgence, mindful of his delicate stomach. "Can you tell me your name?" Ruojin inquired, but the child only continued to watch her in silence. Many afflicted with dull disease were often mute, yet Ruojin bore no frustration, gently suggesting, "Then, shall I call you little treasure?" This time, the child reacted, giving a slight nod. Just then, a loud cry for help echoed from upstairs. "Help! Someone has fainted! Quick, someone!" Chapter 5. Do you know who my master is? Upon hearing the commotion, Ruojin turned to the child and said, "Little Bao, be a good child and wait for your sister in the room. I will return shortly." After saying this, she exited the elegant chamber and gently closed the door behind her as she descended the stairs. In the grand hall below, a crowd had gathered around a young man who was frantically cradling an unconscious elder, his voice tinged with desperation. "Grandfather, grandfather, what has happened to you?" "Young man, that is Dr. Ma from Jiren Hall. Go and plead with him to examine your grandfather," someone in the crowd advised the distressed youth. The young man glanced in the direction indicated and saw a man in his 30s, dressed in a blue robe, leisurely gnawing on a duck leg, seemingly oblivious to the crisis at hand. Gently laying the elder down, the young man hurried over to the doctor and bowed deeply. "Dr. Ma, please save my grandfather." Dr. Ma, with grease on his hands and mouth, cast a dismissive glance at the young man. "I can help, but it will cost you 10 taels of silver." The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. In the Great Chu Kingdom, 1 tael of silver was sufficient for a common family to live on for an entire month. Now, Dr. Ma demanded 10 taels outright. The young man, clad in a coarse cotton outer robe with several patches, appeared incapable of affording such a sum. With a thud, he knelt before Dr. Ma. "I beg you, please save my grandfather. I promise to repay you later." Dr. Ma regarded him with disdain. "No money, no discussion. If everyone were like you, who would pay for their treatment? Would I have to survive on the northwest wind? Besides, my Yunin, do not treat just anyone." The young man continued to bow, pleading, "Dr. Ma, I implore you, save my grandfather. I will surely pay you later. If you doubt my word, I can write you an IOU. I suggest you seek another doctor instead of begging me here," Dr. Ma replied, lifting a cup of wine to his lips while continuing to chew on the duck leg, dismissing the young man entirely. Ruojin pushed through the crowd, assessing the elder's condition. Her voice was cold and urgent, laced with an undeniable authority. "He can still be saved. Everyone, step back. The patient needs air." The onlookers instinctively retreated a few steps, creating space. When the young man noticed the commotion, he hurried back, only to see a young girl, his expression tinged with disappointment. Unfazed by their skepticism, Ruojin extended her fingers to the elder's neck, then proceeded to take his pulse. Nearby, an elder lady could not restrain herself. "Young girl, do you know what you are doing? Don't delay the treatment. Do you have any confidence?" If something goes wrong, beware that they might sue you. A kind-hearted uncle cautioned. Indeed, young man, don't wait any longer. Go find another doctor. They all doubted the young girl as capability. As the young man prepared to seek another physician, Ruojin spoke up, I possess a medical license. When the crowd beheld the medical certificate issued by the medical office, they fell silent. Hope flickered in the young man's eyes once more. Ruojin unfurled her cloth bag, retrieving silver needles, ready to administer acupuncture to the elder. Suddenly, Dr. Ma shouted, Stop! What does a little girl know about acupuncture? How do we know your medical license is not stolen? Today, the Jushin building was hosting a medical consultation event, and everyone with a medical license in Yinyang had come to participate. No one wished to miss the opportunity. If they could heal the young master, they could secure favor with the regent. Dr. Ma had previously faced issues during a consultation, having prescribed excessively strong medicine that nearly cost a life, leading to his master forbidding him from treating patients for half a year. Thus, he had chosen to indulge in roast duck instead of attending the consultation event. Dr. Ma had been secretly observing the situation, and his earlier refusal was merely a ruse to maintain his stature, intending to reveal his skills once the young man was at his wit and amp. Oppo's end, thus showcasing his medical prowess and earning 10 taels. The consultation event would last for 3 days. Perhaps he could redeem himself and catch up. However, he did not anticipate the young girl would emerge and disrupt his plans. Ruojin retracted her hand, fixing her icy gaze on Dr. Ma. Then you take over. Dr. Ma was momentarily speechless. Having just rejected the young man's plea, he could not now leap forward to provide treatment. With a cunning thought, he decided to wait for the girl to falter, then step in to demonstrate his superiority. If you fail and cause death, do not blame me for reporting you to the authorities. Dr. Ma crossed his arms, regarding Ruojin with a challenging stare. The young man, unsettled by Dr. Ma's interference, glanced anxiously at Ruojin. His primary concern was her youth. Could this girl truly be capable? Without further ado, Ruojin grasped the silver needles and deftly inserted them into the Shunmin, Shaohai, Tsiuza, and Neguan acupoints. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dr. Ma's face. A true expert reveals their skill immediately. The precision of the girl's acupuncture technique was not something an amateur could replicate. Dr. Ma found himself unable to discern her methods, feeling a flow of movements that surpassed even his master's expertise. No, this is impossible. My master is a renowned physician in Yinyang, not someone a mere girl could rival. Unease surged within him. Could she truly possess such medical knowledge? However, upon observing the acupoints she selected, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, his lips curling into a smirk. He had assessed the elder and Oppo's condition and concluded that it was a case of sudden fainting, which should have been treated at the Bai Wei, Shuigo, and Feng Fu acupoints. Not the Shinmin, Shaohai, Tsiuza. She was utterly misguided. Dr. Ma scoffed, this elder suffers from sudden fainting, and you have chosen such nonsensical acupoints. Young girl, do you not value human life? I see you. Upon hearing this, Ruojin cast a glance at Dr. Ma, her gaze icy and piercing. Dr. Ma was taken aback, swallowing his words. This girl, though young and quite beautiful, possessed an unexpectedly fierce gaze. The elder suffers from heart disease. What need is there for Bai Wei, Shuigo, and Feng Fu acupoints? You are the quack. Ruojin continued her work without pause. Dr. Ma erupted in indignation at being called a quack by a mere girl. How could he, a physician at Jiren Hall, endure such slander? How would he maintain his reputation in Yinyang after this? Clarify yourself. Who is the quack? Do you know who my master is? Dr. Ma was confident that if the girl knew his master's identity, she would surely be terrified enough to kneel and apologize. Chapter 6. Kneel down. Ruojin did not spare a glance at Ma Yunin, thinking to herself, regardless of whose disciple you are, a person who cannot even distinguish between acute fainting and cardiac distress is no better than a quack. If I were your master, I would have expelled you from the sect long ago. Acute fainting typically presents with symptoms such as dizziness and vomiting. Yet here stand the elderly man, surrounded by a pristine environment devoid of any signs of vomit. His lips were tinged with purple, his pulse barely detectable, and his breath almost non-existent. This was far from a mere case of acute fainting. The young man, who had earlier listened to Ma Yun and Appo's words with growing concern, now felt a shift witnessing Su Ruojin and Appo's calm demeanor. If what Dr. Ma said about her misplacing the needle were true, what would happen to his grandfather? But observing Su Ruojin's composed manner and her adeptness in acupuncture, though he could not fully comprehend it, instilled in him a sense of trust. Gradually, he stepped forward to defend her. Dr. Ma, if you're unwilling to assist, please do not hinder this doctor from treating my grandfather. Ma Yunin, taken aback by this confrontation, flushed with indignation and retorted, I am a direct disciple of the renowned Kai Shun-yi. How could she, a mere country doctor of unknown origins, compare to me? If you choose to trust her, don't come crying to me when your grandfather's condition worsens. If she manages to cure him, I will kneel and bow before her. Don't make a fuss if you lack the skill. Step aside and allow me to save a life. If you wish to kneel, you can do so later, Su Ruojin replied with disdain, her eyes brimming with suppressed anger. If Ma Yun and continued his tirade, she would not hesitate to silence him. The young man stepped forward, positioning himself between Su Ruojin and Ma Yunin. Please take a few steps back and do not interfere with the doctor's work. Previously, he had knelt before Ma Yunin, but now, standing tall, he towered over him. The young man, accustomed to labor, appeared robust and formidable compared to the feeble physician. Ma Yunin involuntarily retreated a few steps, shaking his sleeves in frustration. I shall observe how you manage to kill him. At that moment, no one dared interrupt Su Ruojin as she completed the final needle insertion. The elderly man's brow furrowed visibly, and his eyelids twitched slightly. Gasps erupted from the crowd. He-s waking up. Ma Yun An's face blanched in disbelief as he stepped closer to witness the elderly man slowly opening his eyes. He questioned how, under such circumstances, even he could not have awakened someone so swiftly. It would normally require 3 days of acupuncture and herbal treatments for any hope of revival. Yet this young girl managed to do it with a single needle. How did she accomplish this? Iron Pillar, the elderly man murmured weakly. Iron Pillar rushed forward to grasp his grandfather and Appo's hand. Grandfather, I'm here. A nearby woman, astonished, exclaimed, Young lady, you are truly remarkable. After that series of needles, the old man has awakened. Huh, it's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Ma Yunin scoffed. Young man, I suggest you take your grandfather to a clinic for a thorough examination. Just because he appears better does not mean he is free of complications. The woman, irked by his remarks, responded, Dr. Ma, when that young man begged you to save his grandfather, you refused. Now that this young lady has succeeded, why do you continue to belittle her? Are you attempting to evade responsibility and refuse to bow to her? The crowd echoed in agreement. Yes. Admit defeat and bow to her. Ma Yunin's face shifted between red and white as he pointed at them, shouting, You are all in cahoots, plotting to deceive me. I shall report you to the authorities and have you all arrested. With that, he turned to leave. Stop. Su Ruojin's icy voice rang out. Ma Yunin halted and turned back, a smug expression on his face. What? Are you afraid now that I've seen through your ruse? Very well, given your youth. Kneel and admit your deceit, and I may consider letting you go. Ma Yunin had no intention of letting Su Ruojin off lightly. He expected her to bow and then present him with 100 taels of silver as compensation. Kneel. What? Ma Yunin was momentarily taken aback. I said kneel. Su Ruojin regarded him coolly. Do you comprehend your own words? What gives you the audacity to demand I kneel? Ma Yunin was incensed, gesturing to the crowd. Look at these impoverished wretches. What right do you have to demand I kneel? I would not even let you polish my shoes. In the next moment, whoosh, Ma Yunin felt something zip past his ear, a sharp pain causing him to instinctively touch it, revealing blood on his palm. Turning around, he saw a silver needle embedded in a nearby post, glimmering ominously. In that instant, he felt his legs weaken. If that needle had struck him in the head or chest, despite the smile on the young girl's face, an icy dread coursed through him. He forced himself to shout, You, a mere child, resort to violence. How cruel. Su Ruojin reiterated, Kneel and bow. Standing there, her presence radiated an innate pride that demanded respect, instilling fear in those around her. Ma Yunin lifted his chin, attempting to maintain composure, The bow I offer is beyond your capacity to bear. Moreover, how can you prove you have cured this gentleman? Perhaps it is merely a fleeting recovery. The woman beside him, unable to tolerate his arrogance, retorted mockingly, "Oh, so you are a disciple of Kai Shani. With such behavior, your words carry no weight. It seems that Jirantang is not as impressive as it claims to be. Indeed, you have clearly lost, yet refuse to admit it. Hurry and bow to the young lady. Kneel, bow now." The crowd joined in unison, remembering how Ma Yun and had scorned them all. They were ordinary citizens, earning their livelihood through honest work. Why should they be subjected to such disdain? Ma Yunin, one hand clutching his ear and the other pointing at the crowd, shouted, "You unruly rabble! I shall remember your faces. In a few days, when Jirantang holds a free clinic, I am the attending physician. If you persist, I shall ensure you are barred from even entering the door." Chapter 7. Unabashed on the 15th of each month, Jirantang holds a free medical consultation, offering care to the impoverished in the vicinity without charging any fees. This initiative has earned Jirantang a commendable reputation. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd fell silent, their heads bowed. As mortals, none can guarantee immunity from illness. Jirantang is the finest clinic in Anyang. To offend it could spell trouble should one or a family member fall ill without access to medical care. Seeing this reaction, Ma Yunin felt a surge of pride. These commoners lacked both wealth and power, leaving them ill-equipped to challenge him. A mere hint of intimidation silenced them. Ma Yunin, confident in his status as a physician at Jirantang and a disciple of the esteemed Kai Shanshi, held the common folk in disdain, oblivious to the growing mirth on Su Ruojin's face. Yet, beneath her smile lay a glint of malice and defiance. From her bag, she produced a pill, idly toying with it before flicking it with her fingertip. Whoosh! In an instant, Ma Yunin's smug expression froze. Before he could utter a word, he collapsed heavily to the ground, his knees striking the floor painfully. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, only to find his legs paralyzed. He had been acupointed. How could this be? Not even his master, Kai Shanshi, possessed such skills. How could a mere girl? "What have you done to me?" Ma Yunin was certain that this girl was responsible. "I advise you to release me immediately. If you intend to practice medicine in Anyang, you cannot afford to offend Jirantang." Noticing Su Ruojin's medical license, he deduced that she aimed to practice in Anyang. The Great Chu Kingdom treats male and female physicians equally, and given the scarcity of female practitioners, they are often more sought after. However, regardless of gender, offending Jirantang could jeopardize one's medical career in Anyang. Everyone knew that Jirantang was Kai Shinshi's clinic, where his medical prowess had garnered him many influential connections. To offend him was to offend those of high status. A concerned woman spoke up, "Little girl, perhaps it would be wise to let this go. Do not provoke Jirantang." Others echoed her sentiment, urging caution. Su Ruojin reassured them, "It's quite all right." She approached Ma Yunin, looking down upon him. A physician should take pride in alleviating suffering, treating all patients equally, regardless of their wealth or status. As a doctor, you fail to provide aid, neglecting even the basic methods of diagnosis, and instead jumped to unfounded conclusions. Seeing others offer help, you resorted to slander. You are unworthy of the title physician. Kneel here until you come to your senses. Consider this a lesson from your master for your ingratitude. Release me, or I shall report you for this." Ma Yunin glared fiercely at Su Ruojin, secretly attempting to break free from her grasp, but to no avail. Su Ruojin merely smiled softly, turning to the crowd. "Did anyone witness me forcing Dr. Ma to kneel?" Clearly, he chose to wager and lost. The pill she had flicked had long rolled away, and who would believe that a mere girl could wield it as a weapon? Even if found, who could fault a doctor for accidentally dropping a pill? The crowd had long grown weary of Ma Yunin's behavior, and now they rallied against him. Taiju assisted his grandfather to his feet and spoke first. "Indeed, we only saw Dr. Ma kneel of his own accord. This has nothing to do with the young lady." Others chimed in, "Absolutely. We all saw that when you knelt, she was far away from you. Are you trying to extort her? You should be ashamed. You are bringing disgrace to Jirantang. If I were your master, I would expel you from the sect." The crowd's sentiment turned hostile, and the commotion grew louder drawing the attention of patrons dining in the tavern and passers-by who gathered at the entrance. A woman called out, "Come quickly. A doctor from Jirantang is trying to extort this young girl." Upon hearing the name Jirantang, whispers spread through the crowd, pointing at Ma Yunin as he knelt. In that moment, all his earlier arrogance evaporated. He wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. If his master learned of this, he dreaded the consequences. He could only glare at Su Ruojin, wishing he could kill her with his gaze, having imagined her demise thousands of times over. In his heart, Ma Yun and oppose, and vowed that if this girl dared to remain in Anyang, he would ensure her ruin. So Ruojin, indifferent to his thoughts, merely wished to keep him kneeling for a couple of hours. Even if she knew his intentions, she would not care. If he behaved himself, well and good. But if he dared to act, she had no qualms about ensuring he remained forever prostrate. She approached Tai Zhu, advising, "Your grandfather has a weak heart. Do not let him exert himself or provoke strong emotions. Here are a few pills. Should he show signs of fainting, administer one immediately." Tai Zhu expressed his gratitude, accepting the pills with a hint of embarrassment as he produced a small sum of silver and copper coins. "Miss, or rather, doctor, only have this for now. But rest assured, I will earn more and bring you regular payments." Su Ruojin smiled and shook her head. "No payment is necessary. Just remember to let him rest." As she turned to ascend the stairs, she was halted by the woman who had spoken up for her earlier. "Little girl, you are quite remarkable. Which clinic do you practice at? I will seek your services in the future." The crowd echoed their agreement, eager to find her as their physician. Su Ruojin replied apologetically, "I have yet to open my clinic." Disappointed, the woman caught the essence of her words. "When will your clinic open? What will it be called?" "I will make an appointment." After a moment's thought, Su Ruojin replied, "It will be named Renee I Tang and will open soon." "Wonderful. I shall await its opening." The woman exclaimed, and the crowd affirmed their eagerness to visit her clinic. They had witnessed her skills firsthand and appreciated her ethics in treating the elderly gentleman without charge. Such a compassionate and skilled doctor was truly admirable. Ma Yunin's heart simmered with cold disdain as he glared at Su Ruojin. "Zen Nai Dang?" He would be astonished if this girl ever managed to establish it. With her thoughts lingering on Xiao Bao, Su Ruojin hurried upstairs. As she approached the private room, she noticed the door she had previously closed had been left ajar, startling her. She quickened her pace towards it. Chapter 8. Accusation of trafficking upon arriving at the entrance. Su Ruojin let out a sigh of relief. Behind the door, Xiao Bao gazed out with wide eyes. As soon as he saw Su Ruojin return, he instinctively took a few steps back. Su Ruojin gently pushed the door open, crouched down, and softly inquired, "Xiao Bao, your sister is back. Are you feeling any better now?" Xiao Bao nodded slightly, his gaze devoid of the earlier fear, replaced instead with curiosity. Observing the child's demeanor, Su Ruojin felt a sense of ease. It seemed that Xiao Bao's condition was not as severe as she had initially feared, but rather appeared to be the result of some psychological trauma. What could such a young child have possibly endured? With a smile, Su Ruojin asked, "Shall I take you home now? Can you tell your sister where you live?" Xiao Bao shook his head and tugged at her skirt. Su Ruojin felt a pang of frustration. Could it be that the child did not remember where he lived? The garment he wore was crafted from brocade, a fabric known as an oppose, golden silk and oppose, indicating that he hailed from a family of some means. With a sigh, she realized she could not simply abandon the child. Very well. She would take him with her for the time being, and later she would have the Dart Pavilion assist in locating his family. "Are you willing to accompany your sister home? I will return you to your family once I find them." Xiao Bao's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded. Taking Xiao Bao's hand, Su Ruojin stepped out of Wangyue Tower. The medical conference at the Juxian building was a significant event for Yanyang City, prompting many vendors to set up stalls along the bustling streets, which were now lined with an array of booths. As they walked, Xiao Bao suddenly halted, staring vacantly at something in the distance. Following his gaze, Su Ruojin noticed a vendor selling cotton candy, surrounded by numerous children. "Would you like some cotton candy?" Su Ruojin gently asked. Xiao Bao remained silent, his eyes fixated on the vendor. Leading him to the stall, Su Ruojin addressed the vendor. "Good sir, may I have one cotton candy, please?" "Of course," the vendor replied, accepting a coin and handing her a rabbit-shaped cotton candy. Su Ruojin bent down to offer it to Xiao Bao, but he merely stared at it without reaching out to take it. Go ahead, you can eat this, she encouraged softly. The cotton candy was delicate and would not harm the child's stomach. Xiao Bao hesitated, and Su Ruojin patiently encouraged him. After a moment, he slowly lifted his hand to accept the cotton candy, but then offered it back to Su Ruojin, his large, watery eyes fixed on her, conveying a sense of determination. Was he insisting that she eat first? Understanding his intent, Su Ruojin felt warmth in her heart as she gently patted his head, saying, "You eat, Xiao Bao, I will not." Only then did Xiao Bao tentatively lick the cotton candy. It was sweet. His beautiful eyes squinted in delight, and a smile crept across his face. Just then, a woman dressed as a nurse rushed towards them, seizing Xiao Bao. "Oh, my young master, at last, I have found you. Come along with me at once. How could you eat such filthy things? Throw it away." With that, she knocked the cotton candy from Xiao Bao's hands, pulling him away. Xiao Bao looked at the fallen cotton candy, his eyes instantly reddening as he struggled to break free from the woman's grip, retreating closer to Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin could feel the tremors in Xiao Bao and Appo's small frame. It was clear he was frightened of the woman. Gently squeezing Xiao Bao's hand, she signaled for him to remain calm. Stepping forward, she positioned herself between the woman and Xiao Bao, her voice laced with indignation. "Who are you?" The woman, Li Momo, finally noticed Su Ruojin. She scrutinized her closely. The young girl wore her hair in a flying cloud bun, dressed in a pale yellow silk skirt and a soft silver floral jacket, clearly indicating her status as an unmarried woman. Her petite face was adorned with bright apricot eyes, radiating charm and elegance, and her attire suggested she was not from an ordinary household. Even though Li Momo had encountered countless noble ladies from the capital, she couldn't help but acknowledge that this young girl was slightly superior in both appearance and demeanor. However, regardless of her beauty, she was merely a local from Yenyang. How could she possibly compare to the refined citizens of the capital? Just a trivial presence. With Su Ruojin obstructing her, Li Momo was unable to see Xiao Bao and felt displeased. Her eyes narrowed as she declared, "Miss, this is our young master. Hand him over immediately, or I shall report you to the authorities for trafficking. You shall face dire consequences." Su Ruojin coldly regarded Li Momo, her eyes icy. "Do as you wish." She took hold of Xiao Bao's hand and attempted to walk away. Li Momo, accustomed to receiving respect even from ordinary officials in the capital, was unaccustomed to such defiance. She grasped Su Ruojin's arm tightly, her grip unyielding. "Young lady, I advise you to hand the child over willingly. Do not provoke me. When my master intervenes, your entire family will suffer. Consider this a warning." Had it not been for her master's orders to keep the young master's identity secret, Li Momo would not have tolerated such disrespect. She believed that merely invoking her master's name would frighten this girl into tears and prompt her to kneel and beg for forgiveness. "How will you prove your relationship to the child? What is his name? Where does he reside?" Su Ruojin had already discerned that Xiao Bao's background was extraordinary, and it was clear that Li Momo was hesitant to disclose the child's identity. "He is," Li Momo stammered, at a loss for words. If she revealed the young master's identity in a public setting, she would likely face expulsion from the residence upon her return. "The name of our young master is not something a lowly person like you could possibly know. Hand the child over." Li Momo intensified her grip. Su Ruojin felt the coldness in her eyes deepen as she looked at her captured arm, demanding, "Let go." Li Momo not only refused to release her, but also used her other hand to grip Su Ruojin tightly, secretly pinching her arm. "You're courting death." Su Ruojin recalled the bruises she had noticed on Xiao Bao during his acupuncture treatment. At the time, she had assumed they were merely accidental, but now, realizing the truth, she suspected they were inflicted by someone. The child, afflicted with a mental condition and unable to speak, was vulnerable to being bullied by malicious servants. With that thought, the chill in her eyes intensified as she retrieved a small porcelain vial. The contents of the vial would not be lethal, but would ensure one spent a week in discomfort. "Let her go," a voice called out from behind. Turning to the source of the voice, Su Ruojin saw a middle-aged man, resembling a steward, hastily approaching them. "Li Momo, release your hold at once," commanded Steward Zhang. Li Momo, clearly unwilling to offend Steward Zhang, reluctantly released her grip, albeit with a displeased expression, pointing at Su Ruojin, Steward Zhang. I was the first to find the young master. This girl intends to abduct him. You must apprehend her immediately. My master has promised a reward of 5,000 taels to whoever finds the young master first. I cannot let her steal my credit. Steward Zhang quickly approached Su Ruojin, bowing respectfully. Miss, I am the steward of this household. Thank you for caring for our young master. May I kindly request your permission to take him back with us? Chapter 9. Visit when time permits. Before Su Ruojin could respond, Steward Zhang hastily produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and handed them over. This is a small token from the residents. I hope you will not find it unworthy. As the steward of the household, Zhang possessed an innate ability to discern character. Since the young master arrived at the Wang residence, he had fallen ill and was only cared for by his nurse, Li, and his master. No one else dared approach him, let alone hold his hand. Given the current circumstances, it was improbable that a young girl would attempt to lead the young master astray. Rather, it seemed she had stumbled upon him and had taken excellent care of him. Seeing the silver notes slip away, Li felt a pang of reluctance. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Zhang shot her a cold glance, silencing her. She glared at Su Ruojin with malice. How dare this ignorant girl seize her money? Suddenly, Li felt a sharp pain in her stomach. With a series of sounds, a foul odor emanated from her, spreading through the vicinity. Even a person as composed as Zhang could not endure the stench. He raised a hand to cover his nose, casting a disdainful look at Li. At that moment, Li, racked with pain, hurriedly rushed into a nearby tavern in search of a restroom. Su Ruojin glanced at the silver notes, estimating their value to be around 5,000 taels. It appeared that the young master hailed from an extraordinary background. Even Lin Zhongshan would not casually offer such a sum to a stranger. Su Ruojin refrained from accepting the notes and gently leaned toward the young boy, asking softly, "Little Bao, do you know him?" Little Bao neither answered nor shook his head but clutched Su Ruojin's hand tighter. Turning to Steward Zhang, she said, "Steward Zhang, it seems the child is unwilling to return with you." Zhang's expression grew anxious. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, if you do not return soon, the young master will be beside himself. Please be obedient. We must return together. It is time for your medicine." Little Bao remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Yet he tightened his grip on Su Ruojin's hand. Zhang dared not force the issue and instead looked pleadingly at Su Ruojin. "Miss, he truly is my young master." He wears a crescent-shaped white jade pendant at his waist, inscribed with the character E. Please verify this. Having seen the pendant before, Su Ruojin confirmed that it indeed bore the character E. She squatted down to look at Little Bao, asking earnestly, "Little Bao, tell me, do you know him?" This time, Little Bao's gaze sharpened, and he nodded gently. Seeing him agree brought a sigh of relief to Zhang, who was not afraid of Su Ruojin, but rather cautious about directly taking Little Bao back. Any undue stimulus might provoke a relapse in the young master's condition. During the initial days at the Wang residence, any slight noise would send him into a panic, leading to nightmares and persistent fevers. Had it not been for the formidable physician Mu, the young master would not have survived. "Miss, could you perhaps persuade the young master to return with me? His health has always been fragile, necessitating daily medication. If he does not return soon, I fear for his well-being," Zhang implored anxiously. Su Ruojin recognized the truth in Zhang's words. If not for the precious medicine sustaining Little Bao, he might have perished long ago. "Little Bao, would you please return with Steward Zhang?" she asked gently. Little Bao's eyes immediately reddened, and he shook his head vehemently. He was unwilling. With a sigh, Su Ruojin reflected on her ignorance regarding Little Bao's origins. But she was certain he was not from a common family, and preferred to avoid entanglements with noble clans. "Little Bao, dear, please listen to me and return with Steward Zhang. You need your medicine, and I promise to visit you whenever I can," she coaxed patiently. Little Bao blinked, tears streaming down his cheeks, evoking a sense of profound sympathy. Su Ruojin led him back to the cotton candy stall and purchased a rabbit-shaped candy for him. "Little Bao, do not cry. We must smile like this little rabbit. I promise I will visit you when I can." Let us make a pinky promise, she said, extending her pinky finger. After a moment of hesitation, little Bao raised his hand and linked his pinky with hers. Ruojin smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair before placing his hand into Steward Zhang's. Zhang did not forget to slip the silver notes back to Ruojin, hastily leading little Bao away, fearful that this little ancestor might change his mind. As little Bao followed closely behind Zhang, he occasionally looked back at Ruojin. She smiled and waved goodbye until they disappeared around the corner, at which point she turned to leave. Meanwhile, a strikingly handsome man dressed in dark robes, with sharp brows and bright eyes, observed the scene from a nearby corner. His companion, Hu Qing, whispered, "Your Highness, shall I inquire about this young lady?" Xiaoyan Chu pondered for a moment before replying, "No need. Today, a servant reported the young master missing. I have dispatched everyone in the household to search for him. I cannot allow my brother and Oppos, as only bloodline, to face any further misfortune." Seeing Yi with Steward Zhang, Xiaoyan Chu felt a sense of relief. As for the young lady, having accepted the silver notes from Zhang, their debts were settled. Upon returning to his temporary residence in Yinyang, Xiaoyan Chu entered little Bao's room, where Nurse Du was attempting to feed him a bowl of sea cucumber porridge. Regardless of Nurse Li's coaxing, the child refused to open his mouth, sitting in a daze. Upon seeing Xiaoyan Chu enter, Nurse Du set down the bowl and bowed. "Your Highness, the young master refuses to eat, perhaps still shaken from today's ordeal. Where is Nurse Li? She has suffered a stomach upset and is unable to care for the young master." Nurse Du replied, careful not to disclose the full extent of Li and Oppos' condition. Earlier, she had seen Li emerge from the restroom, pale and weakened, reeking of unpleasant odors. Nurse Du had intended to check on Li, but had witnessed her retreat back into the restroom upon noticing her presence. It was later revealed that Li's daughter, Cui Ping, had fetched a physician for her, allowing her to rest without constantly occupying the restroom. Xiaoyan Chu said nothing more and picked up the bowl. "Eat air. Let me feed you." The child remained unresponsive, merely turning his head to fixate on a point in the distance. Chapter 10. Not mind bringing her to the capital, Xiaoyan Chu followed Yi's gaze and spotted a half-eaten cotton candy not far away. He remembered that it was the little girl who had bought it for Yi, although the bunny ears were already gone. "Do you want to eat the cotton candy?" Xiaoyan Chu inquired patiently. Yi nodded gently. "All right then, finish your porridge, and I shall let you have the cotton candy, all right?" Xiaoyan Chu softly said, bringing a spoonful of porridge to the child's lips. This time, Yi slowly opened her mouth and swallowed the porridge. As Xiaoyan Chu fed her, Yi obediently ate, and before long, the small bowl of sea cucumber porridge was emptied. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiaoyan Chu's eyes. Previously, Yi would only take a couple of bites before refusing to eat. Today, she had managed to finish an entire bowl of porridge. Could it be that the chef had prepared something particularly suited to her palate today? "Who made this porridge?" Xiaoyan Chu asked, reporting to the prince. "It is the chef from the palace who has been attending to the young master and Oppos' meals," Du Mama replied. "The young master and Oppos' appetite is quite delicate. The palace always assigns a dedicated chef to cater to his dietary needs, and even this time in Yinyang, the chef accompanied us. If the chef hadn't changed, then why was Yi's appetite so good today?" Regardless, the fact that Yi had finished the small bowl of porridge put Xiaoyan Chu in high spirits. What's the occasion that warrants a reward from the prince? Just as Xiaoyan Chu's words faded, a male voice came from the doorway. A young man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, with a handsome and refined appearance, entered. Xiaoyan Chu knew without turning that it was Mu Jingshan returning. What happened over there? With their limited medical skills, they are not even worthy to carry the shoes of a medical sage. Mu Jingshan expressed disdainfully. Upon hearing that the young master had been found, Mu Jingshan hurried back from the consultation meeting. Once inside, he noticed the empty bowl in Xiaoyan Chu's hand, which was Yi and Oppos' special small jade bowl, and was somewhat surprised. Yi finished the porridge? Before Xiaoyan Chu could respond, Mu Jingshan stepped forward to take Yi and Oppos' pulse, switching from his left hand to his right, gradually furrowing his brow. Seeing his serious demeanor, Xiaoyan Chu's heart sank. Mu Jingshan had always been attentive to Yi's health. Previously, taking her pulse was a brief matter, unlike today, as caution. "What is wrong with Yi?" Xiaoyan Chu's voice was tense. Mu Jingshan stood up, ignoring Xiao Yanchu, and walked outside while muttering to himself, "Strange, this shouldn't be. Something is off." "Mu Jingshan, stop right there." Xiao Yanchu barked in anger at being ignored. Upon turning and seeing Xiao Yanchu's stormy expression, Mu Jingshan quickly donned a smile. "Your Highness, it's nothing, nothing at all. The young master is well, and, for some reason, his health has improved significantly. I was just pondering the situation. By the way, Your Highness, has the young master eaten anything unusual today? His sudden recovery is puzzling." Ear and Appos. As health has improved? Xiao Yanchu and Appos. As heart leapt with joy. If there was anything unusual that Ear had eaten today, it could only be Mu Jingshan. Followed Xiao Yanchu's gaze and saw the half-eaten cotton candy. Cotton candy? How could such street food find its way into the palace? Mu Jingshan's imagination ran wild. Did you find a medical sage? Is this cotton candy made by the sage? The child is afraid of taking medicine. The sage mixed the medicine with the cotton candy, and naturally, the child would not resist. Truly remarkable. Xiao Yanchu shot him a disapproving glance, disinclined to converse with such foolishness. Mu Jingshan, undeterred by the disdain, approached the cotton candy, reached out, and sniffed it. The sweet aroma of sugar wafted up, devoid of any medicinal scent. As Mu Jingshan was about to tear off a piece of cotton candy to taste, he felt someone tugging at his garment. Looking down, he saw the young master glaring at him, as if he had snatched away something precious. Seeing the young master glaring fiercely, Mu Jingshan was astonished and pointed at Ear, his voice tinged with excitement. Ear is angry. It was worth noting that for over a year since the young master entered the palace, he had always worn a wooden expression, neither happy nor sad, often resembling a puppet. Today, however, he was capable of glaring, displaying a spark of life. Xiao Yanchu also noticed Ear's unusual behavior and quickly stepped forward to snatch the cotton candy from Mu Jingshan's hand, handing it to Ear. "Do not touch Ear's belongings." Receiving the cotton candy, Ear's anger dissipated, and she walked back to the bedside, expressionless as she began to eat the cotton candy. "Your Highness, what is going on? What has happened to Ear today? Where do you get the cotton candy? You must tell me." Mu Jingshan asked impatiently. Xiao Yanchu recalled the little girl from the market earlier that day. Although he had not paid her much attention, her image remained vividly in his mind. The girl was graceful and elegant, with brows like willow leaves, skin as smooth as cream, rosy lips, and a delicate nose. Her almond-shaped eyes shone brightly like the moon, exuding a charm that belied her seemingly innocent demeanor. Despite appearing to be a Navi girl, Xiao Yanchu sensed a certain pride and composure that was uncommon for her age. It was a casual purchase from a market stall. A casual purchase? A mere cotton candy could cure the young master's condition? I must go and investigate. Mu Jingshan dashed out of the room. It is often said that true skill lies among the common people. Perhaps the cotton candy from Yinyang indeed contained some unique ingredient. He was determined to uncover the truth. Xiao Yanchu observed Ear, who was engrossed in her cotton candy, and contemplated before speaking. "Go investigate." "Yes, Your Highness." Hu Qing accepted the command and left the residence. If Ear had taken a liking to that little girl, he would not mind bringing her back to the capital to care for Ear personally. Ruojin, oblivious to the fact that the regent was sending someone to investigate her, first visited a pastry shop to buy some treats after leaving Xiaobao. She then walked to Jingshui Lane in the city and knocked on a door of a residence. "Jingjie, you have come." A 10-year-old boy opened the door. The boy had fair skin, and upon closer inspection, one could see that his eyes were of two different colors, one blue and one brown. Ruojin handed the pastries she was carrying to Yuan Hong. "Here, your favorite osmanthus cake." Yuan Hong happily accepted the cake. "You are the best to me, Jingjie." Saying that, he turned and ran into the inner room, calling out, "Old Madam, Jingjie has arrived." Hearing Yuan Hong's voice, old Madam Lin quickly stepped out. The old lady, over 50 years of age, with graying hair, looked at Ruojin with a smile full of affection. "Little Jean has come. It's cold outside. Come in quickly." "Grandmother," Ruojin greeted, following old Madam Lin into the house. As soon as they entered, Ruojin urged old Madam Lin to sit down and took her pulse, confirming that her cold had not flared up, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Grandmother, It's cold. You must avoid cold water. Your cold has only just begun to improve, Ruojin advised, presenting a small porcelain vial to old Madame Lin. This medicine is the same as before. Take one every day, and I will bring more when you finish. Old Madame Lin accepted the vial with a smile. I know, you little girl, are even more nagging than I, an old lady. Yuan Hong, go fetch the plum wine I brewed to bring to your sister. Little Jean, take this wine to honor your master, and don't let the Lin family catch wind of it. I must thank your master for helping with my cold. It hasn't troubled me in years. At that moment, old Madame Lin was unaware that Ruojin had already been expelled from the Lin family. Yuan Hong was about to say something when Ruojin shot him a glance that silenced him. Chapter 11. Moonlit Reflections Understood. Grandmother. Ruojin took the wine jar. For the plum blossom wine brewed by the old matriarch of the Lin family was truly exceptional, a fact that her master often extolled. Among the entire Lin family, only the old matriarch genuinely cared for her. Since childhood, Ruojin had secretly aided the matriarch in nurturing her health, attributing the assistance to her master to prevent the matriarch from harboring doubts. The old matriarch was the legitimate wife of the Lin patriarch. On their wedding night, he vowed never to take a concubine, pledging his life to her alone. After their marriage, the couple shared a deep affection. However, during one of his travels, the patriarch brought back a woman from a brothel. At that time, the matriarch was pregnant, and the shock caused her to miscarry, injuring her health and leaving her unable to bear children again. From that moment on, she barred the patriarch from stepping foot into her courtyard, deeming it tainted. Later, the concubine bore a son, and when the boy was 5, the patriarch took the concubine to pay respects at a temple. On their return, they encountered bandits and perished. The matriarch believed that the innocent child was blameless and single-handedly raised Lin Zhongshan, aiding him in his examinations and marriage, ultimately helping him attain the position of governor in Yinyang. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Lin Zhongshan harbored resentment towards the matriarch, believing she had usurped his mother South's rightful place as the primary wife. He felt that had it not been for her, his mother would not have died, and he would not have become an orphan, subjected to derision. After ascending to the position of governor, Lin Zhongshan relegated the old matriarch to the most remote quarters of the estate, providing her with no servants, leaving her to fend for herself. After marrying, he had a daughter, Lin Wanqing, who went missing at the age of 1. The matriarch was heartbroken, as the childbirth had taken a toll on her health, making future pregnancies unlikely. To console his wife, Lin Zhongshan adopted a girl of the same age as Lin Wanqing for her to raise, who became the Lin family's eldest daughter. Unexpectedly, in the second year after adopting the girl, the matriarch became pregnant again and gave birth to a son. Consequently, the former eldest daughter lost her favor and became an object of scorn, living a life of meager meals. At the age of 5, little Ruojin once went 2 days without food. Overcome by hunger, she ventured out alone in search of sustenance, and in the freezing cold, collapsed at the entrance of the old matriarch's courtyard. The matriarch carried her back inside, and upon awakening, Ruojin had transformed into Ruojin, the head of an ancient medical family. From that day forward, the matriarch raised Ruojin in her courtyard, while the rest of the Lin family paid no heed, relishing their own ease. Fortunately, growing up in the matriarch's quarters allowed Ruojin to venture outside frequently without being noticed by the family. "Jean Jia, have some tea," Yuan Hong said sweetly, interrupting Ruojin's reverie as he presented her with a cup. His mismatched brown and blue eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he had something to say but hesitated. The old matriarch, perceptive to Yuan Hong's thoughts, gave his head a gentle pat and playfully scolded. "You think of that knife every day, don't you?" Ruojin leisurely sipped her tea, observing Yuan Hong's eager expression, and inquired, "How has your training been lately?" "I practice every day, and if you don't believe me, you can ask the matriarch," Yuan Hong promptly replied. He was a diligent child, rising at dawn to practice without fail. The old matriarch watched him kindly. "Oh, is that so?" Ruojin set down her cup, her gaze suddenly icy as she drew a dagger from her robe and lunged at Yuan Hong with swift, fierce intent. Yuan Hong reacted quickly, retreating to evade the thrust aimed at his face. Ruojin leaped again, aiming for him, and Yuan Hong raised his hand to block. Thus, they engaged in a spirited sparring match within the confines of the modest room, eventually spilling into the courtyard. The old matriarch, unperturbed, watched the children with amusement, for such scenes were not unfamiliar to her. 5 years prior, little Jean had returned from her travels with a frail 5-year-old boy. While journeying with her master, she had encountered Yuan Hong tied to a pile of firewood, villagers preparing to burn him alive. The boy had been deemed a demon due to his unusual eyes, and after the tragic deaths of his parents, the villagers believed he had brought misfortune, insisting he must be sacrificed to save the village. The malnourished child was gagged, yet his eyes glowed fiercely, fixed on the man holding a torch, ready to ignite the flames. Yuan Dazhuang sneered at the boy, saying, "Yuan Hong, do not blame your uncle for his cruelty. If I show mercy, it will spell disaster for our village. Blame your ill fate for the death of your parents." Just as Yuan Dazhuang was about to toss the torch onto the pyre, he felt a sudden numbness in his hand, causing the torch to drop. Panic surged through him as he realized he could no longer move. He fell to the ground, immobilized. His wife rushed to him, crying out in despair, "My dear, what has happened to you?" The commotion drew everyone's attention, and when they regained their wits, they discovered that Yuan Hong had vanished from the pile of firewood. Thus, Yuan Hong was brought back to Yinyang by little Ruojin, where he was raised in the old matriarch's courtyard. From that day on, Ruojin began teaching him to write and practice martial arts. Yuan Hong was obedient, following her instructions diligently without a hint of laziness. After a while, both children were flushed with excitement from their spirited sparring, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads as they returned indoors. The old matriarch quickly handed them 2 cloths, saying, "Wipe yourselves down. Be careful not to catch a chill." Ruojin accepted the cloth, wiping her sweat, and handed the dagger to Yuan Hong. "You did well. Keep practicing, and soon I may not be able to best you. Take this as a reward. In due time, you shall accompany me to Muin village for further instruction from your second master." "Ah, thank you, Jinjie," Yuan Hong exclaimed, thrilled as he accepted the dagger and began to clean it carefully. The old matriarch, unfamiliar with weapons, merely noted its delicate sharpness and advised, "Be careful with it. Do not harm yourself." Had a weapons expert seen the dagger, they would have gasped in astonishment, for it was the famed moonlit reflection, ranked 10th on the list of weapons, still sought after by families in the Dark Alliance, with bounties of thousands of gold pieces for its acquisition. "I shall be cautious." "Grandmother." Yuan Hong tucked the dagger into his boot. When he first arrived, the old matriarch had encouraged him to call her grandmother, like Ruojin, but Yuan Hong refused, believing he was meant to serve her and lacked the right to address her as such. The old matriarch, unable to change his mind, accepted it, yet continued to regard him as her own grandson, treating him no differently than Ruojin. "This book, you should take the time to read it thoroughly," Ruojin said, pulling out another book and handing it to Yuan Hong. Upon seeing it, Yuan Hong and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 12. I wish to open a medical hall. This is an ordinary blue-covered book, its pages slightly yellowed, indicating its age. The cover bears the grand title Wu Tao Jing. Wu Tao Jing, one of the legendary 4 military treatises, was authored by a general 3 centuries ago. It is said that the book was buried with the general upon his death, subsequently vanishing from existence. Yuan Hong had previously encountered references to this book in other texts. The martial arts manuals provided by Sister Jean had never hinted at the possibility of receiving a lost military classic. His hands trembled slightly as he held the book. "Sister Jean, how did you come by this book?" Ruojin smiled and replied, "Here, take it and study. There is no need for so many questions. In a while, I will conduct a review, and you can jot down anything you find confusing to ask Master later." "Very well, Sister Jean, I shall study diligently." After being rescued by Ruojin, Yuan Hong exhibited a fervent interest in martial arts and military strategy. The first time he received a martial arts manual from Ruojin, he read it throughout the night, memorizing its content, and soon demonstrated the techniques with impressive skill, excitedly proclaiming his aspiration to become a great general. Seeing the child's enthusiasm for learning, Ruojin did not deter him, and often took Yuan Hong to receive guidance from Master. "Grandmother, I wish to open a medical hall," Ruojin suddenly stated. Shifting the conversation, Madame Lin, momentarily taken aback, replied, "You wish to open a medical hall?" "Indeed." Su Ruojin approached Madame Lin, gently massaging her shoulders. "Grandmother, you know I possess a medical certificate and have studied under master for several years. By opening a medical hall, I can help others while also securing a better income for us." With a sigh, Madame Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "It is my fault as a grandmother that you and Honger cannot lead a better life." In previous years, Madame Lin had relied on her modest vegetable garden and embroidered handkerchiefs sold at the market to make ends meet. Since Su Ruojin's arrival, she had begun selling herbs, and though their fortunes were not grand, they had never truly struggled financially. 2 years prior, when Madame Lin took Yuan Hong into her care, Madame Lin's daughter-in-law discovered the situation and demanded that Yuan Hong be expelled or bound to their family as a servant. Refusing to comply, Madame Lin left the Lin family in anger, renting a small courtyard in Jiangshui Alley to live. Although she had considered bringing Su Ruojin along, she worried about the implications for Su Ruojin's future marriage prospects, deciding it best for her to remain in the Lin household as a young lady of the family. "Grandmother, please do not say that. If it weren't for you, perhaps Yuan Hong and I would not have survived. Now that we are living well, I am quite content." Su Ruojin reassured her, massaging her temples. Yuan Hong, ever thoughtful, poured a cup of warm water and offered a medicinal pill to Madame Lin. "Grandmother, it is a good thing that sister is opening a medical hall. I can help at the hall, serving as a guard to ensure no one dares to bully her." "You little rascal, always thinking of mischief." Madame Lin chuckled through her tears, then turned to Su Ruojin. "Thankfully, you have learned the art of medicine from your master. These past years, my old bones have been sustained by these pills. I have not felt any pain since. Opening a medical hall is indeed a noble venture. Your skills will benefit many. I support you wholeheartedly." Madame Lin had always believed that she was merely consuming the herbal remedies that Su Ruojin had foraged from the mountains, unaware that the warming pills she took were composed of precious ingredients such as ginseng, reishi, and Tianshan snow lotus. One particular herb, the firegrass, could only be found at the foot of a volcano, making it exceedingly rare. Even with these ingredients, crafting such pills was not a trivial task. The cost of a single pill could reach hundreds of taels of silver, often unattainable even for the wealthy. The warming pills were specifically tailored for Madame Lin, addressing not only the cold ailment she suffered from after a night spent in the snow, but also regulating her overall health. After regaining her composure, Madame Lin rose slowly and retrieved a wooden box, revealing a translucent white jade hairpin within. Opening a medical hall requires significant funds. "Little Jean, sell this hairpin. It should fetch a decent amount," Madame Lin offered. Su Ruojin recognized the hairpin as a cherished heirloom of Madame Lin, one she had never pawned even during the most challenging times of raising Lin Jingshan. It held great sentimental value, and Su Ruojin could not bear to take it. "Grandmother, please keep the hairpin. Over the years, I have saved enough from selling herbs to fund the medical hall." Madame Lin insisted, but Su Ruojin countered, "Grandmother, do you remember when I once unearthed a century-old ginseng and sold it for several hundred taels? That should be sufficient to open the medical hall. Keep the hairpin for now, and if I truly need money, I will come to you." After pondering for a moment, Madame Lin withdrew her hand. "Very well. I trust your abilities. I will keep the hairpin and give it to you as a dowry when you marry." "Marry?" Su Ruojin smiled quietly, as she had never contemplated such a future in her second life. Exiting Madame Lin and Appo's courtyard, Su Ruojin hurried to the Yulai Inn, where she boarded Brother Zhang's ox cart back to Muan village. Meanwhile, Kai Fanzhou, accompanied by Lin Wanqing, had spent the entire day at the Jushin building without sight of the regent. The diagnosis conference had a prescribed format that required the registered doctors to treat certain patients. Only those who diagnosed correctly would advance to the next round. Given Kai Fanzhou's reputation, he was exempt from the initial screening. Upon arriving at Jushin building, he was respectfully ushered to a private room to await his turn to consult on behalf of the young lord. However, Kai Fanzhou waited all day without encountering the regent or even Mu Jingshan, the ghost doctor's disciple. Mu Jingshan had indeed come, but merely observed the selection process before departing upon learning of the young lord's disappearance. Lin Wanqing, growing impatient, masked her feelings, striving to remain composed while occasionally pouring tea for Kai Fanzhou. Having just been reclaimed by the Lin family and approaching her coming of age, it was evident that starting anew with the arts of music, chess, and literature was too late for her. No amount of effort could compare to those noble young ladies who had trained since childhood. After much contemplation, Madame Lin devised an alternative path for her daughter, arranging for her to study medicine under Kai Fanzhou. In the Great Chu Kingdom, female physicians were scarce, and if her daughter possessed remarkable medical skills, it would certainly elevate her status among the noble families. Even if Ruojin lacked proficiency in the arts, she could claim to have dedicated her time to mastering medicine, and no one would question her worth. Moreover, being a direct disciple of the renowned Kai Fanzhou would inherently command respect. Naturally, Lin Ruojin did not decline this arrangement. As a nurse from the 21st century, she was confident that even without being a doctor, her medical knowledge would surpass that of any physician in the Great Chu Kingdom. Learning the medical practices of this era seemed almost trivial. She had no doubt that after a period of study with Kai Fanzhou, her expertise would likely prompt him to refer to her as his master. Chapter 13, the most troublesome matter in her previous life. Lin Ruojin was a nurse in the intensive care unit. During her night shifts, she indulged in games instead of adhering to the schedule for ward rounds, failing to timely notice the deterioration of a patient's condition and notify the doctor for intervention, which ultimately led to the patient's demise. When the family members sought accountability at the hospital, Lin Ruojin stubbornly refused to acknowledge her fault. It is clear that it was my health that faltered, yet you wish to shift the blame onto me. This is extortion. My benevolence in not suing you speaks volumes. Her words provoked the family, leading to the patient's spouse violently colliding with Lin Ruojin. The impact knocked her off balance, and as she fell, her temple struck the corner of a metal cabinet. When she regained consciousness, she found herself reincarnated as a 3-year-old girl in Eightley Village, neglected and unloved. Lin Ruojin poured another cup of tea for Kai Fanzhou, her tone gentle. "Master, it is already the hour of you, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shall we continue to wait?" Kai Fanzhou, having consumed copious amounts of tea himself, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Many dignitaries had previously sought his medical counsel with utmost respect. Unlike today's situation, where he was left waiting for an entire day without a glimpse of the patient. However, considering the individual in question was the regent of the Great Chu, a person whom none dared to offend, he suppressed his grievances. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the private room, and a servant entered, bowing respectfully. "Divine Physician Kai, the prince will not be attending today. I kindly ask you to return tomorrow." Without waiting for Kai Fanzhou to inquire further, the servant excused himself. Kai Fanzhou, his face darkened, stood up abruptly. "We shall leave." Lin Ruojin felt a pang of regret for not encountering the legendary war god of the Great Chu. However, she reassured herself that they could return tomorrow. She would surely have the opportunity to meet him. If the regent truly possessed the elegance and charm as rumored, she believed that with her modern wisdom and unique allure, capturing his attention would be a matter of time. She envisioned a future where he vowed to marry her alone for a lifetime. Hadn't the novel she read in her past life always depicted such tales? A singular destiny for two souls. As a living being, how could she not surpass the fictional characters in her new life? In her previous existence, she was merely an ordinary nurse, scraping by on a meager salary that barely afforded her the luxury of her beloved Hermes handbag, while attending to the needs of critically ill patients, undertaking the most arduous and menial tasks, commuting on the crowded subway, and residing in a windowless small room. In this life, should she become the regent's consort, she would not merely settle for an Hermes. The entirety of the Great Chu would be at her command. With this thought, Lin Ruojin felt a surge of excitement, as if she could already envision herself at the pinnacle, with the subjects of the Great Chu kneeling in submission before her, the regent's consort. "Chinger, we shall return tomorrow." Kai Fanzhou, oblivious to Lin Ruojin's musings, simply advised. His decision to take her as a disciple was primarily for the sake of her father's status, with no expectations of her truly acquiring any significant knowledge. "Of course, Master," Lin Ruojin replied sweetly, obediently following him out. Tomorrow, she was determined to meet the regent. Ruojin returned to Mu village, handing over the peach blossom wine from old Madame Lin to her master before departing the wooden house. Heading east toward the courtyard, she knocked on the gate, and shortly after, a robust middle-aged man opened the door. Initially appearing wary, his expression brightened upon seeing Ruojin. "Miss Su, you've come. Please, step inside. My master has been thinking of you." Ruojin extended the bottle of liquor she was holding. "Uncle Wang, this is the fine liquor I brought from Zhang and Appo's wine shop, your favorite." Wang happily accepted the bottle. "Thank you, Miss Su, for always remembering my taste. Come on already." A voice resonated from within the house, aged yet filled with authority. Ruojin exchanged a knowing smile with Wang and replied, "Grandpa Xiao, I'm here." She then entered the inner room. Inside sat an elderly man over 60, with graying hair, wielding a brush as he wrote. Ruojin approached, observing closely, and sincerely nodded. "Grandpa Xiao, your calligraphy flows like a dragon and snake, exuding grandeur. Were you to claim the title of Dean of Ruojin Academy, I would not dispute it." Humph, as if he could. Xiao Jiyuan paused, suddenly realizing. "Wait a moment, Jean girl, you came empty-handed?" He glanced up from his writing. Ruojin quickly raised the item she had been holding, tried to appease him. "Of course not, Grandpa Xiao. Look, I brought you some lotus pastries from Zoes." Xiao Jiyuan set down his brush, his expression stern as he extended his hand. "You know that isn't what I meant. Hand it over." Ruojin's cheerful face fell, replaced by a look of dismay. "Oh dear, Grandpa Xiao, you know I've been busy lately, so I haven't practiced my calligraphy. I promise I will bring my practiced work next time for you to review." To affirm her sincerity, she straightened her posture, fingers together, swearing to the heavens. If one were to ask what troubled Ruojin most upon her arrival in this world, it would undoubtedly be the task of practicing calligraphy. In the 28th century, few engaged in writing by hand. Everything could be accomplished through voice commands, while the more traditional individuals utilized computers for input. As the new head of a family of traditional medicine, she had practiced calligraphy since childhood, and her penmanship was commendable for her previous era. Yet in this time, everyone wielded the brush with skill. Among scholars, it was commonplace to possess beautiful handwriting, rendering Ruojin's efforts inadequate by comparison. Since she had met Xiao Jiyuan at the age of 5, he had insisted she practice her writing after he saw her work. In his words, he could not bear to witness such a beautiful girl produce handwriting akin to a dog's paw prints. Each glimpse of her writing seemed to age him a year. Ruojin had tried to excuse herself on the grounds that a woman's lack of talent equated to virtue, only to be met with a scolding from Xiao Jiyuan, who insisted that such notions belonged to ignorant, rustic minds. If that were truly the case, then why did the daughters of dignitaries diligently study and practice writing? Ruojin was not one to lack appreciation. She understood that Grandpa Xiao meant well. Thus, she forced herself to comply with his insistence, though she still sought every opportunity to evade the task, as was the case this time. The last visit to Grandpa Xiao was a month prior, during which she had promised to bring her practice sheets for review, but upon returning home, she had forgotten entirely, leading to her current predicament. Xiao Jiyuan rolled his eyes at the girl, who was now solemnly swearing. "You swear with 4 fingers?" Ruojin chuckled, retracting her fingers. "It's all the same. As long as the intention is sincere, the heavens will hear." She then playfully approached Xiao Jiyuan from behind to massage his back. "Grandpa Xiao, don't be upset. Let me give you a massage. I promise to bring my practice next time for your review." After only a few moments, Xiao Jiyuan began to cough, prompting Ruojin to furrow her brow. "Chapter 14, madam. Please take care of yourself," said Xiao Jiyuan. "These days are growing increasingly cold. You must pay attention to keeping warm. Lie down, and I shall administer a few acupuncture needles." Ruojin assisted Xiao Jiyuan towards the couch. He did not refuse, allowing her to proceed with the treatment. After half an hour, Ruojin withdrew all the silver needles and, taking the handkerchief offered by Wang Xing, wiped the sweat from her forehead and murmured, "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Xiao Jiyuan had already fallen into a deep slumber. Ruojin made a gesture for silence and, along with Wang Xing, stepped outside. "Uncle Wang, has Grandpa Xiao been coughing severely lately?" "Miss Su, Thanks to your blessings. The old master has not suffered a recurrence of his old ailments in recent years. Perhaps the recent cold weather has caused a slight cough. That an Oppos. That's good to hear. I will write a prescription shortly. With 3 days of medication, his cough will surely improve. That would be splendid. Thank you, Miss Su. How fortunate we are to have you around. Wang Xing sighed, reflecting that without the assistance of the little divine healer, the old master would have endured much more suffering. After bidding farewell to Uncle Wang, Su Ruojin returned to the wooden house, where Huang Jian called out, "Little Jeaner, come and eat." "I'm coming, second master." At the dining table, Su Ruojin served fish to her 4 masters and slowly spoke. "Master, I wish to open a medical clinic." Yi Sunzi paused, placing his chopsticks down and gazing at Su Ruojin. "Have you thought this through?" "Yes. I have been preoccupied with other matters and haven't had the time to manage a clinic. Now that I have settled most of my affairs and have left the Lin family, I believe it would be nice to open a small clinic, allowing me to spend time with my masters and the old Madame Lin and live a peaceful life here." "Very well. Your medical skills should not remain hidden from the world," Yi Sunzi remarked. He had realized from the moment he met Su Ruojin that she was extraordinary. Though he had discreetly investigated her background and confirmed she was simply an adopted child of the Lin family, one could not fathom why a mere 5-year-old girl could resolve a poison that even seasoned physicians could not. Nevertheless, just as Su Ruojin never inquired about their pasts, Yi Sunzi never pressed her with his own uncertainties. Every individual harbors their own secrets. He merely wished to know that little Jean and Amp, Oppos, was sincere with them. Yi Sunzi had a keen interest in the art of poison crafting and antidotes, finding healing merely a convenient endeavor. He had no aspirations to save the world, yet he was unwilling to let a medical genius like Su Ruojin fade into obscurity. Had his master still been alive, upon meeting little Jeaner, he likely would have expelled all his disciples just to take her as his student. "Little Jeaner, pursue whatever you desire without worry. I shall support you," Huang Jian stated. "Thank you, second master. How about third master assisting you?" Luo Meinyang winked playfully at Su Ruojin. "Third master, I'd rather you not. I wouldn't be able to discern if the patients at the clinic were genuinely ill or merely feigning." Su Ruojin hastily declined. How absurd. With third master's beauty and charm, if she were to step into the clinic, she would likely attract a throng of male patients. She jested. "Ah, you ungrateful child. Are you dismissing your master?" Luo Meinyang feigned wiping non-existent tears with a handkerchief. Su Ruojin hurriedly comforted third master. "The clinic will entail much rough work that could harm your delicate hands." Luo Meinyang glanced at her own fair hands and replied, "True. The earnings from your clinic may not even suffice to maintain my hands." Little Jean and Oppos. Will you still come to hear me play the piano once you open your clinic?" Fourth master and Shao looked at her with a hint of melancholy. "Rest assured, fourth master, I shall return to listen to your melodies whenever I can." Su Ruojin promised earnestly. Only time would tell if she would be free. And Shao brightened. "My little Jeaner is the most considerate. Unlike you 3 heartless ones, requesting to hear my music is akin to asking for your lives." Luo Meinyang rolled her eyes. "Your songs have worn my ears ragged. Another performance would surely make me ill. Others would pay handsomely for a chance to hear me play. I would not even deign to perform for free. You're merely taking advantage of me." And Shao retorted indignantly. "Fine, let others take advantage of you." Luo Meinyang waved her hand dismissively. And Shao opened his mouth to argue further. But Su Ruojin swiftly placed a piece of braised pork in his bowl. "Fourth master, do try the braised pork. Second master has cooked it deliciously today. Oh, little Jeaner treats me well." The following day, Su Ruojin traveled to the city in Brother Zhang's ox cart. To establish her clinic, she needed to find a suitable storefront. After bidding farewell to Brother Zhang, she began her search along the street. The inquiry conference at Juxian building continued, with many doctors gathered outside, waiting to present their medical credentials before entering. As Su Ruojin surveyed the scene and prepared to leave, a familiar voice called from behind. "Su Ruojin, did you come here anticipating our arrival at Juxian building? I must inform you, you are no longer the eldest daughter of the Lin family. No matter how you plead, it will not work." Turning around, Su Ruojin beheld a woman adorned in a rose-red embroidered satin gown, her hair adorned with an array of intricate hairpins. The disdainful expression on her face was unmistakable. It was none other than her former adoptive mother, Zhao Jiao, the wife of Lin Jizhou. Beside Zhao Jiao stood Lin Zhongshan, Lin Wanqing, and the physician Kai, accompanied by several attendants, creating a far more imposing presence than the previous day. As Zhao Jiao perceived the direction of Su Ruojin's gaze towards Lin Wanqing, she instinctively shielded her daughter and added defensively, "What do you intend to do with Wanqing? She is the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Should you dare harm her, I will not spare you." Fearing Su Ruojin and Appo's jealousy over Lin Wanqing and Appo's status as the Lin family's daughter, Zhao Jiao was determined to protect her child. These impoverished souls are ungrateful. They harbor dark hearts and seek to ruin what they cannot possess. As a mother, I shall safeguard Wanqing. I overheard Xiao Chui say she saw you disembarking from Noxcart. I understand your current circumstances are not what they once were. But one must recognize their own identity and not covet what does not belong to them, Zhao Jiao continued. Kai Fanzhou, observing the scene, inquired with some confusion, "Madame Lin, who is this?" Physician Kai, "She is merely a distant, impoverished relative who incessantly begs for money. No matter how much we give, she is never satisfied." Zhao Jiao hastily clarified. Just as Zhao Jiao intended to have Su Ruojin dismissed, Lin Wanqing stepped forward and took her hand, saying, "Mother, she is also a pitiful soul. Please give her some silver." Zhao Jiao gently patted Lin Wanqing's hand, sighing, "Qingya, you are far too kind. Some ingrates will never be satisfied, no matter how much you give them. Alas, since you have spoken, bring her 5 taels of silver, Zhang Mama." "Yes, madam." Zhang Mama rushed forward, retrieving a small pouch of silver and handing it to Su Ruojin with an expression of disdain. "Take this. It is a gift from our madam." Previously, she had given Su Ruojin 2 taels of silver at the Lin residence and Appo's entrance, which the girl had refused, turning instead to give it to a little beggar. Now, it seemed she had come back for more, as if she had deemed the previous amount insufficient. How shameless! Chapter 15. The little beggar Kai Fanzhou stroked his beard and remarked appreciatively, Indeed, Qing'er possesses a kind heart. A physician must have the compassion of a parent. To become a good healer, one must first cultivate empathy. This is the essence of a benevolent doctor. Qing'er has a bright future ahead. Beside him, Lin Jingshan could hardly contain his joy upon hearing the esteemed doctor praise his daughter. Kai Fanzhou held considerable renown in the community, and such public commendation would surely enhance Qing'er's reputation. When they later met the regent, it would undoubtedly garner his attention towards her. Lin Zhongshan understood well that, given his family's status, it was impossible for Qing and Appo's, or to become the regent and Appo's, as primary consort. However, even being a secondary wife would elevate the Lin family significantly. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. "It's all thanks to my master's guidance." "Ha ha! Lin Jizhou, you have raised a splendid daughter, well-educated and graceful. She is destined for great accomplishments." Kai Fanzhou laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Su Ruojin was completely overlooked, relegated to the background as a mere accessory to Lin Wanqing. Zhao Jiao no longer found Su Ruojin bothersome. Having given her 5 taels of silver in exchange for Qing'er's good name, she felt the money was well spent. Her tone softened as she added, "Take the money and leave. Your parents will be pleased, and life will be a little easier." Su Ruojin cast a cold glance at the silver pouch presented by Zhang Momo, but did not reach for it. Observing this, Lin Zhongshan seized the moment to urge, "Aren't you going to thank the lady? Take the money and leave quickly. You and T want to be blamed for disrupting the consultation." Upon hearing her lord's command, Zhang Momo hastily shoved the pouch into Su Ruojin's hands, muttering, "Take it, little beggar." "Little beggar?" Su Ruojin lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Momo's eyes, her expression tranquil, devoid of emotion, akin to a centuries-old frozen pond. Yet, that single glance instilled an inexplicable fear in Zhang Momo, sending a chill down her spine, compelling her to retreat without uttering another word. Why did this young girl evoke such trepidation in her? At that moment, a crowd had gathered, and those unaware of the situation deemed 5 taels of silver a substantial sum, with many praising the kindness of the Jizhou lady. "The Jizhou lady has such a good heart. I have a persistent and troublesome poor relative at home. I feel as if I might be driven to madness. The Zhizhou young lady is beautiful and kind-hearted. Indeed, she is a scholar. I heard the Zhizhou young lady was lost in her youth and has only recently been found. A family that cultivates virtue will surely receive blessings. It must be heaven's assistance. Why isn't that young girl taken the money and left? Is she dissatisfied with the amount? How greedy for one so young. Zhao Jiao was desperate to sever ties with Su Ruojin, wishing to enhance Lin Wanqing's reputation. Su Ruojin gradually tightened her grip on the pouch of silver. Zhao Jiao, sensing this, sighed in relief. As long as the little vixen took the money and departed, her avaricious nature would be exposed, allowing Qing'er to bask in the glow of generosity. However, in the next moment, Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow and flung the pouch back at Zhao Jiao. Instinctively, Zhao Jiao raised her hand to shield herself from the incoming object, but alas, it struck her squarely on the face, leaving one side flushed with embarrassment. Feeling the sting of humiliation, she realized it was the pouch thrown by Su Ruojin, unleashing her pent-up disdain as she exclaimed, "How dare you hit me?" Su Ruojin, don't overstep your bounds. Qing'er was merely trying to assist you. You mustn't be so ungrateful. 5 taels is already generous. Her implication was clear. Su Ruojin's actions stemmed from dissatisfaction with the amount of silver. The onlookers now regarded Su Ruojin with increasing hostility, their whispers laden with accusations of her greed. Su Ruojin dusted off her hands as if she had touched something unsavory. Assist me? Lin madam, I harbor no interest in your Lin family. Spare yourself the self-aggrandizement. I merely happened to pass by and was bitten by a rabid dog. No, a pack of rabid dogs. Her gaze swept over the Lin family, her disdain palpable. Kai Fanzhou stood among them, and her scornful glance included him. When had he ever endured such indignity? Yet, recognizing this was a family matter, he refrained from speaking, lest he be labeled a rabid dog himself in Su Ruojin's narrative. A surge of frustration welled within him, yet he remained silent. Lin Jingshan, incensed, felt the urge to strike Su Ruojin, but restrained himself, mindful of his status and the watchful eyes around him. Lin Wanqing, perceiving that the situation was deteriorating to the detriment of her family, stepped forward and grasped Lin Jingshan's hand. "Father, Master, the Regent awaits us. We must enter." Her words instantly alleviated the tension, elevating the Lin family's status. To be awaited by the Regent was a tremendous honor. Kai Fanzhou understood Lin Wanqing's intent. A smile graced his features as he acknowledged her cleverness, contrasting sharply with the insolence of the girl before them. He turned to Lin Jingshan and suggested, "Lin Zhizhou, let us proceed. We should not allow irrelevant matters to hinder our important business." Kai Fanzhou was right. They should leave. Lin Jingshan and Zhao Jiao had heard that Lin Wanqing and Kai Fanzhou had waited all day yesterday without seeing the Regent and were concerned. Today, they had come together to lend Lin Wanqing support. After all, as the local official, he deserved some regard when the Regent was present. Truly, this was a case of a dog-biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor in Appos, as heart. Zhao Jiao shot Su Ruojin a venomous glare before turning to follow Zhang Momo into the Juxian building. Lin Wanqing assisted Kai Fanzhou as they moved forward, casually glancing at Su Ruojin without uttering a word. In her previous life, Lin Wanqing had stood at 155 centimeters and weighed 155 pounds, often feeling inferior. Now, reborn and growing, she marveled at her transformation into a graceful and beautiful young lady, something she had never dared to dream of in her past life. With such beauty and figure, combined with her status as the Zhizhou's legitimate daughter and the wisdom of the 21st century, she was confident she could secure a life of splendor. Yet, upon encountering Su Ruojin, she realized there was always someone more exceptional. This girl who had usurped her position as the Lin family's legitimate daughter for many years surpassed her in both beauty and figure. But what did it matter? Lin Wanqing understood that in this alternate dynasty, besides looks and form, lineage and education held greater significance. No matter how beautiful Su Ruojin was as a country girl, she could never compare to Lin Wanqing, the daughter of a fifth-grade official. Lin Wanqing shone like a radiant moon in the sky, while without the Lin family's protection. Su Ruojin was merely a wildflower by the roadside, easily crushed into the mud, reduced to a puddle of mire, not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath. Su Ruojin noticed Lin Wanqing's glance, which bore an air of superiority, as if she regarded Su Ruojin as mere dust. A deeper chill settled in her eyes. Lin Wanqing was indeed cunning. However, as long as Lin Wanqing did not provoke her, Su Ruojin had no desire to entangle herself with the Lin family. From now on, their paths would diverge. As Kai Fanzhou and the Lin family prepared to enter Ju Xian building, a sudden stir arose among the crowd. Chapter 16. The compassionate physician Kai, a woman clutching a child of 5 or 6, pushed her way through the crowd and fell to her knees before Kai Fanzhou without uttering a word. Kai the divine physician, I implore you, have mercy and save my son. I promise I will find a way to pay the consultation fee, she sobbed, her tears flowing as she bowed her head in desperation. Kai the divine physician regarded the woman with a hint of impatience. It was her again. The woman, known as Qin Yang, had lost her husband shortly after their son was born, leaving her to care for her son and mother-in-law alone. Her son had become her sole beacon of hope. Recently, the child had fallen ill, his body swollen, his abdomen distended, and his complexion a sickly yellow, constantly crying out in pain. The sight of her son's suffering drove Qin Yang to desperation. She sought help from the village doctor, who prescribed some digestives. But after several days, there was no sign of improvement. In her anguish, she brought her son to Jiren Hall, hoping to seek treatment from Kai the divine physician. To her dismay, the consultation fee was an exorbitant 50 taels of silver, a sum far beyond her means, compelling her to settle for a common doctor at the hall. This doctor, too, prescribed similar remedies, yet they yielded no results. After days of futile attempts, her child was now on the brink of death. Despite her repeated pleas to Kai Fanzhou for assistance, her lack of funds led to her being dismissed time and again. Yesterday, she overheard villagers mention that Kai the divine physician would be attending a consultation event at Jushin Tower. Early this morning, she rushed there with her son in hopes of encountering him, believing fervently that he, renowned for his benevolence, would not turn a blind eye to her child's plight. In the glaring eyes of the assembled crowd, Kai Fanzhou could not openly dismiss her without jeopardizing his reputation. He discreetly signaled Lin Wanqing, understanding his intent. She hurried over to assist Qin Yang, gently wiping her tears with a handkerchief and speaking softly, "My dear lady, please rise. Your child is unwell, and my master will not ignore his condition. Let's speak privately for a moment, shall we?" Caught off guard by Lin Wanqing's gentle demeanor, Qin Yang momentarily fell silent, allowing herself to be led aside. However, she expected Kai the divine physician to come and attend to her son, only to realize that after being pulled aside, he had no intention of approaching her, instead striding directly towards Jushin Tower. Frantic, Qin Yang clutched her son and attempted to rush forward, but was restrained by 2 of the Lin family's maidservants. Lin Wanqing consoled her, "Please, my lady, my master has important patients to attend to today. Do not be anxious. Wait here for a moment, and he will see to your son after finishing his duties." This only intensified Qin Yang's anxiety, for she had heard similar reassurances countless times at Jiren Hall. Initially, she had trusted them, sitting quietly in a corner waiting, but after hours of waiting until nightfall, she was told that Kai had gone out to see patients and had yet to return. After causing a scene, she was unceremoniously thrown out. It was then that she realized her lack of funds meant she would never see Kai the divine physician. With her son's condition deteriorating and his abdomen swelling further, Qin Yang felt utterly hopeless, leading her to confront Kai Fanzhou without regard for the consequences. Now, she had no faith left in Lin Wanqing's words and cried out, "Kai the divine physician, I beseech you to save my son. If you refuse to treat him today, I shall take my own life here." With that, she broke free from the maidservant's grip and charged toward a nearby tree. "Stop her!" Lin Wanqing shouted in alarm. The maidservants rushed forward to seize Qin Yang once more. Despite her burden, her speed was hampered, and she was held firmly, prompting her to wail in despair. As her cries grew louder, more people gathered around to witness the scene, murmuring amongst themselves, "This woman looks utterly pitiful. Why won't Kai the divine physician help her? Look at that poor child. With such a swollen belly, it's clearly abnormal. I've heard that Kai the divine physician has a kind heart and cannot bear to see the suffering of the impoverished. Surely he will lend assistance. You know nothing. The regent is waiting inside Jushin Tower. Kai the divine physician cannot afford to delay. A brief examination wound and oppose. T take much time. Arin and oppose. T physicians supposed to embody compassion? That child looks so wretched. How can he ignore such suffering? As the whispers crescendoed, Kai Fanzhou slowed his pace, his expression darkening. If he turned a blind eye to the child and entered Jushin Tower, how would the common folk of Yinyang perceive him? His hard-earned reputation could very well be tarnished. Yet, he was unwilling to extend his hand to treat this lowly individual. His talents were reserved for the powerful and affluent, unworthy of the likes of her. At that moment, Kai Fanzhou spotted an individual in the crowd, a smile creeping onto his face as he made his way toward Qin Yang. Seeing him approach, her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly presented her child. Kai the divine physician, please help me. My son's abdomen. Kai Fanzhou raised a hand to interrupt her, casting a glance at the child, carefully masking his disdain. He sighed, my dear lady, it is not that I refuse to treat your child, but the regent is awaiting my presence. If I delay, I would have much to answer for. How about this? I will have my esteemed disciple examine your son. His skills are on par with mine, and I shall not charge you for this consultation. What do you think? Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, she yearned for Kai the divine physician himself to treat her son, yet she could hardly dismiss the urgency of the regent's business. The regent was a figure of immense authority, one she could scarcely fathom. The crowd erupted in murmurs at Kai Fanzhou and Oppo's words. Kai the divine physician truly embodies compassion. He not only offers his disciple services, but does so free of charge. What a noble man. Before Qin Yang could respond, Kai Fanzhou called out, Yunin, come here. A man stepped forward from the crowd. Ruojin smirked, recognizing him. Ah, it's none other than Dr. Ma Yunin. Ma Yunin had spent the previous day trying every means to rise from the ground, but to no avail. To save face, he had to pay the innkeeper to carry him to a room, where he propped himself up with cushions beneath his knees, making it more comfortable to kneel. He had endured 2 hours of this position before his legs began to loosen, and even now, his knees throbbed with lingering pain. Today, with nothing pressing to attend to, he had come to Jushin Tower for some amusement, only to witness the Lin family humiliate Ruojin, which had provided him with some satisfaction. Yet, he had not anticipated being summoned by his master to treat Qin Yang's child, although he had not personally diagnosed the child's ailment. He had heard others in the clinic discuss it, noting it was merely a case of childhood indigestion. Previously, he would have disregarded such a lowly person, but now, being called upon by his master filled him with excitement. Childhood indigestion was a trivial matter for him, easily manageable. In this public setting, the chance to demonstrate his medical skills and achieve success would undoubtedly elevate his reputation. Perhaps even the regent would take notice and seek his expertise for the young heir. In that fleeting moment, Ma Yunin envisioned a bright future, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. Chapter 17. You can only choose one. Ma Yunin hastened to bow respectfully before Kai Fanzhou, addressing him as master. Yunin, I am preoccupied with pressing matters. Please attend to this child's treatment on my behalf. All expenses will be borne by Jiren Hall, Kai Fanzhou instructed. Yes, master, Ma Yunin replied, bowing once more in deference. Kai Fanzhou kindly addressed Qin Yang, saying, Madam, allow my young disciple to examine your child. Rest assured, his medical skills are well regarded in our clinic. At this moment, Kai Fanzhou entirely disregarded the fact that just recently, Ma Yunin had nearly caused a patient's demise with his reckless prescription, an incident that had compelled him to halt Yunin's practice. As long as the immediate situation was managed, he could later claim that the child had arrived too late for treatment if anything untoward occurred. Lin Wanqing interjected at an opportune moment, You need not worry, my senior brother is quite skilled in medicine. Following her words, she gently patted Qin Yang's hand to reassure her. Qin Yang appeared momentarily bewildered. She had sought out the renowned Dr. Kai for assistance, yet now she was being referred to another. However, she was not one to overlook kindness, and although she was unaware of Mayun and Apos, as true medical prowess, she felt a measure of relief upon learning he was a direct disciple of Dr. Kai, with the assurance that her child would be treated at no cost. Her gratitude towards Jiren Hall deepened, dispelling her previous misconceptions that they were solely motivated by profit. "Thank you, Dr. Kai, and I appreciate your efforts, Dr. Ma," Qin Yang said, slightly bowing while cradling her child. "Qing'er, let us proceed." "Yes, Master." Lin Wanqing obediently followed Kai Fanzhou into the Juxian building. Zhao Jiao cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yang and her child, whispering to Zhang Mama, "When we enter, ensure you prepare a basin of water for the young lady to cleanse her hands. She does not seem to mind the filth of touching such commoners. Who knows what ailments they might carry? That child appears quite peculiar. What if he infects our young lady?" "Yes, madam," Zhang Mama replied. "Do not blame the young lady. Her heart is kind. Alas, it is indeed Qing'er's benevolence that prevails. Kind-hearted individuals are destined for blessings. Our Qing'er's fortune lies ahead," Zhao Jiao mused, feeling somewhat appeased by Zhang Mama's words. Once Kai Fanzhou entered the Juxian building, Ma Yunin approached Qin Yang. He could have directed the mother and child to Jiren Hall for treatment, where the conditions were certainly superior to the chilly street. Yet, Ma Yunin was unwilling to relinquish such an excellent opportunity to showcase his medical skills publicly. If he were to save the child, the citizens of Anyang would surely commend him for his exceptional abilities. "I will first take the child and amp. Apos, S pulse, Ma Yunin amp, Apos," and declared, producing a handkerchief to cover the child's wrist. He placed 2 fingers gently upon it, closing his eyes in concentrated focus. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and stated, "Madam, your child is indeed suffering from excessive indigestion. I will prescribe a remedy to alleviate his gastrointestinal distress." Qin Yang was taken aback by his diagnosis. Yet another physician had attributed her son's illness to indigestion, despite her having administered numerous digestive remedies with no improvement. Lacking medical knowledge, she felt certain her son's ailment was not merely indigestion, but could find no words to articulate her doubt. With trepidation, she ventured, "Doctor, might you take another look? Several physicians have declared it indigestion, yet after so many treatments, there has been no effect. Could it possibly be something else?" Ma Yunin's expression darkened at her challenge. How dare this peasant woman question his expertise? His tone turned sharp. "Am I the physician, or are you? If you do not trust the doctor, why seek my master's help? I have studied medicine under him for many years. I am quite capable of diagnosing a common ailment like indigestion." In that moment, Ma Yunin completely forgot that he had misdiagnosed a patient just the day prior. Qin Yang felt her eyes welling with tears and desperation. "Doctor, I do not mean to imply disrespect, but if it is indigestion, why has there been no improvement after all this time? Could you please take another look?" Her persistent inquiries struck a nerve, prompting Ma Yunin to huff and display an attitude of dismissal. "I am offering you free treatment, and if you do not believe me, then so be it. You need not come to Jiren Hall for medicine. Seek out whichever physician you prefer." Although he turned his back to her, he did not leave, waiting for her to plead with him. Tasked by his master to attend to her child, he felt compelled to fulfill this obligation. Qin Yang, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, wondering how she could resolve this predicament. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Dr. Ma, you misdiagnosed an elderly gentleman yesterday. How can you dare to treat patients again today? Are you not concerned about the potential consequences?" Upon hearing this voice, Ma Yunin trembled. He had forgotten about the little harbinger of misfortune, Ruojin, who always seemed to bring him trouble. Yet, he could neither flee nor concede. He had to maintain his composure. This time, however, he was confident in his assessment that the child was indeed suffering from indigestion. Turning to Ruojin, he retorted angrily, "What do you know, young lady? Can I possibly misdiagnose such a simple condition as indigestion in a child? Speak carelessly again, and I shall report you for causing a disturbance." Ruojin stepped forth from the crowd, approaching Qin Yang and ignoring Ma Yunin, instead directing her attention to the child in her arms. "May I examine the child?" Qin Yang, taken aback by the beauty of this girl who resembled a fairy, instinctively asked, "Are you also a doctor?" "Indeed, I possess a medical certificate," Ruojin replied, producing her credentials for Qin Yang to see. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Su Ruojin and exclaimed, "Madam, you should certainly allow this young doctor to examine your child. She saved an elderly man who suffered a sudden heart ailment just yesterday." "Yes, it is true. I was at Wanhua Tower yesterday, and despite her youth, her medical expertise is remarkable," another voice chimed in. The woman who had inquired about Su Ruojin's clinic the previous day also spoke up, asserting that doctor Ma made an error yesterday. Ma Yunan's expression shifted from pale to flushed with anger. The events of the previous day were deeply embarrassing to him. He bellowed at Qin Yang, "Let me make this clear. You can only choose one between her and me. If you allow her to treat your child, you will not receive any medicine from Jiren Hall today, and you shall never set foot in our establishment again. Choose wisely, her or Jiren Hall." A nameless girl, who had appeared from nowhere, could not possibly rival the esteemed Jiren Hall. Qin Yang found herself ensnared in a dilemma, though her heart inclined towards the young doctor. Believing that a second opinion might yield a new treatment, she was acutely aware of Jiren Hall's esteemed reputation. If she chose the girl, would she be barred from seeking help there in the future should her child fall ill? Chapter 18. The redworm disease. Su Ruojin refrained from urging Qin Yin and observed how she would choose. If Qin Yin truly decided on Jiren Hall and did not wish for her to treat the child, she would respect that choice. Sometimes, a person's fate is determined by their own decisions, beyond the interference of others. Moreover, when it comes to medical treatment, if a patient resists and refuses to cooperate, even the most skilled doctor would find it impossible to provide care. Noticing Qin Yin's hesitation, the older sister grew anxious, squeezing through the crowd to stand beside her. "Sister, heed my words. This young lady possesses medical skills far superior to that of Dr. Ma. Please, let her examine the child without delay. We cannot afford to waste time on his illness." Ma Yuanin scoffed. "I suggest you remain cautious. Who knows if they might be in cahoots? Be wary of being deceived." Upon hearing herself labeled a fraud, the older sister was incensed. She knew that the young girl had mentioned opening a medical clinic soon, implying that she would never return to Jiren Hall for treatment and would not fear offending this quack doctor. With hands on her hips, the older sister retorted, "Who are you calling a fraud? Dr. Ma, yesterday you hesitated to assist the elderly man suffering from heart disease. Where is your medical ethics? Later, when this young lady intervened, you claimed she misdiagnosed. It was you who erred. How dare you accuse me of being a fraud?" At this point, the older sister raised her voice, calling out, Come everyone. Look here. This doctor from Jiren Hall is the one who was punished to kneel at Wanhua Tower for misdiagnosing." Ma Yuanin's face darkened beyond mere annoyance. He wished he could kick this loudmouthed woman far away. Shaking with rage, he pointed at her. You shameless woman, spouting nonsense and causing a ruckus. I will report you to the authorities for tarnishing my reputation." The older sister shot him a disdainful glance. "You claim to be a disciple of divine Dr. Kai. If I were divine Dr. Kai, I would have already expelled you for ruining the reputation of our sect." Su Ruojin silently admired the older sister, mentally noting her appearance. Once her clinic opened, she vowed to offer the older sister a generous discount, perhaps a lifetime discount. At that moment, Taiju emerged from the crowd and approached Su Ruojin, bowing deeply. "Little divine doctor, thank you. My grandfather took your medicine and feels much better. He said he has never felt so relieved in years and insisted I find you to express his gratitude in person." Having searched the streets for quite some time to locate Su Ruojin, Taiju presented her with a piece of cured meat, his face tinged with embarrassment. "Little divine doctor, I apologize for the lack of funds at home. This is homemade cured meat. I hope you find it unworthy. In this era, ordinary folk seldom enjoyed meat, making this piece of cured meat a prized possession for Taiju and Appos as family." Su Ruojin, understanding the situation, refused to accept it, but the young man insisted on placing it in her hands before scurrying away, his cheeks flushed. Looking at the cured meat in her hand, Su Ruojin smiled warmly. The simplicity of the common people in this age was endearing. A small act of kindness was remembered tenfold, and they offered their most cherished possessions in return. Inspired by this, Su Ruojin became even more determined to establish a clinic in Yinyang where everyone could receive proper medical care without prejudice. Distracted by this commotion, Qin Yin regained her senses and glanced at her son, whose abdomen was distended and who was too weak to speak. Gritting her teeth, she fell to her knees before Su Ruojin. "Doctor, I implore you to save my son." Su Ruojin quickly helped her to her feet, refraining from idle chatter, and immediately checked the child and Appo's pulse. Ma Yuan and Appo's, and, witnessing Qin Yin and Appo's choice of Su Ruojin, felt his pride wounded and grumbled in frustration. "I shall see what she can discern. If she fails to treat him, do not expect any further assistance from Jianhao." With newfound confidence, Ma Yuan believed he had the upper hand, as several newly graduated doctors in the clinic had already diagnosed the child with food stagnation. He could not fathom that this young girl might discover anything different. As Su Ruojin carefully examined the pulse, her brow slightly furrowed. After a moment, she inquired, "Has the child consumed any raw food from rivers or ponds?" "Raw food from rivers or ponds." Qin Yin momentarily faltered. Village children often picked up anything edible from the mountains or rivers without hesitation. However, she recalled uncertainly, "Does water chestnut count? Our village has them in the rice fields and ponds. Recently, my son often went with the other village children to gather water chestnuts." For the village children, water chestnuts were considered the best fruit due to the scarcity of other food options. "Water chestnuts? That is indeed relevant," Su Ruojin affirmed. Retracting her hand, she stated, "He does not have food stagnation. Rather, he has contracted redworm disease." Redworm disease, known by this name in this era, was referred to as ginger sliceworm disease in Su Ruojin's previous life. The larvae of the red worm typically inhabit water. If a child mistakenly ingests aquatic plants harboring these larvae, they would parasitize the small intestine, leading to symptoms such as abdominal distension, digestive issues, and emaciation. What is redworm disease? Qin Yin could not suppress her curiosity. The onlookers also stared intently at Su Ruojin, eager to hear her explanation. In simple terms, it is an affliction caused by your child consuming water chestnuts contaminated with redworm larvae, leading to the resultant ailment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin and Appo's face paled. "What should I do? Will my son die?" The thought of worms in her child and Appo's belly was terrifying. Ma Yuan and Appo's, and hearing of this disease for the first time, scoffed. "Young lady, if you cannot diagnose properly, just admit it. No one will blame you, but spreading falsehoods can be fatal." In truth, the human body possesses an innate immune response. If the child were older and had a stronger constitution, consuming a small amount of redworm larvae might not lead to severe symptoms, and the condition would resolve over time. However, given the child's young age and likely greater consumption, the illness had intensified. Su Ruojin glanced at Ma Yuan and, coolly remarking, "If you lack medical skill, learn to keep your mouth shut, quack." This was the second time she had called him a quack. The first time had been at Wangyue Tower, where the crowd had been significantly smaller. Now, the onlookers were several times more numerous. Ma Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment and in a fit of rage. He raised his hand to strike Su Ruojin, only to be intercepted by the older sister. "What's this? You wish to strike someone? Come, face me." Though she was a woman, the older sister was taller and broader than Ma Yuan, who dared not raise a hand against her. He begrudgingly withdrew his hand, muttering, "Only women and scoundrels are difficult to deal with." Chapter 19. Tranquil waters and clear rivers. Observing the anxious expression of Qinnong, Su Ruojin consoled her, "Do not worry. I shall administer a few acupuncture needles and prescribe some medicine for a few days, and he will be well again. He may feel somewhat weak afterward, but with proper rest, he will recover." With that, she procured 2 long benches from a nearby tavern, laid the child upon them, and unfurled her needle pouch, retrieving silver needles to begin her treatment. Watching the young girl skillfully administer the needles, Qinnong felt a substantial sense of reassurance. This was the first time a physician had articulated her child and Appo's unique ailment, although she did not fully comprehend the medical terms. Qinnong sensed that this young healer spoke the truth. After all, why had the doctors who attributed his condition to indigestion been unable to cure her son? In her desperation to alleviate his suffering, she had even sold their only cow. Once Su Ruojin removed the last silver needle from the child's body, the previously weak and closed-eyed boy opened his eyes and declared, "Mother, I need to relieve myself." "What? Oh dear, yes, come. Let us find a restroom," Qinnong exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. The child had not eaten or relieved himself for days, and she had feared he might fall ill from holding it in. At that moment, the child passed gas, causing those nearby to scatter, waving their hands to dispel the unpleasant odor. Chinong's face flushed slightly. I apologize. The child hasn't relieved himself in days. I shall take him to the restroom immediately. With that, she hurriedly carried her child away in search of a lavatory. Meanwhile, Ruojin entered a nearby bookstore, seeking to purchase paper and ink. She settled down to write a prescription. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle halo around the young girl as she diligently penned the prescription, piquing the curiosity of the bookstore owner, Du Yusher. Though he refrained from directly observing her writing, he could not resist feigning a casual stroll past her, stealing a glance. At that moment, Du Yusher gasped in astonishment. The young girl's calligraphy flowed with such grace and vigor, rivaling the fine works he had for sale in his shop. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such exquisite writing could originate from a girl of her age. He pondered whether she would consent to create a few pieces for sale in his store. With his extensive experience in selling calligraphy, he was certain her work would be highly sought after. As Du Yusher hesitated on how to broach the subject with her, Ruojin concluded her writing and prepared to depart. He swiftly approached her, bowing slightly. Esteemed young lady, I am Du Yusher, the proprietor of this bookstore. I happened to glimpse your remarkable writing just now and was utterly captivated. Might I request that you create a few pieces for sale in my establishment? Based on my experience, I am confident they would sell splendidly. We could split the profits. Oh no, let us make it a more favorable arrangement for you. I shall take 40%, and you shall receive 60. What say you? Du Yusher extended the coins in his hand towards Ruojin. This is the payment for the paper and ink you just purchased. Ruojin glanced at the coins, but did not accept them, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. For 10 years, she had been coerced by Grandfather Xiao into practicing her calligraphy, often seeking ways to evade the task. She had no clear sense of her own proficiency. Each time she submitted her practice to Grandfather Xiao for evaluation, she faced a barrage of criticism, being told her writing was inadequate and ordered to practice 100 more times. She had always believed her skills had only improved marginally compared to her previous life, never imagining that they had progressed to the point where a bookstore owner might wish to sell her work. Are you truly interested in selling my writing? Ruojin asked, still in disbelief. Indeed, young lady. What do you think? It would provide you with some additional income, Du Yusher replied, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ruojin turned her gaze to the various calligraphic works displayed in the bookstore. Each piece, regardless of style, paled in comparison to Grandfather Zhao's exquisite calligraphy. I appreciate your kindness, but I humbly consider my writing to be rather ordinary and would prefer not to embarrass myself, Ruojin politely declined. The thought of Grandfather Zhao's inevitable wrath should he discover her attempt to sell her work sent a chill down her spine. Du Yusher, though disappointed, maintained his composure. In that case, I shall not press the matter. However, may I make a modest request? Would you be willing to inscribe a piece for my collection? Rest assured, I shall not sell it. It will be solely for my personal enjoyment. Name your price, and I shall not bargain. A lover of calligraphy, Du Yusher had dedicated his life to the trade, establishing this bookstore in Yinyang City. Today, having witnessed Ruojin's talent, he felt that not acquiring a piece for his collection would be a lifelong regret. Seeing the sincerity and longing in Du Yusher's eyes, Ruojin considered for a moment. Very well, just one piece. Ah, splendid. One will suffice, Du Yusher exclaimed, eagerly retrieving the finest paper, ink, and brush from his store, assuming the role of an assistant to ensure Ruojin had everything she needed to write. Standing before the writing desk, Ruojin pondered briefly before taking up the brush and inscribing the 4 characters, tranquil waters and clear rivers. Though these characters were not traditionally suited for a study, the moment she grasped the brush, she inadvertently recalled the inscription that adorned Grandfather Zhao's study. Throughout her childhood, she had practiced her writing using his calligraphy as a model, occasionally attempting to emulate the works of other renowned calligraphers. Thus, when it came time for her to write, she instinctively followed Grandfather Zhao's style. Du Yusher regarded the 4 characters with thoughtful contemplation. He had expected the girl to inscribe phrases such as "great virtue carries all" or "heaven rewards diligence," never anticipating she would choose tranquil waters and clear rivers. Remarkable. I had no idea such a young lady possessed such grand aspirations. I am truly impressed. If you would not mind, I will be delighted to have you visit my bookstore more often, Ruojin expressed graciously. You are too kind, du boss. Ruojin replied politely. Ruojin carefully tucked away the inscription. At that moment, he was unaware of the significance this piece would hold for him. Nor could he foresee that it would become a treasured heirloom of the Du family, passed down through generations. It was not merely an inscription. It chronicled a legend, a tale for another time. After securing the calligraphy, Ruojin produced a silver pouch and handed it to her. My dear lady, this contains 100 taels of silver as a token of appreciation for your work. I hope you do not find it unworthy. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Ruojin. Du boss, you need not provide a fee. Consider it a gesture of friendship. However, I do wish to inquire about something, Ruojin said. Ruojin, a name as exquisite as the blooming forest. Pray tell, what is it you wish to know? I shall share all that I can, Ruojin replied eagerly. I presume that as the proprietor of this bookstore, you are well acquainted with the local area. I seek to establish a clinic and wonder if you know of any suitable premises for rent or sale. Chapter 20. Renting a shop. Ruojin contemplated that Ruojin, having operated his bookstore for many years, surely possessed an extensive network. If he could introduce her to a shop, it would be far more beneficial than aimlessly wandering without purpose. Upon hearing this, Ruojin's eyes lit up. Miss Su. What a coincidence. My ancestors left behind 2 shops. One I currently use for the bookstore, and the other is a 3-story street-facing shop that is presently vacant. However, I must mention that the location is not as prime as my bookstore and is somewhat off the beaten path. I wonder if that would be a concern for you. Miss Su. Ruojin was delighted to hear this. A 3-story shop would be perfect for establishing a clinic, storing medicinal materials on the 3rd floor, setting up an acupuncture room on the 2nd, and conducting consultations on the ground floor. A slightly less desirable location was of no consequence, as a clinic dedicated to healing. As long as her medical skills were commendable, patients would seek her out, regardless of distance. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Boss Du, however. I have a matter to attend to at the moment. Would you mind showing me the shop later? Of course, no problem. Just come by once you're done, and I will take you to see the shop whenever you're ready. Du replied readily, as the bookstore had few customers and a young assistant to help manage things. After leaving the bookstore, Ruojin headed back to where she had been earlier to deliver a prescription to Qin. From a distance, she spotted Qin eagerly watching her, holding her son by the hand. Upon seeing Ruojin approach, Qin pulled her son close and said, "Quickly kneel and thank the little divine doctor. She saved your life." The young boy, confused yet obedient to his mother, immediately knelt and bowed to Ruojin. She quickly helped him up, noticing that his abdomen had visibly deflated. She took his pulse again and found it much steadier. Ruojin handed the freshly written prescription to Qin. His pulse has stabilized. Please prepare 3 doses of medicine according to this prescription, brewing each dose from 3 bowls of water down to 1. Administer it 3 times a day, and after the 3 doses, he should recover fully. Thank you, divine doctor. If it weren't and oppose, tea for you, my son might. Qin replied, her voice trembling with emotion as she accepted the prescription. With her son so gravely ill, the villagers had begun to whisper, accusing her of being a harbinger of death to her husband and now to her child. Even her once supportive mother-in-law had started to look at her with suspicion. Qin had even contemplated that if her son truly had no hope, she would follow him into the afterlife. Earlier, when she had taken her son to the outhouse, she was horrified to discover he had expelled numerous worms. No wonder his abdomen had been so distended. Those who witnessed her son's previous precarious state now saw his remarkable improvement after just 1 visit to the outhouse, leading them to trust Ruojin and Appo's medical expertise even more. This young lady is truly remarkable. With just a few needles, she brought the child back to life. I dare say she surpasses the doctor at Jernhall. At that moment, a woman approached and inquired, "Little divine doctor, when will your clinic open?" "You must hurry. I will be your first customer." Su Ruojin chuckled softly. My dear lady, a clinic is hardly a place of pleasure. I would rather you never need to visit one throughout your life. The woman waved her hand dismissively. Everyone eats grains. It's inevitable to have a headache or fever now and then. If not, I can always buy some tonics. Regardless, I will certainly come when you open. Very well. I will expedite things. When you do come, I shall offer you complimentary acupuncture to help balance your health. Su Ruojin replied with a smile. Oh, that would be splendid. I can hardly wait. The woman exclaimed joyfully. The surrounding crowd chimed in. Little divine doctor, we will also come. Indeed, all are welcome. Su Ruojin responded warmly. Meanwhile, Ma Yunin, who had witnessed Qin Yang return with her son, looking significantly better, understood that this time the young lady had indeed proven her worth. Upon hearing Qin Yang's revelation about the worms, he knew he could not linger any longer, fearing he might inexplicably find himself kneeling for hours again. Doing so in public would be utterly humiliating, and he feared his master would expel him from the apprenticeship. Su Ruojin soon noticed Ma Yun's absence and chuckled to herself. She found the presence of such a petty individual hardly worth her concern, but she hoped to never encounter him again should he continue misdiagnosing and causing harm. Qin Yang, suddenly remembering something, lowered her head shyly and asked, Little divine doctor, what is your fee? I currently have only 1 tael of silver, which surely isn't enough. But please rest assured, no matter how much it is, I will find a way to pay you. The expenses for my son's treatment have nearly exhausted our funds. She felt quite guilty. After all, the little divine doctor had saved her son and Appo's life, yet she could not provide the payment. Su Ruojin waved her hand dismissively. It and Appo's not a severe ailment. I have yet to even open my clinic, so there will be no fee. The ingredients in this prescription are quite common. 1 tael of silver is sufficient to heal your child. Please take him home, and remember to wash anything he consumes thoroughly. Qin Yang eagerly agreed, attempting to kneel in gratitude, but Su Ruojin firmly held her up. After expressing her heartfelt thanks, she departed with her child. As the situation concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed, yet they continued to discuss the sudden emergence of this little divine doctor. Among them, a middle-aged man observed the scene before turning to leave. After addressing the matters concerning Qin Yang, Su Ruojin returned to Du Yu's bookstore. Du Yu instructed his assistant to keep an eye on the business while he escorted Su Ruojin to the shop. The shop was located at the end of the street, indeed somewhat out of the way. However, to Su Ruojin's delight, it was larger than she had anticipated. For a clinic, ample space was essential, and this shop provided just that. Moreover, it featured a backyard with a 2-story building containing 8 rooms, alongside a separate storage room and a spacious courtyard. This arrangement meant she would not need to rent additional living quarters. She could reside in the backyard of the clinic, eventually bringing her grandmother to live with her. The courtyard could even be utilized for growing medicinal herbs, far exceeding her expectations. Su Ruojin decisively stated, Boss Du, I will rent this shop. May I inquire about the rent? While the location was somewhat off the main thoroughfare, the shop was still on a main street and rather spacious. Typically, such a shop would command an annual rent of no less than 300 taels of silver. However, since Su Ruojin had just inscribed a couplet for him without charge, Do you remember this kindness and replied, Miss Su, the rent is 200 taels of silver per year, payable at the end of the year, once annually. Do you, considering that the young lady would need to invest significantly in her clinic startup, intentionally set the payment timeline for the end of the year, essentially allowing her to use the shop rent-free for a year until she could generate income. Su Ruojin had previously researched rental prices in Yinyang City, and it was clear that DU's offer was well below market value, with the added convenience of deferred payment. She was not short on funds and even entertained the thought of purchasing the shop outright, yet she deemed it prudent to wait until the clinic was operational. Without hesitation, she signed a contract with Du Yu, securing the shop. However, she would always remember this act of kindness and hope to repay it in the future. Chapter 21. Mistaken Identity. Lin Zhengshan and Kai Fan Zhou, accompanied by several others, entered the Juxian building with great fanfare. The first floor was still bustling with many individuals queuing for the initial round of testing. Upon noticing them, Butler Zhang approached and bowed. Governor Lin, Divine Dr. Kai has arrived. Butler Zhang, the seasoned steward of the Regency Prince's residence, had watched the prince grow up within the palace and even in the capital. Few dared to underestimate him. It is often said that even minor officials must bow before the ministers, much less in the presence of the Regency Prince. Having served as an official for many years, Lin Jingshan was well-versed in the intricacies of such social hierarchies, and he respectfully returned the gesture, a hint of pride gracing his features. Just yesterday, Kai Fanzhou had brought Qing and Damp, Oppos, and not only did the Regency Prince not greet them, but even Butler Zhang had not shown his face. Today, however, with his presence, Butler Zhang had come out to welcome them, which required Lin to make an appearance. Kai Fanzhou offered a slight bow, his expression serene and inscrutable, exuding the demeanor of a reclusive sage, detached from worldly accolades. Butler Zhang was unfazed by this. If Kai Fanzhou truly was the legendary healer capable of curing the young master's ailment, he would gladly serve him. Lin Wanqing stepped forward and slightly bent her knee in greeting. "May you have longevity, Butler Zhang." Butler Zhang cast a curious glance at the lovely young lady before him. "And who might this be?" Lin Jingshan hurriedly introduced. "This is my youngest daughter, Lin Wanqing. She has now become a disciple of divine Dr. Kai to study medicine." Butler Zhang smiled gently. "Governor Lin is indeed fortunate. Miss Lin possesses an elegant demeanor and a wise heart, destined for great accomplishments in the future." Hearing such praise from someone as esteemed as Butler Zhang, Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed with modesty. "Butler Zhang, you flatter me." She had already inquired and learned that Butler Zhang was a figure of respect even to the Regency Prince. And if he praised her, surely the prince would recognize her as well. With this thought, her anticipation to meet the great warrior of the Dazhou Kingdom grew even stronger. "Please, this way. Young Master Mu is already waiting for divine Dr. Kai." Butler Zhang gestured invitingly. At this, Lin Jingshan was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't he, the Regency Prince, be awaiting them instead? Yet he dared not show any displeasure on his face and followed Butler Zhang upstairs. Upon reaching the door of the private room, Butler Zhang opened the door, but as Lin Jingshan was about to enter, he was stopped. "Governor Lin, the prince has instructed that only physicians may enter this chamber. Perhaps you and Madame Lin could rest in the adjacent room, where tea and snacks have been prepared." Lin Jingshan felt a twinge of irritation. As the governor of Yinyang, it was quite vexing that there were places he could not enter. Yet, given the stature of the Regency Prince, he dared not voice his grievances. Thus, he and Zhao Jiao retreated to the adjacent room, while Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing proceeded into the private chamber. Upon entering, both Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing were taken aback by the unexpected scene before them. The room was filled with an array of cotton candy, and a young man was crouching before a 5- or 6-year-old boy, holding a rabbit-shaped cotton candy. Beside them stood an elderly man, nearly completely gray, whose anxious eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene. The young man appeared to be attempting to cheer the boy, yet the boy merely stared blankly ahead, unresponsive. Observing this, Mu Jingshan seemed somewhat disheartened, muttering to himself, "This doesn't seem to work. Is my approach incorrect?" He tore off a piece of cotton candy and popped it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. "It doesn't taste strange. It's just regular cotton candy. What could possibly be wrong?" Mu Jingshan had been treating the young master for years with little improvement. The idea that something as simple as cotton candy could instigate change was both perplexing and intriguing to him. He was determined to uncover the reason behind it, even if it seemed somewhat implausible. After all, in the world, seemingly insignificant things could sometimes hold the key to significant problems. Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, both reflecting their shared bewilderment. The young man remained oblivious to their presence, lost in his own thoughts. Kai Fanzhou cleared his throat and approached the elderly man. Respectfully bowing, "I am honored to meet you, Physician Mu." Mu Jingshan, the physician of the Regency Prince's residence, had studied under the ghost doctor, a renowned figure in the medical field. His reputation was such that even the imperial court had sought to enlist him in the imperial hospital, but he had declined, preferring the freedom of his current position. Despite being a mere household physician, his lineage as a disciple of the ghost doctor commanded respect, and even court physicians would occasionally seek his counsel. Regardless of his lofty reputation, Kai Fanzhou felt a certain humility in Mu Jingshan's presence. Not only because of the princess backing, but also due to the respect due to the elder teacher. Though Mu Jingshan was older, Kai Fanzhou took a quiet pride in his own skills, knowing that age and lineage did not always equate to superiority in ability. However, when Mu Jingshan noticed Kai Fanzhou bowing, a look of surprise crossed his face, and he quickly stepped aside, pointing to the young man. No, you have mistaken me. This is the true physician Mu. Now it was Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing's turn to be astonished. Rumors spoke of physician Mu's exceptional skills, yet none had mentioned that he was so youthful. The common perception held that skilled healers were typically elderly sages. Yet this young man appeared barely old enough to have grown a full beard, let alone possess any medical expertise. Unperturbed by their astonishment, Mu Jingshan waved them over. Come, take a look at what is special about this cotton candy. At this invitation, Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing felt even more bewildered, but they approached the mound of cotton candy, scrutinizing it closely. Regardless of their observations, they could only conclude that it was the same ordinary cotton candy sold in markets, lacking anything extraordinary. The only notable detail was that one ear of the rabbit cotton candy was blue while the other was red, which was somewhat peculiar. Physician Mu, Kai Fanzhou began, but was interrupted by Mu Jingshan. Please, do not call me a divine physician. I cannot even discern what is special about this cotton candy. I am unworthy of such a title. Kai Fanzhou paused, then opted for a different form of address. Young Master Mu, while this cotton candy may appear ordinary on the surface, it is well known that many medicinal powders are colorless and tasteless, easily mixed into sugar to create cotton candy, making them difficult to detect. This cotton candy may very well contain such medicinal powders. As a healer, one must master the arts of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, particularly observation, which Kai Fanzhou had honed to perfection. He could adeptly gauge others' reactions and expressions, pinpointing their concerns with precision. Much of his esteemed reputation stemmed from this skill. In Kai Fanzhou's eyes, something that could captivate Mu Jingshan's attention so thoroughly could not possibly be ordinary. It must possess some unique quality. Yet, he could not admit to his own inability to discern it, as that would imply a shortcoming in his medical expertise. Instead, he offered this explanation to showcase his own capabilities, knowing that since medicinal powders were undetectable, his assertion could not be easily challenged. Oh, I see. Mu Jingshan mused, resting his chin on his left hand in contemplation. He then stood and clapped his hands, turning to Lin Wanqing. Miss Lin, what are your thoughts? Chapter 22. Exceptional medical ethics. Previously, Mu Jingshan had been crouching with his back to the two, but he suddenly rose and turned to Lin Wanqing. In an instant, Lin Wanqing's gaze met an exceptionally handsome face, causing a faint blush to appear on her cheeks. The royal physician of the Regent's household could possess such striking features, rivaling those stars she had admired in her past life. How remarkably handsome must the Regent himself be? Miss Lin? Noticing Lin Wanqing's silence, Mu Jingshan gently prompted her. Startled, Lin Wanqing quickly lowered her gaze and replied softly, This humble girl shares the same views as my master. Having just recently become a disciple of Kai Fanzhou, and in an era devoid of advanced diagnostic instruments, should they exist, she would not know how to utilize them. She could not discern any particularities in this cotton candy. However, following her master in Appo's insights was certainly prudent, for he was a renowned physician. Oh, since both Physician Kai and Miss Lin hold such an opinion, it may indeed be that I, Mu, am lacking in knowledge and unable to perceive the subtleties within this cotton candy. Might I trouble Physician Kai and Miss Lin to take a piece back for further examination? Please enlighten me as to what medicinal powder it contains. Mu Jingshan smiled. Kai Fanzhou's expression shifted slightly. He had merely been speaking off the cuff. Who could have anticipated that Mu Jingshan was a man who sought to uncover the truth? He found himself in a precarious position, compelled to respond, Certainly, I too am curious about the contents of this powder. After all, Mu Jingshan would soon be returning to the capital with the Regent, and who would remember this matter? Even if he did, he could easily fabricate a response about a colorless and tasteless powder. With this thought, Kai Fanzhou felt a bit of relief. Then I must ask for your assistance. Physician Kai, Mu Jingshan continued, shifting the topic as he gestured toward the boy sitting quietly nearby. This is my distant nephew, afflicted with a peculiar ailment since childhood. He displays neither joy nor anger, resembling a wooden puppet. I have attempted to treat him for some time without significant improvement, and I wish to seek Physician Kai's help. Kai Fanzhou looked at the boy, who appeared listless and frail, as though a gust of wind could carry him away. Could this indeed be the young lord? Yet the child's attire and demeanor did not suggest such a status. Having practiced medicine for many years, Kai quickly realized that this was a test set forth by the regent. Irritation bubbled within him. As a distinguished physician, others sought him out for treatment. Yet the regent dared to test his abilities. What distinguished him from the ordinary doctors on the first floor? However, the current situation left him no room to refuse. Clearly, Mu Jingshan represented the regent, and to reject him would be to sever any chance of gaining the regent's favor. Very well. He would demonstrate his medical expertise and impress Mu Jingshan, allowing this young man to realize that there are always those more skilled than oneself. Kai Fanzhou approached the child, taking his pulse and examining his eyelids. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "This child suffers from a condition akin to stupid sickness, leading to a weakened spleen and stomach. A remedy consisting of Qixin decoction combined with Qixin Jiwei decoction should suffice." Kai Fanzhou had encountered several children with similar conditions before. The treatment methods did not vary significantly. The child's recovery was largely a matter of chance, which explained Mu Jingshan's struggles. Mu Jingshan signaled to a nearby attendant to request that Kai Fanzhou write a prescription. "Please, Physician Kai, if you could provide a written formula." Kai Fanzhou did not hesitate, walking to the desk to write, as this was a matter he considered simple. Observing the proceedings, Lin Wanqing began to sense some underlying issues. Prior to her time in the intensive care unit, she had worked in the pediatric ward and encountered children with autism. The symptoms displayed by the boy bore a striking resemblance to autism. In her previous hospital, some autistic children underwent treatment with transcranial direct current stimulation, a practice evidently unattainable in the current era of the Great Chu. Moreover, some autistic children could develop epilepsy, but she was uncertain if this boy suffered from such a condition and dared not voice her concerns to Kai Fanzhou. Lin Wanqing understood well that in this era, questioning one in amp, Oppo's S-Master was a grave disrespect, and she herself could not be certain. Moments later, Kai Fanzhou finished writing the prescription and handed it to Mu Jingshan. A hint of pride gracing his features. Such a trivial ailment could hardly challenge his skills. Mu Jingshan received the prescription and regarded it with a calm smile. "Thank you for your efforts, Physician Kai." He then passed the prescription to the attendant. Just then, an elderly man suddenly shouted, "Young Master Mu, Qing Gur has had another episode." The boy, who had been sitting quietly moments before, now lay on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. "Oh no!" Mu Jingshan swiftly yanked the tablecloth from the table and rushed towards the boy. The abrupt motion sent teapots and cups crashing to the floor, shattering into pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Jingshan stuffed the tablecloth into the boy's mouth, instructing the elder to hold him steady while he began to administer acupuncture. After a series of deft movements, the boy finally ceased convulsing and began to breathe steadily once more. "Lu Bo, please take the child home. I will send the medicine shortly. If he takes it regularly, Qing Gur will be fine," Mu Jingshan advised. Lu Bo, cradling his grandson, teared up with gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Mu. If it weren't for you, Qing Gur might have." As Lu Bo departed, Kai Fanzhou felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. He had failed to diagnose that the child was indeed suffering from epilepsy, and the prescription he had provided did not address this critical issue. Ordinary people might overlook such details, but Mu Jingshan, as a fellow physician, could certainly discern the oversight. "Young Master Mu," Kai Fanzhou attempted to speak, but Mu Jingshan raised a hand to stop him. "Physician Kai, the child's sudden episode was an unfortunate incident. The regent is occupied with urgent matters and cannot come today. You should return. If anything arises, the prince will send someone to inform you." Kai Fanzhou could hardly believe that after 2 days at the Ju Xian building, he had not even glimpsed the regent, let alone the young lord, and now he was being dismissed. If outsiders were to learn of this, What would become of his reputation? Yet with Mu Jingshan's words, he could say nothing further. He maintained a semblance of dignity, stating, "I have patients requiring my attention and may not be in the residence. Should you need me, young Master Mu, my servants can be dispatched to the patients' homes to locate me." Very well, Mu Jingshan nodded, declining to say more. As they exited the private room, Lin Jingshan and Zhao Jiao, hearing commotion next door, hurried out to see Kai Fanzhou holding the small rabbit-shaped cotton candy, momentarily stunned. What is happening here? Could it be that the young lord has taken a liking to Physician Kai and shared his cotton candy? Indeed, that must be the case. Delighted by this thought, Lin Jingshan beamed, addressing Kai Fanzhou. "Physician Kai, how was your meeting with the Regent and the young lord? Surely, for a physician of your caliber, the young lord's ailment would be easily resolved. We will undoubtedly rely on your expertise in the future." Kai Fanzhou maintained his composure. "The Regent has sent word for me to wait briefly. He will come once he has resolved his urgent matters. However, I have patients requiring immediate attention. In the eyes of a physician, healing must take precedence. I cannot delay treating others for the sake of waiting on the Regent. I shall visit him when my schedule permits." His words rang with righteousness, and those passing by could not help but nod in agreement, quietly praising Kai Fanzhou and Appo's exceptional medical ethics. Lin Wanqing chimed in, "Indeed, Master, you embody the heart of a physician. I admire you greatly." Kai Fanzhou cast a grateful glance at Lin Wanqing, recognizing her as a promising disciple. Chapter 23. Those who seek fame and reputation. After Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing departed, a secret door in the elegant room suddenly swung open, revealing Xiao Yanchu, who emerged holding Yur's hand. "What is the matter?" Mu Jingshan sighed ruefully, shaking his head. "Those who seek fame and reputation are truly disappointing. Even Liu Bo's grandson, despite being afflicted with epilepsy, could not discern the illness. At this rate, when will Yur recover? The princess' condition is even more dire." Mu Jingshan exhaled deeply, reflecting on his visit to Yinyang, ostensibly to treat the young master, but primarily in search of the renowned healer to attend to the prince and Appo's ailment. He pondered how much longer the prince and Appo's health could endure. After meeting Kai Fanzhou, who seemed the most likely candidate for the healer, Mu Jingshan was filled with despair. Setting aside the question of Kai Fanzhou's medical skills, one would expect a healer to instinctively offer assistance when Liu Bo's grandson fell ill, yet Kai Fanzhou merely observed, devoid of any compassion. Such a physician lacks the merit to be deemed a saint of medicine. Xiao Yanchu, sensing Mu Jingshan's concern, spoke with an air of indifference. "There is no need for haste. We have time." Reluctantly, Mu Jingshan suppressed his worries and handed a cotton candy to Yur, saying, "This is your favorite cotton candy." However, Xiao Bingyi seemed oblivious, his gaze drifting past the cotton candy in Mu Jingshan's hand, lost in thought. Frustrated, Mu Jingshan retracted the offering. "Your Highness, what is going on? Why won't he accept the cotton candy I gave him?" Xiao Yanchu offered no response, his mind wandering to the girl whose image flashed through his thoughts. Perhaps she held the answer. Ruojin was unaware of the events transpiring at the Jushin building. After securing a shop, she turned to walk towards Jing Shui Alley. Upon seeing Ruojin arrive, old Madame Lin expressed her joy. "Little Jean has come. Quickly, Yuan Hong. Go buy a chicken. I shall prepare spicy chicken today." Originating from Jiushu, old Madame Lin had a particular fondness for spicy food and was renowned for her delectable spicy chicken. Whenever she cooked it, Ruojin would invariably eat an extra bowl of rice. "All right, old Madam." Yuan Hong accepted the purse from old Madame Lin and hurried out. As he too had longed for her spicy chicken, Ruojin did not stop him, but instead sat down with old Madame Lin to chat. "Grandmother, I have something to discuss with you." Noticing the seriousness in Ruojin's expression, old Madame Lin also took a seat and looked earnestly at the young girl. "Little Jean, what is it?" After a moment's deliberation, Ruojin stated candidly, "The Lin family has reclaimed Lin Wanqing. I am no longer a member of the Lin family. I am now Ruojin." Old Madame Lin trembled slightly at the implication of her words. "Has Lin Jingshan cast you out?" Old Madame Lin was well aware that Lin Jingshan had found his biological daughter, Lin Wanqing. However, to a governor of Yinyang, Raising one daughter was manageable. Raising two was not a significant burden. She could hardly fathom that her illegitimate son could act so ruthlessly as to expel a young girl just upon reaching maturity. If it were a typical girl without parents, how would she survive after being cast out? Ruojin nodded in affirmation. I will go confront Lin Zhengshan. Old Madam, Lin exclaimed, slapping the table in anger, ready to storm out, only to be restrained by Ruojin. Grandmother, I do not wish to remain with the Lin family any longer. This provides the perfect opportunity to sever ties. Even if I could return with Lin Wanxing present, how do you think Lin Zhengshan would treat me? Old Madam Lin halted, realizing the truth in Ruojin's words. Indeed, if Lin Zhengshan disregarded his own biological mother, how would he treat a foster daughter with no blood relation? Even if she could leverage her status to pressure Lin Zhengshan into bringing Ruojin back, it was clear that her life in the Lin household would be fraught with difficulty. Old Madam Lin and oppose. As eyes glisten with tears, little Jean, it is my failure to provide you with a better life. Come, live with me. As long as I have food, you shall not go hungry. Ruojin gently assisted old Madam Lin back in her seat and spoke softly. Grandmother, have you forgotten about my plan to open a medical clinic? With my medical skills, how could I possibly starve? Once I become Su the Divine Doctor, Lin Zhengshan will come begging for my return, and I want to go back. Seeing her granddaughter's confidence, old Madam Lin couldn't help but smile through her tears. Indeed, my little Jean is the most remarkable. Her worries eased somewhat, but then a thought crossed her mind. How would a girl exposed to the world manage her future marriage? Ruojin gently grasped old Madam Lin's hand. Grandmother, trust me. Leaving the Lin family will lead to a better life for us. I have already rented a clinic at the end of Jingda Street. It's a 3-story shop with a courtyard behind. I came to ask if you, in Yuanhong, would be willing to move in with me and help manage the clinic. Before old Madam Lin could respond, Yuanhong's voice chimed in. I am willing. I am willing. Old Madam, please agree to Sister Jin's request. We shall never part from her again. He entered, holding a chicken, breathless and with a slightly red nose from the cold. Having overheard Sister Jean's wish for them to live together, old Madam Lin was taken aback. You secured a clinic so quickly? Yes. It all depends on whether you are willing to help me out. Grandmother, can you bear to leave a frail girl to manage an entire clinic alone? What if someone comes to bully me and I have no one to protect me? Ruojin feigned vulnerability. Indeed, old madam. If we move in, I will be the first to defend sister against any bullies. Please agree. Yuan Hong, anxious that old Madam Lin might refuse, chimed in eagerly, his eyes full of expectation. Old Madam Lin gazed at the 2 children before her. Despite their lack of blood relation, they had become like her own grandchildren over the years. With Ruojin cast out, they had formed a family. Living together could only be beneficial. She could not bear the thought of Ruojin managing a clinic alone, and her presence could provide some support. Old Madam Lin had no reason to refuse. Very well. We shall move together. From now on, we shall all live together. Wonderful. Yuan Hong exclaimed, twirling around with glee, causing the chicken in his grasp to flap its wings, creating a gust of wind. Old Madam Lin chuckled. Stop spinning around. I'll go prepare the chicken. Old Madam, you rest. I will handle it. Once everything is ready, I will call you to oversee the cooking, Yuan Hong said, dashing into the kitchen with the chicken. Although only 10 years old, he had lived with old Madam Lin long enough to be quite adept at tasks like slaughtering chickens and preparing fish. Before long, a fragrant and visually appealing, spicy chicken graced the table. Ruojin indulged in another bowl of rice and confirmed plans to come for old Madam Lin the next day before departing Jingshui Alley. As she stepped onto the main street, Ruojin heard cries and shouts. Looking up, she saw a crowd gathered in front of a medical clinic. Its sign reading Jirantang. Chapter 24. A Fateful Clash. Ji Run Tang. Wasn't he that the renowned clinic of Dr. Kai? Ruojin approached and beheld a scene unfolding in the midst of the crowd. An elderly woman was desperately supporting a young woman who appeared to be with child, her abdomen noticeably swollen. The young woman bent over, clutching her stomach, her face twisted in agony. Despite the frigid air, beads of sweat dripped from her brow, and her lips, tightly clenched, were nearly bleeding from the pressure, revealing the immense pain she was enduring. Tears streamed down Tang Danyang's face as she cried out, "Doctor, I implore you, save my daughter-in-law. If anything were to happen to her or my unborn grandchild, I would have no reason to live." Several attendants from the clinic gathered around Tang Danyang and the young woman. One of the attendants, with a look of disdain, spoke up, "Madam, Dr. Ma has already stated that your daughter-in-law is experiencing a miscarriage. He prescribed her medication to stabilize the pregnancy, but you deemed it too expensive. What can we do? One set of medicine costs 10 taels of silver, and I need 10 sets. How can an old woman like me afford such a sum?" A glimmer of despair flickered in Tang Danyang's eyes. Her husband had passed away early, leaving her to rely solely on her son and daughter-in-law. Tragically, her son had perished in a hunting accident, falling from a cliff. With the family's main support gone, Tang Danyang and her daughter-in-law could only make do by selling embroidery, earning at most 200 or 300 copper coins a month. How could she possibly afford such exorbitant medicine for a miscarriage? "Mother, we must go." Xiao Chui grasped her grandmother's hand tightly, summoning every ounce of strength to utter those words. "Xiao Chui, we cannot leave. What will happen to you and the child within you?" Tang Danyang wept profusely, kneeling at the entrance of Ji Rentang, repeatedly bowing her head. "Doctor, please spare my daughter-in-law and grandchild. I bow before you. I promise to repay your kindness in my next life as a diligent servant." Witnesses in the crowd murmured amongst themselves, expressing their sympathy. How tragic! A widow and her daughter-in-law. If she loses them too, how could she continue living? It said that the doctors at Ji Rentang are compassionate. Why would they stand by and do nothing? But they did give a prescription. Yet, who can afford 10 taels of silver for medicine? All of them are suffering souls. Tang Danyang continued her fervent prayers, while Xiao Chui, unable to stand without support, stumbled back a few steps, nearly falling. A young woman from the crowd stepped forward to assist her. Xiao Chui looked up at Ruojin, her voice faint. "Thank you." Ruojin produced a pill and offered it to Xiao Chui. "Take this. It may help ease your pain." Xiao Chui gazed at Ruojin, whose calm demeanor and reassuring eyes inspired trust. Without hesitation, she accepted the pill and swallowed it. Whether it was a mere psychological effect or the pill's true efficacy, shortly after taking it, Xiao Chui felt her pain diminish, a flicker of astonishment blooming within her. Ruojin stood by her side at the edge of the crowd. Meanwhile, Tang Danyang, in her fervent bowing, had begun to bleed from her forehead. Someone in the crowd, unable to bear the sight, shouted, "Someone, please help her." The collective sympathy of the onlookers was stirred, and they echoed, "Help her! Save her!" The rising tide of public sentiment was impossible to ignore. Ji Rentang had always been regarded as a sanctuary for the suffering. The attendants, sensing the urgency of the situation, began to panic. The earlier speaker among them declared, "Please wait, I'll fetch the doctor," and hurried into the clinic. Before long, a figure emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Ruojin's eyes glinted with coldness. It was Ma Yunin, who approached with an air of impatience, casting a disdainful glance at the kneeling Tang Danyang. "Madam, I've already informed you that your daughter-in-law is suffering a miscarriage and requires proper care. I provided you with a prescription, but if you cannot afford the medicine, you cannot blame me." Tang Danyang raised her head. "Dr. Ma, I beseech you, can you provide a more affordable remedy, or perhaps administer an injection?" Ma Yunin rolled his eyes. "Madam, surely you and oppose. V heard that you get what you pay for? Your daughter-in-law is in such distress. Can cheap medicine truly help? I'm trying to assist you, but your commotion makes it seem as though I am the villain here. I advise you to quickly borrow money to purchase the medicine. If this drags on, not only the child, but perhaps even the mother will be lost." Before Tang Danyang could respond, a voice of authority resonated through the air. "What is going on here?" The crowd parted to reveal Kai Fanzhou, who surveyed the scene with evident displeasure. "Yunin, what is the meaning of this?" Ma Yunin, upon recognizing Kai Fanzhou, hurriedly bowed. "Master, it's nothing serious. A patient lacks the funds for medicine and seeks to impose upon our clinic. You've just returned. You must be tired. Please, go rest. I shall handle this matter." Kai Fanzhou shot a glance at the still kneeling Tang Danyang, then turned to Ma Yunin, his voice icy. "You nearly caused a scandal last time. If it weren't for the influx of patients recently, I wouldn't allow you to see patients. If you create further trouble, I will expel you from Ji Runtang. Ma Yunan plastered a smile on his face. Master, rest assured, it will not happen again. Let's hope so, Kai Fan Zhou remarked as he turned to enter the clinic. Just then, a clear female voice called out to him. Are you the illustrious Dr. Kai Fan Zhou of Yinyang? Kai Fan Zhou followed the voice to find Su Ruojin. He frowned slightly, recognizing her as the distant relative who had attempted to swindle the Lin family. What brings you here? Have you come to extort me as well? Having learned of my reputation, Dr. Kai, what should be done if your clinic's doctors repeatedly make errors in diagnosis? Su Ruojin inquired. Not waiting for him to respond, Ma Yunan, who had been focused on Tang Danyang, now felt a chill run down his spine upon noticing her. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that every encounter with this girl heralded misfortune. Chapter 25. The executioner in plain sight under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Kai Fan Zhou found himself compelled to respond to Su Ruojin's inquiries. Failing to do so would tarnish the reputation of Jirenhall. This young lady, he asserted. All physicians at Jirenhall undergo rigorous examinations before they are allowed to treat patients. How could there possibly be a misdiagnosis? Ma Yuan felt beads of perspiration forming on his back. Unbeknownst to Kai Fan Zhou, he was acutely aware that he had erred twice in Su Ruojin's presence. Could it be that he had made another mistake? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. The woman was over 6 months pregnant, suffering from persistent abdominal pain. With a chaotic pulse and unstable fetal movement, definitive signs of a potential miscarriage. He had prescribed medication to support the pregnancy, albeit the most expensive kind. Yet, he could not concede that he had made a mistake. His choice of such costly medication was also in the interest of Jirenhall. The higher the price, the greater the profit for the clinic, a principle his master had instilled in them. Prescriptions should lean towards the expensive. As for whether patients could afford it, that was not a concern for the medical establishment. Some individuals feigned poverty to elicit sympathy and exploit the clinic's goodwill, yet they always found ways to gather the necessary funds in the end. His master would surely commend him for his cleverness upon learning of this. With this thought, Ma Yuan felt reassured, casting a smug glance at Su Ruojin. After all, they were on Jirenhall's turf now. He wondered how she would continue her antics. Kai the divine physician, Su Ruojin taunted, are you afraid to answer this question? Kai Fan Zhou, observing the disdainful look directed at him by Madame Tang, realized that if she could produce a disciple like Ma Yuan, then her own abilities were suspect as well. Drawing a deep breath, Kai Fan Zhou began to comprehend Mrs. Lin's aversion towards this impoverished relative. She was indeed a troublesome individual. If such a physician were to exist, we at Jirenhall would certainly expel them and report them to the medical authorities to revoke their medical license, never to practice again. And what if that person were your disciple, Kai the divine physician? Su Ruojin pressed relentlessly. At this declaration, Ma Yuan's anxiety intensified, prompting him to interject, Master, please go inside. Do not engage with these unreasonable people. Kai Fan Zhou shot a glare at Ma Yuan. His disciple was utterly lacking in perception. If he were to leave now, the onlookers would believe he was afraid. If it were my disciple, I would cast him out of the sect and banish him from Yinyang City. His voice resonated through the crowd, eliciting applause. Well said, truly the divine physician. As the cheers echoed, some of the tension within Kai Fan Zhou eased. Su Ruojin smirked coldly then. I implore you, divine physician, to expel this doctor. Ma from your sect, to dismiss him from Jirenhall, revoke his medical license, and banish him from Yinyang City. A murmur rippled through the crowd. What was happening? Had this physician misdiagnosed? It was inconceivable. Jirenhall's doctors had never been known to misdiagnose. At that moment, Xiao Chui regained some strength and looked at Su Ruojin in astonishment, wondering what this young lady was implying. Ma Yuan turned as pale as a ghost, while Kai Fan Zhou's expression darkened. Young lady, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? I assert that Dr. Ma Yuan, has misdiagnosed. Su Ruojin enunciated each word clearly. Ma Yuan erupted in indignation, shouting, You are speaking nonsense? What evidence do you have? I suspect you are colluding with them to defraud Jirenhall. Kai Fan Zhou remained more composed than Ma Yuanan. Do you possess any evidence? If not, I shall report you to the authorities for slander. According to the laws of the Chu, slanderers face the punishment of having their tongues cut out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chui's heart sank, and she anxiously grasped Su Ruojin's hand, shaking her head, whispering, "Miss, please stop. I cannot bear this any longer." She did not believe this young lady was a physician, but she knew the girl was standing up for her, and Xiao Chui did not wish to implicate anyone else. Su Ruojin patted her hand. "It's all right." At this moment, Madame Tang noticed her daughter-in-law seemed to be feeling better and hurried over to Xiao Chui's side. "Chuier, how are you feeling now?" Xiao Chui nodded. "Mother, this young lady gave me a pill, and I feel much improved." "Thank you, young lady, thank you." Madame Tang expressed her gratitude profusely while supporting Xiao Chui. Su Ruojin stepped forward. He indeed misdiagnosed. This lady's abdominal pain is not due to unstable fetal movement, but rather an intestinal abscess. This condition aligns with what is known as appendicitis in my previous life. I had already checked Xiao Chui and Appo's pulse when I assisted her earlier, and fortunately, she is suffering from chronic appendicitis, which can be treated with acupuncture and herbal medicine. Had it been acute appendicitis, in this era devoid of sterile operating rooms, coupled with her pregnancy, performing surgery would have been exceedingly arduous. Just as Ma Yuanan was about to interject, Su Ruojin cut him off. The intestinal abscess has caused prolonged abdominal pain, leading to unstable fetal signs. The two pulses have become intertwined, making it easy for an inexperienced physician to misdiagnose. This was a direct accusation against Ma Yuanan's competence as a physician. "You are talking nonsense. Master, do not heed her words. She is deliberately seeking trouble. Quickly, have someone remove them." Ma Yuanan exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing Su Ruojin and Appo's words, Ma Yuanan recalled that during his examination of the young lady, he indeed sensed a distinct pulse that differed from signs of unstable fetal movement. However, due to her pregnancy, he had been disinclined to delve deeper, hastily attributing the condition to unstable fetal signs. After all, the price of medication varied significantly based on ingredients, making it a lucrative business. Ma Yuanan, how can you still call yourself a physician? 3 consultations, 3 errors. In pursuit of profit, you prescribe exorbitant medication that does not correspond to the patient's actual condition. This is not healing, this is harming. Su Ruojin exclaimed passionately. She could accept that physicians possess varying levels of skill. One treats ailments commensurate with their abilities. It is not shameful to consult more experienced doctors when uncertain. However, individuals like Ma Yuanan, who feign knowledge and disregard human lives for money, are not worthy of the title of physician. They are nothing short of executioners. A physician, regardless of a patient's wealth or poverty, should prescribe the most appropriate treatment and never resort to unnecessary high-priced prescriptions for profit. Many patients have already exhausted their savings in pursuit of treatment. Encountering unscrupulous physicians like Ma Yuanan only leads to a tragic outcome where their funds are depleted and their lives lost. Even if Kai Fanzhou does not take action against Ma Yuanan today, Su Ruojin will ensure that this quack can no longer practice medicine, inflicting harm upon others. Ma Yuanan's body began to tremble slightly, yet he could not formulate a rebuttal, merely repeating, "You are speaking nonsense. You are speaking nonsense." The next moment, Su Ruojin's words sent him into a deeper state of agitation. Chapter 26. I hope you do not regret it, Su Ruojin scoffed. Am I fabricating tales? At Wangyue Tower, an elderly man clearly suffers from a heart ailment, yet you insist it is a sudden fainting spell. Outside Jushin Tower, a child afflicted with ascariasis is misdiagnosed as suffering from indigestion. Today, this lady's abdominal pain is due to intestinal abscess, and you wrongly claim there are signs of miscarriage. Is this not a means to harm others? Su Ruojin's argument was both logical and compelling, prompting the onlookers to regard Ma Yuan and with newfound skepticism. Is it possible there are such doctors at Jirentang? I heard that Dr. Ma previously prescribed potent medication that nearly cost a life. Goodness. Jirentang is reputedly the finest medical establishment in Yenyang. If they employ such a doctor, I would hesitate to seek treatment there in the future. Perhaps it would be wiser to consult other clinics, considering Jirentang's prices are indeed exorbitant, surpassing those of other establishments by at least 20 to 30%. I too believe that while Jiren Tang's physicians are skilled, under the current circumstances, I shall seek care elsewhere. After all, spending money without a cure is a disheartening prospect. How could Jiren Tang tolerate retaining such a doctor? I still hold Jiren Tang in high regard. They offer free consultations to the public each month. Let's not tarnish their reputation over one misstep. Kai Fan Zhou, overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, felt his countenance darken. Su Ruojin maintained a serene smile, though it failed to reach her eyes. Divine Dr. Kai, you are esteemed by the common folk of Yin Yang. Diagnosing an intestinal abscess should be well within your capabilities. Whether I speak truthfully, your examination will reveal. Master, Silence. Ma Yunin attempted to interject, but was silenced by Kai Fan Zhou's commanding tone. At this point, even if Kai Fan Zhou was unwilling to tend to the common people, for the sake of Jiren Tang's reputation, he had no choice but to approach and examine Xiao Chui. Upon hearing Su Ruojin assert that her daughter-in-law's suffering was not due to instability in pregnancy, Aunt Tang felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Witnessing the divine doctor personally attending to her daughter-in-law filled her with hope. Kai Fan Zhou, revered as a divine healer, far surpassed Ma Yun in medical expertise. After a brief examination, it became clear to him that Su Ruojin's assertions were indeed valid. Ma Yun had misdiagnosed the case. However, acknowledging this would undoubtedly damage Jiren Tang and Appo's reputation, particularly since Ma Yun was not only a physician there, but also his disciple. Contemplating his strategy, Kai Fan Zhou heard Su Ruojin raise her voice. To prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from claiming I am fabricating stories, if there are other doctors present, they may join in the diagnosis to confirm my claims. I believe this lady would have no objections. Jiren Tang held a dominant position in Yin Yang City, and it was not uncommon for other physicians to harbor resentment towards their practices, whether out of curiosity, vengeance, or simply to witness the spectacle. For men, step forward from the crowd. We are physicians from nearby clinics and are willing to examine this lady, with a petite girl advocating on her behalf. Xiao Chui welcomed the additional doctors to diagnose her condition, as a multitude of opinions would yield greater accuracy. With Su Ruojin's preliminary diagnosis, the four physicians found it easier to reach a consensus. After their examination, they unanimously concluded that the lady was indeed suffering from an intestinal abscess. At this juncture, Ma Yunin dared not speak further. He knelt before Kai Fan Zhou, repeatedly bowing his head. Master, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I will diligently study medicine. Kai Fan Zhou glared at Ma Yunin, not out of anger regarding his lack of skill, but rather because Ma Yun had escalated the situation to such an extent, causing him and Jiren Tang to lose face. Should this matter reach the ears of the family head, how could he possibly explain it? Now, all eyes were on Kai Fan Zhou, awaiting his response. Taking a deep breath, he coldly declared, Ma Yunin, your lack of knowledge and your incompetence have misled others. From this moment forth, you are expelled from my tutelage. Your medical credentials are revoked, and you are barred from entering Jiren Tang for the rest of your life. Leave Yin Yang immediately. Ma Yunin collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Hearing the applause, Kai Fan Zhou felt a sense of relief. He had managed to salvage the situation. He then turned his gaze towards the frail Xiao Chui, his expression softening as he spoke. My dear lady, regardless of our initial missteps, I shall personally treat your ailment free of charge until you are fully recovered. What do you say? An intestinal abscess, barring sudden complications, was not particularly difficult to treat. Su Ruojin regarded Kai Fan Zhou. He was astute enough to know how to restore his reputation. Aunt Tang, upon hearing that the divine doctor was willing to treat her daughter-in-law without charge, exclaimed in excitement, Thank you, divine Dr. Kai. You are truly a bodhisattva in human form. Yet Xiao Chui remained silent, turning to Su Ruojin. May I ask, are you a doctor? Su Ruojin nodded. Possessing a medical license certainly qualified her as one. Then may I request your assistance in my treatment? This query struck Kai Fan Zhou like a slap to the face. Here he was, a revered divine doctor in Yin Yang, offering free treatment, yet she chose to seek help from an unknown young girl. Kai Fan Zhou and Appo's S demeanor hardened. Madam, you should consider carefully. This is your one opportunity. Xiao Chui did not respond to Kai Fanzhou, but timidly inquired, May I repay you slowly by selling embroidered goods? Su Ruojin was taken aback by Xiao Chui's decision. In the eyes of the common folk of Yin Yang, the status of divine Dr. Kai was unassailable. With a gentle smile, Su Ruojin replied, If you trust me, I will not charge you a fee. Xiao Chui's eyes lit up at this. I believe you. Thank you, Doctor. Aunt Tang, however, expressed her concerns in hushed tones. Chuier, she is younger than you. Can she truly help? Mother, I believe in her. Remember, she gave me a pill earlier and my pain subsided. Upon hearing this, Aunt Tang fell silent. Kai Fanzhou snorted disdainfully, sweeping his sleeves as he departed, leaving behind a warning. I hope you do not regret your choice. His gaze lingered on Su Ruojin, tinged with resentment. Indeed, it seemed that the impoverished often resorted to such unscrupulous tactics. In the current situation, Su Ruojin was unable to administer acupuncture to Xiao Chui, so she provided her with 2 pills. Take one with dinner and another upon rising tomorrow. They will alleviate your pain. Meet me at the 3-story shop at the end of the street in the morning, and I will treat you then. Thank you, Doctor. May I know your surname? My surname is Su. Thank you, Dr. Su. I will be there on time. Xiao Chui and Aunt Tang departed, and the crowd dispersed. As Su Ruojin prepared to leave the city and return to Muin village, she soon sensed that someone was trailing her. Without turning, she continued walking at a steady pace. Should this person dare to follow her to Muin village, there would surely be others to deal with them. She preferred to remain idle if possible. However, after a short distance, Su Ruojin noticed that the follower had vanished. Who could it be? Chapter 27. I shall see if she can stand up upon returning to Muin village. Su Ruojin visited the land deity temple on the back mountain, where a pigeon was cooing atop the deity and Appo's head. She retrieved a note from the bird and Appo's leg. The Su family from the capital has arrived in Shirley Village. Shirley Village? Isn't that the village where the Lin family claims her biological parents reside? What coincidence? Disregarding this, Su Ruojin took out a small piece of paper and tied it to the pigeon's leg. Quick, let Yin Luo and Ji Hua come to Yin Yang with the medicinal herbs. After feeding the pigeon a handful of millet, she released it. With herself, her grandmother, and Yuan Hong managing such a large pharmacy, they were indeed quite busy and needed to find some assistance. Arriving at Grandpa Zhao's courtyard, Su Ruojin proudly informed him that someone was offering 100 taels of silver for her calligraphy. Xiao Jiyuan, who was practicing his writing, cast a fleeting glance at the exuberant girl. The owner of that bookshop must be looking to see if your eyes are faulty for offering you that much. Su Ruojin's enthusiasm instantly deflated. Grandpa Xiao, that's quite discouraging. Did you bring your practice sheets? Xiao Jiyuan began his usual inquiry. Su Ruojin hurriedly handed over 2 sheets of writing she had casually scribbled while composing prescriptions at the bookshop. Grandpa Xiao, I am opening a pharmacy, and I've been a bit busy lately, so I've only practiced this much. However, I assure you I will diligently practice my writing at the pharmacy every day. After all, running a pharmacy means I'll be writing prescriptions daily, which, in a sense, counts as practice and is not misleading. Xiao Jiyuan set down his brush. Have you found a shop? Yes, I found one. Tomorrow, I will move into the pharmacy. But don't worry, Grandpa Xiao. I will visit you often. At least you have a bit of conscience. After Su Ruojin departed, Xiao Jiyuan instructed Wang Xing, keep an eye on her, and assist if there's anything she needs help with. Yes, sir. In the backyard of Jiren Hall, Kai Fanzhou had just returned when a servant approached with news. Sir, the family head requests your presence. Kai Fanzhou frowned slightly, wondering if his elder brother was aware of recent events. His elder brother, lacking in medical skill compared to him, only held the position of family head due to his status as the legitimate eldest son. Kai Fanzhou entered Kai Zhirong's room, offering a slight bow. Brother, you called for me? Come in, take a seat. What is going on today? Kai Zhirong was seated at the tea table, brewing kung fu tea, and poured a cup for Kai Fanzhou, urging him to taste it. This is a 500-year-old pu'er from Yunnan. Kai Fanzhou sat down and took a delicate sip. It's nothing significant, just tidying up the family affairs to prevent any unworthy disciples from tarnishing the reputation of Jiren Hall. Indeed, we should be cautious. I do not oppose you taking on apprentices, The Kai family's medical skills need to be promoted, but you must also be more vigilant and manage your disciples properly. Kai Jirong remarked leisurely. This was a subtle way of saying that Kai Fanzhou had been lax in his discipline. Although he felt displeased, he dared not refute it and merely nodded in agreement. What is the situation with the regent? How confident are you in treating the young master's illness? Kai Jirong was indifferent to the fate of an inconsequential disciple. Given the reputation of Jiren Hall, they would never lack physicians. What he truly cared about was the possibility of associating with the regent. I have yet to meet the regent or the young master, and the young master's condition remains unclear, Kai Fanzhou replied honestly. Kai Jirong lifted his teacup and took a slow sip. You must pay attention to this matter. The young master's illness must be treated by Jiren Hall. Understood. Then Kai Jirong shifted the conversation. I heard that a young girl provoked our Jiren Hall today. When did such people feel entitled to act recklessly here? The mention of Su Ruojin ignited Kai Fanzhou's anger. She is a distant, impoverished relative of Lin Jizhou. Come to beg for money. Likely, she didn't receive much and thought to swindle us at Jiren Hall. You know what to do, I trust. Understood. Anyone daring to offend Jiren Hall must not be allowed to reappear in Yinyang. Upon returning to his quarters, a servant entered and whispered in his ear. She has left the city. I did not follow. Kai Fanzhou let out a cold laugh. Indeed, a pauper living outside the city. Keep watching her. Yes, sir. Early the next morning, Su Ruojin first visited the vendor to purchase several maidservants and young boys to handle the daily cleaning and chores of the pharmacy. Then sought a carpenter to order custom cabinets, examination tables, and beds for the pharmacy. When she returned to the shop, she found Lin, old madam, and Yuan Hong already waiting at the entrance. She hurried over to take the bundle from Lin, old madam's back. Grandmother, why did you come by yourselves? Did we not agree that I would come and fetch you? I thought the new shop needed managing, so I came to help. Lin, old madam, replied. Grandmother, I have bought a few maidservants and young boys. They will handle the cleaning. You can rest now. There is no need for you to help. All right, Lin, old madam agreed. Yet, despite her words, she busied herself alongside them. Before long, the pharmacy was tidied up. Previously a ready-made clothing shop, some cabinets, tables, chairs, and beds were still usable. Is Dr. Su in? A woman's voice called from the entrance. It was Xiao Chui and Aunt Tang. Xiao Chui had rushed to the city early with Aunt Tang. Since the village was somewhat distant, they had just arrived. Xiao Chui, come in. Has your stomach been hurting? Su Ruojin invited Xiao Chui to sit and felt her pulse. No, not all. It hasn't hurt since. Xiao Chui quickly replied. She found it miraculous. After taking Dr. Su's medicine, her stomach indeed had not hurt again. If it weren't for Dr. Su's instruction to come for acupuncture, she might have thought she was cured. You may lie down on the second floor. I will administer acupuncture. Su Ruojin went upstairs to perform the acupuncture on Xiao Chui and wrote a prescription. The pharmacy had not officially opened yet, and there were no herbs available. So take this prescription to the pharmacy to gather the medicine. They're all inexpensive herbs, nothing costly. For the next 6 days, come here daily for acupuncture, and after 10 days of medication, your ailment should be nearly resolved. By the way, everything is fine with the baby in your belly, so do not worry. Thank you, Dr. Su. Xiao Chui expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She knew her body best. After the acupuncture, she felt a significant relief in her abdomen, and the intermittent pain was entirely gone. As she sent Xiao Chui out, Su Ruojin glanced aside and noticed a figure quickly dart away. The figure hastily ran toward the back courtyard of Jiren Hall and entered Kai Fanzhou's room. Sir, Su Ruojin intends to open a pharmacy, renting DUS shop. What? That little girl truly thinks she can open a pharmacy in Yinyang? I shall see if she can manage it. Kai Fanzhou, who was engrossed in his reading, slammed the book down on the table, his face dark with malice. Let us go to the Lin residence. Lin Zhongshan was not home, and upon hearing of Kai Fanzhou's visit, Zhao Jiao hurriedly brought Lin Wanqing to greet him. Dr. Kai, is there any news from the regent? Zhao Jiao asked anxiously. It had been 2 days, and she had yet to see her daughter meet the regent, which naturally made her anxious. Kai Fanzhou's expression soured upon hearing this. There had been no word from the regent, and he dared not send anyone to inquire. Zhao Jiao's question pricked at a sore spot. He suppressed his displeasure. I heard that the relative of yours who encountered me at Jushin building intends to open a pharmacy in Yinyang. I wonder if Madame Lin is aware of this? Jiao's eyes widened, and she stood up, slapping the table. What did you say? That little wretch wants to open a pharmacy? Since when does she have medical skills? Chapter 28. What qualifications do you have to open a medical hall? Although Lin Jingshan had brought Su Ruojin to the Lin residence years ago to alleviate his wife's longing for her daughter, in Zhao Jiao's eyes, Su Ruojin had never been her own flesh and blood. She could not possibly regard her as a daughter. Furthermore, a year after Su Ruojin's arrival, Zhao Jiao gave birth to a son, which only deepened her disdain for Su Ruojin, treating her more like a servant than a family member. How could she know when Su Ruojin had learned the art of medicine? Dr. Kai, you must be mistaken. Are you certain it is her? Zhao Jiao questioned, still finding it hard to believe. What qualifications does that little wretch possess to study medicine? Indeed, it is Su Ruojin, came the confirmation. But how could she possibly have acquired medical skills? Zhao Jiao was utterly perplexed. Lin Wanqing and Appo's eyes flickered with thought. Mother, why don't we go and see for ourselves? Perhaps after sister left the Lin residence, she had nowhere else to go and whimsically partnered with someone to open a medical hall. We must be cautious. She might be deceived. Besides, sister has never studied medicine. If something were to go awry, it could tarnish father's reputation. In Dechu, few women had the opportunity to study medicine. Once they had mastered it, they would inevitably draw attention. Lin Wanqing could not permit a wild girl, who had once usurped her place, to pursue the same path as her. You are right, Qinger. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps that day she saw you with Dr. Kai and learned your studies, and now she wishes to imitate you by opening a medical hall. What does she think she is capable of? A person utterly ignorant of medicine daring to establish a medical hall? Zhao Jiao's thoughts aligned perfectly with Lin Wanqing's. She disbelieved that Su Ruojin possessed any medical knowledge. She must have partnered with someone. Su Ruojin is merely acting out of spite. The Lin residence no longer wants her. And seeing Wanqing study medicine, she wishes to study as well. She ought to take a good look at herself. How could she ever compare to Wanqing? If an incompetent quack were to cause a fatality, my husband, the Governor Yin Yang, would be adversely affected by such disgrace. No, Zhao Jiao would never allow such a thing to transpire. I cannot let her establish that medical hall. Wait a moment. How could a mere girl like Su Ruojin possibly have the funds or the means to open a medical hall? Zhao Jiao suddenly recalled the old matriarch of the Lin family. It must be that old wretch who has given her life savings to this little wretch. I always knew that old hag's heart was as twisted as could be. She dotes on her son, but favors a wild child instead of her own granddaughter. With anger swelling in her heart, Zhao Jiao instructed the steward to prepare the palanquin and gather the family servants. The three of them hurried towards Su Ruojin's establishment. Su Ruojin, having paid a handsome sum for a hastily crafted signboard, now stood with the old matriarch of the Lin family in Yuanhong, watching the young servant hang the sign. A little to the left, no, that's too much. To the right, yes, perfect, now a bit higher, Yuanhong joyfully directed. The signboard, with its black background and golden characters, gleamed brilliantly, displaying the words Run AI Tang. This was a sign specifically requested by Su Ruojin from Xiao Jiyuan. While she had initially considered crafting it herself, she opted for the superior option, thinking it best to bring Xiao grandfather some treats and practice her calligraphy to win his favor. Quickly take down that sign. What qualifications do you have to open a medical hall? An indignant female voice rang out. Su Ruojin and her companions turned to see three palanquins halted before them, with Zhao Jiao stepping down first, her voice sharp with accusation. Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow. Had they come seeking trouble? Zhao Jiao brushed aside the hand of Zhang Momo, who attempted to assist her, striding briskly towards Su Ruojin with the intent to strike her. However, Su Ruojin firmly grasped Zhao Jiao's arm, rendering her unable to proceed with the blow. Madame Lin, I am not aware of any law in Dechu that permits the governor's wife to strike a commoner at will. Zhao Jiao felt as though her arm were ensnared in an iron vice, immobile, and she cried out in pain, Su Ruojin, have you lost your senses? Release me at once. Lin Wanqing had followed closely behind, her face a picture of grievance. Sister, let us speak calmly. Mother is only concerned for your well-being. Please, let her go. Releasing her grip, Su Ruojin watched as Zhao Jiao stepped back, clutching her pained arm, wary of another outburst from her. For reasons unknown, Zhao Jiao found herself staring at Su Ruojin, feeling an unfamiliarity. The timid little girl who once clung to her side, calling her mother with trepidation and retreating to the corner in tears at the slightest scolding, seemed to have vanished. In her place stood Su Ruojin, whose gaze was calm on the surface but masked a tempest of emotions beneath, making it difficult for Zhao Jiao to meet her eyes directly. Seeing Zhao Jiao retreat, Su Ruojin clapped her hands and scoffed. My surname is Su, not Lin, hence she is not my mother. Furthermore, I do not have a sister. Miss Lin, do not call me that. Your governor's residence is a high position I cannot aspire to. Su Ruojin was unaware of the names or identities of her biological parents, but it mattered little to her. To her, names were merely labels. She had no faith in the Lin family's claims that her real parents resided in Shirley Village. Even if they did, she would not acknowledge them. Unbeknownst to others, she understood well what kind of place Shirley Village was. In that village, a male child was fortunate, while a female child might meet a grim fate, either drowned or buried alive if no one came to claim her. There was no way she could have survived there until being taken in by the Lin family. Zhao Jiao felt the pain in her arm intensify. Indeed, the wild girl possessed an innate strength. You ungrateful wretch! How could we of the Lin family support you for so many years? She scolded. Su Ruojin cast her a sidelong glance. Support me? What has the Lin family ever provided? Was it the spoiled food that even dogs would refuse? Without my grandmother, I would have starved to death at 5 in the Lin residence. In truth, the original owner had indeed perished from starvation, granting this otherworldly soul a chance to live again. Though her shop was located at the end of the street, it still lay on the main thoroughfare, attracting a gathering of onlookers due to Zhao Jiao's commotion. Seeing the crowd swell, Lin Wanqing quickly supported Zhao Jiao and signaled her with her eyes. Mother, we are here to persuade sister not to open a medical hall that could harm others. Zhao Jiao, now realizing the attention they had drawn, adopted an air of haughtiness. Miss Su, not everyone can open a medical hall. As far as I know, you have never studied medicine. An untrained individual attempting to run a medical hall. Are you seeking to endanger lives for profit? I am here out of goodwill to advise you to cease while you still can, before any misfortune occurs. Oh, how eager you are to tarnish my reputation. Su Ruojin replied leisurely. Madam Lin, to my knowledge, anyone with a medical certificate can open a medical hall in Dechu. What authority do you possess to prevent me from doing so? Is it merely because you are the governor's wife? Zhao Jiao struggled to believe. You possess a medical certificate? Opening a medical hall without one was a grave offense, and she had no desire to gamble with her own life. As for my medical skills, perhaps you should inquire with Dr. Kai, Su Ruojin remarked, a smile playing on her lips as she glanced at Kai Fanzhou. Chapter 29. I do not have a sister. Kai Fanzhou's expression was somewhat unnatural. The presence of a young lady opening a medical clinic in Yinyang had little impact on him. Over the years, numerous practitioners had established themselves in Yinyang, and none could shake the status of Jirenhal. However, after the events of yesterday, Kai Fanzhou's intuition warned him that he must not allow Su Ruojin to open a clinic in Yinyang. Lin Wanqing gently interjected, Sister. Su Ruojin raised her hand to interrupt. Miss Lin, do you not understand human speech? I have stated that I do not have a sister, and if I recall correctly, you are 3 months my senior. Lin Wanqing, taken aback by this retort, turned pale, her eyes instantly reddening. Sister, Misu, I mean no offense. Our mother only wished to advise you. We have yet to see your medical certification. Even if you possess one, we have never witnessed you treat anyone. To recklessly open a clinic raises concerns. It could lead to unfortunate events, which would not bode well for you. Lin Wanqing's words were meticulous, suggesting that Su Ruojin likely lacked certification, and even if she had it, she was an inexperienced novice. What qualifications did she have to treat patients? Such a bold move could only lead to disaster. The accusation was indeed substantial, indicating that Lin Wanqing was not without her own prowess. However, in the face of absolute strength, even the most cunning of individuals could appear insignificant. Just as Su Ruojin was about to respond, someone leaped to her defense. Seeing the newcomer, Su Ruojin smiled. Yinyang was indeed a small place. And here was the very woman who had inquired about her clinic's opening. What nonsense! I, Chen Sanyang, have never encountered a physician as formidable as Su Xiao Shunyi. I witnessed her save 2 patients whom the doctors at Jiren Hall could not save. Her medical skills are unparalleled, surpassing even those of certain famed doctors. Having lived in the village her entire life without formal education, Chen Sanyang was steadfast in her beliefs. To her, Su Ruojin was akin to a divine healer, and anyone who dared to speak otherwise would find her opposition fierce. Lin Wanqing, momentarily stunned, had never anticipated such a staunch defense of Su Ruojin. Indeed, Dr. Su was an exceptional healer. While other physicians charged 20 taels for a prescription, hers cost merely 21, with remarkably effective results. At that moment, Xiao Chui and Madame Tang arrived. Madame Tang had sensed the recent changes in her daughter-in-law and Appo's health and was astonished that Dr. Su could cure her with such inexpensive medicine. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's disparaging remarks about Dr. Su, she could no longer remain silent. Kai Fanzhou's expression darkened further. Both Chen Sanyang's assertions about Su Ruojin's patients and Madame Tang's comments regarding the 20-tael prescriptions were all tied to Jiren Hall. At that moment, Kai Fanzhou regretted taking Ma Yun as a disciple, feeling that banishing him from Yinyang was too lenient. Just then, a commanding voice resonated. In our great Shu kingdom, anyone with a medical certificate is permitted to open a clinic. Let's see who dares to object. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a man clad in official robes approaching. The citizens knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the prefect." In the great Shu kingdom, scholars and physicians had the right not to kneel before officials of the 4th rank and below. Su Ruojin performed a respectful bow to Prefect Zhong. Zhongli waved his hand, rise. Zhao Jiao was well acquainted with this esteemed figure. Rumor had it that Zhong Li was affiliated with the Regent, and now at 35, he was about to return to the capital for an official position, leaving the prefecture vacant. This was why Lin Jingshan and Zhao Jiao were eager for Lin Wanqing to align herself with the Regent. Securing a connection with him would easily lead to the prefectural position. Upon seeing Zhong Li, Zhao Jiao hurriedly led Lin Wanqing forward to pay their respects. Lord Zhong. Zhong Li recognized Zhao Jiao. Casting a casual glance her way, Madam Lin, what brings you here today? Zhao Jiao forced a smile. A distant relative of mine wishes to open a clinic, and I came to ensure that the child understands the gravity of the situation. Zhong Li did not respond to her, but approached Su Ruojin directly. Dr. Su, I have heard of your commendable skills. Might I request your assistance in treating my wife's health in the near future? Rest assured, in Yinyang, with your medical certificate, you may open as many clinics as you desire. The more clinics you establish, the more you benefit the citizens of our town. For a moment, Su Ruojin was taken aback. Zhong Li's words were clearly in her favor. A clinic endorsed by an official of such stature would undoubtedly hold great esteem in the hearts of the people of Yinyang. Not to mention, with Zhong Li's endorsement, her clinic would surely attract a steady stream of clientele. However, she was puzzled as to why this was the first time she met Zhong Li. Yet he was so willing to defend her. Nevertheless, she thought, one should not strike those who offer kindness. Acknowledging his support, she bowed once more. It is an honor that you trust me, my lord. I shall certainly visit your residence to sincerely attend to your esteemed wife's health. Zhong Li chuckled heartily. Excellent. Our Yinyang is in dire need of a skilled female physician, such as yourself. Kai Fanzhou could no longer contain himself. Previously, all those affiliated with the prefect would seek treatment at Jiren Hall. How could a clinic that had not yet officially opened threaten his business? Whether it would indeed take away from his practice was one matter. Previously, whenever someone in the prefectural residence fell ill, they would invariably turn to Jiren Hall. This was a crucial factor in Jiren Hall's status as the premier clinic in Yinyang. Providing treatment for the prefect's wife was a long-term opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with the prefecture. Kai Fanzhou could not allow that to slip away. He stepped forward, bowing slightly to Zhong Li, and quietly remarked, "My lord, the health of Madame Zhong has always been overseen by Jiren Hall. To suddenly change doctors may not be prudent, as you are unfamiliar with her condition, and it could lead to complications." Zhong Li waved dismissively. "It matters not." She will become familiar in due time. My wife is a woman, and it is fortuitous that Dr. Su is also a woman, making the treatment more convenient. Kai Fanzhou was about to protest further when Zhongli cut him off, simply stating to Su Ruojin, "Then my wife shall await your expertise." With that, he departed with several officials in tow. A clinic recognized by the prefect held an unassailable position. Who could dare to challenge it? Zhao Jiao was left with no choice but to take Lin Wanqing away, casting a fierce glare at Su Ruojin and quietly warning, should any trouble arise, do not involve our Lin family. Throughout the encounter, Zhao Jiao and Lin Wanqing had failed to acknowledge the presence of the elderly matriarch, Lin Laofurun, standing aside, let alone inquire about the old woman's health. As the crowd dispersed, Su Ruojin grew concerned for Lin Laofurun and hurried to her side. "Grandmother, do not take offense." Lin Laofurun understood Su Ruojin's intent and smiled at her. "Fear not. I have long regarded the Lin family as strangers. You and Yuan Hong are sufficient for me." Having no real blood ties to Lin Zhengshan, she had only raised him out of pity for the abandoned child, only to nurture a thankless wolf. However, with the companionship of Xiao Jin and Yuan Hong, Lin Laofurun felt that fate had not been unkind to her. As for the Lin family, she had long since let go. After Zhongli departed the clinic, he quietly instructed, "Go and convey the message." "Understood," a constable replied, taking his leave. Chapter 30. We will certainly find Xiao Lu in the tranquil village of Muan. Wang Xing entered Xiao Jiyuan's study, carrying a cup of tea. "Master, the Governor Zhong sent word that Miss Su is doing well." Xiao Jiyuan continued writing, his pen unwavering. "Nothing has happened? They say Madame Lin and Kai Fanzhou visited, attempting to dissuade Miss Su from opening her clinic." "Huh, just a bunch of petty clowns, incapable of making any real waves. Pay them no mind. But what if they do something to Miss Su behind our backs?" Wang Xing expressed his concerns. In his eyes, Su Ruojin, no matter how capable, was merely a young girl who had just come of age, inexperienced in the darker aspects of life. "Fear not. They are no match for our little Jiner. If anything were to happen." Xiao Jiyuan concluded his last stroke and set down his brush. "They will be extinguished." Emir Ji Rintang and the governor of Yinyang were hardly worthy of his regard. He hoped these individuals would remain subdued. Should they dare to harm his little Jiner, they must be prepared to face the consequences. The clinic signboard had been hung, and Qin Sanyang had yet to leave. Grasping Su Ruojin's hand, "Dr. Su, do you require any assistance? I may not be literate, but I can manage some manual labor." Su Ruojin expressed her gratitude for Qin Sanyang and Appo's unwavering support. "Three Nyang, the clinic is nearly ready. We just need to wait for the remaining items and medicines to arrive. Thank you for today." Qin Sanyang waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, there's no need for thanks. It seems the clinic will open tomorrow, doesn't it? The carpenter's order should arrive today, and we can expect Yin Luo and Jihua later tonight as well." "Indeed, Three Nyang. In the future, you and your family may seek treatment at my clinic free of charge, and medications will be half price," Su Ruojin declared. Qin Sanyang's eyes widened in surprise. "Dr. Su, is that truly the case?" Su Ruojin nodded. "It is indeed true. If you doubt it, I can write you a receipt right now." Qin Sanyang hurriedly gestured to decline. No, I believe you. I believe everything Dr. Su says. That is splendid news. Thank you, Dr. Su. Who among us is free from illness in a lifetime?" Su Ruojin's promise to Qin Sanyang meant that as long as the Run AI Tang remained open, she and her family could afford medical care for life. Qin Sanyang was overwhelmed with excitement, spreading the word about Run AI Tang and the miraculous young Dr. Su. Meanwhile, Kai Fanzhou sat in his palanquin, feeling a knot of anxiety in his chest. If his elder brother were to learn of today and Appo's events, he would surely scold him again. He needed to find a way to reclaim the favor of the governor's wife for Ji Rintang. Was it not the governor who lamented the absence of a female physician at their clinic? He could simply find one. Wanqing, Kai Fanzhou and Appo's eyes lit up. It would be most fitting for Wanqing to treat the governor's wife. Although she had only recently begun her medical studies under him, he had noticed her possess some foundational knowledge and a childhood passion for medicine, having secretly practiced. Previously, Kai Fanzhou had diagnosed the governor's wife. who had suffered a miscarriage in the snow, leaving her physically weak and susceptible to illness. As long as she received regular nourishment, she would be fine. With Wanqing's current skills, she could certainly manage the governor's wife's health, especially with him providing support and guidance from behind scenes. With this thought, Kai Fanzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him as he contemplated how to persuade Wanqing to take the place of Su Ruojin. Just then, he heard the voice of his servant outside the palanquin. "Master, an urgent patient has arrived at the clinic. The other doctors are unable to help and request your assistance." What kind of patient? Kai Fanzhou cared little for the urgency. Typically, those who required his expertise were either affluent or noble. The servant does not know. Very well, let us return to the clinic. Upon arriving, Kai Fanzhou did not go directly to the patient, but paused at the door to glance inside. He saw an elderly man, around 60, lying on the bed, dressed in coarse cotton clothing, his complexion unnaturally flushed, lips pale, and eyes tightly shut. Beside him stood 3 similarly dressed men, one older man in his 40s and 2 younger ones, likely in their 20s, all bearing a resemblance, suggesting a familial connection spanning generations. The 3 men were anxiously watching the elder on the bed, unaware of Kai Fanzhou and Appo's as presence. Observing their attire, a wave of disdain washed over him. Just another bunch of impoverished individuals. He decided against entering and instead headed toward the backyard. The servant hurriedly followed, whispering, "Master, are you not going to take a look? That patient seems to be in critical condition." Still perturbed by previous events, Kai Fanzhou retorted, "What is the rush? Do you not see I have just returned? I need a moment to catch my breath. I will have tea in the backyard before tending to matters. There is no need to hurry." The servant wished to protest further, but saw the displeasure etched on Kai Fanzhou's face and swallowed his words. "Where do they come from?" Kai Fanzhou casually sipped his tea. "I'm not certain, but I heard they traveled from Shirley Village." Shirley Village? Kai Fanzhou and Appo's pace of drinking slowed further. A small, impoverished village. Could they afford his fees? "A Wang. Inform them that I'm feeling unwell today and cannot make an appearance. Have the other doctors attend to them. I need to rest. Do not disturb me unless necessary." "But master, the doctors present have already attended to them. They have no solutions, which is why they sought your expertise," the servant insisted. Kai Fanzhou slammed his teacup down on the table. "What? Has my word lost its weight? If the doctors have already seen them, then have the ones on duty return to take a look. If they cannot assist, let them seek help elsewhere." But Wang was increasingly anxious. The elder's condition was quite dire, and he worried the visiting doctors might not return in time. In Yinyang, was there any clinic with better medical skills than Ji Rintang? If they were turned away, where else could they turn for help? Wang felt a pang of sympathy and considered trying to persuade his master further. "Enough of this. Leave me. I wish to rest." Kai Fanzhou rose and retreated to his inner chamber, ignoring Wang's protests. Wang could only nod in resignation and exit. He hastily made his way to the room where the elder lay. The old man was on the bed, his complexion alarmingly flushed, clearly suffering from high fever and in a semi-conscious state. A middle-aged man was diligently replacing the warm towel on the elder's forehead, striving to alleviate his suffering. The old man opened his eyes slightly, his voice barely a whisper. Yinfeng, you must find Xiao Lu." Su Yinfeng, his eyes reddening, assured him, "Father, rest easy. We will certainly find Xiao Lu." Chapter 31. To the gathering of talents after arriving in Yinyang. General Su and his family took measures to ensure the safety of Xiao Lu, wary of potential imposters seeking to claim kinship and cause unnecessary trouble. General Su, along with Su Yunfeng, the eldest Su Jiuan, and the third son Su Wenzhou, discarded their ornate garments in favor of humble, coarse cloth attire, blending into the common folk as they approached Shirley Village. They arrived at the home of a family suspected of adopting Xiao Lu. The young girl bore a striking resemblance to General Su and was of an appropriate age, yet the blood test failed to confirm their kinship. At that moment, upon witnessing the incompatible blood, General Su staggered and fainted, necessitating his immediate transport to Jiren Hall by Su Yunfeng and his son. Su Yunfeng, having heard rumors that the renowned healer Kai of Jiren Hall was a legendary physician known for his benevolence and skill, patiently awaited his return to tend to his ailing father. When a Wang entered, Su Jian hurried to inquire, "Is Dr. Kai back yet?" Wang glanced at the frail, elderly man, whose breath was shallow, and sighed inwardly. The most skilled physician in Jiren Hall was none other than the family's second master, who was unwilling to assist, rendering the other doctors utterly unreliable. With no choice but to summon courage, he stammered, "I am terribly sorry, but Dr. Kai is unwell today and cannot attend to patients. I will fetch other doctors to assist." Upon hearing this, Su Wenzhou's eyes widened in fury. "What did you say?" Having spent years in the military, he was accustomed to combat and exuded an aura of intimidation. In his desperation, his pent-up rage erupted. Wang felt a chill run down his spine. Trembling as he spoke with a quivering voice, I truly apologize. Dr. Kai has fallen ill and cannot see patients. The other doctors will return shortly to assist the elderly gentleman, or perhaps you might seek help at another clinic." Wang's voice dwindled as disbelief crept into his own words. In Yinyang, if Jiren Hall could not cure them, where else could they turn? Enraged, Su Wenzhou seized Wang by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Repeat that. Where is Dr. Kai? Call him at once. Do you know who we are?" "We are enough," Su Yinfeng sternly interrupted, halting Su Wenzhou's outburst. The Su family had departed the capital discreetly, wishing to avoid drawing the attention of local authorities, particularly given their family motto forbidding the use of power to oppress others. What a grandfather! Su Wenzhou restrained himself, throwing Wang to the ground, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the ailing General Su. The Su family had their own court physician, but their journey to find Xiao Lu had necessitated traveling light, leaving even their guards behind, let alone a physician. Returning to the capital would take at least 12 hours, a full day and night, and given the harsh weather, General Su's frail health could not withstand such a journey. Wang, feeling pity, whispered, "Esteemed sirs, the Regent has recently initiated a consultation event at the Gathering of Talents, where doctors from Yinyang and nearby regions will be present. Perhaps you could seek assistance there?" "The Regent is in Yinyang?" The Su family was taken aback. They had heard rumors of the Regent taking the young heir out to seek medical advice, but had not anticipated his presence in Yinyang. "Let us proceed to the Gathering of Talents," Su Yunfeng decided without hesitation, having heard that the Regent's physician, Mu Jingshan, was as skilled as the imperial doctors. Su Wenzhou shouldered General Su and hastened toward the Gathering of Talents. Upon arrival, they were halted by a figure. "Halt! Who goes there?" Su Jian stepped forward, bowing slightly. "My grandfather is gravely ill, and we have come to the Gathering of Talents seeking a physician's aid." The individual blocking their path wore the uniform of a waiter from the Gathering of Talents, clearly tasked with maintaining order. If Su Ruojin had been present, she would have recognized this very waiter as the one who had previously obstructed her. The waiter scrutinized the group with disdain and waved his hand dismissively. "Begone. Seek a physician elsewhere. This is no place for you." Furious, Su Wenzhou was about to unleash a tirade when Su Yunfeng raised a hand to stop him. Stepping forward, he addressed the waiter, "Good sir, we are old acquaintances of the Regent and wish to speak with him. Please, could you inform him of our presence?" The waiter and Appo's scoff was laden with contempt. "You? Acquaintances of the Regent? I might as well claim to be his relative. Be off with you, or I shall be less than courteous." Having witnessed countless individuals flaunting a modicum of medical knowledge in hopes of encountering the Regent, he found the audacity of this ragtag group laughable. If they thought their shabby appearance could grant them access to the Regent, they were sorely mistaken. Had Su Wenzhou not been burdened with General Su, he would have been inclined to teach the impertinent waiter a lesson. Observing his grandfather's declining condition, Su Yunfeng, desperate, reached into his garments to retrieve the general's insignia. Just then, a young woman's voice interjected. It said the Regent is diligent and compassionate, yet he appears otherwise. "How dare you slander the Regent?" The waiter barked in outrage, turning to face her. The three men also turned to see a young girl supporting an elderly woman. The waiter glared at Su Ruojin, frowning. "What do you want this time? You think you can just waltz in here again?" "Yes, you. As long as I am here, you shall not." Su Ruojin had accompanied old Madame Lin to purchase some needed items when she noticed Su Wenzhou carrying the elderly man. Her medical instincts piqued, she approached to offer assistance. Ignoring the waiter's presence, She released old Madame Lin's arm and stepped directly beside Su Wonjo. "I am a doctor. May I examine this elderly gentleman?" The resemblance between the young girl and Su Madam in her youth was striking, causing the Su family to momentarily pause in surprise, exchanging glances filled with excitement. Could she be Xiaolu? Yet, over the years, the Su family had encountered many girls who bore similarities to Su Madam, only to be met with disappointment. They suppressed their hopes, aware that greater expectations often led to greater disillusionment. Another thought emerged: this young girl, so youthful, could she truly possess the capability to heal? Chapter 32. Who is being carried? Seemingly perceiving the confusion of the three individuals, Su Ruojin remained unperturbed and continued. "Does the elderly gentleman often experience chest tightness, shortness of breath, chest pain, persistent coughing, and restless nights?" Upon hearing these words, the three fell silent. The old General Su was in a semi-conscious state, resting against Su Wonjo's shoulder, his face the only visible part of him. This young girl had merely glanced at the elderly man, yet was able to articulate his symptoms. Su Jian stepped forward and bowed. "This esteemed doctor, my grandfather indeed exhibits the symptoms you described. May I inquire how you came to know this?" His lips were tinged with purple, his complexion a sickly hue, and despite the frigid weather, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, indicating a heart condition flaring up. If prompt medical attention was not administered soon, the consequences could be dire. The innkeeper, standing nearby, chuckled. "I kindly advise you to be wary of being deceived. She is no doctor, merely a distant relative of Lin Zhizhou's household, a good-for-nothing." Su Ruojin cast a cool glance at the innkeeper, her brows slightly raised, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowing, exuding an icy demeanor. The innkeeper instantly felt the already cold atmosphere drop further, wrapping his arms around himself, falling silent, and sulking as he stood aside. Without waiting for his family to speak, Su Wonjo interjected, "Doctor, please examine my grandfather once." Having faced countless life-and-death situations on the battlefield, he was well aware that, in times of excessive casualties, anyone with even a modicum of medical knowledge would be pressed into service. The fact that this young lady could discern his grandfather's condition with a mere glance instilled a sense of reliability in Su Wonjo. Su Yinfeng and Su Jian exchanged glances. They too were taken aback by the girl and amp. Appo's uncanny ability to identify the old general and amp, Appo's ailment, and did not object to her examination. Su Ruojin stepped forward to check the old general and amp, Appo's pulse, and examined his eyelids. Her expression darkened, and she spoke rapidly. "My clinic is just ahead. Quickly carry the elderly gentleman there. He has previously sustained heart injuries, and his recent exertion, coupled with some distressing incident, has triggered a recurrence of his old ailment. If we do not proceed with acupuncture immediately, it may be too late." Upon hearing this, Su Wonjo hesitated no longer and hurriedly carried the old general in the direction indicated by Su Ruojin, with the others following closely behind. In a private room on the third floor of Yaoxing Building, Xiao Yanchu was enjoying tea with Mu Jingshan. Today marked the final day of the gathering of the virtuous, and it seemed the esteemed physician they sought would not make an appearance. Mu Jingshan sipped his tea, a hint of worry creasing his brow. And Appo's condition, though rendering him somewhat foolish, was not life-threatening, at worst. The royal household could care for him for a lifetime without issue. However, the prince was approaching 25 years of age. Xiao Yanchu rose and gazed out the window towards the gathering of the virtuous. "No need to rush. There's still 4 years left. You are quite carefree." "What if?" Mu Jingshan began, but was interrupted by Xiao Yanchu's voice, tinged with curiosity. "Is it not Su Wonjo?" Following Xiao Yanchu's gaze, Mu Jingshan saw Su Wonjo sprinting with someone on his back, trailed by a group of people. Not only was Su Wonjo present, but also General Su and Su Jian. What could possibly be happening? Why were they dressed in such a manner? Mu Jingshan was equally astonished. When had the Su family arrived in Yinyang? And why were they unaware of it? Who was Su Wonjo carrying? And why was he running so frantically? Suddenly, Xiao Yanchu spotted the young girl closely following the Su family. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed downstairs. "Jingshan, follow me." Uncertain of the situation, Mu Jingshan hastily set down his teacup and chased after him. "Wait for me, Your Highness." Su Ruojin, the adopted daughter of Lin Jizhou, had just turned 15. Not long ago, after Lin Jizhou reclaimed his biological daughter, he cast her out. According to the Lin household, her birth parents hailed from Shirley Village, and, currently, she and the old matriarch of the Lin family were preparing to open a clinic on Jingda Street. This was the information reported to Xiao Yinshu by the royal spies. To be able to open a clinic implied she possessed a medical license. Thus, she was indeed a doctor. After encountering her, Yi and Appos had shown significant improvement. Could it be that she had performed some miraculous treatment on him? Yet, as Xiao Yinshu pondered her age, he realized he had yet to discover the identity of her mentor. Given her youth, it was unlikely her medical skills were exceptionally advanced. Now, recalling the elderly man Su Wenzhou was carrying, Xiao Yinshu quickened his pace. Although the man's face was hidden against Su Wenzhou's back, the tension exhibited by the Su family strongly suggested it was General Su. Could it be that Su Ruojin was to treat the general? Years ago, General Su had been stabbed in the chest by an enemy general's spear, injuring his heart. The reigning emperor had summoned renowned physicians from across the realm, depleting the palace's precious medicinal resources to save him from the clutches of death. If his condition had recurred, the young girl would be incapable of providing the necessary treatment. Should General Su perish under her care, she would bear the weight of countless lives lost. He must act swiftly. Upon arriving at the clinic, Su Ruojin directed Su Wenzhou to place the elderly gentleman on the examination table, instructing a maid to bring in 2 basins of hot water to ensure the room was warm. She swiftly unfastened General Su and Appos' garments and opened her medical kit, revealing an array of gleaming silver needles of varying thickness. Su Ruojin commanded, "Leave 1 person inside. Everyone else must step out. No one is to enter before I come out." Although she intended to have everyone leave, she understood that under the current circumstances, the family members of the patient would not feel at ease without at least one of their own present. Otherwise, the ensuing distress would only delay the treatment. Ultimately, Su Jian decided to stay. Su Ruojin paid no mind to who remained, swiftly retrieving the silver needles and instructing, "While I perform the acupuncture, you must remain silent." Su Jian nodded slightly, indicating he understood, and stepped back to give Su Ruojin space. As Su Ruojin began her work, the first needle was inserted into the Xunmen point at a depth of 3 fun, followed by the Shaohai point at 4 fun deep, and subsequently into the Tsiuza and Naguan points, proceeding through the relevant acupoints with varied depths. By the time she completed the initial set of needles, beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. Just when Su Jian thought the treatment was concluded, he observed Su Ruojin beginning to twist, flick, and knead each needle. With each motion, the silver needles began to vibrate in different rhythms, some shaking vigorously, others trembling gently. Su Ruojin's hands remained in constant motion, meticulously adjusting the depth and frequency of each needle. Witnessing this, Su Jian's initial skepticism transformed into astonishment. As the crown prince's tutor, he frequently moved within the imperial court and had encountered numerous court physicians, yet he had never witnessed anyone with such speed and this somewhat peculiar technique. Suddenly, Su Jian recalled having seen the long-lost technique of the 13 ghostly needles in ancient texts. However, the young girl was using 16 needles, not 13, which did not quite align. Curiosity welled within him. Yet respecting Su Ruojin's focus and recalling her previous instruction, he suppressed his inquisitiveness and patiently observed from the side. If he had previously doubted Su Ruojin's medical skills, he now held an unwavering trust in her abilities. He even sensed that within the borders of Dechu, if anyone could cure his grandfather and Appos' ailment, it would be this young girl before him. After a while, Su Ruojin withdrew the needles. In the next moment, General Su suddenly erupted into a violent cough, expelling a mouthful of black blood that stained his garments. Su Jian's expression changed dramatically as he rushed forward, disregarding Su Ruojin's earlier instruction, and exclaimed, "Grandfather!" Chapter 33, Poisoning on the Other Side. As Su Yinfeng and the others had just heard Su Ruojin's instructions and stepped out of the room to give her space to treat, they heard someone calling out to him. "General Su, what brings you to Yinyang?" It was Xiao Yin Chu, who had arrived outside the room. Startled by Xiao Yin Chu and Appo's voice, Su Yunfeng and Su Wenzhou hurriedly clasped their fists in salute. "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness." Xiao Yin Chu waved his hand dismissively. No need for excessive formalities when away from home. "What is the situation?" Su Yunfeng replied. "My father has fallen ill and is currently being treated inside." Xiao Yin Chu's expression changed slightly. It was as he had suspected. The old General Su had rendered tremendous service to the great Chu kingdom, and Xiao Yin Chu could not allow any mishap to befall him. "Jing Shan, go and check on him." The door remained tightly shut, indicating that the treatment was still ongoing. For some reason, Xiao Yin Chu felt a sense of relief. There was still time, as long as Mu Jing Shan intervened. The chances of the old General Su recovering were high. Even if something were to happen, it could hardly be blamed on the young lady. "Yes, Your Highness." Mu Jingshan accepted the command and prepared to push the door open. "Wait," Su Yunfeng called out, stopping him. Mu Jingshan paused, looking at Su Yunfeng with a hint of confusion. While Mu Jingshan's assistance was certainly welcome, Su Yunfeng recalled the young lady's instructions. "One should not doubt those they employ, nor employ those they doubt," was one of Su Yunfeng's guiding principles as a commander. He had already promised Dr. Su that no one was to enter before she emerged, especially since Jiao and was inside to oversee matters. There should be no cause for concern. "Is General Su expressing distrust in Jingshan?" Xiao Yin Chu questioned, somewhat perplexed. Su Yunfeng quickly clasped his fists, his face filled with regret. "Your Highness, Dr. Mu's medical skills are renowned in the capital, and I would never dare to question them. However, I have already promised Dr. Su that no one is to enter until she is finished. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing this, a glint of amusement flickered in Xiao Yin Chu and Appo's eyes. Just how capable was this young lady that the esteemed General Su preferred to trust her over allowing Mu Jingshan to assist? "Very well. Then let us wait here for Dr. Su to emerge," Xiao Yin Chu said, not insisting further, and took a seat nearby, patiently awaiting Su Ruojin's appearance. As a physician, Mu Jingshan understood well that a doctor should not be disturbed while administering treatment, so he bore no ill will. Rather, he was simply curious about what kind of doctor could inspire such trust from General Su. Inside, the sound of the needlework was swift as the wind, while outside, silence reigned, the sound of the falling needles audible. Everyone was focused on when the door would finally open. At that moment, Steward Zhang rushed in, his face a mask of anxiety. "Your Highness, the young master has gone missing again." Steward Zhang wished he could slap himself. The last time a young master had sneaked out, it had caused quite an uproar. After finally managing to bring him back, he had assigned 2 nurses to look after him, yet he had vanished once more. Xiao Yanchu immediately set down the teacup and stood up to leave. Su Yunfeng, aware of how much Xiao Yin Chu cared for the young master, stepped forward. "Your Highness, I am willing to assist in searching for the young master." Xiao Yin Chu waved his hand. "No need. You stay here to watch over General Su. I will leave Jing Shan with you. If any assistance is required, do not hesitate to arrange it." "Thank you, Your Highness." Su Yunfeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The fact that Xiao Yin Chu allowed Mu Jing Shan to remain gave him some peace of mind. If Dr. Su encountered any issues, having the skilled Mu Jingshan present would certainly be advantageous. As soon as Xiao Yin Chu departed, everyone outside heard Su Jiao An's exclamation from within the room. Anxiety gripped their hearts, yet none dared to enter. Su Wenzhou, in a fit of worry, shouted elder brother. He had barely uttered the words before Su Yunfeng smacked him on the head. "Be quiet. What if your shouting disturbs Dr. Su?" Su Yunfeng admonished in a hushed tone. Su Wenzhou promptly silenced himself, anxiously pacing before the closed door. Su Yunfeng regretted bringing his father to Yinyang. His father's health had already been precarious, and now, after the exhausting journey, they were faced with such a predicament that had triggered his old ailment. It seemed that in the future, he would have to conceal any news regarding Xiao Lu from his father until it could be confirmed. Su Ruojin withdrew a handkerchief to wipe her hands and said to Su Jiaoan, who was leaning over the bed, "This is poisoned blood, which has been obstructed in the heart. Its expulsion indicates that he is safe." Su Jiaoan gazed at the old General Su's face. Though he had yet to awaken, his complexion was no longer as pallid as before, and his breathing was considerably steadier. He understood that Su Ruojin's words held truth. "Thank you, Dr. Su. Will my grandfather awaken? I will write you a prescription shortly. Have someone prepare the medicine for him to take, and he should awaken by evening. However, I do not recommend moving him at this time. If you do not mind the simplicity of my clinic, it will be best for the patient to stay here until he is in better health." Su Jian recognized that Su Ruojin spoke wisely. His grandfather was still unconscious, and the outside air was chilly. It would indeed be unwise to move him hastily. "Then we will trouble you, Dr. Su. May I ask if we could also stay at the clinic? Since he cannot be moved, I cannot leave him alone here. We have a spare room in the back of the clinic that you may use," Su Ruojin replied, tossing the handkerchief into the basin. "Then I shall stay to care for my grandfather." "That is agreeable, but currently my clinic lacks medicinal materials. You will need to procure the herbs from elsewhere based on the prescription." "That is no problem," Su Jian quickly replied. He had already deduced that Su Ruojin's clinic had not officially opened and lacked supplies. By the way, the residual poison in the old man's body has not yet been completely eradicated. Once he awakens, he will need to take medicinal baths daily to eliminate the lingering toxins. "Poison? My grandfather has been poisoned? Who did this?" Su Jian exclaimed, shock and fury etched on his face. How dare someone poison his grandfather? The Su family had been discreet in the capital, taking precautions against the emperor's suspicions that their achievements might overshadow the throne. The old General Su had declined promotions and honors, relinquishing military power long ago. As a result, the emperor had entrusted his father and third brother with the command of the southern and northern borders, safeguarding the most remote territories of the Great Chu Kingdom. Could it be that even this was not enough to ensure his grandfather's safety? Su Jian's fist clenched tightly. Seeing Su Jian's anger, Su Ruojin understood his feelings. Anyone would be furious upon learning that their grandfather had been poisoned. She continued, "The poison was administered today. It would not have been fatal under normal circumstances. However, due to your grandfather's existing ailments and advanced age, it has led to this situation. You need not worry. A few days of medicinal bath should suffice. In truth, the poison could be eliminated without baths, but given the severity of the existing ailment, a medicinal bath would yield better results." Su Ruojin was not the type of doctor who treated only what was presented to her. If a patient sought her help, she would do her utmost to restore their health. Su Jian, momentarily taken aback, pondered, "The poison was administered today? Who did this?" Chapter 34. 5 taels of silver. Upon regaining his senses, Su Jian opposed, and hastily inquired, "May I ask, Dr. Su, what kind of poison is it?" "It is not a particularly lethal poison, merely an ordinary soft powder. Typically, a person who ingests it will feel weak all over, but even without an antidote, they will recover in about 3 to 4 days." Suddenly, Su Jian had a thought and quickly added, "Dr. Su, could you please check my pulse to ascertain whether I have been affected by the soft powder?" Su Ruojin extended her hand to examine Su Jian Oppo's, an end Oppo's, pulse. Her gaze meeting his. "Do you practice martial arts often?" The Su family is renowned for producing military generals, and the boys in the family begin their martial training at the tender age of 3, even if they do not serve in the army, achieving significant physical fitness. "Yes, my father insisted that we start martial training at the age of 3, Su Jian replied earnestly. "That explains it. You too have been affected by the soft powder. However, due to the small dosage and your robust constitution from years of training, it will have minimal impact on you." Su Jian fell silent. They had only visited Shirley Village today, stopping briefly at the home of someone suspected of adopting Shaolu and drinking a few sips of water. Could it be that family had poisoned them? Yet, that family bore no grudge against the Su family, appearing quite honest, and before leaving, they had even left them 50 taels of silver. Their expressions of gratitude seemed to provide no motive for poisoning. "We only visited Shirley Village today. We did not go anywhere else," Su Jian muttered thoughtfully. "Shirley Village? That makes sense," Su Ruojin remarked, casting a contemplative glance at Su Jian. "What business did you have in Shirley Village?" "Some personal matters." Seeing his reluctance to divulge more, Su Ruojin did not press further. Shirley Village was known for its fierce inhabitants. They only kept male children, and any older girls were either deceived or sold as brides. Outsiders who entered the village were often unable to leave without giving something in return. At this point, Su Ruojin paused. Your father and brothers likely also ingested the soft powder, but like you, their strong physiques mitigate the effects. How infuriating! How can Governor Yin allow such a village to exist? Su Jian slammed the table, having deduced that they had indeed fallen into a trap set in Shirley Village. That family had appeared kind-hearted, and the Su family, eager to verify their connection to the young girl, had let down their guard, unwittingly walking into a snare. Su Jian felt a pang of guilt, believing his negligence had endangered his grandfather. In truth, he could hardly be blamed. When that family served them water, Su Jian had surreptitiously tested it with a silver needle. However, the soft powder was not a lethal toxin, and due to its small quantity, the silver needle revealed nothing. Ruojin remained silent. In this era, medical knowledge was rudimentary, and childbirth was fraught with peril, leading to many infants dying young. When a family dealt with a female infant, it was often without consequence, as proving anything was nearly impossible. It seemed that family had administered the soft powder to the Su family merely to extort money while they were vulnerable. Yet, they had underestimated the strength of the Su men, as the poison affected only the elderly General Su, proving ineffective against the others. After General Su fainted, Su Wenzhou carried him, and the group hastened to the city in search of a physician, thereby escaping the family scheme. I shall ensure the governor eradicates Shirley Village. Su Jiao and oppose, and could hardly contain his indignation. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow and regarded Su Jiao and oppose, and with interest. Realizing he had perhaps spoken too freely, Su Jiao quickly cleared his throat. Cough, cough. I meant to say, I will report to the authorities, urging the governor to act on behalf of the people. Su Ruojin smiled gently. Let them in. As the door opened, Su Yunfeng and Su Wenzhou entered, approaching General Su's side. Dr. Su, how is my father? He is not in grave danger. Su Ruojin reassured them, reiterating the situation. Upon hearing that General Su was unharmed, the three Su men breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dr. Su. Suddenly, Su Yunfeng remembered something and quickly produced a banknote, presenting it to Su Ruojin. Dr. Su, I wonder if this is sufficient to cover your fees. If not, I can send someone with more. Su Ruojin glanced at the banknote, 500 taels, and declined to accept it. The consultation is 1 tael. You may procure your own medicinal materials. I will not charge for that. The medicinal bath is 1 tael per session, and you may stay in the back courtyard for 1 tael. The total comes to 5 taels. 5 taels? That is exceedingly reasonable, Su Yunfeng exclaimed, pressing the banknote into her hands. Dr. Su, your efforts have saved my father's life. This is our humble token of appreciation. Please, you must accept it. Su Ruojin did not refuse and accepted it graciously. Then I thank you, Mr. Su. In her practice, she had her own pricing standards. If patients were wealthy and willing to pay more, she would not refuse, for such funds could aid those less fortunate. From the outset of her decision to open a clinic, Su Ruojin established a principle. She would not charge the impoverished. As for the affluent, they could choose to pay what they deemed fit. Once everything was settled, Su Ruojin returned to the back courtyard, where Yuan Hong eagerly offered her a glass of water. Sister Jean, please have a drink. Old Madam Lin looked at her with concern. You appear exhausted and are sweating. Quickly wipe yourself down, lest you catch a chill. While Su Ruojin was in the front clinic tending to patients, she and Yuan Hong could not assist much, so they remained quietly in the back courtyard, avoiding causing any trouble for Jean. Yuan Hong, however, could hardly contain his curiosity and stealthily slipped outside for a moment. Now, he watched Su Ruojin with an expression that suggested he wished to speak, but hesitated, appearing restless. Noticing his demeanor, Su Ruojin found it amusing. All right, if you have questions, feel free to ask. Yuan Hong's eyes lit up, and he quickly inquired, Sister, who are those people? I saw them hand over a banknote. How much was it? Having only caught a glimpse of the Su family giving a banknote, he was curious about the amount. Oh, this? Su Ruojin retrieved the banknote from the table. And old Madam Lin gasped at the sight of the sum. How could it be so much? Yuan Hong picked up the banknote, examining it with excitement. Sister Jean, we have already earned 500 taels before the clinic has even opened. We might become wealthy soon. Wealthy? Su Ruojin smiled lightly. What is the difficulty in becoming wealthy? However, in this world, wealth is often concealed. Sometimes money is a double-edged sword, bringing more troubles than benefits. It is a peaceful life that is truly precious. Thus, for many years, while old Madame Lin and Yuan Hong appeared to reside in a modest courtyard in Yinyang City, wearing ordinary clothes, they consumed the exquisite medicinal pills that Su Ruojin had meticulously crafted, priceless treasures sought after by others. Jean, who are those people? Will there be any trouble? Old Madame Lin regarded the unexpected fortune with unease, fearing it might bring complications for Jean. Grandmother, there is no need for concern. The Su family is known for their integrity. Nothing will happen, Su Ruojin reassured her, taking a sip of tea. Which General Su? Old Madame Lin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Chapter 35. Very well, Su Yunfeng, the great general of the Daqing Kingdom. Su Ruojin did not wish to conceal anything from Lady Lin, nor was there anything significant to hide. Although the Su family dressed modestly, Su Ruojin had already sensed something amiss from the moment Su Wenzhou briskly carried the old general on his back. It was evident that only someone accustomed to martial arts could run so swiftly while carrying another. The calluses on Su Wenzhou's hands were indicative of a seasoned warrior wielding a long spear. Coupled with Su Jian's mention of their return from Shirley Village and the tone of his voice, Su Ruojin connected the dots to the messages previously conveyed by the Dark Alliance, realizing the true identity of the individuals involved. The Su family, devoted to their country, had a legacy of loyalty and valor, with generations fighting valiantly to safeguard the well-being of the Daqing citizens. Su Ruojin held a deep respect for such a martial lineage. Without these generals battling at the frontiers, laying down their lives and shedding their blood, the people of Daqing would not enjoy their peace and prosperity. Later, she planned to procure some longevity pills for the old general's recuperation. The longevity pill, a perennial fixture on the Dark Alliance's list of rare medicinal bounties, was valued at 1,000 taels of gold each. The materials used in its concoction were precious, and the formula had been lost to time, leaving the world uncertain if there existed a master capable of crafting such a remedy. Nevertheless, some were willing to cling to the hope of its existence, offering a reward in the event that a practitioner could be found. According to popular belief, a single longevity pill could extend one's life by 5 years. 1,000 taels traded for 5 years of life seemed a worthy exchange. Only Su Ruojin knew that the longevity pill did not simply extend life by 5 years upon ingestion. Rather, it improved bodily functions and slowed the aging process of organs, thus effectively prolonging life in a certain sense. She had discovered this formula in ancient medical texts during her previous life, where advanced technology had already rendered such remedies less practical. To her surprise, after awakening in the Daqing Kingdom and having some idle time, she attempted to refine several ancient prescriptions she had seen, and to her astonishment, she succeeded, including the longevity pill. Meanwhile, as Su Ruojin departed, Mu Jingshan eagerly approached to check the old general's pulse. He had wished to do so when Su Ruojin first entered, but refrained out of respect for her role in the diagnosis. After all, she had just completed her treatment, and it would have conveyed a sense of distrust for him to check immediately afterward. Thus, he held off until she left, allowing the Su family to act. "How is it, Dr. Mu?" Su Yunfeng inquired softly. His concern for his father warranted a cautious approach. Mu Jingshan and Appo's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as he felt the pulse. After finishing, he gently placed the old general's hand back under the covers and gestured to step outside to converse, wishing to avoid disturbing him. Once outside, Mu Jingshan turned to Su Jian with excitement. "Jian, did you witness the young lady, Dr. Su, administering the needles?" Su Jian nodded. "Indeed, Dr. Mu. But is there something wrong with grandfather's health?" No, quite the opposite. The old general's pulse is steady, and there are even signs of alleviation of his long-standing ailments. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I doubt I could have done better than Dr. Su, Mu Jingshan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the Su family felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Excellent, excellent. Ji and Appo's. And please recount the process of Dr. Su and Appo's treatment in detail." Su y Appo's unobliged, recounting the events thoroughly. With each detail, Mu Jingshan's astonishment grew. The 13 ghostly needles, though he had never witnessed their application firsthand. He was familiar with the ancient texts that detailed this set of techniques. However, when Su Jian mentioned that the young lady had used more than 13 needles, Mu Jingshan was taken aback. The application of more needles tested a physician's skill. For a proficient doctor must not only insert the needles, but also manage each one within a short period, adjusting for various symptoms. The more needles employed, the greater the challenge, as a typical physician might use around 6 needles, with exceptional practitioners reaching 10. Anything beyond that was exceedingly rare. If a patient required numerous needles, doctors would generally opt to administer them in phases, lest they lose control. Any misstep could result in ineffectiveness or, worse, exacerbate the patient's condition. Mu Jingshan, confident in managing up to 12 needles, could hardly fathom that Dr. Su could control 16. Had it not been for Su Jian's account, Mu Jingshan would have deemed it unbelievable, thinking he must have misheard. A thought flickered in his mind, a notion so extraordinary that he quickly dismissed it. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. The legendary medical sage was an elderly figure. How could such a delicate young lady be the one? Yet, he found himself eager to seek Dr. Su's guidance on the art of healing. Mu Jingshan was not one to cling to pride. In his view, age did not dictate the teacher-student dynamic. He felt no shame in learning from someone more skilled, regardless of their age or gender. Skill in medicine was paramount. Mere age held little value without it. At that moment, a guard hurried into the room. Young Master Mu, the prince requests your immediate return to the manor. The young heir has returned, but is running a high fever. Mu Jingshan quickly bid farewell to Su Yunfeng and departed the medical hall in haste. Once they left, Su Yunfeng's expression turned stern. Wenzhou, inform your second brother to investigate whether that Dr. Kai is genuinely ill or merely feigning. Also, have your fourth brother look into the situation in Shirley Village and send some commonly used medicinal supplies to the Run and Appos AI Hall. As a high-ranking general, Su Yunfeng was well aware that the Jiren Hall seemed to disdain their humble attire. Such a medical establishment could hardly be deemed the foremost in any region. The Su family did not wish to bully others with their status, yet they would not tolerate being belittled, especially not with the threat of poison against the old general. Yes, father, Su Wenzhou replied and left the medical hall. Inside, Kai Fanzhou leisurely sipped his tea, pondering before summoning a Wang. Where have they gone? A Wang hesitated for a moment before realizing his master referred to the elderly man who had just suffered an emergency. Although he had previously reported that the old man had left, he refrained from mentioning his suggestion to seek a doctor at Jushin Tower. Now, faced with his master and Appo's inquiry, a Wang felt apprehensive. Master, I do not know. Kai Fanzhou dismissed him with a wave, unconcerned, with so many matters at hand in the medical hall. Who had the time to track others' whereabouts? As a Wang left, another servant rushed in with news. Master, the head of the family requests your presence at the entrance to welcome the governor, who has arrived. The governor is here? Kai Fanzhou did not dare delay. Hastily rising to adjust his attire before heading out to greet him, Kai Jirong stood beside Governor Zhong, wearing a cordial smile. Governor Zhong, what brings you to the medical hall today? If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to let us know. Shall we sit in the back courtyard? I have some fine long Jing tea. Governor Zhong replied coolly, no need for that. I heard that Dr. Kai is unwell, so I came to pay a visit. Kai Jirong was momentarily taken aback. My second brother is ill. I was unaware. He had just sent a servant to summon him moments ago. In the next instant, Kai Fanzhou approached with a beaming smile, clasping his fists in greeting. Governor, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Governor Zhong glanced at Kai Fanzhou and remarked, you appear quite robust, Dr. Kai. Not at all like someone who is ill. Good, very good. With that, he turned and departed the medical hall, leaving the Kai brothers exchanging bewildered looks. Chapter 36. The removal of the plaque brother. What has happened to Lord Zhong? Kai Fanzhou gazed at Kai Jirong, bewildered. Kai Zizong, no fool, sensed Lord Zhong's ire. Yet, since his arrival at the clinic, he had treated Lord Zhong with utmost respect. He could not fathom having offended him. Are you ill? Kai Jirong scrutinized Kai Fanzhou with irritation. Kai Fanzhou shook his head. No, I am not. With Lord Zhong here, how could I dare fall ill? Even if I were unwell, I must endure. I wish to strengthen my relationship with him. hoping that Ruojin may replace Ruojin in tending to the governor's wife. Then why would the Lord claim you were sick? Just as Kai Fanzhou was about to express his ignorance, his expression suddenly shifted. Kai Jirong noticed the change and pressed. What on earth is going on? Speak clearly, lest we inadvertently offend Lord Zhong without understanding the matter. After a moment's contemplation, Kai Fanzhou deemed it improbable, but recounted the incident of several villagers bringing an ailing elder to seek his aid that day. Kai Jirong stroked his beard, deep in thought. If, as Kai Fanzhou asserted, the villagers had come merely seeking treatment, there was no fault in refusing them. Yet, he pondered, why was Lord Zhong reacting thus? Perplexed, Kai Jirong concluded, never mind. I shall take a century-old ginseng root and pay a visit to Governor Lin shortly. The sight of Lord Zhong today fills me with foreboding. I cannot rest easy until I comprehend this matter. As Kai Jirong exited the clinic, he was met by several constables. The lead constable announced, by the order of the governor, we are to remove the plaque of Jirentang, the first medical clinic of Yinyang. With a wave of his hand, the other constables approached, preparing to detach a small plaque inscribed with Yinyang's first medical clinic, a testament penned by Governor Zhong himself. Kai Jirong, alarmed, rushed forward to intervene. Gentlemen, please, let us speak civilly. What is the meaning of this? Why must you remove our clinic's plaque? The lead constable brusquely pushed Kai Jirong aside, stating, we are merely executing orders. If you have grievances, address them with the governor. He then urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry and remove it. We must report back soon. Yes. The constables complied, and the clinic's attendants dared not intervene, helplessly watching as the constables brought a ladder to take down the plaque. The entrance of the clinic quickly filled with onlookers, murmuring amongst themselves. What has happened to Jirentang? Have they offended the governor? Surely, that must be the case. Otherwise, why would they remove the plaque? Could it be a misunderstanding? I think Jirentang is quite commendable. Commendable? Did you not hear about that quack who appeared earlier? I suspect this is related. Which quack? Do tell. It is none other than that my Yunnan. A crowd gathered around the individual, eager for the tale. As the plaque was taken down, the lead constable proclaimed, Jirentang, for failing in your duty to care for the ailing. You stand idly by while patients face perilous situations. You are unworthy of the title of Yinyang's first medical clinic. Henceforth, we remove this plaque, serving as a warning to your establishment. Should you transgress again, the consequences will be severe. With that, the constables departed, plaque in hand, without a glance backward. Kai Jirong and Kai Fanzhou, upon hearing the constable's words, turned pale. The implications were dire for Jirentang. What do they mean by failing to care for the ailing? Kai Jirong suddenly recalled the villagers and the elder that Kai Fanzhou had mentioned. This affair was certainly more complicated than it appeared. He pointed a finger at Kai Fanzhou, scolding, you wait here. If this is truly your doing, I shall not forgive you. With that, he climbed into his carriage, urging the bearers to hasten. Upon reaching Lin's estate, Kai Jirong was informed that Governor Lin had not yet returned, and his wife and daughter had gone out to pay respects, leaving him to wait in the main hall. Fortunately, it was not long before Lin Zhongshan returned. Upon seeing Kai Jirong, Lin Zhongshan's face flushed with anger. He initially intended to berate him, but restrained himself upon remembering his daughter was under Kai Fanzhou's tutelage. Previously summoned by Governor Zhong, Lin Zhongshan had been reprimanded regarding Jirentang, which fell under his jurisdiction. He had only just learned of their offense against the esteemed Su family, one of the highest noble houses in the Great Chu Kingdom. Even the emperor showed deference to General Su. How could a mere clinic dare refuse to treat the ailing general? The more Lin Zhongshan thought about it, the angrier he became, even regretting allowing his daughter to study under Kai Fanzhou. Alas, there was no one in Yinyang with superior medical skills. Kai family head, I must inquire, how could you provoke patience? Of all individuals, why would you refuse treatment to General Su, who is gravely ill? Kai Jirong stood frozen in shock. The name of General Su was revered throughout the Great Chu. How could they dare to deny him treatment? Why had General Su even visited the clinic? How could they not be aware? Suddenly, he recalled the elder mentioned by Kai Fanzhou, and his heart raced with anxiety. Lord Lin, we truly had no knowledge of General Su and Oppo's visit, otherwise we would never have refused him treatment. It is a grave misunderstanding. Lin Zhongshan raised his teacup to sip and, disregarding decorum, wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I know not the specifics, but I am aware that General Su came to your Jirantang for treatment, only for Kai Shini to declare himself unfit to attend to him, forcing General Su to seek help elsewhere despite his critical condition. Alas, you squandered a golden opportunity and offended the Su family. What do you propose we do about this? By now, Kai Jirong had confirmed that the elder was indeed General Su, and his voice trembled. Lord Lin, what shall we do? Where is General Su? I shall go at once to offer my apologies, and my brother will personally attend to him. Lin Jingshan gestured dismissively. No need. Someone is already caring for General Su. Besides, how could we possibly know his whereabouts? You should consider yourselves fortunate that only the plaque has been removed. Advise Kai Shini to exercise caution in the future. Should a similar situation arise, I cannot guarantee that Jirantang will remain open. Kai Jirong returned to Jirantang, his steps unsteady. In a fit of rage, he struck Kai Fanzhou across the face. You fool! How could you not recognize General Su? You dare feign illness and refuse to treat him? You are truly insufferable. I swear, I will not allow Jirantang to be ruined on your account. Go, kneel in the ancestral hall until I permit you to rise. What? General Su? That old farmer was General Su. Kai Fanzhou covered his face, shocked, unable to focus on the pain from the slap. Brother, I truly did not know he was General Su. It was not intentional. Not intentional? A physician should never be selective with patients. How can you justify this to the ancestors of the Kai family? What troubled Kai Jirong most was the opportunity to forge a connection with the Su family, now slipping through his fingers. If Jirantang had successfully treated General Su, their reputation would have soared to the capital, and they might have become the foremost medical establishment in the Great Chu Kingdom. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, feeling a tightness in his chest. Suddenly, he could not utter a word. His body felt numb and immobile, his gaze fixed ahead. Kai Fanzhou, sensing something was amiss with Kai Jirong, hurried to support him. Brother, what is wrong? Chapter 37. Syncope. Kai Fanzhou hurriedly assisted Kai Jirong onto the bed and took his pulse. Alas, his elder brother had succumbed to syncope, cerebral infarction. Kai Fanzhou promptly summoned a Wang to brew medicine while he himself administered acupuncture to his brother. After much effort, the condition stabilized, but by then, Kai Jirong and Appo's face had become crooked, his body immobile, and he struggled to articulate even a complete sentence. Clearly, he could no longer preside over the affairs of the Kai family. From initial concern, Kai Fanzhou and Appo's heart gradually swelled with a sense of triumph. A thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly convened the clan leaders of the Kai family at Jiren Hall to discuss the situation, proposing the election of a new head of the family to manage affairs. He also attributed the removal of the plaque from Jiren Hall to Kai Jirong having offended a noble guest from the capital. Though the Kai family engaged in various enterprises within the Great Chu Kingdom, their ancestors primarily focused on the practice of medicine. Jiren Hall was the cornerstone of the Kai clan, and the new head must possess medical knowledge. While Kai Jirong was not as renowned as Kai Fanzhou, he was indeed skilled in medicine. Now that he was incapacitated, the mantle of leadership naturally fell upon Kai Fanzhou. Thus, Kai Fanzhou seamlessly ascended to the position of the new head of the Kai family, rendering the need for reverence at the ancestral hall obsolete. Once the leadership transition was settled, Kai Fanzhou summoned the housekeeper Wangda into the room. Send someone to keep watch over Renai Hall and report any developments immediately. Understood. Head of the family, Wangda replied, departing promptly. The news of the plaque's removal from Jiren Hall spread throughout the city, attracting Yuan Hong, who had ventured out for supplies, to the scene. However, he could not enter the back courtyard of Jiren Hall and could only observe the commotion from the entrance. He hurried back to Renai Hall. Sister Jean, the plaque of Jiren Hall has been removed from the first medical hall of Yinyang. Ruojin, who was in the midst of writing prescriptions, paused her pen. Oh? Why? I heard from the officials that it was due to a patient in critical condition being neglected. Ruojin finished the last word, set down her pen, and quickly deduced the reason. Given Kai Shini's reputation, the Su family could not possibly be unaware. General Su must have first gone to Jiren Hall and finding Kai Fanzhou indifferent to the plight, was left with no choice but to seek help at Jushin Building. Kai Fanzhou, such a medical ethic, would indeed breed quacks like my Yunnan. Truly, a crooked beam leads to a warped column. With this thought, Ruojin picked up her pen again and wrote a note to Yuan Hong. Send this out by carrier pigeon. Got it, Yuan Hong replied as he swiftly exited. Given the medical ethics displayed by Jiren Hall, it was unworthy of the resources and prescriptions from Tianyi Pavilion. Tianyi Pavilion, the premier medicinal merchant of the Great Shu Kingdom, could procure any rare and precious herbs available in the world, with the only difference being the amount of silver exchanged. Furthermore, any medical establishment recognized by Tianyi Pavilion could seek assistance for difficult cases during treatment, receiving appropriate prescriptions based on the circumstances. Kai Fanzhou's fame stemmed from his successful treatment of several challenging ailments, with his prescriptions sourced from Tianyi Pavilion. It remained uncertain how Kai Fanzhou would feel upon learning that Jiren Hall had been blacklisted by Tianyi Pavilion. Regent y en temporari residence. How is it? Xiao Yanchu gazed with concern at the sleeping child whose face was flushed. Mu Jingshan removed the silver needles and tucked the little one in. It's nothing serious. He caught a slight chill. A dose of medicine and a good sleep will suffice. Children of his age can develop fevers even when cooped up at home, sometimes merely due to growth spurts. Xiao Yanchu exhaled in relief. That is a relief. Had been found at Wanghua Tower. Why do you think he went there? Mu Jingshan inquired as he put away the needles. Wanghua Tower was the inn where Steward Zhang had previously encountered Could it be that was looking for that little girl? By the way, that Dr. Su may appear young, but there are signs of improvement in General Su's chronic ailment under her care. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Oh, Xiao Yanchu became somewhat intrigued. Almost every physician in the capital had treated General Su's old illness, including the officials from the Imperial Medical Institute. But all they could do was sustain the old man's health with precious herbs. None had found a better approach. What if you took to see her? Perhaps she has a novel treatment method, Mu Jingshan suggested. After years of treating the young lord, Mu Jingshan had yet to find a method to help speak. Perhaps this young lady might work miracles. Even if not, it could not be worse than the current state. Xiao Yanchu regarded and oppose. Non-committal. At that moment, Hu Qing entered and whispered, Your Highness, I have investigated, Doctor. Su tried to attend the consultation conference at Jushin Building, but was turned away by the attendant responsible for maintaining order. Xiao Yanchu's gaze turned frigid. Did I not state that anyone with a medical certificate, regardless of age or gender, could attend the conference? It seems my words hold no weight here in Yin-Yang. Handle this matter. Yes, Hu Qing acknowledged before departing. He had served beside the prince for many years and understood when his master was displeased. The attendant who had barred Ruojin from entry lamented over the past few days, having not even glimpsed the regent. These days, he had relished the feeling of superiority, enjoying the status of being above others. All the doctors arriving for the consultation conference, as well as officials and wealthy merchants wishing to meet the regent, had to pass through him, all smiling ingratiatingly, some even slipping him food or silver coins. This was a sensation he had never experienced before, and he relished every moment, wishing the conference would never end. Alas, the day of the consultation conference would inevitably conclude, and the attendant would find himself returning to the reality of being an ordinary servant. The stark contrast in his circumstances left him feeling quite disgruntled. Who is Li Wangkai? A voice rang out at the entrance. The attendant instinctively adopted a haughty demeanor. Who are you? The conference is over. You are late. Honestly, wanting to curry favor with the regent without knowing your own place. Take him away. Hu Qing commanded, and several officers seized Li Wangkai. Li Wangkai, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, exclaimed, Your Honor, what is the meaning of this? I am an honest citizen, and I even helped maintain order during the regent's consultation conference. You must be mistaken. You obstructed a certified physician from attending the consultation conference and defied the regent's orders. You are under arrest. Your Honor, this is a grave injustice. I am loyal to the regent. Please investigate. Li Wangkai wailed as he was taken away. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 30 strokes of the rod and cast back into the tavern. A man who had offended the regent would naturally find his place at Jushin Building untenable. The tavern keeper ordered the staff to return Li Wankai to his home. Unbeknownst to Ruojin, who was currently entangled in the arms of a young maid, the latter's tears and snot were nearly soaking her through. Chapter 38. Waterflow. Oh, my lady, how I have longed for you. You have finally allowed me to serve you by your side. You cannot imagine my excitement upon receiving the message. I barely slept a wink the entire night. With tears brimming in her eyes, Yin Luo was on the verge of letting her emotions spill over on his Su Ruojin. Ji Hua swiftly pulled her aside, offering a handkerchief. Yin Luo, the Grand Elder has instructed you to compose yourself. If he sees you in this state, you will surely be punished. Yin Luo took the handkerchief to wipe her tears, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I cannot help it. I have not seen my lady for 2 years. Yet I have thought of her every day. Ji Hua, with utmost respect, bowed to Su Ruojin. Ji Hua pays her respects to you, my lady. Su Ruojin smiled gently. Remarkably, Yin Luo is a year older than you, yet you carry yourself more like an elder sister. Only then did Yin Luo remember. Hurriedly following suit with a bow, I pay my respects to you, my lady. Both Ji Hua and Yin Luo were brought back by Su Ruojin during her travels. Ji Hua had suffered from a grave illness, and her family, unable to afford her treatment, had wrapped her in a straw mat and discarded her in a pauper in Appo's graveyard. She managed to crawl to the roadside with her last ounce of strength, collapsing just as Su Ruojin happened to pass by. Su Ruojin healed her ailments and took her to Tian E Pavilion to study. Yin Luo, on the other hand, was orphaned and was being sold to a brothel by her brother and sister-in-law. Su Ruojin, upon seeing her plight, bought her for 10 taels of silver and brought her to Tian E Pavilion as well. Ji Hua and Su Ruojin were of the same age, while Yin Luo was a year older. They had always regarded Su Ruojin as their master, though she never permitted them to refer to themselves as servants. Observing the weary yet determined expressions of the two, Su Ruojin chuckled. Enough. I have told you that formalities are unnecessary. You have both traveled far. Go and rest. My lady, we are not tired, truly. Being with you is invigorating. How long shall we be by your side this time? Yin Luo inquired cautiously. She and Ji Hua had always wished to accompany Su Ruojin to serve her, but she had often deemed their presence a burden and had repeatedly declined their requests. Now that they had finally come, Yin Luo feared that Su Ruojin would only require them to deliver herbs before sending them back to Tian E Pavilion in a few days. Understanding Yin Luo and Appo's concerns, Su Ruojin smiled. I am opening a clinic and cannot manage alone. Hence, I have summoned you both to assist. As long as the clinic is operational, you shall remain by my side. How splendid! Yin Luo exclaimed, leaping with joy, only to be halted by Ji Hua, who shot her a disapproving glare. Yin Luo quickly regained her composure, chuckling. I shall go and organize the herbs. With that, she turned and made her way toward the carriage. Ji Hua then bowed. My lady, we have received an abundance of herbs, but they will be delivered in 2 batches. This shipment consists of only ordinary herbs. The remainder will take another 2 days to arrive. I shall assist Yin Luo in sorting them. Su Ruojin nodded. Very well, go ahead. These 2 young ladies had learned some medical skills at Tian E Pavilion, and their assistance would certainly alleviate her burdens. By the time everything was taken care of, it was already around the hour of 8 p.m. Su Ruojin made her way to the quarters of General Su, her grandfather. Upon seeing her, the old general, tears streaming down his face, reached out, grasping her hand. Xiao Lu, I have finally found you, my dear Xiao Lu. Su Jiuan, who was attending to him, felt a twinge of awkwardness as he observed the scene. Dr. Su, e apologos. My grandfather has just awakened and has yet to regain his senses. Su Ruojin, naturally understanding the old man and Appo's emotional state, did not withdraw her hand but spoke softly. Grandfather, your vision may be a bit blurry upon waking, and you may feel weak. This is all quite normal. I have arranged a medicinal bath for you. You will feel much better after soaking. The old general began to comprehend her words. Turning to Su Jiuan, she is not Xiao Lu? Su Jiuan shook his head. Grandfather, she is Dr. Su. You consumed a concoction from a treacherous villager in Shirley Village, which exacerbated your old ailments. It was Dr. Su who saved you. He thought it best not to raise his grandfather and Appo's hopes unnecessarily, At his age, he could hardly bear another disappointment. The light in the old general and amp, Oppo's, eyes dimmed, and he withdrew his hand. I apologize, Dr. Su. It was rude of me. Ruojin smiled gently, no harm done. Please, enjoy your medicinal bath. She then instructed a servant to bring in the medicinal tub, recognizing the propriety of their separation. She took her leave after giving some final instructions. By the time the old general was settled, it was nearing the end of the hour of high, after 10 p.m. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Ruojin also decided to wash up and retire for the night. In her dreams, she found herself recalling the day a little boy, with his back turned to her, cried out in search of her, repeatedly calling for his sister. Her heart softened at the sight, and as she approached him, ready to call out, she was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of voices. Water and Oppo's, overflowing. Hurry, extinguish the flames. Water, quickly. Ruojin sat up abruptly, donned her outer garments, and opened the door, hastening outside. There, by the storeroom adjacent to the wall, flames flickered ominously. Jihua and Yin Luo, along with other maidservants and servants, were frantically carrying water to douse the fire, with Yuan Hong among them. Fortunately, they had discovered it early, and the flames were not extensive. Before long, they were extinguished. Jihua, upon spotting Ruojin, rushed over, her face filled with remorse. My lady, I am terribly sorry. It was my negligence in overseeing the storeroom. Please, punish me. We shall discuss punishment later. First, let us ascertain how this calamity occurred. How did the fire ignite? Ruojin briskly made her way toward the storeroom. Yin Luo's face was smudged with soot, her eyes red-rimmed. My lady, we do not know. We had ensured everything was in order, and after Jihua and I checked thoroughly, we went to rest, only to find it ablaze in the middle of the night. Madame Lin soon arrived, her expression one of terror and urgency. Xiaojin, what has happened? The storeroom was filled with thick smoke, and the herbs that had just been delivered were charred beyond recognition, the walls blackened by the flames. Ruojin reassured Madame Lin, grandmother, it is all right. However, upon assessing the damage, Madame Lin began to weep. Xiaojin, the clinic is set to open tomorrow, and with these herbs ruined, what are we to do? Ruojin gestured for Jihua to support Madame Lin as she entered the storeroom, slowly surveying the scene. After a moment, her gaze sharpened as she discovered a small firebrand submerged in a puddle of water in the corner. It must have been doused inadvertently during their frantic efforts to extinguish the flames. She glanced up at the vented window in the wall, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. It appeared that someone wished to thwart the smooth opening of her clinic. Chapter 39. Grand opening. The fire starter was a common item easily purchased from the market, lacking any distinctive markings. The likelihood of tracing it back to the arsonist was minimal. However, it was not difficult to surmise that certain individuals in Yin Yang did not wish for her medical clinic to succeed. Was it the Lin family or Kai Fanzhou? Or perhaps both? What shall we do, miss? Yin Luo asked, tears mingling with her distress as she wiped her eyes, her small face darkened with worry. Ruojin rose. Jihua, you and Yin Luo gather everyone to organize the storeroom. Select any usable herbs. We shall proceed with the opening tomorrow. The most vital aspect of the clinic is having a skilled physician. As long as good prescriptions can be written, we can temporarily procure herbs from other apothecaries. Old General's quarters were somewhat distant from the storeroom. When Su Jiao heard the commotion and rushed out, the fire had already been extinguished. He spotted Ruojin emerging from the storeroom with a small piece of the fire starter and instantly comprehended the situation. Dr. Su, do you require assistance? Su Jiao inquired. There's no need to trouble you, Su Gongzi. I can manage this myself, Ruojin replied coolly, her gaze unwavering and deep as a tranquil pool, concealing her true thoughts. If her conjecture was correct, the fire in the storeroom was merely the beginning. Those who dared to provoke her, Ruojin, would inevitably pay the price. Su Jiao eyes flickered, and he chose not to comment further. Some matters were better resolved through action than words. At the Kai residence, Kai Fanzhou was wrapped in the embrace of his concubine, relishing his recent bravado, oblivious to the disdain reflected in her shy, downcast eyes. Each time he summoned her, she feigned adoration, irritatingly declaring him remarkable. At times, she wished he would prepare some medicine for her own use. At that moment, Wang Da called from outside, "Master." Upon hearing Wang Da's voice, Kai Fanzhou donned his attire and led him to the study. "Speak." Wang Da lowered his voice. "I saw a shipment of herbs arrive today, placed in the back storeroom. I tossed the fire starter into the storeroom and left only after witnessing the flames. Those herbs are surely ruined." Kai Fanzhou burst into laughter. "Excellent. Well done. Go to the account room to collect your reward. Without herbs, let us see how she opens her clinic tomorrow. That poor girl from the depths of nowhere thinks she can survive in Yin Yang by running a medical clinic? Dream on. It's time she learns who truly dominates the medical field here. Let her weep as she leaves Yin Yang. Wang Da, accompany me tomorrow to congratulate Dr. Su on her opening. Remember to invite other physicians as well." "Yes, master." On the 8th day of the 12th month of the 2nd year of Sheng, and everything was auspicious. Early in the morning, Yuan Hong stood at the door, eagerly clutching a string of firecrackers. "Why are you so impatient, you little rascal? The hour has yet to arrive." The matron Lin scolded playfully. "Oh, madam, I merely wish to avoid missing the auspicious moment." Yuan Hong replied, "Please stand back. I wouldn't want you to be caught in the blast." Jihua had already risen early to attend to Su Ruojin. Used to managing everything by herself, Su Ruojin ultimately relented to Jihua's insistence. Yin Luo had chosen a splendid purple satin gown adorned with golden butterflies for her, paired with a set of exquisite golden accessories. Su Ruojin found the ensemble too cumbersome. "Yin Luo, today is merely the opening of a clinic. I am a physician, not a contestant in a beauty pageant." Yin Luo reluctantly set it aside, opting for a white jade hairpin embellished with golden tassels. As they approached the entrance, they noticed Chun Sanyang and several villagers already gathered at the clinic's door. Among them were familiar faces. Upon seeing Su Ruojin, Chun Sanyang hurried forward. "Dr. Su, our village has little to offer, but these are some eggs from my home to congratulate you on your clinic's opening. I hope you won't find them unworthy." Madame Tang and Xiao Chui also arrived, presenting some homegrown vegetables. Tai Zhu brought a chicken, while Qin Yang gifted a hand-stitched screen crafted tirelessly upon hearing of the clinic's impending inauguration. Du Yu and Madame Du joined, presenting a plaque inscribed with the words "Miraculous Hands, Reviving Lives." Witnessing the heartfelt blessings and smiles from the crowd, warmth surged within Su Ruojin's heart. Perhaps this was the essence of her rebirth in this world. These genuine faces were the reason she willingly opened a modest clinic in Yin Yang, choosing to lead a simple life alongside Matron Lin and Yuan Hong. "Thank you, everyone," Su Ruojin called out. Jihua and Yin Luo immediately understood their cue. Jihua directed the other servants to receive the gifts while Yin Luo distributed prepared red envelopes. Another maid offered a basket filled with candies to the children present. "The time has come," a servant announced. Yuan Hong promptly lit the firecrackers. Amid the crackling sounds, applause, and laughter, the red cloth covering the plaque of Ren Ai Tang fell away, marking the official opening of the clinic. "Congratulations to Dr. Su on her grand opening." A voice rang out from the crowd. Upon recognizing the speaker, gasps reverberated through the assembly. "Why is Dr. Kai here?" Dr. Zhang from Yao Runtang and Dr. Li from Yishun Tang, along with Dr. Yang from Fuyuan Tang, had also come. Being fellow practitioners, it is only natural for us to extend our congratulations. They said. Kai Fanzhou not only attended, but was accompanied by several middle-aged men. After offering his congratulations, Dr. Zhang chimed in, "Dr. Su, you truly are a remarkable woman. You're the first female physician to open a clinic in Yin Yang. I hold you in high esteem. Now, we can refer women's ailments to you that are inconvenient for us to treat." "Indeed, it would be a way to support Dr. Su," Dr. Li added. "Doctor," Yang smiled, "we all understand that running a clinic is vastly different from other professions. Lives are at stake. Should you encounter any unresolvable ailments, feel free to seek us out. We will gladly assist you, and we certainly won't grow weary of your inquiries. Will we, gentlemen?" The other doctors naturally echoed his sentiments. Kai Fanzhou merely smiled in silence, appearing entertained. Upon closer inspection, their words, while seemingly harmless, were laced with subtle derision aimed at Su Ruojin, relegating her to a physician limited to treating women's maladies, as if they were graciously bestowing their patience upon her. Du Yu quietly alerted Su Ruojin to the identities of the newcomers, each one a proprietor of a medical establishment in Yinyang. Given the events of the previous night, it was no surprise that Kai Fanzhou had brought such a contingent, and their remarks were clearly insincere. Yin Luo sensed the underlying malice and was about to retort when someone else spoke up first. Chapter 40. Request. Chun Sanyang cast a glance at the several doctors present and spoke. Oh, I've never seen anyone come empty-handed to congratulate someone on their grand opening. Those who know recognize your intentions, but those unaware might think you're here to take advantage of the situation. Traditionally, when a medical establishment opens, it is customary to distribute red envelopes to those who come to offer their congratulations, symbolizing good fortune. To come to congratulate without presenting a gift and only taking red envelopes is hardly different from swindling. Upon hearing Chun Sanyang's words, Yin Luo silently resolved to discreetly give Chun Sanyang's young son a few extra red envelopes later, along with a large bag of sweets for the child to enjoy. Indeed, these are doctors from Yinyang, yet they had the audacity. Madame Tang chimed in, expressing her discontent towards Jiren Tang and this so-called Dr. Kai. She had clearly seen how Kai Fanzhou looked at her and her daughter-in-law with disdain. At this, Kai Fanzhou and the other doctors' expressions shifted awkwardly. They had not genuinely come to offer congratulations, and thus had no intention of bringing gifts. From their perspective, simply attending the opening was already showing respect to Su Ruojin. However, with Chun Sanyang and Madame Tang leading the charge, most attendees, filled with gratitude towards Su Ruojin, began to join in the mockery. Su Ruojin remained silent, observing the group of doctors, while Kai Fanzhou inwardly cursed her for her lack of decorum. If only she would speak up, she could easily diffuse the situation. Yet, seeing her reluctance to engage, the crowd continued to point and whisper under Chun Sanyang's influence. Kai Fanzhou and his fellow doctors were, after all, prominent figures in Yinyang, and they found themselves in a difficult position. They had no gifts to present, and the only resource at their disposal was silver. Offering a meager amount of broken silver would only invite ridicule, so they reluctantly produced banknotes. In the Great Shu Kingdom, the minimum denomination of a banknote was 50 taels. Kai Fanzhou, however, only had 100 tael notes, which he painfully handed over, gritting his teeth as he said, Dr. Su, a small token of our esteem. Congratulations on your grand opening. The words grand opening were uttered with great reluctance. Yin Luo stepped forward to accept the banknote, and at that moment, Kai Fanzhou hoped that Su Ruojin would have the sense to decline, so he tightened his grip on the note, unwilling to let go. Yin Luo tugged at it without success and raised an eyebrow. What is this, Dr. Kai? Are you reluctant to part with it? Then I suppose we'll let it be. Her words struck at Kai Fanzhou's pride, prompting him to release the note. You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Yin Luo took the banknote and called out, Dr. Kai, 100 taels of congratulatory silver. Thank you. With this proclamation, the doctors who had intended to offer 50 taels paused in their movements. Since Kai Fanzhou had already given 100 taels, how could they justify giving only 50? Reluctantly, they pulled out their own 50 tael notes, casting resentful glances at Kai Fanzhou for leading the charge with such a hefty sum. Kai Fanzhou recognized their expressions of discontent and felt equally frustrated. It was not his fault. He had merely come to stir trouble, yet before he could do so, he found himself compelled to part with 100 taels, which pained him deeply. After Yin Luo collected the banknotes, she respectfully handed them to Su Ruojin. Kai Fanzhou and the others felt a flicker of hope and silently urged, please refuse, please refuse. Could a junior like her truly accept such a lavish gift from her elders? After all, it amounted to 100 taels per person. Did she not fear the repercussions of being unable to continue in Yinyang? To their dismay, Su Ruojin naturally tucked the banknote into her sleeve and smiled broadly at the doctors, saying, I humbly thank all the doctors for your kindness. Please join me for a drink at Wanghua Tower later. What was a mere meal worth? Even if they ordered the most expensive dishes and drinks at Wanghua Tower, it would not exceed 10 taels. 10 taels for 500 taels in return was a profitable exchange. With their last glimmer of hope dashed, Kai Fanzhou and his companions inwardly cursed Su Ruojin once again. The doctors exchanged glances, and Kai Fanzhou cleared his throat to speak. There's no need for a drink, but we do have a request, and hope Dr. Su can assist us. Having just received 500 taels, Su Ruojin would certainly not refuse, and inquired, "What is it? If I can be of assistance, I shall not hesitate." Upon hearing this, excitement flickered in the doctor's eyes. The hook was set. Now it was Su Ruojin's turn to be put in an awkward position. Kai Fanzhou explained, "Recently, we have learned that Xinjiang City in the north has been struck by a snow disaster, causing immense suffering among the populace. With the bitter cold and rampant illness, Jirentang is spearheading an initiative to donate a total of 7,000 taels of silver from the various medical establishments in Yinyang to aid the disaster victims. Today, we wish to inquire if Run and Oppos, AI Tang would also be willing to participate in this charitable endeavor to assist the people of Xinjiang City." As these words fell, the townsfolk's gazes towards Kai Fanzhou and his group shifted entirely. Truly, Jirentang embodied the essence of the phrase, the benevolence of a healer. Indeed, such a generous contribution of 7,000 taels was no trivial matter. "My cousin married into Xinjiang City and recently returned, lamenting the plight there, where homes had collapsed under the weight of snow, forcing people to take refuge in dilapidated temples, many succumbing to the cold. It was a tragic situation. Indeed, Yinyang City was not large, with no more than 10 medical establishments in total. 7,000 taels meant that each establishment would contribute an average of 700 taels. This would require Su Ruojin to not only return the 500 taels she had just received, but also to add an additional 200 taels. For a newly opened clinic, parting with such a sum was no small feat. Kai Fanzhou's public mention of this matter was clearly an attempt to coerce Su Ruojin into compliance through public pressure. He was convinced that a young woman like Su Ruojin must have exhausted her savings to open the clinic and would be unable to donate any further funds. Kai Fanzhou was determined to compel Su Ruojin to produce either silver or medicinal supplies before everyone. If she failed to do so, it would imply a lack of compassion. How could a healer be devoid of empathy? What face would she have left to continue in Yinyang? Before Su Ruojin could respond, Kai Fanzhou, feigning good intentions, added, "Since Dr. Su's clinic has just opened, you may not have sufficient silver. Donating medicinal supplies is also an option. Surely, your new clinic has stocked up on various herbs and medicines, and I believe you can manage to provide some." Observing Kai Fanzhou's gleeful demeanor, Su Ruojin had already concluded that the fire in the storeroom yesterday was undoubtedly connected to him. If he sought to force her into submission through public embarrassment, she would see if he truly had the skill to do so. A subtle smile graced Su Ruojin's lips as she began to speak. Chapter 41. Fire Spirit Ginseng. Dr. Kai was indeed correct. When Xinjiang City is in distress, it is our duty as citizens of the Great Chu to extend our hands in assistance. I am willing to donate a 500-year-old Fire Spirit Ginseng for sale, with all proceeds going to disaster relief for Xinjiang City. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Dr. Kai Fanzhou and the 4 physicians accompanying him all exhibited expressions of shock. As healers, they understood far better than the average citizen the significance of a 500-year-old Fire Spirit Ginseng. Unlike regular ginseng, Fire Spirit Ginseng possesses potent medicinal properties and is extraordinarily effective against extreme cold ailments. A 500-year-old specimen, if utilized properly, could snatch a dying person from the clutches of death itself. Numerous aristocrats and noble families have sought to procure a century-old Fire Spirit Ginseng at exorbitant prices, let alone one that has aged for 5 centuries. Any medical establishment fortunate enough to possess such a rarity would treat it as a treasured heirloom, and even a mere glimpse would be nearly impossible to obtain, let alone part with it. Now, with Su Ruojin's announcement of her intention to donate a 500-year-old Fire Spirit Ginseng, one cannot fathom the magnitude of such a gesture. A century-old Fire Spirit Ginseng could fetch 1,000 taels of silver, while a 500-year-old specimen would likely start at a minimum of 7,000 taels, with affluent families potentially willing to pay even more in urgent circumstances. The value of Su Ruojin's donation equates to at least 7,000 taels of silver, matching the total contributed by the entire Yinyang Medical Hall. Should the bidding price rise further, It could surpass the donations made by Dr. Kai and his colleagues. Dr. Kai Fanzhou quickly regained his composure from the initial shock, and Dr. Zhang regarded Su Ruojin with a mocking expression. Dr. Su, you are quite young. Are you not concerned about being deceived? I have heard that many people are adept at using shorter-aged fire spirit ginseng to masquerade as century-old specimens. This insinuation implied that Su Ruojin was lying and could not possibly possess a 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng. Yin Luo felt a surge of anger rising within her. As the Tianyi Pavilion indeed housed an entire box of 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng, along with a considerable stock of century-old specimens. Even the rare millennium-old fire spirit ginseng was not unheard of, with 10 specimens readily available for experimentation within the Tianyi Pavilion. To the physicians, the century-old fire spirit ginseng was merely a commonplace material for their research, and they dared to doubt their mistress's integrity. Just as Yin Luo was about to speak, Zhihua intervened, shaking her head in disapproval. Yin Luo swallowed her retort, her character being such that her words could inadvertently reveal their mistress's identity. Dr. Kai Fanzhou chuckled lightly. Dr. Su, 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng is indeed a rarity. Why not present it for all to behold? Su Ruojin's words were not without merit. To assert she possessed a 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng was a bold claim, and now they awaited proof. Su Ruojin replied with a soft laugh. Dr. Kai, as fellow physicians, surely you understand that fire spirit ginseng is most sensitive to cold. Given the current temperature, should I expose the ginseng, it would turn black and lose its efficacy within a minute. However, if Dr. Kai is willing to assume responsibility for any potential damages, I would have no objection to revealing it now. Dr. Kai was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this critical detail. Fire spirit ginseng thrives in intensely hot environments and cannot be subjected to cold without proper precautions. Each establishment that possesses fire spirit ginseng must maintain a continuous source of heat nearby, even during transport. Faced with Su Ruojin's astute observation, Dr. Kai's expression darkened. Who said I was unaware? I merely wish to caution you against deception. I am curious how Dr. Su intends to conduct the sale of the ginseng. It is quite simple, she explained. Interested buyers can come to the shop to register and receive their unique codes. I will post a sheet of paper at the entrance of the medical hall, where anyone wishing to purchase can write their code and bid. The bidding will close at midnight 3 days hence, with the highest bidder taking possession. The starting bid will be 5,000 taels of silver, with increments of no less than 100 taels to ensure fairness. A 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng is a coveted treasure that is rarely encountered. Su Ruojin's starting bid of 5,000 taels is remarkably reasonable. Even Dr. Kai himself felt a stirring of interest. Possessing a 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng would enhance the prestige of his own establishment, Jirentang. Yet, without seeing the actual item, who would dare to bid? What if they discovered it was counterfeit? Dr. Yang interjected, equally intrigued by the price. If he could secure a fire spirit ginseng for his own establishment, it might elevate his clinic above Jirentang and establish it as the foremost medical hall in Yinyang. I am willing to sign a contract. If the item I provide is not a 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng, I will compensate double, Su Ruojin declared. Seeing her composed demeanor, Dr. Kai and his companions exchanged glances, pondering if she truly possessed the ginseng. Where could such a young girl have acquired it? Su Ruojin, undeterred by their thoughts, instructed Zhihua, prepare the contract and display it at the entrance of a shop. Yes, Mississippi. Although Zhihua did not grasp the reasoning behind her mistress's actions, she unwaveringly complied with Su Ruojin's orders. Once the contract was drafted, Su Ruojin affixed her seal and posted it alongside the bidding sheet at the entrance of the medical hall. She glanced at Dr. Kai. Is this acceptable, Dr. Kai? In the Great Chu, those who violate a contract can face exile. Having gone to such lengths, Dr. Kai could hardly object, and he forced a smile. Dr. Su has certainly considered every detail. The surrounding citizens erupted in applause. Dr. Su is so noble. From now on, I shall seek treatment at Jirentang. I wonder if their consultation fees and medicines are expensive. A physician willing to donate a 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng for the benefit of the needy, no matter the cost. I would gladly seek her care. Listening to the praises directed at Su Ruojin, Dr. Kai's mind began to churn, and he voiced, Dr. Su, I have heard that there was a fire in your medical hall last night, and much of your medicinal stock was nearly destroyed. Even if patients come for treatment, it would be inconvenient to procure medicine. Why not come to our Jirentang to practice for a while? Once you have replenished your stock, you can return. That would be more convenient for your patients, would it not? This proposal aimed to make Su Ruojin a resident physician at Jirentang, while simultaneously allowing them to sell her medicines. Dr. Kai was calculating quite astutely. Oh, Dr. Kai, your news travels swiftly. You are even aware of my substantial losses. Su Ruojin replied with a smile that held a hint of mockery. The girl's gaze was calm, yet icy, as if capable of piercing through one's very soul, sending chills down their spine. Regardless of whether Su Ruojin could hold any incriminating evidence against him, Dr. Kai steadied himself. I merely heard that someone had called for water last night, and I caught the scent of burnt medicinal herbs. Herbs are susceptible to fire. If water was used, it stands to reason that much was lost. I simply wished to extend a helping hand. Su Ruojin's smile turned frosty. Dr. Kai was no longer even attempting to disguise his intentions. If he sought to provoke her, she would not hold back. Who says Jirentang lacks medicinal supplies? A male voice suddenly interjected. Chapter 42. Reunion with Xiaobao. A horse-drawn carriage approached and halted at the entrance of the medical hall. The driver leaped down, lowered a sedan chair, and drew back the curtain. From the carriage emerged a young man, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, clad in a pale blue brocade robe. He stood tall and graceful, possessing a handsome visage and a demeanor that exuded nobility. Upon seeing Su Ruojin, the young man's eyes flickered momentarily as he respectfully bowed and inquired, Might I ask if you're Dr. Su from Renai Hall? Indeed, I am, Su Ruojin replied, also curtsying in return. Dr. Su, this is a congratulatory gift from the Su family to celebrate the opening of your medical hall. Here is the list. I kindly ask you to verify and accept it, he continued. From the Su family? Su Ruojin pondered, her gaze lingering on the young man and Appo's features, realizing that he resembled General Su. May I ask your name, young sir? I am Su Yiting, the fifth in my family. These are merely some ordinary medicinal herbs that I thought might be of use to you. I hope you will not find them lacking, he explained. Upon inspecting the list, Su Ruojin noted that it comprised common yet essential herbs in quantities sufficient to support the normal operations of a modest medical hall. The materials provided by Su Yiting effectively alleviated the immediate concerns of the medical hall, and she graciously accepted them. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Please convey my thanks to Lord Su, she said, handing the list to Ji Hua, instructing her to oversee the unloading of the herbs from the carriage. Young Master Su, would you like to step inside the medical hall? Su Yiting clasped his hands together and replied, As the medical hall is opening today, I presume you have many matters to attend to, so I shall not impose. I shall visit again another day. His words rang true. Su Ruojin was indeed preoccupied with the myriad tasks at hand and could not extend her full hospitality to him, so she did not press further. Previously, Su Yiting had not accompanied his father, elder brother, and third brother to Shirley Village, opting instead to explore other areas for any trace of the elusive Xiaolu. Upon returning, he learned of his grandfather's poisoning and heard tales of the remarkable doctor Su who bore a striking resemblance to his mother and had saved his grandfather's life. As the foremost commercial prodigy of the great Chu kingdom, with business ventures spanning the nation and beyond, it was a simple matter for Su Yunfeng to have him procure some medicinal herbs for Renai Hall. While Su Yiting could have easily sent someone instead, he was intrigued by Dr. Su and wished to meet her in person. Just a glance was enough for him to reflect on the resemblance to his mother, wishing fervently that she were indeed Xiaolu. However, given the unfortunate events stemming from his grandfather's misidentification of Xiaolu, the Su family had grown increasingly cautious in matters of kinship. After all, the title of the only legitimate daughter of General Su would attract many with ulterior motives. The pursuit of fame and fortune can corrupt the heart. Upon hearing the name Su family, Kai Fanzhou was momentarily struck dumb. Which Su family? There is no prominent family by that name in Yinyang. Is it the General Su from the capital? Could it be that old General Su was saved by Su Ruojin? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. How could General Su entrust the care of his father to such a young girl? Surely, it was Mu Jingshan who saved him. Yes, it must be mere coincidence. Perhaps this is all just a performance orchestrated by Su Ruojin. After bidding farewell to Su Yiting, Su Ruojin smiled at those present and declared, "Today marks the grand opening of Run and Oppo's AI Hall. As friends, I hope you will visit often. However, as a doctor, I sincerely wish that you come as little as possible. Ideally not at all. I thank you all for your support today." Bravo! Chen Sanyong led the applause and then asked Dr. Su, "May we take a look inside the medical hall?" "Of course." Yin Luo, Zhihua, please guide everyone inside, Su Ruojin instructed. "Please come this way. We have prepared some tea and sweets for you to enjoy," Zhihua welcomed. Kai Fan Zhou and his companions, however, chose not to enter the medical hall, departing instead. Yet, each of them harbored the same thought. How much would it cost to acquire that fire spirit ginseng? As everyone followed Zhihua into the medical hall, Yuan Hong assisted Old Lady Lin to the back courtyard. Su Ruojin was just about to enter when suddenly someone clung to her leg. Looking down, her face lit up with surprise. "Xiaobao, what brings you here? Who brought you?" Squatting down, Su Ruojin gently brushed Xiaobao's hair, feeling a gaze fixed upon her. Lifting her head, she spotted a young man in a white brocade robe, adorned with a pale blue sash, his hair tied back with a jade crown. Observing her and Xiaobao with a calm demeanor, he was tall and elegant, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of scholarly refinement. Yet, Su Ruojin sensed that he was no mere scholar. The way he regarded others bore a hint of aloofness, tinged with an almost imperceptible but palpable aura of danger. This man is extraordinary. Nonetheless, the affairs of others were of little concern to her. Su Ruojin quickly redirected her focus to the child before her. "Xiaobao, have you run away again?" Xiaobao looked up at Su Ruojin and slowly shook his head, indicating he had not escaped. Understanding his response, she inquired, "Then who brought you here?" Xiaobao slowly turned his gaze towards the young man. At that moment, Xiao Yinshu approached and said, "Dr. Su, I am Jiang Qianan, Yiting's uncle. Thank you for finding Yiting earlier." This morning, upon his awakening, he wept incessantly. No matter what Xiao Yinshu and Mu Jingshan asked, he remained unresponsive, sitting silently with tears streaming down his face, causing both to grow increasingly anxious. Xiao Yinshu recalled that Yiting had ventured out the previous day, and a sudden realization struck him. Could be that Yiting is looking for that girl from the other day? Upon posing this question, Yiting, with tear-streaked cheeks, turned to Xiao Yinshu and gently nodded. "Your Highness, I too wish to seek Dr. Su's guidance," Mu Jingshan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Had it not been for the sudden fever that afflicted the young master yesterday, he would have surely stayed to inquire how Su Ruojin had administered such treatment that had swiftly alleviated old General Su's ailments. Xiao Yinshu lifted his eyelids slightly and replied coolly, "You should return to the capital. We received word that the Empress Dowager's health has deteriorated." Mu Jingshan was left speechless. What could he say? After all, Xiao Yinshu was a prince. He silently gathered his things and prepared to depart. "I will definitely come looking for you, Dr. Su." Su Ruojin gazed at the young man before her, her mind echoing the phrase, as graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a swimming dragon. In her 2 lifetimes, she had encountered countless men, yet few, if any, could rival the striking appearance and poise of the young man standing before her. Today marks the opening of Dr. Su's medical hall. This small token of congratulations is but a humble offering, and I hope you will not find it wanting. Xiao Yinshu said, producing a small sandalwood box from behind and presenting it to Su Ruojin. Rising to accept the box and opening it, Su Ruojin was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that this Jiang young master would gift her such a treasure. Chapter 43. Temporarily setting aside the medical clinic within the box lay a translucent, round fruit, exuding a faint blue glow and releasing a delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids. The blue foam fruit is renowned for its medicinal properties in treating gastrointestinal ailments. Flourishing in the depths of the sea, and only those over a century old emit such a luminescence. Its alluring scent captivates fish, often leading to its untimely consumption as soon as it ripens, making specimens over 100 years old exceedingly rare, comparable in scarcity to 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng. Ruojin returned the box to Xiao Yanshu, saying, "Young Master Jiang, the blue foam fruit of such age is far too precious for me to accept. I kindly ask you to take it back." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Xiao Yanshu's eyes. The blue foam fruit is not an easily encountered rarity. Beyond the Imperial Medical Bureau in the capital, it is unlikely to be found in other clinics, and most ordinary physicians may only dream of seeing it in person. Yet, this young lady recognized it immediately, her expression betraying no shock. To her, it seemed no more extraordinary than any other herb. This suggests either a remarkable composure on her part, or perhaps she is simply accustomed to such rare finds, displaying no surprise whatsoever. It appears that Dr. Su is not as simple as she seems. Xiao Yanshu smiled gently. "Dr. Su, the blue foam fruit is a mere fortune I stumbled upon. Its primary purpose is to heal, and as I lack the medical skills to utilize it, it would be a waste in my hands. It is far better placed in yours, where it can truly serve its purpose. Your generous heart, willing to auction off 500-year fire spirit ginseng to aid the disaster-stricken citizens of Qingyang, makes my humble offering of the blue foam fruit seem trifling in comparison. Moreover, I have a request, and only if you accept the blue foam fruit can I voice it." Ruojin did not withdraw her hand. "Young Master Jiang, please feel free to speak. If it is within my power, I shall not refuse." She was cautious, unwilling to agree blindly without knowing the specifics of his request. Xiao Yanshu, still holding the box, noted her prudent nature. As a physician, one must exercise the utmost caution. Ruojin regarded him with calmness. "In that case, should you agree to my request, I would ask that you accept this blue foam fruit. What do you say?" Ruojin raised an eyebrow, her silence conveying a clear message. "Speak your mind, without delay." Xiao Yanshu rubbed his nose, realizing that in the current realm of Dechu, it was the first time someone had openly expressed impatience with him. "Dr. Su, I wish to ask for your assistance with my nephew Ear. He has never spoken since childhood, shunning communication with others, and despite consulting many physicians, no remedy has proven effective. Might you consider examining him? Of course, the consultation fee will be separate." Regarding the treatment of the child, Ruojin looked down at the small boy clinging to her leg, his big, watery eyes gazing up at her. She was well aware of his condition. Restoring his health would require at least 3 months by her side, with psychological support demanding even more time. There are physiological and psychological aspects to ailments. The physiological is generally easier to treat, while the psychological requires understanding and resolving underlying issues. A person who can effortlessly present a blue foam fruit is likely of noble lineage. Could she truly entrust her well-being to such a family? As far as Ruojin knew, the Jiang family in Dechu had a storied history, with ancestors who had produced both empresses and favored consorts, including the current Empress Dowager. Was it possible that this gentleman before her was connected to that illustrious lineage? If he were indeed of the Jiang family, it would not be surprising for him to possess such a rare fruit. "Young Master Jiang, I previously examined Ear's pulse. If I am correct, he was once able to speak, but has since become mute due to some trauma, retreating into silence. Moreover, his digestive system is significantly weaker than that of an average child. A full recovery would require a minimum of 3 months under my care, with adjustments to his diet, herbal remedies, medicinal baths, and acupuncture. As for his emotional barriers, that depends on him and the support of those he trusts to guide him out of his isolation." Ruojin conveyed her diagnosis truthfully, making it clear that if he were unwilling to leave Ear in her care, she would be unable to assist. A skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients, and a physician cannot treat from a distance. Merely prescribing some medicine will not suffice to ensure a complete recovery. It may only sustain his life and allow him to grow. As for Xiao Yanshu's request for her to abandon her clinic, that was not feasible. If she were to confine her skills to the privileged, why would she remain in the small town of Anyang? A physician must not only attend to the elite. The common people equally deserve access to quality care. This principle was the very foundation upon which she established the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. to assist clinics throughout the Chu in researching remedies. Once effective treatments are developed and disseminated, more individuals will be spared from suffering. Once again, Ruojin crouched down to gently pat Xiao Bingyi and Appo's little head. Little one, I apologize for not being able to visit you as promised. I and Appo's, you've been quite busy lately. How about this? You and your uncle return home, and once I finish my current obligations, I shall come to see you. Xiao Bingyi remained silent, his grip on her arm tightening, shaking his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ruojin sighed inwardly, wishing she had something to comfort the child. But she was unprepared and had nothing but banknotes on her person, certainly not something to offer a child. It was not that she was unwilling. Rather, to such a young child, a stack of banknotes would hold far less interest than a simple glass marble. Moreover, this era lacked such trinkets. Judging by young Master Jiang and Appo's demeanor, it was clear that his family was not in want of money. She turned to Xiao Yanchu, hoping he might soothe the child, as he was Er's uncle, and the boy would likely be more inclined to listen to him. Xiao Yanchu was taken aback, since bringing Er back to the estate. He had never seen him rely on anyone as he did on Ruojin, not even on himself. Chapter 44. Concerning offspring, what further deepened Xiao Yanchu's indecision was that other physicians, including Mu Jingshan, had examined Er's ailment, all concluded that only medication could sustain her, perhaps hoping for a miracle when she grew older. In stark contrast, the young girl boldly asserted that improvement would be evident within 3 months, rather than simply deferring hope to Er's maturation. This distinction was significant. Those whom Xiao Yanchu had dispatched in recent days had also informed him of the girl's remarkable ability to treat others, despite being an abandoned foster daughter of the magistrate. Perhaps it was time for him to place his trust in her once. To wager or not to wager. If he wagered correctly, could blossom into a healthy child. If he wagered incorrectly, the worst outcome would be Er's condition remaining unchanged. As for safety, he could simply assign more hidden guards to protect her. With this thought, Xiao Yanchu resolved, since it was thus, he would keep in Yinyang in return for her in 3 months. Ruojin and Appo's eyes flickered with surprise. She had not anticipated that the man before her would choose to believe in her. Given the patient's faith in her, Ruojin found no reason to withhold treatment, especially since she had grown fond of the little one. It pained her to think of him remaining in such a state. Therefore, she accepted the blue fruit as a partial consultation fee. This time, she did not refuse, recognizing the fruit as potential to aid in the little one's digestive health. Thank you, young Master Jiang. I must attend to matters at the clinic now, she said, taking the box and leading the little one into the medical establishment. Xiao Yanchu watched their retreating figures. Once they vanished from his sight, he called out Hu Qing. Hu Qing appeared, kneeling before Xiao Yanchu. Master, stay in Yinyang with an E and the others. Ensure the little master and Dr. Su are protected in secret. There must be no mistakes. Yes, master. Upon entering the clinic, Ruojin slowed her pace, recalling a dark line she had glimpsed on Xiao Yanchu's wrist when she took the box from him. A dark line on the wrist. She felt a sense of familiarity. Miss, who is this child? Jihua approached, interrupting her thoughts as she noticed Ruojin's arrival. Ruojin reined in her thoughts, saying, "Oh, this is the little one who will stay here for treatment." She aimed to disclose as little information about the child as possible to prevent any unforeseen complications. Jihua observed the child, whose gaze seemed somewhat vacant, immediately recognizing that he bore some affliction. Feeling pity for the little one who fell ill at such a tender age, she suggested, "Little one, Sister Su has matters to attend to. Would you like to come with me to the backyard to rest? There is a young master there with whom you can play." As she spoke, she reached out to take the little one's hand. However, the little one showed no response, gripping Ruojin's hand tightly. Jihua, seeing this, refrained from forcing the child. A child afflicted with a dazed condition should never be coerced into doing anything, as it might provoke a violent reaction or even self-harm. Fortunately, the little one was born into a wealthy family. Had he been born into a common household, he might have been deemed mad and abandoned long ago. Very well, I will take him to the backyard. Please attend to things here, Ruojin instructed. Yes, Mississippi. By the way, there are patients waiting, Jihua replied. All right, I will be there shortly, Ruojin said, leading the little one to the backyard. Old Madam Lin was astonished to see the little one, and upon learning of his circumstances, her heart ached, recalling Ruojin's own fainting in the snow. This child is also pitiful. You go on and do your work. Leave him to me, she said. After a moment's thought, she rummaged through a cabinet and produced a small wooden sword, a toy once played with by Yuan Hong. Little one, would you like to stay with your grandmother? I will give you this little wooden sword. Brother, I will play sword with you. Yuan Hong chimed beside her. The little one's eyes shifted towards the wooden sword. He relinquished Ruojin and Appo's hand and moved towards old Madam Lin. Ruojin sighed in relief. It was fortunate that the little one was willing to accept old Madam Lin. Otherwise, should he cling to her, she would have been at a loss for how to manage him. In running a clinic, she needed to attend to patients, and if she were to keep the little one by her side constantly, his frail health posed a risk of infection from other patients. Having arranged for the little one, Ruojin proceeded to the consultation room to commence her inquiries for the day. On the first day in the new clinic, many came merely to observe, while only a handful sought genuine treatment. After dismissing the second patient suffering from a cold, Du and his wife approached Ruojin to take their leave. As the host, he lingered a bit longer. Dr. Su, we shall take our leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Mrs. Du, perhaps due to her introverted nature, spoke little, but she offered a smile and a slight nod towards Ruojin. Just as Du was about to depart, Ruojin called out, Boss Du, please hold. Du turned, puzzled by her request. Dr. Su, is there something else? Ruojin glanced at Mrs. Du and asked, might the two of you accompany me to discuss a matter concerning offspring? Upon hearing the word offspring, both Du and his wife exhibited a visible change in demeanor. Very well, Du responded without hesitation, leading his wife into the room. Ruojin signaled Jihua to close the door before speaking slowly. Boss Du, forgive my candor, but if I am not mistaken, you have been married for many years without any children, correct? Du sighed, while Mrs. Du's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she dabbed at the corners with a handkerchief. Dr. Su, to be frank, my wife and I have been married for 6 years without issue. We have consulted many physicians, all of whom have claimed that my wife is too frail to conceive. I had intended to return home for the new year and adopt a child under my name. Previously, Du had contemplated asking Dr. Su for assistance, but recalling the countless physicians they had consulted, including the renowned Dr. Kai, and the lack of results, coupled with the discomfort in seeking advice from an unmarried young woman, he dismissed the notion. Now that Ruojin broached the subject, he felt a flicker of hope arise within him. Most physicians required them to seek them out to explain their situation, yet Dr. Su had merely glanced at his wife and discerned their lack of offspring, suggesting she might possess genuine skill. Du and his wife shared a strong bond. Despite many advising him to take a concubine, he remained steadfast. Mrs. Du, unable to withstand the pressure, had even sought out a good woman to bring into their home, but Du had simply given her money and sent her away. Hearing Ruojin mention this matter, Mrs. Du felt a wave of guilt, silently shedding tears beside her husband. It was her own inadequacy that had left Du Lang without heirs. She had even contemplated that if she were to pass away, her husband could remarry and have children, freeing him from her burdens. Yet, she could not bear the thought of losing such a good man. Ruojin said little further. She first took Mrs. Du's pulse, then instructed Du to place his hand on the pulse pillow, though it is said that one should not intrude upon the physician and Appo's door. Du had aided her considerably, and Ruojin wished to return the favor. Du was taken aback. Dr. Su, why must I also take my pulse? As a man, I cannot bear children. Why must I undergo this? Chapter 45. The Mist teaches well childbearing is a matter that concerns both men and women, and naturally, both parties should be involved. Ruojin gestured for him to place his hand on the pulse pillow. Du wore a dubious expression, yet he obediently complied, feeling a tinge of disappointment within. Alas, it was evident that Dr. Su was still quite young. Childbirth is primarily a woman's affair. What business does a man have in checking pulses? Moreover, numerous doctors had already stated that his wife was in a weak state and would find it difficult to conceive. What was the point of this endeavor? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Du chose to cooperate with Ruojin, as it would not do to undermine the doctor's authority. After all, taking a pulse would hardly cost him anything. After examining the pulse, Ruojin said nothing and began to write prescriptions. Once finished, she handed 2 prescriptions to Du. Master Du, this prescription is for your wife. She should take it 3 times a day and return for a follow-up in 7 days. This prescription is for you as well, also 3 times a day, with a follow-up in 7 days. Du was quite taken aback. Dr. Su, why must I also take medicine? Indeed, while Mrs. Du was frail and had more difficulty conceiving than an ordinary woman, the primary reason for their childlessness lay with him. His kidney yang was weak, making it challenging to nourish the kidney essence, thus resulting in difficulties in having offspring. However, there was still a chance for conception, as the depletion of kidney essence was not absolute. If you and your wife take this medicine for 2 months, I'm certain you will conceive, Ruojin explained patiently. Du and his wife exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and joy. The shocking realization was that the majority of the reason for Mrs. Du and Appo's inability to conceive lay with Du, while the joy stemmed from Dr. Su and Appo's assurance that they could conceive after 2 months of treatment. After 5 years, this was the first time a doctor had indicated they still had a chance to have a child, as long as they could conceive. The source of the problem seemed trivial. Mrs. Du, still somewhat incredulous, asked, Dr. Su, can I really have a child? Once you're properly adjusted, there will be no issues. However, your body tends to be cold, so you should receive acupuncture once every 7 days and take medicinal baths to expel the cold from your body, ensuring that childbirth is not overly difficult. Mrs. Du nodded enthusiastically. All right, I will definitely come. Over the years, she had endured countless hardships in pursuit of a child. She would gladly endure any treatment, even acupuncture, as long as it meant the possibility of having a child. Although she had not yet conceived, the mere chance was far better than complete hopelessness. After administering acupuncture to Mrs. Du and sending the couple away, Yin Luo entered to serve tea. Miss, no one has yet bid on the fire spirit ginseng. Why not set a price directly to save trouble? This question had been on Yin Luo's mind all morning, and she finally had the opportunity to voice it. Ruojin took a sip of tea before responding slowly. What does our newly opened medical clinic lack? Lack of what? In Yin Luo's eyes, there was no better doctor in the Dechu kingdom than her own miss. Thus, it seemed that their clinic lacked nothing. My dear miss, please do not keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Yin Luo pouted playfully. I believe what we lack is fame. At that moment, Jihua entered, holding a plate of dried apricots. Miss, this is the dried apricot from Yuji. I just bought it. Ruojin took one, savoring its perfect balance of sweetness and tartness, a welcome relief from the busyness of the day. She looked at Jihua and praised, clever. Yin Luo still did not grasp the meaning, appearing rather bewildered. Ruojin continued, for a medical clinic to thrive, it requires fame. If others do not know of our clinic, how would they come to seek treatment? Oh, I understand, miss. By publicly auctioning the fire spirit ginseng, it will inevitably pique curiosity and draw people in. The more visitors we have, the more our clinic's reputation will grow. Yin Luo exclaimed eagerly. Ruojin smiled with satisfaction at Yin Luo's understanding. Indeed, you are worthy of my teachings. Yin Luo chuckled. It is all thanks to your guidance, Mississippi Jihua added. Fire spirit ginseng is already a rare medicinal herb. Starting the auction at 5,000 taels of silver is quite reasonable. Whether it be reputable medical clinics or merchant families, none will miss this opportunity, and they will surely send people to bid. The auction list will be updated in real time, naturally attracting curious onlookers. Moreover, the method of using code names for bidding ensures that no one knows the true identity of the bidders, further sparking curiosity. Once the auction concludes and the relief funds are donated, I believe no one in Yinyang City will be unaware of our Ren'ai Tang. At this moment, Yin Luo fully grasped the plan and clapped her hands in delight. Miss, you are truly remarkable. The fire spirit ginseng is a precious medicinal herb, and some individuals may prefer to keep their acquisition private. Using code names allows for better protection of the buyer's privacy. While the funds are to be donated, simultaneously enhancing the clinic's reputation is indeed a win-win situation. Just then, a young servant entered to announce, Sister Jihua, Someone has come to register for the bidding code. The three of them exchanged smiles, knowing that visitors had arrived. By the way, Jihua, have the medicinal materials and doctors sent to the Qingyang disaster area from the Tian E Pavilion departed? Ruojin inquired. Miss, they set out before we arrived in Yinyang, and they should be nearing Qingyang by now, Jihua replied. That Kai Fanzhou dared to provoke the miss, oblivious to the fact that she had already arranged for assistance to Qingyang in the wake of the snow disaster, truly reflected a narrow-minded perspective. That's good. You and Yin Luo keep an eye on the clinic. I will check on Xiao Bao in the backyard. Ruojin entrusted the clinic to Ji Hua and Yin Luo, knowing they could handle ordinary patients. She felt uneasy about Xiao Bao and headed to the backyard. Upon arrival, she found Xiao Bao crouched in a corner with a small wooden sword, drawing something on the ground, ignoring Yuan Hong's attempts to engage him. Ruojin approached quietly and saw that he was sketching matchstick figures, each seemingly grasping something and engaged in a mock battle. Xiao Bao, what are you drawing? Pierre looked up upon seeing Ruojin, dropped the wooden sword, and reached out for a hug. Ruojin lifted him into her arms. Xiao Bao is very good today. Are you hungry? Pierre buried his head in Ruojin and Amp. Appo's neck and subtly nodded. If not for his closeness, Ruojin would have hardly noticed his gesture. All right, sister will prepare food for you. Ruojin carried Pierre into the house, instructing him to wait while she headed to the kitchen. Children and Appo's digestive systems differ from adults, requiring medicinal meals for adjustment, a task only Ruojin could undertake. In the kitchen, she gathered ingredients such as foxnuts, koik seeds, lotus seeds, yam, and fried lentils, washing them thoroughly before placing them in a clay pot with water to simmer for 20 minutes. Afterward, she poured out some broth, incorporating part of it with rice to create a nourishing porridge. The remaining broth was sweetened with rock sugar and infused with a few drops of blue foam fruit juice for Xiao Bao to drink regularly. Ruojin brought the prepared porridge to eat Heir's side. Xiao Bao, come, sister will feed you. Yuan Hong hurried over, eager to take the bowl. Sister Jean, let me feed him. He felt pity for Ruojin, who had been busy all morning and wished to assist her. However, Xiao Bao reached out to pull Ruojin closer, looking at her intently. Such a clear intention was understood by anyone. Ruojin smiled gently. All right, sister will feed Xiao Bao. She scooped a spoonful of porridge, cooled it slightly, and Xiao Bao obediently opened his mouth to eat. Before long, the small bowl was empty. Ruojin took a moment to eat something herself, then returned to administer acupuncture to Xiao Bao. After finishing the acupuncture, Xiao Bao fell into a deep sleep. Ruojin tucked him in and settled down beside him for a brief rest. At that moment, Yin Luo hurried into the room. Miss, the county magistrate's wife has arrived. And she said, upon seeing Ruojin with her eyes closed, she quickly lowered her voice. Chapter 46. Zhao Jiao comes knocking. Ruojin opened her eyes upon hearing a voice, sitting upright with a piercing gaze. What did you say? She replied. They say you stole the fire spirit ginseng from the governor's mansion and demand we hand it over. Zhao Jiao accused her of stealing the ginseng? Huh. Zhao Jiao truly remains unrepentant. Let us go. Zhao Jiao was seated in the clinic with Lin Wanqing when the maidservant served them tea. Upon tasting it, Zhao Jiao spat it out, exclaiming, what a shabby clinic. They don't even have decent tea. What is this strange tasting concoction? Are they trying to poison me? Ruojin emerged from the back courtyard with Yin Luo, stating briskly, when one visits a clinic, one must drink medicinal tea. This is Dong Zisa tea from the southern region of Dazhu, known for its cooling and detoxifying properties, effective against wind and cold. With the recent chill, many visitors to my clinic have enjoyed a cup to prevent illness. If Madame Lin finds it unpalatable, she may abstain. Bring the tea away. At her command, a nearby maid swiftly snatched the teacup from Zhao Jiao's hand and efficiently removed the tea. Upon hearing the tea's properties, Zhao Jiao, initially eager to have more, hesitated, feeling embarrassed to ask for it back as her face shifted from anger to embarrassment. Zhao Jiao regarded the woman before her, adorned in a light purple silk gown with a golden cloud-patterned hairpin, and noted how she had transformed from the unfavored wild girl living in the Lin family's outskirts. In just a few days away from Lin Mansion, how had she changed so much? Yet that hairpin looked rather pitiful, only one indeed. A mountain chicken can never become a phoenix, she mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Previously, Kai Fanzhou had informed Zhao Jiao that Ruojin intended to sell a 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng. Even in her secluded life, she understood the rarity of such a treasure, especially one so ancient. How could a poor girl like Ruojin possess such an expensive item? The only explanation was that the old matriarch had secretly hidden it for this wretched girl. Surely, there were other treasures bestowed upon Ruojin otherwise. How could she afford to run a clinic and wear such fine clothing? Zhao Jiao recalled Lin Zhengshan mentioning that the old matriarch had once been a merchant's daughter, severing ties with her family to marry her father. Thus, it was not surprising that she possessed some valuable items. That old matriarch had been living with the Lin family for so many years, expertly concealing her treasures. However, since she was a member of the Lin family, those treasures should rightfully belong to Qing, and Yang. Why should this lowly girl benefit? Today, she would reclaim these possessions on behalf of the Lin family. Is it that Madame Lin or Miss Lin is unwell, rushing to our clinic? Considering our acquaintance, I will ensure Yin Luo examines your pulse thoroughly, Ruojin stated calmly. Zhao Jiao retorted angrily. Ruojin, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is ill? You're the one who is sick. This insolent girl was cursing her and Qing, If they were truly ill, they would naturally seek the esteemed physician Kai and Amp. Oppo's treatment, not come to this shabby clinic. Oh, Ruojin remained unperturbed, taking a sip of Dong Zissa tea before speaking. If there is no illness, may I inquire why Madame Lin has graced our clinic? Ruojin, stop pretending to be oblivious and hand over the fire spirit ginseng. That belongs to our Lin family. Zhao Jiao was incensed by Ruojin's calm demeanor. When did the fire spirit ginseng become your Lin family's property? Ruojin responded, her expression unchanged as she regarded Zhao Jiao. Zhao Jiao found herself momentarily speechless, meeting Ruojin's tranquil yet intense gaze. Though Ruojin's tone was even, she could discern a deep-seated fury within those eyes, as if neglecting it would result in being consumed by an inferno of wrath. Zhao Jiao stammered you. Seeing her sister's distress, Lin Wanqing gently interjected, Sister. Miss Su, that fire spirit ginseng must be a gift from our grandmother to you. You are no longer the eldest daughter of the Lin family. You should return our grandmother's belongings. Lin Wanqing gazed at Ruojin's increasingly enchanting visage, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. This little wretch, she thought, must be relishing her expulsion from the Lin family, surely suffering under the hands of her parents in Shirley Village. The couple had already caused the demise of 3 daughters-in-law. Yet, this little wretch defied her expectations, not returning to her biological parents, but instead using the old matriarch's money to open a clinic. This realization only deepened Lin Wanqing and Amp, Oppo's resentment toward the old matriarch, who, though her grandmother, had turned her back to aid a nameless girl. Previously, while at the Lin mansion, the old matriarch had likely been covertly financing this little wretch's medical training. Zhao Jiao and Lin Wanqing had not considered that after Lin's patriarch's death, the old matriarch alone had raised Lin Zhengshan and likely had no wealth left. Ruojin scoffed, Miss Lin, I wonder from where you acquired the notion that the fire spirit ginseng was a gift from my grandmother? Even if it were, so what? It is my grandmother's property, and she may bestow it upon whomever she pleases. Others have no say. At this, Lin Wanqing's eyes shone with excitement. Indeed, the fire spirit ginseng was a gift from her grandmother. This gave her confidence in reclaiming it. If she presented it to the regent, she was certain it would earn her his favor. The fire spirit ginseng was hers to possess. Lin Wanqing declared, Miss Su, our grandmother is a member of the Lin family. Her belongings should rightfully belong to her true grandchildren. Given her advanced age, I worry she may be deceived by ill-intentioned individuals. Zhao Jiao feigned a generous demeanor. Ruojin, having lived in the Lin mansion for so long, I offer you an opportunity. Hand over the fire spirit ginseng now, and I shall overlook your past transgressions and spare you. You must understand, deceiving others for something worth nearly 10,000 taels of silver carries significant consequences. Ruojin stood, Madame Lin, feel free to report me to the authorities for fraud. I, Ruojin, will gladly respond to the summons. However, I must kindly remind you that the consequences of false accusations are equally severe. Yin Luo, show our guests out. With that, she turned to leave, unwilling to waste another minute on this mother-daughter duo, disrupting her peace. Yin Luo approached Zhao Jiao and Lin Wanqing without hesitation. Madam Lin. Miss Lin, please. Fuming, Zhao Jiao felt affronted. As the wife of the governor, who would dare disrespect her? Yet here she was, being shown out. So Ruojin. Stop right there. Alas, Su Ruojin paid her no heed, continuing on her path toward the back courtyard. Lin Wanqing tightly clutched her handkerchief, her gaze venomous as she watched Su Ruojin's disappearing figure. Mother, we must seek father. I cannot believe Lin Zhongshan would remain indifferent upon hearing of the 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng. Whether it was willingly given to Su Ruojin or not, it matters little. Chapter 47. Covert theft returning to the backyard. Su Ruojin contemplated for a moment before taking up her pen to write a letter, which she handed to Yin Luo. Deliver this to the Merchant Alliance. Yes, Miss, Yin Luo replied, accepting the letter and departing. Su Ruojin gazed tenderly at the still, slumbering Xiao Bao, gently smoothing his hair, a hint of warmth gracing her expression. Zhao Jiao and Appo's swift arrival undoubtedly bore the influence of Kai Fanzhou. Recently preoccupied with matters at the medical center, she had little time to attend to affairs concerning the Kai family. Since they had taken the initiative to present themselves as a reminder, it would be remiss to disregard such earnest expectations. Su Yiting held the letter in his hand. Cease all business dealings with the Yin-Yang Kai family. The signature bore the mark of the Dark Alliance. The Dark Alliance and the Merchant Alliance frequently engaged in business transactions. A year prior, Su Yiting's caravan had encountered bandits while conducting trade in the Xiaoya Kingdom, resulting in the loss of all goods, which the Dark Alliance had recovered for him. Naturally, he would not refuse such a modest request from the Dark Alliance, especially since it aligned with his own intentions. As Zhao Jiao and Lin Wanqing exited the medical center, they observed a throng gathered before the auction board outside. The novel method of sale piqued everyone into Appo's as curiosity, and they were eagerly watching the bidding for the fire spirit ginseng, which had already begun to attract offers. The scribes writing on the auction board were all literate servants with tight lips, and the crowd was abuzz with speculation about which code belonged to which noble family. Reveling in the excitement, Zhao Jiao shot an irritated glance and declared, "Let us see how long she can bask at her triumph." Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Zhongshan had just arrived home. Zhao Jiao rushed to him, saying, "Sir, you must speak to Mother and urge her to return the fire spirit ginseng to Wanqing or Xiyang. How can one bestow such treasures upon outsiders while neglecting one and Appo's own legitimate grandchildren?" Having just concluded his official duties, Lin Zhongshan was momentarily at a loss for Zhao Jiao's words. "Madam, what are you referring to? What fire spirit ginseng?" After Zhao Jiao recounted the events, Lin Zhongshan remained silent, lifting his teacup to sip slowly. Zhao Jiao was growing increasingly anxious. "Oh dear sir, what shall we do? Speak up. If that girl sells the fire spirit ginseng within 3 days, the situation will become dire." Zhao Jiao was no fool. Those who could afford to bid thousands of taels for the fire spirit ginseng were unlikely to be common folk, and it was uncertain whether their household could contend with such individuals. They could only seize the opportunity to reclaim the ginseng from Su Ruojin before it was sold. Lin Zhongshan set down his teacup and pondered for a moment. "Madam, I have never heard Mother mention possessing any fire spirit ginseng. What if it doesn't belong to her at all?" Before Lin Zhongshan could finish, Zhao Jiao interrupted. "Oh, sir, how can you be so astute in all matters yet blind in this instance? I recall you saying that Mother's family was once wealthy. It is not surprising for a merchant's family to possess fire spirit ginseng. Moreover, what is Su Ruojin's situation? Surely you are aware that a young girl could not possibly have such an item." Lin Zhongshan reflected on her words. "I had not anticipated Mother's concealment to run so deep. Very well, I shall speak with her. It cannot come to a public dispute over this fire spirit ginseng. I still have my reputation to consider." Madame Lin observed her illegitimate son with a cold gaze, her heart devoid of any emotion. It had long since perished when she was relegated to the side courtyard. "Mother, you're a member of the Lin family. One cannot turn one in Appo's arm outward. Think of Wanqing and Xiyang, your legitimate grandchildren. The fire spirit ginseng should rightfully belong to them. Lin Zhongshan implored earnestly. Madame Lin scoffed. Lin Zhongshan, I am not worthy of being the grandmother of your two children. I have already stated that I, as an old woman, have no claim to such fine treasures. That ginseng was given to her by her master, and I have no authority to interfere. Lin Zhongshan, undeterred, pressed on. Then can you at least tell me who Su Jin's master is? I do not know. You may leave now. You are not welcome here. Yuanong, show him out. Yuan Hong immediately brandished a broom, positioning himself before Lin Zhongshan. As Lin Zhongshan attempted to respond, Yuan Hong swung the broom toward him. Alarmed, Lin Zhongshan hurriedly retreated, calling out, Mother, please reconsider. We are family. From a distance, Su Ruojin observed the scene in silence. Lin Zhongshan had been raised by Madame Lin. She was uncertain how much affection remained in her heart for this nominal son. She was unwilling and unable to intervene. All decisions rested with Madame Lin. After Lin Zhongshan departed, Su Ruojin entered Madame Lin's chamber. Grandmother. Upon seeing Su Ruojin, Madame Lin and Appo's expression softened into a smile. Xiao Jin, have you finished your tasks? It is fine. Yin Luo and Ji Hu are watching over things. I came to check on you, grandmother. Madame Lin recognized that Su Ruojin was concerned about her feelings regarding Lin Zhongshan and had come to offer comfort. It warmed her heart. Xiao Jin, I know you are a capable person, but do not let me burden you. Rest assured, I have severed all ties with the Lin family. Alas, Lin Jing had passed away, leaving her unable to divorce him or escape the Lin surname. Seeing that Madame Lin's mood remained largely unaffected, Su Ruojin felt relieved. Grandmother, you could never burden me. I rely on you for assistance. Without you, I would struggle alone. Therefore, please take good care of your health. I cannot do without you. Madame Lin chuckled. Very well, I promise to take care of myself. I shall assist my little Jean with her children in the future. Then I shall trouble you, grandmother. Having lived a second life, Su Ruojin had never envisioned marriage or children. Simply living a tranquil existence alongside Madame Lin and Yuan Hong seemed quite agreeable. As night fell, Xiao Bao was reluctant to part from Su Ruojin, so she allowed him to sleep beside her. In the latter half of the night, Su Ruojin suddenly awoke, hearing faint noises and muffled groans from outside. The sounds were subtle and soon faded into silence, returning the night to tranquility. With a faint smile, Su Ruojin covered Xiao Bao with a blanket and drifted back to sleep. With Xiao Bao present, the courtyard felt secure, and any ordinary miscreant daring to target the medical center would be courting disaster. The following morning, Yin Luo arrived to assist Su Ruojin and Xiao Bao with their rise, complaining, Miss, a wildcat must have entered the courtyard last night. It knocked over the herbs that Ji Hua and I had laid out to dry. Su Ruojin's eyes flickered. A wildcat, you say? How intriguing. Meanwhile, Lin Zhongshan and Zhao Jiao had spent the night waiting at home, and as dawn approached, they grew anxious with the absence of their dispatched individual. Sir, do you think something has gone awry? It is nearly daybreak, yet no one has returned. Zhao Jiao fretted as she paced the room. I have inquired. The medical center is staffed by the elderly, weak, and women. A few servants lack martial skills, and with Zhang Run and his companions' abilities, they should encounter no issues. Lin Zhongshan reassured her. After failing to retrieve the fire spirit ginseng from Madame Lin earlier that day, he and Zhao Jiao conspired that since a direct approach had proven fruitless, they would resort to covert theft. After all, Lin Zhongshan was the prefect. Should anything go missing from the medical center, the report would first come to him, allowing him to suppress the matter and let it pass. How could a group of frail individuals create a stir? Just then, a flustered servant rushed in, exclaiming, Sir, trouble. You must hurry to the government office. Chapter 48. Is the plan exposed? Lin Zhongshan and Zhao Jiao exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding surging within them. He hurriedly changed his clothes and made his way to the front of the government office. A crowd had already gathered, pointing and murmuring. There, at the entrance, lay three men, battered and bruised, their mouths stuffed with cloth and bound together, discarded at the threshold. One of the men slowly opened his swollen eyes and, upon seeing Lin Zhongshan, widened them in alarm, emitting muffled cries as if pleading for help. Lin Jingshan's heart sank as he recognized the man. It was none other than Zhang Ran, whom he had dispatched. He quickly instructed the constables, "Hurry, bring them inside." In the inner office, Lin Jingshan led the trio to the backyard and removed the cloth from Zhang Ren's mouth. "Speak quickly, what happened?" "My lord, we had just scaled the wall into the rear of the clinic when we were ambushed by unknown assailants who knocked us unconscious in a matter of moments. We barely caught a glimpse of their faces." Zhang Ren stammered, panic evident in his voice. Lin Jingshan was taken aback. Had their plan been uncovered? He had thoroughly investigated and found no indication that the clinic had employed any guards. Who could have attacked Zhang Ren and his companions? Yet, given the apparent preparations of their adversaries, further action was now perilous. Zhao Jiao, equally anxious, implored, "My lord, what should we do? Are we to let the fire spirit ginseng slip through our fingers? That is worth a fortune." Frustration gnawed at Lin Jingshan. "What can I do? I cannot possibly report Su Ruojin, as they possess no evidence against us. Our covert operation has failed. What options do I have left?" Seeing their opportunity vanish, Zhao Jiao seethed. "Isn't it all that wretched girless doing? Had I known, I would never have brought her back. Perhaps it would have been better to eliminate her then." Meanwhile, Kai Fanzhou, nestled in slumber with his concubine, was abruptly roused by a servant and Appo's urgent knocking. "Master, master, the clan elders request your presence in the council hall at once." Awoken from a deep sleep, Kai Fanzhou grumbled, "Those old codgers. Do they not allow anyone a moment's peace?" Upon his arrival at the council hall, he was met with the furious gaze of the eldest clan elder, who glared at him. "Kai Fanzhou, whom have you angered?" Kai Fanzhou was bewildered. Though he held the title of head of the family, he remained subject to the oversight of the clan elders. Any actions detrimental to the clan could cost him his position. "Elder, what has transpired?" he inquired. "Ah, Kai Fanzhou, you have barely held the position of head for a few days, and already the interests of the Kai family are jeopardized. We have just received notice from various regions that the Merchant Alliance has officially terminated all cooperation with the Kai family. The Merchant Alliance dominated most industries in the Great Shu Kingdom. Severing ties with them equated to cutting off business. Although the Kai family had a legacy in medicine, not all descendants pursued the medical profession, particularly among the collateral branches, many of whom were engaged in trade. This action from the Merchant Alliance effectively obliterated the livelihood of many within the Kai clan. Kai Fanzhou was at a loss. "Elder, you know I have been devoted to healing and have had no involvement in other business matters. How can this be attributed to me? Kai family head, now that you have assumed this role, you must manage clan affairs. You have 7 days to negotiate with the Merchant Alliance. Otherwise, you may as well resign your position." With that, the elder swept his sleeve dismissively and departed with the others. Incensed, Kai Fanzhou hurled a teacup against the wall. These old men were useless, always shifting blame onto him whenever trouble arose. He had no idea why the Merchant Alliance had ceased their cooperation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. General Su. Could it be that his failure to attend to General Su's ailments prompted this retaliation? Realization washed over him, and he sank into a chair in despair. It was all over. How could the Kai family contend with the general and Appo's household? Just then, a flustered servant rushed in. "Master, master, a large contingent of officials has arrived at the gate." Kai Fanzhou felt a surge of anxiety. What calamity had befallen them now? He hastily stepped outside to confront the situation. Upon seeing a line of officials, his heart sank, and he forced a smile. "Esteemed officials, may I inquire what brings you here?" Leading the group, Constable Zhang glanced at Kai Fanzhou and stated, "By order of the magistrate, we are here to apprehend the arsonist." Wang to Dr. Kai, "Will you surrender him willingly, or shall we proceed to seek him out ourselves?" The mention of arsonist Wang sent a chill down Kai Fanzhou's spine. Hadn't Wang claimed his actions were flawless? How could the authorities have traced it so swiftly? Kai Fanzhou, having once treated Constable Zhang and Appo's ailing mother, seized a moment to pull him aside and discreetly offered a pouch of coins. A small token of appreciation. "Let's share some tea." "Constable Zhang, what is truly happening?" Constable Zhang weighed the pouch, and after glancing around, lowered his voice. "Dr. Kai, some time ago the run into Appo's AI Hall and Appo's storeroom was set ablaze. This case is now under the direct investigation of the Vice Minister of Criminal Justice. Our department has been overwhelmed, but we finally located a watchman who claims to have seen Wang De sneaking from the clinic rear that night, tossing something inside. So it was indeed that incident. How could the fire at a small clinic attract the attention of the Vice Minister? Kai Fanzhou was perplexed. Listen, Constable Zhang, given our acquaintance, it would be best if you advised me to surrender him. Constable Zhang's intentions were clear, and Kai Fanzhou nodded eagerly. Thank you, Constable Zhang. I shall bring him forth immediately. Rushing into the clinic, he located Wang De hiding in the woodshed. Wang De, frantic, fell to his knees, pleading, Master, you must save me. I have an elderly mother and a wife and children to care for. This was your directive. Silence. Kai Fanzhou Intu, adamant that he could not be implicated in this matter. Otherwise, the reputation of Jiren Hall would be tarnished. Wang De, if you take full responsibility for this, I shall ensure your family is well cared for. Otherwise, we shall all face ruin. With the Kai family and Oppo's influence, I can easily extricate myself, but your family cannot survive without you. After a mixture of threats and persuasion, Wang De lowered his head and bowed deeply to Kai Fanzhou. Master, I beg you to protect my family. Rest assured, Kai Fanzhou reassured him, patting Wang De on the shoulder, feeling a sense of relief. Once Wang De was apprehended, his family's fate would rest in his hands. Wang De was taken away, accepting all blame. In the Great Chu Kingdom, arson was a grave offense. But as no lives were lost, Wang De received a sentence of 30 strikes and was exiled 1,000 miles away. Upon hearing of this, Ruojin was somewhat astonished. The loss from the Renai Hall's fire was not substantial. Typically, such matters would not warrant significant attention from the authorities. Yet, the arsonist had been swiftly identified and sentenced. Moreover, the magistrate had dispatched constables to a village 10 miles away to apprehend the family responsible for poisoning General Su, resulting in the entire village being exiled for the murder of an infant girl. With these events intertwined, Ruojin could hardly doubt that General Su was behind it all. Punishing evildoers was, after all, a commendable endeavor, and she dismissed it from her mind. At that moment, Yin Luo burst into the room, exclaiming, Miss, we have arrived. We have arrived. Chapter 49. A young man arrives. Ruojin set down her pen. What has arrived? The second batch of medicinal herbs, Yin Luo replied, her excitement evident. The young lady mentioned she wanted to donate the fire spirit ginseng, but it's included in this shipment. If there were any mishaps along the way, it could have been troublesome if it didn't arrive on time. Thankfully, it made it. A faint smile graced Ruin's lips. Perfect timing. Let's go take a look. At the entrance of the medical hall, a young man, around 17 or 18 years old, was unloading goods with the driver. Ipan spatting Ruojin. He hurried over and bowed. Greetings, Mississippi Feng Ying. Why are you the one delivering goods? Ruojin inquired, somewhat surprised. Feng Ying was the grandson of the Grand Elder and a guard at the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. It seemed unusual for him to be involved in such a mundane task. My grandfather is concerned about you, so he sent me to ensure your safety. Feng Ying responded, his head bowed, his cheeks slightly flushed. Yin Luo and Ji Hua exchanged knowing glances. It was no secret within the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion that Feng Ying harbored feelings for the young lady. Unfortunately, while his affections were genuine, Ruojin remained oblivious to matters of the heart, as if she had never grasped their significance. It seemed the Grand Elder was indeed trying to assist his grandson. Ruojin felt a twinge of helplessness. She was well aware of Feng Ying's intentions. However, as someone who had lived a past life, she could only see him as a younger brother and held no other sentiments. Yet, considering the recent events concerning Wang De, she did not oppose Feng Ying's presence. Though she could protect herself, the elderly Lady Lin, Yin Luo, Ji Hua, and the other maids and servants were defenseless. Having someone to watch over them was a prudent measure. However, with the increasing number of people, the courtyard was becoming cramped, prompting thoughts of seeking a new residence. Not far away, Hu Qing observed the scene and turned to write a letter. All is well with the young master. A young man has arrived at the medical hall. When Xiao Yanchu received the letter, he was engaged in a game of chess with the heir of the Duke of Anghua, Shunyu. He unfolded the letter from the guard, his brow furrowing. Ah, a young man has arrived? Xin Yu felt a sudden chill in the air and looked up at Xiao Yanchu, puzzled. But isn't there turmoil at the border? That should not be the case. The nations along the border have been quiet for years, pacified by the war god of Chu. With the new year approaching, they would not seek trouble without cause. If there were no disturbances at the border, what could possibly warrant the arrival of someone who seemed, well, somewhat off? Xiao Yanchu had been holding a black piece for quite some time without making a move. It's merely news from Yin Yang. Yi is safe. He finally placed his piece on the board. That is indeed good news. However, I remain uneasy. I shall leave the capital in your care while I travel to Yin Yang to check on Yi. But as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yanchu vanished. Xin Yu sighed. With the new year approaching, various generals and princes will return to the capital to report on their duties. And with the snow disasters in Qingyang and numerous matters to handle, he entrusts everything to me? Well, although Xiao Yanchu had arranged everything, it was merely a matter of overseeing the execution. Still, the situation irked him. He had consistently refused to serve in the court to avoid such chaotic affairs. Yet here he was, burdened by Xiao Yanchu and Appo's ungratefulness. At that moment, Mu Jingshan entered. Young Master Shun, where has the prince gone? Xin Yu tossed a white piece into the basket. He has gone to Yin Yang to see Yi and Amp. Amp? Appo's. Mu Jingshan was taken aback. But didn't the prince just return from Yin Yang? 3 days had passed since the treatment began. General Su soaked in his final medicinal bath, feeling a profound sense of relief, as if he had not breathed so freely in many years. Dr. Su, thank you. With your medical skills, have you considered opening a medical hall in the capital? If you wish, I can arrange everything for you. General Su extended a heartfelt invitation. If Su Ruojin were to open a medical hall in the capital, he would certainly assist her wholeheartedly. Grandfather Su, I have grown accustomed to life in Yin Yang and do not wish to relocate to the capital at this time. Su Ruojin politely declined. Very well. Should you ever decide to come to the capital, do let me know. Although General Su felt a tinge of regret, he respected Su Ruojin's choice. After all, the capital was merely 12 hours away from Yin Yang. If necessary, he could make several trips. All right, Grandfather Su. By the way, please remember to take this bottle of pills, one each day. Your old injuries will not trouble you this winter. That is splendid news. General Su had sustained numerous injuries from battles, which would flare up during winter or rainy days, causing considerable discomfort. These past few days of soaking in medicinal baths and receiving acupuncture had indeed alleviated his pain. After bidding farewell to Su Ruojin, General Su sat in the carriage heading back to the capital, reflecting, if only Ruojin were Xiao Lu. Su Yunfeng consoled him. Father, Xiao Lu will be found eventually. Xiao Lu bore a butterfly birthmark behind her left ear, a secret never disclosed by the Su family. Previously, a young girl from Shirley Village had a similar mark, which led the Su family to believe they had found her. However, Su Yunfeng had carefully observed Su Ruojin, who lacked the butterfly birthmark, confirming she could not be Xiao Lu. General Su fell silent, gradually closing his eyes to rest, deeply sighing within. Xiao Lu, will I see you again in my lifetime? After sending off General Su, Su Ruojin devoted more of her attention to treating the peculiar illness of Xiao Bao, in addition to her regular consultations. After some time of care, Xiao Bao's complexion began to regain its rosy hue, and his appetite improved significantly. He could now finish small bowls of rich porridge. Yet, he remained dependent on Su Ruojin. Whenever she appeared, he would follow closely at her side. However, Xiao Bao seemed to understand that Su Ruojin had her own responsibilities. When she attended to patients at the medical hall, he would play quietly in the room with the puzzle toys she had specially chosen for him, without fussing. Occasionally, Yuan Hong would come to chat with him. Although Xiao Bao did not respond to Yuan Hong, he no longer resisted the young boy and Appo's presence as he had before. The bidding board at the medical hall was continuously updating the auction prices, which had now reached 7,600 taels, with a day remaining before the conclusion. Each day, crowds gathered before the board to observe the prices, and even at night, some would sneak in to write the latest bids. Consequently, this matter had become a frequent topic of discussion among the citizens of Yin Yang, all speculating on who would ultimately acquire the fire spirit ginseng. The ability of a medical hall to present 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng was a mark of its strength. Business at Renai Hall gradually flourished. Coupled with the fact that its consultation and medicine fees were lower than other medical halls, an increasing number of patients sought treatment there. Other medical halls grew anxious and approached Kai Fanzhou. Dr. Kai, Renee Hall is completely disregarding the rules. They are causing chaos. Are they attempting to drive us to ruin with their low prices, leaving only themselves standing? Dr. Kai, you must think of a solution. You are the leader of our medical halls in Yinyang. Indeed, Dr. Kai, others chimed in. I suggest we find someone to teach that yellow-haired girl a lesson, so she understands the weight of our presence and behaves accordingly. I have heard that Renee Hall has the support of the governor. It might not be wise to provoke her. What shall we do then? The owners of the various medical halls exchanged opinions, while Kai Fanzhou remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Dr. Kai, please give us your input. Surely, we cannot be outmatched by a mere girl, Dr. Li urged, growing impatient. Kai Fanzhou took a slow sip of tea, leisurely responding, "Why the haste?" Chapter 50. Massage. Upon witnessing the situation, Dr. Li's face lit up with joy. Dr. Kai, do you have a brilliant solution? Kai Fanzhou summoned a few individuals and whispered a few words. Everyone raised their thumbs in approval. Dr. Kai, indeed remarkable. A master of intricate connections, as expected of you. Let's see how she shall handle this. After everyone departed, Kai Fanzhou called for a young servant. Go to the governor and Oppo's residence and ask Miss Lin to come here. Yes, my lord. Before long, Lin Wanqing arrived at the medical hall, bowing respectfully to Kai Fanzhou. Wanqing pays her respects to master. Wanqing, the governor's wife, visits Jinming Temple every 15th of the month to offer incense. Tomorrow marks the 15th. You should accompany her there. Lin Wanqing instantly comprehended her master and Oppo's intentions and nodded earnestly. Master, what should I be mindful of? The governor's Miss Zhong has been frail since birth and is still unable to walk. I shall now teach you the Kai family's ancestral technique of invigorating blood circulation and dispersing stagnation through massage. How you apply it will depend on your own skill. Understood. Master. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Wanqing and Oppo's eyes. Having been a disciple of Kai Fanzhou for some time, she had only received rudimentary lessons in medical theory, often merely memorizing medical texts at his behest. Lin Wanqing suspected her master was wary of her. However, his willingness to teach her the ancestral massage technique was a clear sign he hoped to leverage her presence to approach the governor's wife. It seems Ruojin had indeed pressured Kai Fanzhou significantly. In that moment, Lin Wanqing felt a tinge of gratitude towards Ruojin. Were it not for her, Kai Fanzhou might never have imparted genuine knowledge to her. In her previous life as an intensive care nurse, she had acquired some massage techniques, though she was uncertain how they differed from those of Kai Fanzhou. Subsequently, Kai Fanzhou summoned a maid and demonstrated the massage technique. Lin Wanqing, drawing from her past experiences, found it effortless to learn and quickly mastered the technique, surprising Kai Fanzhou with her apparent talent. Excellent. Once you have mastered it thoroughly, I shall teach you the art of acupuncture to enhance the efficacy of the massage. Thank you, master. By the way, ISN and Oppo's tea tomorrow the day for the free clinic at Jiren Hall. Do you not need my assistance? Lin Wanqing seemed to recall something. She had originally planned to help during the clinic, demonstrating her benevolence as the governor and Oppo's daughter. The clinic is merely an opportunity for the apprentices to practice. Your involvement is unnecessary. Just focus on attending to the governor's wife, Kai Fanzhou replied. As long as Lin Wanqing could oust Ruojin and win over the governor's wife, it would ensure the governor's support for Jiren Hall, securing its future. Everyone knew that the governor cherished his wife dearly. Winning her favor equated to winning the governor's favor. Understood, master. Lin Wanqing and Oppo's eyes glinted with determination. She was resolute in her pursuit of the governor and Oppo's wife. On the 15th day of the 12th month, light snow began to fall in Yinyang. The governor's wife rose before dawn. My lady, it's snowing and cold today. The mountain path is slippery. Shall we wait for the weather to improve? Zhongli expressed concern. The governor's wife smiled gently. I have vowed before the Bodhisattva that as long as Jiner is unwell, I shall visit the temple on the 1st and 15th of each month. I cannot go back on my word. Zhongli understood he could not sway her and reluctantly acquiesced. These years have been hard on you. Dress warmly and ensure the servants take good care of you. Rest assured, I will be fine. The governor and Appo's wife completed her preparations and was just about to enter the carriage when concubine Chen approached, extending her hand to assist her. My lady, it is cold and the path is slippery. Allow me to accompany you to the temple. The governor's wife cast a dismissive glance at her, evading concubine Chen's outstretched hand. There is no need to trouble concubine Chen. With that, she turned and boarded the carriage. Concubine Chen clenched her handkerchief tightly, her gaze fixed on the departing carriage. A maid beside her urged, Concubine Chen, it's cold. Do return inside. 13 long years had passed, and the governor and Appo's wife had never deigned to acknowledge her. Since that fateful night when the governor had returned intoxicated, he had never set foot in her courtyard again. Externally, she was a governor and Appo's concubine, but without favor, anyone in the household could bully her. Who could understand her plight? It was all due to Yuan Shuqin. Had she not monopolized the governor and Appo's affections and spoken ill of her, she would not have been so neglected. In the carriage, the governor and Appo's wife and Appo's maid, Ying Chun, spoke with disdain. My lady, forgive my impertinence, but if I may say, your kindness has led to your misfortune. When Song Dong crawled in the governor's bed while you were weak after childbirth, you should have dealt with her decisively. Instead, you elevated her to concubine status. The governor's wife smiled faintly. Song Dong has always been my maidservant, having grown up alongside me. Though she acted unjustly, I could not take her life for it. Ying Chun handed her a warm teapot. It is fortunate for Song Dong to have encountered you as her mistress. Had it been another, she might have been sold off long ago. Regardless, the governor treats you well. He hasn't visited that enchantress quarters in years. What good is being a concubine? The governor and Appo's wife gazed down at the prayer beads on her wrist, sighing. I no longer seek anything. My only wish is for Jean and Appo's to recover. Both you and the governor are virtuous individuals. The Bodhisattva will surely see your sincerity, and the young lady's health will improve. Let us hope so, the governor's wife replied, pulling back the carriage curtain as the light snow swirled in with the cold breeze. Ying Chun shivered and quickly lowered the curtain. My lady, be cautious not to catch a chill. The governor will worry. Jiming Temple lay just outside Yinyang City, and the carriage ride took an hour. Given the slippery roads, the driver proceeded cautiously, arriving after an hour and a half. With Ying Chuan's assistance, the governor's wife alighted from the carriage, noticing another carriage parked at the entrance. Oh, isn't that the governor's carriage? Is Lin's lady also here for incense today? Ying Chun remarked, recognizing the carriage immediately. As the governor's wife dismounted, the curtain of the governor's carriage lifted, revealing a young woman clad in a pink robe, who stepped down gracefully and approached the governor's wife, bowing deeply. Wanqing pays her respects to the governor's wife. This was the first time the governor's wife had encountered Lin Wanqing, and she was momentarily perplexed. And you are? My father is Lin Zhongshan, Lin Wanqing replied softly. The governor's wife recalled hearing that the governor had recently found his biological daughter, who had become a disciple of Dr. Kai. It must be this young lady before her. Ah, so you're Miss Lin. Your father and my husband are colleagues. There is no need for excessive formalities. Are you also here to pay respects to the Buddha today? I have been separated from my parents for many years. Thanks to the Bodhisattva's blessings, I have been fortunate to reunite with them. Today, being the 15th, I have come to Jiming Temple to express my gratitude, Lin Wanqing explained. Very well, if Miss Lin does not mind, let us ascend the mountain together, the governor's wife invited. I would be delighted, governor's wife. The path is slippery. Allow me to assist you. Lin Wanqing responded sweetly as she stepped forward to help the governor's wife. Throughout their ascent, Lin Wanqing deliberately engaged the governor's wife in conversation, and their exchange was quite pleasant. After a laborious climb of 500 steps, they finally reached the temple entrance. The governor and Appo's wife, already frail, was panting heavily, fatigued from the effort. Ying Chun hurried over to assist. My lady, please, let us enter the temple and rest for a moment. The governor's wife, aware of her own limitations, nodded in agreement, allowing them to help her into the temple's side room. Once inside, Lin Wanqing quickly approached and began to massage the governor's wife's legs. Governor's wife, I have learned a set of ancestral massage techniques from Dr. Kai. Allow me to relieve your discomfort. Chapter 51. Will you walk with me? Lin Wanqing meticulously performed the 2A Na technique before Kai Fan Zhou, adhering strictly to the methods of the Kai family. However, she discreetly incorporated the rehabilitation techniques taught by her former professor from her previous life. After the session, Madame Zhong indeed felt a notable alleviation of the soreness in her legs. To her surprise, Miss Lin possessed such skill. Lin Wanqing graciously replied, "It is my master who has imparted such wisdom. He taught me that this technique, when practiced regularly, invigorates blood flow and enhances leg mobility." At the mention of leg mobility, Madame Zhong's gaze flickered momentarily, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. At that moment, a young monk entered the room, announcing that preparations were complete and it was time for Madame Zhong to pay her respects. Ingchun assisted Madame Zhong to her feet, and together they proceeded to the main hall. Accepting the 3 incense sticks offered by the abbot, Madame Zhong knelt down reverently. Murmuring a wish, I humbly beseech for my son's health to be restored. Should this wish come to fruition, I shall return to reconstruct his golden body. Lin Wanqing knelt alongside Madame Zhong in prayer. After Ingchun contributed a donation for the incense oil, Madame Zhong settled beside her, listening intently to the abbot and Appo's teachings, a look of devout sincerity on her face. Lin Wanqing, her legs growing numb, dared not move, opting to endure the discomfort. At last, after an hour of teachings, she swiftly rose to assist Madame Zhong. "Madame, we must ascend 500 steps. With the frigid air and your legs in such a state, may I accompany you in the carriage? I can provide you with a massage to ease the soreness on our journey back to the city." Madame Zhong pondered for a moment. Being of the same gender, it was hardly inappropriate. She nodded in agreement. "Then I shall trouble Miss Lin. It is my honor to alleviate your burdens, Madame," Lin Wanqing replied gracefully. Madame Zhong silently acknowledged Lin Wanqing as propriety. Although Miss Lin had only recently returned, her demeanor exuded the grace of a well-bred lady. Upon their return to Yinyang, Madame Zhong consented to Lin Wanqing attending daily to her daughter's leg massages. Previously, Dr. Kai had visited the residence, but due to the propriety between men and women, he could not frequently attend to Jean with Lin Wanqing now present. Such concerns were alleviated. After bidding farewell to Madame Zhong, Lin Wanqing hurried to Jiren Hall to inform Kai Fan Zhou of the development. Kai Fan Zhou was elated. "Excellent. It is truly admirable of you, Qing. From now on, whenever you have time, come find me. I shall teach you the art of acupuncture." "Thank you, master," she replied. As she exited, Lin Wanqing observed a long line of patients awaiting treatment at the clinic. "Master, you are indeed a benevolent man. Your monthly free clinic has aided countless impoverished souls in Yinyang." Kai Fan Zhou beamed with pride. A healer in Appo's heart must always contribute to the welfare of the people. At that moment, a commotion arose among the crowd as a woman, cradling a baby, knelt at the entrance of the clinic. "Doctor, please, I beg you. Let me have some medicine first. My child cannot wait. I promise I will repay the cost." Several attendants rushed out, pulling the woman aside. "Go away. Our clinic has already treated your son for free. Do not be ungrateful." The woman clutched her baby tightly, breaking free from the attendant's grasp, and repeatedly bowed her head. "Please, just give me one prescription. I only need one to bring down his fever. If it continues, he will suffer irreparable damage." Some bystanders, moved by her plight, spoke up. "She appears so pitiful. Perhaps we should grant her a prescription." The attendant, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd, retorted, "The medicine for her child costs a tael of silver. If you pity her, why not pay for it yourself?" A tael of silver was not an insignificant amount for ordinary families, and while many wished to help, they found themselves powerless to do so, feeling sympathy yet unable to act. "Young lady, the doctor who just treated your child charges a tael for his services. Today's free clinic means you are receiving a tael's worth at no cost. We cannot provide the medicine for free as well. If that were the case, we might as well rename the clinic a charity hall. I advise you to think of another way, one attendant kindly suggested. Due to its reputation, Jiren Hall's treatment fees were considerable, and its monthly free clinic attracted many from far and wide. Most preferred to fill their prescriptions there rather than seek out other apothecaries. With no other options, the woman reluctantly stood, clutching her prescription as she sought out other pharmacies in vain. To her dismay, the cheapest prescription she found cost 500 won, an exorbitant sum she could not afford. Seeing her child, now too weak to cry, she tore a strip from her clothing and sought out a scholar selling wares, asking him to write a note offering to sell herself for medicine. If someone would pay for her son's treatment, she would sign a contract of servitude. In the kingdom of Dechu, once one became a slave, they were treated as property, their fate determined by the buyer. The child would likewise become a slave. A boy of slave status could never receive an education or enter officialdom, and even if he were to achieve great military feats, he would never be promoted. A girl could only serve as a maid or concubine, or worse, be sold into a brothel. Ordinary citizens, even if they faced hardship, still had the opportunity for redemption. Men could study or join the military to make a name for themselves, while women could marry into modestly wealthy families to become matriarchs. But once enslaved, one was doomed to a life of servitude. Yet, when faced with life and death, what did it matter? The woman knelt by the roadside, cradling her child, bending her body to shield him from the falling snowflakes. Lin Wanqing observed this scene with an indifferent gaze. In her previous life, she had witnessed countless families signing away their loved ones and oppos, treatments due to their inability to pay. In her eyes, the poor were meant to be eliminated. She boarded her carriage, slowly passing by the woman, her mind preoccupied with how to win Ms. Zhong's favor the following day. Lin Wanqing was acutely aware that although she was a reincarnated individual, she was not omnipotent. She must rely on all the connections and resources available to her to ascend higher. As her carriage rolled past, the woman felt a presence before her, her heart leaping with hope. Was someone finally willing to purchase her? Yet, upon lifting her gaze to find only a 10-year-old boy standing there, disappointment washed over her, and she lowered her head once more. Yuan Hong carefully examined the words written on the rag before the woman, then glanced at the infant in her arms. The old matron had always told him that there were many unfortunate souls in the world, and if he could help, he should do so. Yuan Hong spoke up. "My sister can treat your child. Will you come with me?" The woman was taken aback, raising her head. "Really?" Yuan Hong nodded. In his eyes, his sister was capable of anything, able to heal any ailment. Someone in the crowd recognized Yuan Hong. "Isn't that Dr. Su's younger brother from Renai Hall? Young lady, you should accept his offer. Dr. Su's skills are on par with those at Jiren Hall." Upon hearing this, the woman was overcome with joy and tears. "I am willing. I am willing. Thank you. Thank you, young master." With her child in dire straits, she could not afford to refuse help. The onlookers, moved by her plight, began to follow them toward Ren Ai Hall. Chapter 52. Awakening the child. Upon arriving at Ren Ai Hall, Su Ruojin was present in the main hall. Yuan Hong escorted the woman before Su Ruojin and briefly elucidated the situation. "Sister Jean, she appears so pitiable. Please assist her." Several compassionate individuals among the onlookers echoed the plea. "Physician Su, please examine her." Clutching her child, the woman knelt before Su Ruojin. "Esteemed physician, I implore you to save my child. I shall endeavor to repay the medical expenses." Yin Luo, moved by the woman's plight, was about to usher her into the inner chamber when Su Ruojin interjected. "Hold." Yin Luo halted, glancing at Su Ruojin with a hint of perplexity. Judging by the woman's appearance, the child's condition seemed grave. Why was her mistress unhurried? The woman, distraught, lamented. "Doctor, I beseech you, if only you can save my child, I would gladly serve as your beast of burden." Su Ruojin gestured for Yin Luo to assist the woman to her feet, stating, "Should genuine hardship befall you, Ren Ai Hall would never stand idly by. We shall waive the consultation and medication fees. However, first, rouse the child and elicit a vocalization." The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a request from Su Ruojin. "Doctor, my child has already succumbed to illness and lost consciousness. I am unable to awaken him. I implore you, in your benevolence, to examine him promptly. Those present also found Ruojin's request peculiar. The child was already unconscious. Why insist on awakening him? Would not a crying, agitated child be more challenging to examine? Could this be a deliberate attempt to avoid treatment? Impossible. Physician Su is not such a person. Oof. I suspect she is intentionally tormenting the child. If she is unwilling to treat, she should state it directly, rather than vexing the child. Ruojin remained steadfast. Unless you rouse the child, I shall not examine him. The woman, exasperated, cried out, the child is already unconscious. How am I to awaken him? Doctor, I implore you, please treat my child promptly. With that, the woman attempted to rush into the examination room, child in arms. Jihua stepped forward, blocking her path. Madam, if you could elicit even a small sound from the child, it would aid us in discerning the situation, would it not? Jihua did not comprehend Ruojin's intentions, but she was certain that her mistress had her reasons. She would comply. Her mistress had never erred. The onlookers, hearing Jihua's words, found them reasonable and offered their encouragement. Madam, please awaken the child, even briefly. Indeed, a vocal child would facilitate diagnosis. Hurry, I am growing anxious on her behalf. Physician Su has already consented to provide complementary treatment. What is the delay? The woman's countenance grew increasingly troubled, and Jihua, standing close, detected a hint of unease. The woman's complexion grew increasingly unsightly. With a shift in her gaze, she burst into loud lamentations. Physician Su, if you are unwilling to save him, state it directly. Why torment my child so? Oh, my ill-fated child, who will come to your rescue? Her cries were so heart-wrenching that some sympathetic souls began to dab at their tears. As a mother myself, I cannot bear to witness such scenes. How pitiful. Physician Su, please escort the child inside for examination. Ruojin and Appo's expression grew increasingly stern. Her voice imbued with an undeniable authority awakened the child. Yin Luo, sensing her mistress's impending ire, hastened to take the child from the woman's arms. Madam, entrust the child to me. I shall awaken him. The woman retreated swiftly, her voice fraught with anxiety. Do not touch my child. Ruojin scoffed. If you refuse to relinquish the child, how are we to provide treatment? The woman clutched the child tightly, murmuring, it is cold outside. I fear the child will be chilled. Once inside, I shall naturally hand him over. By now, some have begun to suspect foul play. Why is this woman behaving in this manner? The physician wishes to hold the child, yet she refuses. How is the physician to examine child? Madam, please hand the child over to the physician. I find her behavior rather peculiar. Perhaps she is merely overly concerned for her child. The woman's brow began to glisten with perspiration, yet she persisted, Doctor, please allow me and my child to enter the examination room. Once inside, I shall hand the child over. Ruojin scoffed, disinclined to continue the charade. If I am not mistaken, the child you cradle is in fact deceased. Upon hearing these words, all present were stunned. The woman initially appeared bewildered, then collapsed to the ground, wailing. How venomous you are, young woman. How can such a person be a physician? Everyone, come and judge. The heartless physician at Renai Hall refuses to treat my child, and even curses him to death. Woe is me, my ill-fated child. Without you, your mother shall not live. Yin Luo, retrieve the child from her arms. We shall ascertain the truth before all present. If we have wronged you, Renai Hall shall compensate you with 1,000 taels, Ruojin declared. Do not approach. I shall seek treatment at this callous clinic no longer. The woman, flustered, shielded the child, preventing Yin Luo from taking him. Yin Luo, disregarding her protests, seized the child and unveiled the cloth covering him before the assembled crowd. Within lay an infant, face and lips tinged with cyanosis, devoid of breath. Ah, it is indeed a deceased infant. Could he have perished recently? Why would she seek medical attention with a deceased infant? Perhaps the mother has been driven mad by the child in Appo's death. Ah, child, my child, what has befallen you? My child, you have caused my child in Appo's death. Everyone come and witness. Regent Appo's AI Hall has caused my child in Appo's death. The woman in Appo's cries grew ever louder, and the crowd thronged the clinic entrance, obstructing passage. Cease your fabrications. The child was already deceased when I took him from you. Yin Luo, unaccustomed to such brazenness, retorted vehemently. It was now clear to Yin Luo why her mistress had insisted on the woman awakening the child. Had the woman been permitted to enter the examination room with the child, she could have falsely accused Renee I. Hall of causing the child's death. Within the examination room, only her mistress and the patient would have been present, with no witnesses. Such an accusation would have been impossible to refute. Now, with the unveiling occurring before the eyes of all, the child's condition was evident to all, precluding any false accusations against Renee I. Hall. Yin Luo, summon the authorities and report that someone has attempted to extort Run and Amp. Oppose A.I. Hall with a deceased infant, Ruojin stated coldly. You, as a mother, possess clean hands, face, and neck, and your garments, though of modest fabric, are clean. Yet the child in Oppose, as swaddling clothes are tattered, old, and soiled. What mother would allow such a thing? Prompted by Ruojin's observation, the onlookers reconsidered the woman and perceived inconsistencies. She even wears rouge. She seems familiar. Is she not the Lu woman from a neighboring village? Her child must be 7 or 8 years old. Where did she obtain such a young infant? So, she is indeed attempting to extort us? The child appears to have died recently. Could she have caused his death? The coroner shall ascertain the truth. Upon hearing Ruojin's intention to summon the authorities, the woman's complexion underwent a dramatic shift. She snatched the child from Yin Luo's arms, declaring, I shall seek treatment no longer, and attempted to flee the clinic. Yin Luo, restrain her and deliver her to the authorities. Yes, mistress. Yin Luo signaled the servants to intercept the woman and escort her to the authorities. The Lu woman prostrated herself, bleeding, Fisichensu, sperme. I was momentarily possessed by evil thoughts. I was wrong. I shall never do it again. From whence did the child come? Ruojin in Chapter 53. The night visit to the medical hall. The child was from a family in our village that had just succumbed to illness, discarded in the mountains behind the village. I secretly retrieved it. I was wrong. Dr. Su, please do not send me to the authorities. I beg you, pleaded Madame L. Ruojin glanced at the crowd that had gathered, then proclaimed loudly, if the common folk of Yinyang are unable to afford medical treatment or medicines due to financial hardship, they may come to our Renee I. Hall. As long as it is true, we will provide free consultations and medicines. However, if this is an attempt to extort our Renee I. Hall, then she shall be an example. Yin Luo, take her to the authorities. Yes, miss. This time, regardless of Madame L's desperate pleas, she was directly taken by Yin Luo to the magistrate's office. Excellent. Oh, that is truly wonderful. Ji Rintang only waives consultation fees. But Renee I. Hall has even exempted the cost of medicines. How remarkable. The crowd applauded Ruojin's noble deed. Ultimately, Madame L was sentenced to 30 lashes, and after the punishment, she was left barely alive. Upon returning to her village, her family, unable to bear the disgrace, abandoned her. Madame L had not anticipated that her momentary greed would lead to her own ruin. In the courtroom, she revealed that Dr. Zhang from Miao Rintang had hired her for this scheme, but for some unknown reason, that information was suppressed. Yin Luo was furious and wanted to confront Miao Rintang, but Ruojin restrained her, saying, Yin Luo, be patient. We need not take action ourselves. Miao Rintang will not come to any good. Just wait and see. If Madame L could betray others for a small profit, she was certainly not a virtuous character, and this would not end quietly. Miao Rintang should brace themselves. Having received her punishment and subsequently being abandoned, Madame L fell gravely ill and soon passed away before she could confront Dr. Zhang. In her final moments, consumed by anger, she confided the entire affair to her brother, urging him to seek retribution against Dr. Zhang. After her death, her brother carried her coffin to Miao Rintang and Amp, Oppo's entrance. Dr. Zhang could have denied any wrongdoing, for with Madame L deceased, there was no evidence against him. However, her brother whispered to him, Dr. Zhang, should you attempt to deny this, my sister vowed that even as a ghost, she would not spare you. She would haunt you nightly. That very night, rumors of hauntings began to circulate around Dr. Zhang's residence. Given his guilty conscience, he sought to keep the matter low profile, ultimately paying a considerable sum to suppress it. Following this incident, Dr. Zhang harbored resentment towards Kai Fanzhou, who had concocted the scheme. When trouble arose, Kai Fanzhou vanished without a trace, leaving Dr. Zhang to bear the brunt of the consequences. Kai Fanzhou had suggested that Dr. Zhang stage the scene during the Jirintang and Appo's free clinic, confident that it would not raise Su Ruojin's suspicions, as the spot where Madame L knelt was well planned and close to Renai Hall. Little did they know, Su Ruojin was too cunning to fall for their trap, denying them any opportunity to extort Run and Appo's AI Hall, had she not slipped money to the county office. When Madame L implicated him, Dr. Zhang would have faced repercussions himself. All blame lay with Kai Fanzhou and Appo's misguided plan. At the hour of the wrath, the auction results for the Fire Spirit Ginseng were announced, fetching a final price of 10,500 taels. Jihua checked the code and noted it was purchased by a wealthy merchant surnamed Liu. Jirintang had withdrawn after bidding 9,000 taels. The buyer sent a steward to collect the ginseng, completing the transaction swiftly. Su Ruojin handed a banknote to Jihua, instructing her to deliver it to Tian Yi for the benefit of the Qingyang disaster victims and to keep a record. Yes, Mississippi. This documentation was merely a precaution against any nefarious individuals attempting to manipulate the situation behind the scenes. Upon returning to her room, she found Xiao Bao peacefully asleep at the innermost part of the bed, having left space for her. Su Ruojin smiled, tucked him in, and lay down beside him. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, she suddenly opened her eyes, grasping 3 silver needles in her hand. "Who goes there?" The voice of Feng Ying rang out, followed by the sounds of a struggle outside. Moments later, she heard Feng Ying's muffled groans. "Let go of me." Miss Su acts with great virtue, donating 10,000 taels without a blink, a man's voice echoed. Recognizing Jiang Qianen's voice, Su Ruojin furrowed her brow, sheathed the needles, and opened the door. She saw Feng Ying restrained by Jiang Qianen, his face a mask of anger. Upon noticing Su Ruojin, Jiang Qianen released Feng Ying. "Forgive my intrusion at this late hour, Miss Su. I happened to pass through Yinyang and, with little time, wish to see he explained. Feng Ying, rubbing his wrist, stepped closer to Su Ruojin, feeling an inexplicable hostility towards the strikingly handsome man dressed in dark garments before him. "Miss, who is he?" As a guard of Tian Yi, he had managed to withstand barely 20 exchanges with this man. Su Ruojin gave Feng Ying a reassuring glance and turned to Jiang Qianen, speaking coolly. "Mr. Jiang, while it is understandable that you miss Xiao Bao, one might presume you are an unwelcome suitor entering a lady's quarters unannounced. One cannot fault us for acting defensively." Jiang Qianen smirked slightly. He knew she was implying he was a lecher. "I merely wish to see Yi, and I hope Miss Su can understand. Yi is already asleep. Are you certain you wish to wake him?" Su Ruojin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Qianen. Xiao Bao had recently improved his sleep, and should Jiang Qianen dare to disturb him, she would not hesitate to drive him out of the medical hall. Even if her martial prowess was lacking, she could always resort to poison. Jiang Qianen seemed to sense the faint air of menace emanating from Su Ruojin. "Ah, it appears the young lady is quite upset," he acknowledged, scratching his nose and producing a wooden box, offering it to her. "Since Yi is asleep, let it be. This is a small token of appreciation for your diligent care of him." Su Ruojin accepted the box and opened it to find a ruby butterfly hairpin. In this era, rubies were rare, and the stone embedded in the pin was flawless and radiant. This hairpin was worth a fortune. Closing the lid, Su Ruojin replied, "Mr. Jiang, this gift is far too extravagant. I am unworthy of such kindness. If you wish to see Yi, please come by tomorrow morning. The hour is late. If there is nothing else, I must ask you to retire for the night. Feng Ying, see him out." With that, she cast the box back to Jiang Qianen in frustration and retreated into her room, shutting the door. Who wouldn't be irked when abruptly awakened in the dead of night? Feng Ying approached Jiang Qianen, casting him a disdainful glance. "Mr. Jiang, please leave. Such a lecherous intruder deserves no sympathy. It's a miracle Miss hasn't poisoned you for your audacity." Jiang Qianen chose not to argue further, glancing at the tightly shut door before vaulting away. Feng Ying pondered the need to discuss with Miss the possibility of raising the courtyard walls and acquiring a couple of dogs for protection. Having witnessed the scene from the shadows, Hu Qing could no longer contain his amusement. The esteemed war god of the great Chu kingdom had been ousted in such a manner. Who could he blame but himself for intruding into a woman's private quarters at such an hour? Xiaoyan Chu, aware of his own fault, had received urgent news as he approached Yinyang about apprehending spies from the northernly kingdom. He needed to return immediately to conduct a personal investigation. Though the one he longed to see was so close at hand, he could not bring himself to look, feeling a sense of discomfort, especially after reading Hu Qing's intelligence report about that young man. Now, a person who could barely exchange 20 moves with him was hardly a threat. Moreover, the way the young lady looked at that man was devoid of any romantic inclination. Hu Qing, ensure the safety of the young master and Miss Su, Xiaoyan Chu instructed before mounting his horse and galloping away. Chapter 54. Falling into the water the next day, Ruojin anticipated that Jiang Qian would visit the medical clinic early to check on Yi. Instead, it was only Hu Qing who came to report that young Master Jiang had urgent matters to attend to and had left Yinyang overnight, promising to visit the young master when time allowed. It seemed that Jiang Qian was indeed pressed for time, which indicated a genuine concern for Yi. With this thought, Ruojin felt her anger dissipate significantly. The weather was delightful, with the sun shining brightly, so Ruojin decided to take Xiaobao out for a stroll. It was beneficial for a child who had been bedridden to have some exposure to the outside world for his recovery. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong insisted on joining them. Eventually, Ruojin entrusted the clinic to Yin Luo and Ji Hua and set off with Elder Lin and Yuan Hong. As the new year approached, the streets began to brim with festive spirit. Vendors sold lanterns, couplets, firecrackers, and various New Year goods, with the sounds of haggling filling the air. Xiaobao tightly held Ruojin's hand, walking closely beside her, while Yuan Hong joyfully dashed to each stall, picking up small trinkets to show everyone. Sister Jean, look at this little tiger lantern. It's so beautiful. Grandmother, these roasted chestnuts smell divine. Xiaobao, look at this bamboo dragonfly. I sent it fun? Upon hearing Yuan Hong's enthusiastic exclamations, Xiaobao would slightly turn his head to glance at the items in Yuan Hong and Appo's hands, though his expression remained unchanged. Ruojin smiled and took out a small pouch, handing it to Yuan Hong. Buy whatever you like, and get something for your brother too. Okay, thank you, Sister Jean, Yuan Hong exclaimed, taking the pouch and scampering off to the stalls. In no time, he returned with an armful of goodies. Xiaobao, this is a little tiger lantern. One for you and one for me. When it gets dark, we'll light them up. This is chestnut cake. It's delicious. I also got 2 bamboo dragonflies. One for each of us. Yuan Hong kept offering items to Xiaobao, who, overwhelmed, inadvertently let go of Ruojin's hand, cradling the items in both arms. A glimmer of light emerging in his eyes. In Yinyang City, there was a river with an open space nearby where many children played. Yuan Hong gently took Xiaobao and Appo's hand, whispering, Xiaobao, shall we go over there to fly the bamboo dragonflies? Xiaobao looked up at Ruojin, his large eyes filled with a mix of fear and anticipation. Ruojin crouched down, gently stroking Xiaobao's head. Don't be afraid. Go play with brother Yuan Hong. Sister and Grandma Lin will be here watching over you. Xiaobao turned to Yuan Hong, who patiently extended his hand, waiting for Xiaobao to take it. Xiaobao glanced back at Ruojin, and seeing her encouraging smile, he gradually lifted his hand and placed it in Yuan Hong's. Yuan Hong, delighted, led Xiaobao aside. Xiaobao, this bamboo dragonfly is easy. We'll see whose flies higher. Yuan Hong took small steps, cautious not to outpace Xiaobao. Elder Lin observed this scene with a smile, pleased that Xiaobao was finally accepting Yuan Hong. Ruojin felt a wave of happiness. It would be such a pity if such a lovely child could never speak. Xiaozhang, there's a silk thread stall over there. Let us pick some threads. With the new year approaching, I want to make new clothes for all of you. Elder Lin pointed to a nearby stall. Ruojin initially hesitated to allow Elder Lin to exert herself, but she could not resist her insistence. As Elder Lin said, a child wearing clothes made by their elders could carry their blessings. Looking over, she saw Yuan Hong flying the bamboo dragonflies while Xiaobao quietly watched, a slight smile gracing his small face. Ruojin followed Elder Lin to the stall. The vendor, seeing them approach, eagerly beckoned, esteemed elder and young lady. Come and see. I have the finest silk thread, just transported from Jiangnan. I dare say, no one in Yinyang has a more complete array of colors than mine. Elder Lin examined the threads and nodded. This silk thread is indeed excellent. Xiaojin, come help your grandmother choose some. Just as they were selecting the threads, they suddenly heard the piercing screams of a child. Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Help! The cries seemed to come from the direction of Yuan Hong and Xiao Bao, prompting Su Ruojin to drop the silk thread and rush over. A crowd had gathered by the riverbank, pointing and murmuring, while a servant-like figure was trying to fish someone out with a pole, and others had already jumped into the water to save the drowning child. A boy of about 10 was struggling in the water, rising and falling. In the midst of the crowd, Su Ruojin saw Yuan Hong tightly holding Xiao Bao in his arms, his hair disheveled, and his eyes reddened as he gazed anxiously at the river. Xiao Bao resembled a frightened little creature, curled up in Yuan Hong's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Su Ruojin hurried over and cradled Xiao Bao in her arms. With red-rimmed eyes, Xiao Bao buried his head in Su Ruojin's shoulder, refusing to look up. Su Ruojin gently patted Xiao Bao's back. Don't be afraid. Sister is here. Perhaps due to her soothing words, Xiao Bao's trembling gradually subsided. Yuan Hong, what happened? Su Ruojin asked hurriedly. We were playing with the bamboo dragonflies when that boy came over and snatched ours, even stepping on Xiao Bao's lantern. I tried to stop him, but he pushed me. When he couldn't and amp, oppose, budge me, he turned to push Xiao Bao. In a moment of panic, I pushed him back, and he fell into the river. Yuan Hong, having trained in martial arts since childhood, was far stronger than an ordinary child, even without employing any techniques. It was a simple matter to push another child into the water. He remembered Su Ruojin and oppose's admonition not to strike back easily. Initially, he had allowed the boy to shove him without retaliating. However, when the boy attempted to push Xiao Bao, Yuan Hong could not tolerate it. It was one thing to bully him, but absolutely unacceptable to bully Xiao Bao. After hearing the account, Su Ruojin understood the situation. At that moment, the boy who had fallen into the river was pulled out, and thanks to the timely rescue, he was not in any life-threatening danger, although the icy winter water left him shivering and with purple lips. We should go. So Ruojin declared. Since the other boy had initiated the bullying, Yuan Hong had done nothing wrong. Xiao Bao had been frightened, and she thought it best to return to the clinic quickly to calm him down. Stop! A man rushed over and blocked Su Ruojin's path. He had a brutish face and an intimidating demeanor. What do you think you're doing? You think you can just leave after injuring my young master? Nothing comes without a price in this world. Su Ruojin regarded the man coldly. Which family do you belong to? Luo Biao sneered. We are from the Zhao family of Yinyang. The magistrate is the brother-in-law of my master. The Zhao family? Wasn't it oppose that the family of Zhao Jiao? Since Su Ruojin had come to the Lin family, Zhao Jiao had never introduced her to her maternal family, especially now that she had been driven out of the Lin family and would no longer mention her former adopted daughter. Seeing Su Ruojin and oppose's silence, Luo Biao assumed she was intimidated and grew even more arrogant. Go, have these two brats kneel and apologize to my young master. They can only stop when my young master says so. Also, deliver 1,000 taels of silver to the Zhao residents as compensation. If anything happens to my young master, these two little brats will have to pay with their lives. Chapter 55. A job well done. The Zhao family has been passed down through 3 generations, with only Zhao Jiao and oppose's brother, Zhao Zhongwan, having a son, Zhao Hongwei, from his legitimate wife. In his quest for a son, Zhao Zhongwan has taken over 10 concubines, yet none have been able to bear him a child, not even a daughter. The entire Zhao household dotes on Zhao Hongwei, accompanying him wherever he goes, and hiring a martial artist named Luo Biao for his protection. Due to this pampering, Zhao Hongwei has developed a tyrannical and unreasonable temperament from a young age. Furthermore, the Zhao family has the backing of the local governor, Lin, making it rare for anyone in Yinyang to dare offend this little tyrant. Some young ruffians even enjoy trailing behind him, reveling in his authority. When Yuan Hong pushed Zhao Hongwei into the water, Luo Wei was taken aback. He could not fathom that someone would dare to harm the young master. The young ruffians who followed Zhao Hongwei were petrified, yet none dared to jump in to save him, merely shouting for help. Fortunately, there were enough young servants accompanying Zhao Hongwei, and they quickly rescued him. In light of this incident, Luo Wei felt compelled to find someone to take responsibility, or else he would have no explanation for the Zhao family. Ruojin coldly regarded Luo Biao and simply uttered 2 words, "Step aside." Luo Biao was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate young girl would not fear him and would dare to command him to move. Doubting his own ears, he asked again, "What did you say?" Ruojin ignored him and walked past. Luo Biao grabbed Ruojin, exclaiming, "You insolent girl, Don and Appos, push your luck." Just as the words left his mouth, he felt a sharp pain in his hand, causing him to cry out and collapse to his knees. "Ah, what have you done to me?" Luo Biao noticed his right hand turning from pale to green and then to black. You dare to poison me." Hiding nearby, Hu Qing, who had been ready to intervene, retreated at the sight of Luo Biao's condition. The prince had instructed him not to reveal himself unless absolutely necessary, for doing so might disrupt Su Daifu and the young masteress' lives, and they would not be allowed back to the royal residence. Other than the previous incident involving a thief breaking into the medical hall, which had been dealt with by the hidden guards, Hu Qing and the others had remained well concealed. When he saw the boy about to push the young master, Hu Qing had prepared to throw a stone. But Yuan Hong acted even faster, directly shoving the boy into the water. In that instant, Hu Qing could only think, "Well done." Now, it was not his turn to act, as Luo Biao had already been incapacitated. Hu Qing began to doubt whether Su Daifu truly required his protection. Ruojin paid no heed to Luo Biao and continued on her way. "Quick, stop her!" Luo Biao shouted to the other young servants as he endured the pain, seeing Ruojin about to walk away. Other than the servant directly attending to Zhao Hongwei, the others rushed to encircle Ruojin. "Are you certain you wish to impede my progress?" Ruojin halted, her voice calm and unflinching, her eyes devoid of fear in the face of so many. Luo Biao, clutching his injured hand, approached, gritting his teeth in agony. "You insolent girl, hurry and give me the antidote, or I shall make you regret it." Ruojin raised an eyebrow and regarded Luo Biao. "It seems you are not in enough pain yet." Though the young girl had done nothing, Luo Biao felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from her, stirring a sense of dread within him. "What do you want? Hurry and give me the antidote." Ruojin checked lightly. "You wish for the antidote? Kneel before these 2 children and admit your fault. Only when they're satisfied will I consider giving you the antidote." Hearing his own words echoed back at him, Luo Biao was momentarily speechless. "What? I have been merciful by not making your young master come here to bow before me. Should you express your gratitude?" Ruojin added. Luo Biao felt as if countless daggers were slicing into his arm, each strike laced with salt, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as he struggled to remain upright. "If the poison is not resolved within half an hour, it will spread to your very essence, and not even celestial beings will be able to save you. I suggest you seek out a physician immediately instead of wasting time here." With that, Ruojin moved forward. The young servants noticed Luo Biao and Appos' distress and hesitated, unsure if they should continue to obstruct her. "Do you wish to end up like him?" Ruojin's icy gaze swept over them. At her words, everyone instinctively took a step back, clearing a path for her as they watched her depart. You useless fools! Why aren't you taking me to the medical hall?" Luo Biao, in pain, could scarcely articulate, prioritizing his own survival over obstructing Ruojin. Zhao Hongwei had also developed a high fever, and the servants hurriedly transported both him and Luo Biao to Jiren Hall. Otherwise, they would waste precious time returning to the Zhao residence and summoning a physician. Zhao Hongwei and Appos' fever was merely the result of a chill, and after Kai Fanzhou administered acupuncture, his temperature began to subside. However, Luo Biao and Appos' poison stumped Kai Fanzhou for an extended period as he struggled to find an effective remedy. Ultimately, he managed to alleviate a significant portion of the toxin through bloodletting and some conventional antidotes. Luo Biao and Appos' arm was no longer blackened, yet his right hand swelled to twice the size of an ordinary man into Appos' arm. It was excruciating to touch, akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. Dr. Kai, can you not devise another solution? This hand is unbearable. I rely on it for my livelihood, Luo Biao grimaced, while a servant assisted him with medication. As a martial artist, if he were to lose the use of his right hand, who would employ him? Kai Fanzhou, of course, could not admit to being entirely incapable of resolving the poison. Luo Huwei, ailments come like a landslide and depart like a thread pulled. The toxin in your hand has been largely mitigated, but has still inflicted damage on your muscles and tendons. It cannot heal immediately. You must take medication for several days and apply ointment, and it will gradually improve. Having heard this from the physician, Luo Biao had no choice but to refrain from further complaints, cursing instead. That vile girl is truly malicious. If I encounter her again, I will not let her off easily. Ouch, be gentle. From Luo Biao's description, Kai Fanzhou surmised that they had crossed paths with Su Ruojin that day. The audacity of Su Ruojin to offend the Zhao family would not go unpunished in Kai Fanzhou's eyes. He resolved to ensure she faced some repercussions. Luo Huwei, if I am not mistaken, the one you have offended today is none other than Su Ruojin, the esteemed physician. Her medical hall, run and oppose, AI Tang, has been quite the sensation in Yinyang recently. From my perspective, you must consider yourself unfortunate, Kai Fanzhou remarked while gathering his needles. What? She is merely a humble physician. What right does she have to make me suffer? Just wait. I shall settle the score with her. Luo Biao seethed with resentment. Having served as a guard for the Zhao family for many years, he was accustomed to receiving respect in Yinyang. Many would call him Luo Huwei. It was inconceivable to him that he would fall victim to a mere girl. He could not swallow this humiliation. Luo Biao was not a brute, however. He glanced at the young master, who had just taken his medicine and fallen asleep, and a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. Chapter 56. Destroy her medical hall, alas, my son. At that moment, a wailing voice echoed at the entrance of Jiren Hall. A woman, adorned in a dark-patterned silk robe and bedecked with golden hairpins, accompanied by a throng of maidservants, stormed into the medical hall. Upon seeing Zhao Hongwei, whose face was flushed from the cold and his head wrapped in a cloth, Mrs. Zhao could not contain her tears. Zhao Hongwei was her precious darling. She could scarcely bear to scold him, let alone strike him. Witnessing her son in such a state filled her heart with anguish. Wei and Amp, Oppos, or what on earth happened? How did you end up in the water? A servant had rushed back to the Zhao residence with the alarming news that the young master had fallen into the water, prompting Mrs. Zhao to hastily arrive, only now contemplating the specifics of the incident. Upon awakening and spotting his mother, Zhao Hongwei burst into tears. Mother, cough. I was pushed into the water by someone. Mother, you must take my side and punish those two little rascals. Cough. He merely wished to play with their lanterns and bamboo dragonflies, never valuing such trifles under normal circumstances. In Yinyang, whatever he desired was easily within reach. It was their honor for him to even glance at those worthless items. He had entirely forgotten that his initial intent was to push Yuan Hong, but found himself unable to do so, and in a fit of rage, attempted to shove the little child beside Yuan Hong into the water instead. He never imagined that he would be the one to fall in. Zhao Hongwei had never endured such humiliation in his life and insisted that his mother make those two little brats soak in the river for 2 hours, or better yet, for an entire day and night. Who dares to push my son into the water? Who is it? Luo Biao. How could you let this happen? Mrs. Zhao, upon hearing that someone had pushed her son into the water, could no longer contain her fury. Luo Biao hastily replied, Madam, it was Su Ruojin from Renai Hall who brought those two little rascals. She even poisoned me to prevent me from rescuing the young master, which led to his fall into the water. Madam, as a mere guard, I can endure this humiliation, but our young master cannot suffer in vain. Luo Biao deliberately muddied the sequence of events, shifting the blame for his negligence onto that wretched girl. The young master was the lifeblood of the madam. Allowing him to be harmed to such an extent meant that the madam would not let that wretched girl off lightly. He simply needed to wait and watch her plead for mercy. So Ruojin? This was the first time Mrs. Zhao had heard that name. A family with the surname Su? There were no prominent families by that name in Yinyang. This Su Ruojin was likely from a humble background. With that thought, Mrs. Zhao felt emboldened. My child, I shall take you home to recuperate. Leave the rest to me. I will not allow anyone to bully you. After sending Zhao Hongwei back to the Zhao residence, Mrs. Zhao, accompanied by a throng of people, stormed into Ren and Damp. Oppo's AI Hall. Ruojin, come out. In Yin-Yang, many recognized Mrs. Zhao, and upon witnessing her fierce demeanor, they quickly stepped aside. Jihua stepped forward, casting a cold glance at Mrs. Zhao. Madam, if you seek medical attention, please queue over there. Bah, do not curse me. Bring Ruojin out. If she dares to harm my son, she should not hide like a turtle. If she does not kneel and apologize today, she shall soak in the river for a day and night. This matter is far from over. Mrs. Zhao retorted fiercely. Ruojin had just calmed Xiao Bao and lulled him to sleep when she heard the commotion outside. She gently exited the room and shut the door, just as Feng Ying approached swiftly. With a slight frown, she inquired, Feng Ying, what is happening outside? Feng Ying quickly replied, Miss, a lady has come, claiming you have harmed her son. Upon hearing this, Ruojin understood it was Mrs. Zhao. The Zhao family, relying on their connection to Lin Jizhou, had long been tyrannical in Yin-Yang. It was absurd that they would come seeking an explanation when it was their son who had bullied Yuan Hong and Xiao Bao. Remembering how Xiao Bao and Oppo's face had turned pale, trembling, and even retching from fear, Ruojin felt a pang of sympathy. Very well, let the Zhao family leave Yin-Yang. She instructed Feng Ying have the Dark Alliance and Damp. Oppo's members in Yin-Yang investigate the Zhao family and Damp. Oppo's affairs with utmost urgency. As you wish, Mississippi. Feng Ying turned and left. Ruojin stepped outside the medical hall and addressed Mrs. Zhao coldly. I hear you are looking for me? At the entrance, there were 3 steps. Mrs. Zhao stood at the bottom, while Ruojin stood above, casting a distant glance that held an air of superiority. Mrs. Zhao felt her authority diminished, and her anger flared. Ruojin, you allowed your brother to push my son into the river. He is still burning with fever. If you do not provide an explanation, our Zhao family will not let you off easily. Madam Zhao, why do you not inquire why your son was pushed into the water by my brother? Had he not first broken my brother and Oppo's lantern, attempted to snatch their bamboo dragonflies, and even try to push a 5-year-old child into the river, would my brother have acted? Is it permissible for the Zhao family to bully others while others must remain silent and endure? Ruojin and Oppo's voice was icy. Those unaware of the situation might have been oblivious, but Ji Hua and Yin Luo, standing nearby, were fully aware that their mistress was furious. They exchanged sympathetic glances with Mrs. Zhao, knowing that angering their mistress was a terrifying affair. Once while traveling, their mistress had been harassed by a young master from a wealthy family, who even sent his guards to forcibly take her. That young master was still bedridden to this day, never to rise again. Mrs. Zhao scoffed. What value does a broken lantern possess? You ought to inquire how many people in Yin-Yang are eager to send gifts to my family. Who would covet your worthless lantern? Even if my son truly desired it, it would be your good fortune. Now take those 2 little brats to our Zhao residence and have them kneel in apology. Let them jump into the river and soak until my son permits them to rise. Miss Su, if you are wise, come with us peacefully. Otherwise, creating a scene will do you no favors. Should matters escalate, you may find it difficult to continue operating this medical hall. Do not say, I did not offer you a chance. A matron beside, Mrs. Zhao chimed in. Ruojin and Oppo's lips curled into a faint smile as she slowly descended the steps toward Mrs. Zhao. Assuming Ruojin intended to apologize, Mrs. Zhao raised her chin slightly, anticipating a bow of submission. In the next moment, slap. A resounding slap landed on Mrs. Zhao's face, instantly swelling one side. The onlookers were taken aback, stunned by Ruojin and Oppo's audacity to strike. Mrs. Zhao, momentarily dazed, was jolted back to reality by the burning pain on her face. She then erupted into screams. Ruojin, how dare you hit me? Calling my son a little brat? Mrs. Zhao, is this the conduct of your family? Since no one in the Zhao family has taught you what decorum is, I do not mind taking the liberty to educate you myself, Ruojin declared, brushing off her hands. Everyone, destroy her medical hall. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be met with force. Mrs. Zhao, clutching her face, her eyes reddened with fury, gritted her teeth. She had never suffered such humiliation in Yin-Yang, and if she did not raise Run and Oppose AI Hall today, she would not bear the name Sun Yang. Chapter 57. A flicker of dread at this moment. Madame Zhao longed to demolish the medical clinic and sell Su Ruojin to the lowest brothel, subjecting her to the whims of countless men. She wished to send those two little brats to the brothel as well, to be exploited as child courtesans, thus alleviating the resentment boiling within her. Madame Zhao had come to provoke trouble, accompanied by a dozen guards, while Luo Biao, disregarding his injuries, followed to witness the spectacle. The guards, upon hearing their mistress and amp, Oppo's orders, surged forward. Over the years, they had engaged in similar confrontations, always ending with their opponents begging for mercy on their knees. Should matters escalate to the magistrate and amp, Oppo's office, Lin Ji and amp, Oppo's position as their lord and amp, Oppo's brother-in-law ensured no harm would befall their kin, and the guards felt no fear. Standing at the clinic's entrance, Yuan Hong felt an urge to charge at them, ready to fight, but was halted by a mere glance from Su Ruojin. He clenched his fists, eyes reddened as he watched the unfolding scene. Su Ruojin and amp, Oppo's expression remained unchanged as she stepped forward slightly, causing Luo Biao to instinctively retreat a few steps. Having suffered at Su Ruojin and Oppo's hands before, he feared falling victim to her poison again. It must be said, Luo Biao possessed remarkable foresight. Confronting such a multitude was beneath Su Ruojin and Oppo's interest. Why exert herself in combat when she could simply resort to toxins? If Master learned that she foolishly engaged in a brawl under such circumstances, he would undoubtedly lecture her for an eternity. In his words, if poison could suffice, why engage in physical confrontation? Then, Madame Zhao witnessed the guards who had advanced to assault Su Ruojin collapsing to the ground, clutching their stomachs and frothing at the mouth. She staggered back in disbelief, trembling as she pointed at Su Ruojin. You dare to poison. Su Ruojin chuckled lightly. Madame Zhao, since ancient times, medicine and poison have been intertwined. Have you forgotten? I am a physician. What, must I stand idly by while others attack me? She paused, her voice laced with a chilling calm. If you take them to the clinic now, there may still be hope for their recovery. Delay, and it may be too late. From the shadows, Huqin quietly withdrew his offensive stance. Perhaps it would be best to inform the prince to send them home. Miss Su truly did not require their assistance. Just moments ago, even he had failed to discern how she had incapacitated the guards. Huqin pondered whether he could evade her poison, and concluded he could not. Thus, he resolved to cultivate a good rapport with her, lest he provoke her ire and find himself afflicted. Luo Biao silently congratulated himself for his swift retreat. Madame Zhao, fearful that Su Ruojin might direct her poison at herself, stepped back several more paces, covering her face with a handkerchief. Su Ruojin, how dare you poison in broad daylight? Just you wait. Madame Zhao and Oppo's earlier arrogance dissipated as she exited the clinic in utter disgrace, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. The sound of mirth deepened the pallor of her face. Soon after, a few individuals arrived to carry away the poison guards. Kai Fanzhou, observing the influx of incapacitated guard from the Zhao residence, felt overwhelmed. Who is this Su Ruojin, capable of incapacitating so many in public? If he attempted such a feat, it would require a more secluded setting. Su Ruojin repeatedly challenged Kai Fanzhou and Oppo's understanding. As he gazed upon the moaning guards, a flicker of fear igniting within him towards this young girl. Upon returning to the clinic, Yuan Hong bowed his head, eyes red. Sister Jean, I am sorry for causing you trouble. If I hadn't pushed Zhao Hongwei into the water, none of this would have happened. He felt immense guilt weighing on his conscience. Su Ruojin regarded him thoughtfully. Yuan Hong, tell me, if you had retreated today and not acted, what would have been the outcome? After a moment in amp, Oppo's contemplation, he replied, they would have pushed both me and Xiao Bao into the river. You might survive a fall into the water, but Xiao Bao, in this frigid weather, could easily perish. Your actions were to protect yourself and your brother, to safeguard those you cherish. What is wrong with that? Her voice was steady and calm. While we ought to be kind to others, it does not mean we should allow them to bully us without resistance. Excessive weakness only emboldens the wicked. Sometimes, taking a step back does not yield freedom, but rather invites further encroachment. Yuan Hong lifted his gaze, a newfound determination sparkling in his eyes. Sister Jean, I understand now. So Ruojin smiled. Thus, you must practice your martial arts diligently. Only through your own strength can you better protect those you wish to safeguard. Remember, this world is one of the survival of the fittest. The wicked will never be swayed by kindness. It is only through might that they will learn to fear. I will remember, Sister Jean. I shall go practice martial arts now. With that, Yuan Hong darted towards the courtyard. Ying Luo, feeling indignant, said, Miss, why did you not allow me to poison Madame Zhao as well? Let's see if she dares to be so arrogant again. Moments ago, she had wished to act, but refrained without her mistress's signal. Patience. There are those who will cause her to lose what she holds dearest, a fate far worse than poison, Ruojin replied. Gazing in the direction Madame Zhao had departed. The Zhao family, so brazen in broad daylight, surely had committed unspeakable deeds behind the scenes. Given this, she would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to uproot the Zhao family entirely. Lin Jingshan's monthly salary was meager, and the matriarch had exhausted her savings raising him. It was only after marrying Zhao Jiao, the Zhao family and Appo's legitimate daughter, that his life had improved slightly. Zhao Jiao's brother had leveraged Lin Jingshan's connections to expand the family business, sharing a portion of the profits with his sister and brother-in-law, allowing the Lin household to maintain its current standing. If the Zhao family were to fall, could Lin Jingshan and Zhao Jiao continue to live as comfortably as before? Upon leaving the clinic, Madame Zhao made her way directly to the Lin residence. Zhao Jiao, noticing her sister-in-law and aunt, Appo's swollen left cheek, inquired with curiosity, Sister-in-law, what happened to your face? Though her brother had taken numerous concubines, he still respected Sun Linyang, the legitimate wife who bore him a son, making it implausible for him to strike her. Thus, it was inconceivable that someone would dare to assault Madame Zhao, even within the Zhao residence. Fuming, Madame Zhao exclaimed, Sister, it was that Ruojin from the newly opened Ren AI clinic who struck me. That little girl had the audacity to lay hands on me. Zhao Jiao was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Lin Wanqing, who offered Madame Zhao a cup of tea. Aunt, please calm down. Take a sip of tea and recount what transpired with Ruojin. Madame Zhao gulped down the tea and slammed the cup onto the table. That wretched girl allowed her brother to push Wei and Appo's into the river, and now he is burning with fever. When I sought an explanation, she slapped me without hesitation and poisoned all the guards I brought. Is there no law left? Zhao Jiao and Appo's heart sank in alarm. When had Ruojin learned to use poison? A wave of apprehension washed over her. Thankfully, she had expelled her from the Lin residence. However, this cunning little girl was so malicious that perhaps it would be beneficial to eliminate her while the opportunity arose. Zhao Jiao was well aware of her nephew and Appo's character, and whether the events unfolded as Madame Zhao described remained uncertain. After all, Ruojin had once been a foster daughter of the Lin family. If Lin Jingshan were to intervene, and it turned out that Ruojin was at fault, it could be framed as a matter of righteousness. Yet, if Zhao Hongwei were truly at fault, and Lin Jingshan chose to protect the Zhao family, it would appear as if he were shielding their misdeeds. With Lin Jingshan and Appo's prospect for promotion on the horizon, Zhao Jiao was reluctant to let him take such a risk. It would be far better. Chapter 58, the defendant Zhao Jiao, contemplating this, spoke up. Sister-in-law, everyone in Yinyang City is aware of the connection between the Zhao and Lin families. This matter cannot be addressed by your brother-in-law. Before Zhao Jiao could finish her sentence, Sun Linyang suddenly raised her voice. Zhao Jiao, Wei is your own nephew, the only male heir of the Zhao family. Can you bear to let him be so unjustly bullied? Over the years, your Lin family has reaped numerous benefits from the Zhao family. Do not be ungrateful. Zhao Jiao felt a surge of frustration at Sun Linyang and Appo's interruption. Her sister-in-law had always been thoughtless, especially when it concerned her son, reacting like a prickly hedgehog, quick to ignite and speaking without thought. The remark about the Zhao family benefiting was particularly harsh. Would the Zhao family have thrived in Yinyang without the support of their patriarch? Though anger simmered within Zhao Jiao, she knew she would need to rely on Madame Zhao for further actions, so she suppressed her irritation and patiently explained, "Sister-in-law, do not rush. I have yet to finish my thoughts. That Ruojin has poisoned over a dozen guards. This is no trivial matter. If we are to make a scene, we must do so grandly, leaving her no room for maneuver." Sun Linyang looked at Zhao Jiao with confusion. "What do you suggest we do? Instead of reporting to your brother-in-law, why not go directly to the governor and accuse Ruojin of committing murder? If the governor finds her guilty, not only will she be unable to remain in Yinyang, but she may even face exile to the southern barbarians, never to return. Besides, given the relationship between the governor and our patriarch, he will undoubtedly protect the Zhao family," Zhao Jiao asserted. "Once the governor intervenes, the matter will no longer concern our patriarch. If inquiries arise as to why the governor did not take the case, it could be attributed to familial ties, thus avoiding any suspicion while also earning a good reputation. It must be said, Zhao Jiao and Apos, as plan was astute. Sun Linyang and Apos, as eyes brightened. You and Apos, rewrite. How did I not consider this? Sister, you are so clever. I will write a petition to report her for malicious poisoning right away." Watching Sun Linyang depart, Lin Wanqing expressed her concern. "Mother, do you truly believe Aunt and Apos?" As words, Zhao Jiao took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "The truth is of little consequence. What matters is that we cannot let this opportunity slip away. If your aunt wins her case, she may also deal with that little vixen, Ruojin. If they lose, it is not your father and Apos' case, and your uncle cannot blame us." Lin Wanqing finally grasped Zhao Jiao and Apos' intentions. Indeed, in any dynasty, individuals will scheme for their own interests. While Sun Linyang sought someone to draft the petition, Feng Ying returned to the medical clinic with information related to the Zhao family gathered by the Dark Alliance. Ruojin, glancing at the written material, smiled faintly. The Zhao family had indeed not disappointed her expectations. "Miss, little Bao's porridge is ready," Yin Luo announced, entering with a bowl of porridge. Ruojin accepted the porridge, added a few drops of lawn mo fruit essence, cooled it, and began to feed little Bao small spoonfuls. Little Bao obediently opened his mouth, his large eyes fixed on Ruojin, appearing quite well-behaved. "Little Bao, you're a big child now. Would you like to try eating by yourself?" Ruojin gently encouraged. She understood that in the noble families of the Chu, children were often pampered, rarely learning independence. However, she was not a daughter of nobility and would not indulge her child. To her, both boys and girls should learn to be self-sufficient as early as possible. Since she had taken on the responsibility of caring for little Bao, she wished for him to develop the ability to manage his own life rather than rely on others for everything. The process of learning self-sufficiency would also help him build confidence and overcome his timid nature. Yet, little Bao simply blinked at her, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. Ruojin sighed internally, realizing she might be rushing things. "No hurry, little Bao. We will take our time." At that moment, a maid rushed into the room, her voice laced with panic. "Miss, many officials have arrived outside, and Sister Jihua is blocking them." Ruojin instructed Yin Luo to look after little Bao and proceeded to the clinic. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, with several officials standing outside, who were surprisingly polite. "Miss, someone has accused Dr. Su of poisoning and murder. We are here on orders from the governor to bring Dr. Su for questioning. Please notify her," one of the officials stated. Typically, officials were not this courteous, but the governor had specifically instructed them to treat Dr. Su with respect. Thus, they hesitated to enter the clinic to forcibly take her. "When did our miss commit murder? This is slander. She will not go with you," Jihua exclaimed, blocking the doorway with determination, embodying a formidable barrier against the officials. Hidden among the trees, Hu Qing observed the young girl's remarkable courage. A mere child, she stood steadfast against so many officials without trembling. Truly, one can see the character of a master reflected in their servant. Having learned his lesson, Hu Qing understood that he could not treat Miss Su as an ordinary girl. He would wait until the last moment to intervene, watching how she would handle the situation. "I will go with you, Ruojin and Apos," voice rang out. Upon seeing her, the officials felt a wave of relief. With the governor and Appo's orders in place, they were uncertain of what to do if Ruojin refused to accompany them. Mississippi, Jihua said anxiously. If you truly go with them, what will the people of Yin-Yang think? What rumors might spread? It could tarnish your reputation. For a young lady, reputation was of utmost importance. Ruojin smiled gently. Do not worry. While others may not understand, you know me well. Trust me. Jihua certainly recognized her mistress's capabilities. Yet knowing was one thing. This was a public court, and her anxiety was palpable. With no further words, Ruojin accompanied the officials. Let's go see. Doctor, Su is a good person. She must not be wronged. Yes, we must go. I will go too. If it weren't for Dr. Su, my father would have perished long ago. At the entrance of the clinic, some individuals who had previously received treatment from Ruojin witnessed her being taken away by the officials and decided to follow her to the yamen, lending their support. Upon arriving at the yamen, Lord Zhong sat in court with Lin Zhongshan beside him, while Madame Zhao knelt on the ground. Ruojin bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Thun. Lord Lin, provide a chair for Dr. Su, Lord Zhong commanded. Immediately, an official brought a chair for Ruojin. Madame Zhao, aghast, cried out, My lord, why should she get to sit? I am the matriarch of the Zhao family, the sister-in-law of the governor, yet I must kneel, while Ruojin, a mere doctor, is allowed to sit. Chapter 59. 20 strikes to the face. Lord Zhong cast a faint glance at Madame Zhao and spoke with an air of authority. According to the laws of the Great Chu, scholars and officials of the 4th rank or below are not required to kneel before their superiors. As for the reason I permit her to remain seated, it is because during the snow disaster in Qingyang City, Dr. Su generously donated over 10,000 taels of silver. Such noble individuals deserve respect. Thus, I see no harm in allowing her to sit in this court. Madame Zhao, should you also be willing to donate 10,000 taels to Qingyang City like Dr. Su, I would grant you the same privilege. Madame Zhao fell silent. She could not possibly produce 10,000 taels of silver. Even if she could, parting with such an amount was out of the question. It was, after all, 10,000 taels. After expressing her gratitude to Lord Zhong, Ruojin sat calmly in her chair, not casting a single glance at Lin Zhongshan. Lin Zhongshan seethed with anger. This unfilial daughter, thankfully, had severed ties with the Lin family. Lord Zhong struck the gavel and declared, Ruojin, Madame Zhao has accused you of instigating your younger brother to attack young master Zhao Hongwei, pushing him into the river with the intent to drown him. Furthermore, she claims you poisoned the Zhao family and Appo's guards. Is this true? Ruojin replied calmly, That is not the case. You lie. You dare to fabricate such nonsense. There were so many witnesses that day, and yet you still have the audacity to lie. Madame Zhao shouted vehemently. Silence. Madame Zhao, if you dare to raise your voice in this court again, you shall face 20 strikes. Lord Zhong admonished, striking the gavel once more. Madame Zhao promptly closed her mouth, shooting a venomous glare at Ruojin. What then transpired? In a measured manner, Ruojin recounted the events of that day and posed a question of her own. May I inquire, my lord, if others are permitted to bully us? Are we not allowed to defend ourselves? If my brother had not defended himself, it would have been my 5-year-old younger brother who was pushed into the water. He has always been frail, falling into icy waters would surely mean his demise. Madame Zhao had sent her people to confront them. Had Ruojin not fought back? As a mere woman, how could she have withstood the assault of over 10 Zhao family guards? Surely, she would not be alive to stand before Madame Zhao in this court. Madame Zhao, desperate, opened her mouth to retort, but recalled Lord Zhong and Appo's earlier warning and hesitated, resorting instead to signaling Lin Zhongshan with frantic glances. However, Lord Zhong presided over this court as the chief judge, and without his prompting, Lin Zhongshan dared not speak, feigning ignorance of Madame Zhao's signals. Madame Zhao, you allege that Dr. Su intentionally harmed your son and his guards. Do you have any evidence? My lord, I have witnesses. The servants and guards of my household can attest to this. I beseech you to summon them to testify. Hearing the demand for evidence, Madame Zhao and Appo's spirits lifted. With so many witnesses in her household, Who would dare refute her? Dr. Su, do you have any witnesses? Lord Zhong turned to Su Ruojin. Lord Zhong, all of Madame Zhao's witnesses are from her household. Their testimonies may be suspect. Many were present at the scene, and I believe some are outside the court today. You may inquire if anyone is willing to testify on my behalf. If not, I shall have no witnesses, and I trust your judgment. Lord Zhong looked towards the court and oppose. As entrance, is there anyone willing to testify for Dr. Su? A brief silence enveloped the room. Madame Zhao felt a surge of confidence. Who in Yin-Yang would dare to offend the Zhao family? She was eager to see who would come forward to support this insolent girl. I am willing to testify for Dr. Su. It was indeed young Master Zhao who attempted to seize Dr. Su and Amp, oppose, S brother and Amp, oppose, S toy and pushed the child towards the water. Dr. Su and Amp, oppose, S brother merely resisted. And young Master Zhao fell into the river himself. I can also testify. Madame Zhao came to the medical hall, ordering her guards to strike Dr. Su without provocation and threatening to demolish Ren Ai Tang. Dr. Su only acted in self-defense. Indeed, I am willing to testify. As am I. As more individuals stepped forward, Madame Zhao and oppose, as complexion grew increasingly pale. How could this be? How could these commoners dare to testify for Su Ruojin? Were they not afraid of retribution from the Zhao family? Madame Zhao, in a fit of rage, shouted towards the entrance. You dare to support this lowly girl? Do you not fear the Zhao family? You shall all pay for this. Lin Zhongshan and oppose. S face turned ashen upon hearing her words. How could she speak so recklessly in court? He looked to Lord Zhong, who appeared equally displeased. Lord Zhong struck the gavel with fury. Bold Madame Zhao, you dare to threaten witnesses in this court? You shall receive 20 strikes. As the order was given, a bailiff approached with a wooden plank, ready to administer punishment. Madame Zhao, terrified, turned to Lin Zhongshan and cried, Brother-in-law, please save me. Faced with the court and oppose S authority, Lin Zhongshan dared not utter a word, turning away in silence. With each strike, Madame Zhao and Amp, oppose S face swelled beyond recognition, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. She never imagined that in her attempt to accuse Su Ruojin, she would be the one to suffer punishment. My lord, you must uphold justice for me. Madame Zhao stammered, her words barely coherent. With so many willing to testify for Su Ruojin, Lord Zhong grasped the situation. In the case of Madame Zhao versus Su Ruojin, the facts are clear. I hereby declare Su Ruojin not guilty. As Lord Zhong was about to dismiss the court, Su Ruojin interrupted, delivering words that left everyone in attendance astounded. Lord Zhong, I wish to accuse the Zhao family of bullying the populace, forcibly seizing a maiden, and maliciously framing me. The crowd, initially poised to cheer for Su Ruojin, fell into apprehensive silence, their excitement stifled. Did she not fear the Zhao family and oppose as retribution? Lin Zhongshan stood in shock. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Su Ruojin. How could this audacious girl dare to make such a claim? While Madame Zhao and oppose accusations might have resulted in a mere loss of face, if Su Ruojin and oppose allegations were substantiated, it could spell the end for the entire Zhao family. Su Ruojin, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? If you lack evidence, this is a false accusation, and the consequences of such an act are dire. Lin Zhongshan and oppose S voice trembled with urgency as he pointed an accusing finger at her. Though he was troubled, Lin Zhongshan understood the precarious nature of the relationship between the Lin and Zhao families. With Lord Zhong poised for a promotion to the capital, the need for financial backing was paramount. If the Zhao family fell, who would provide the necessary funds? While he had not directly participated in the Zhao family's clandestine dealings, he was certainly aware of the implications. With no one having previously lodged complaints, it had been easy to overlook. Yet should this matter be investigated, his brother-in-law, Zhao Zhongwen's actions would not withstand scrutiny. Lin Zhongshan turned to Lord Zhong and bowed, speaking earnestly. Lord Zhong, I beseech you to consider that Su Ruojin is still young and inexperienced in court matters. She is merely venting her frustrations at the mistreatment by Madame Zhao. I implore you to show leniency and forgive her this once. while Lin Zhongshan's words appeared to advocate for Su Ruojin. They subtly implied that her actions were merely the result of a young woman's temper and should not be taken too seriously. Chapter 60. How much more can one endure? My Lord Lin, when will you finally take a stand for a humble woman like myself? Before Lord Zhong could respond, Su Ruojin spoke up first. Lin Zhongshan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by Su Ruojin's audacity, having already expelled her from the estate. He could hardly assume the role of her father to advocate on her behalf. Su Ruojin, I am acting in your best interest. Do not mistake my intentions. Lin Zhongshan glared fiercely at her. Ignoring him, Su Ruojin retrieved a stack of legal documents from her robes. Lord Zhong, these are the incriminating evidences against the Zhao family. I implore you to scrutinize them closely. The clerk stepped forward to accept the documents from her, delivering them to Lord Zhong. As he opened the papers and examined their contents, his expression darkened with each passing moment. Finally, he slammed his hand onto the table and bellowed, "Summon Zhao Zhong to this court immediately." Although Madame Zhao had not seen the documents, Lord Zhong's grave demeanor made it clear that the situation was dire. Originally intending to use this matter to punish Su Ruojin, she now realized her husband was implicated as well. Kneeling on the ground, a wave of weakness washed over her, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Before long, Zhao Zhongwen was brought into the hall. Unaware of the situation's gravity, he assumed it was merely concerning his son, Zhao Hongwei. Upon entering, he fell to his knees, crying out in protest, completely oblivious to the silent signals Lin Zhongshan was directing at him. My lord, please advocate for my son. He is burning with fever and lies unconscious. Lord Zhong threw the documents in front of Zhao Zhongwen. Do you acknowledge the claims laid out in these papers? Zhao Zhongwen, perplexed, picked up the documents and, after a fleeting glance, turned pale, his body trembling. My lord, these are all baseless accusations, falsehoods. None of it is true. Falsehoods? Bring forth all the individuals mentioned in these documents. Zhao Zhongwen collapsed onto the floor. It was over. He was finished. The papers Su Ruojin provided were not mere statements, but detailed accounts of time, involved parties and monetary amounts. If Zhao Zhongwen did not consult the account books, he could not even recall these figures. His 10th and 11th concubines were merely 14 this year. He had taken a fancy to them during a stroll, discovering they were mere commoners from a nearby village, and had forcibly taken them home. He casually tossed a few coins as compensation, believing that with his brother-in-law as the official, he had nothing to fear from any complaints. The common folk dared not oppose the authorities, and thus the Zhao family had managed to swallow their pride. However, with so many individuals involved, a significant number of constables had to be dispatched, taking over an hour to gather the relevant parties in the hall. There was no need for torture. Lord Zhong merely asked a few questions based on the documents, and everyone quickly confessed. The governor was well informed. What was left to conceal? The families of the concubines wept, pleading for justice from the esteemed magistrate. Lin Zhongshan repeatedly wiped the sweat from his brow. In a state of desperation, Zhao Zhongwen crawled to Lin Zhongshan's side. Brother-in-law, you must save me. Lin Zhongshan quickly retreated, saying, Zhao Zhongwen, though I am your brother-in-law, the actions you have committed are in direct violation of the laws of the Chu. I cannot assist you. He then bowed to Lord Zhong. My lord, though Zhao Zhongwen is my sister and Appo's brother, I implore you to enforce the law impartially. I have no objections. He felt fortunate that all of this was Zhao Zhongwen's doing, entirely detached from his own name. Su Ruojin cast a glance at Lin Zhongshan, realizing he remained as cunning as ever, distancing himself from the unfolding drama. Brother-in-law, I am merely... Zhao Zhongwen attempted to protest, but Lin Zhongshan interjected sternly. Zhao Zhongwen, accept your guilt and sign the confession. For your sister's sake, I shall ensure that Hongwei is looked after. Zhao Zhongwen understood that this time, even his brother-in-law could not protect him. If he did not distance Lin Zhongshan from this, his son would still have his sister to care for him. Bowing his head in resignation, Zhao Zhongwen signed the confession. The verdict was severe. Confiscation of property, 30 strokes of the rod, and exile to the frigid lands of Beining Ta, with the concubines free to return to their homes. Amidst the cries of the common folk beseeching the just magistrate, the Yin-Yang Zhao family was utterly obliterated. No, no, it cannot be. It is impossible. Madame Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as she repeated the word impossible. She merely sought to avenge her son. How had it come to the Zhao family's downfall? Turning to glare at Su Ruojin, she shouted, "Su Ruojin, you are a witch, a sorceress." If she were not a witch, how could she possibly know such intimate secrets of the Zhao family? Regret washed over Madame Zhao. Why had she involved herself with this sorceress? For the first time, she wanted to give her son a sound thrashing. Had he not caused this calamity, the Zhao family would not have met such a fate. Little did she know, her misfortunes were far from over. To kill a man, one must strike at his heart. Su Ruojin understood the intricacies involved. She harbored no mercy for those who dared to bully her. Among the intelligence received from the Shadow Alliance, there was a revelation she had not included in the documents. Ignoring Madame Zhao's curses, she rose slowly and approached the dazed Zhao Zhongwen, whispering a phrase. As he heard her words, Zhao Zhongwen's face shifted from pale to a sickly green, and he abruptly turned to glare at Madame Zhao. Seeing the venom in her husband and Appo's eyes, Madame Zhao involuntarily shivered. My lord, what has happened to you?" Zhao Zhongwen stood and lunged forward, delivering a brutal kick to Madame Zhao's chest. Caught unawares, she was sent sprawling, spitting blood. In disbelief, she stared at Zhao Zhongwen. "Zhao cough. Zhao Zhongwen, have you lost your mind? Sun Lingyang, you wretched woman, I shall kill you." Zhao Zhongwen attempted to advance for another blow, but was restrained by the constables. "I will kill you. I will kill you." He struggled, eyes bloodshot, still cursing. Witnessing this scene, Madame Zhao seemed to recall something, a flicker of terror crossing her face. She wiped the blood from her mouth and lowered her head. Zhao Zhongwen was led away, and Su Ruojin paid her respects to Lord Zhong as she took her leave. Outside, Jianhua, who had been anxiously awaiting, rushed over to drape a cloak around her. "Miss, thank goodness it is all over." Although Su Ruojin had assured her of her safety earlier, Jianhua and Appo's heart had only now settled. "By the way, miss, what did you say to Zhao Zhongwen?" Jianhua asked curiously. He was not this agitated even when he was sentenced to exile. "What did you tell him that drove him to madness?" So Ruojin smiled gently. Zhao Zhongwen has taken many concubines, but has only one son, Zhao Hongwei, because he himself is incapable of fathering children. Zhao Hongwei is actually the child of Sun Lingyang and her cousin. I merely revealed the truth to him. What man could bear such a monumental betrayal? Zhao Zhongwen had always cherished Zhao Hongwei as his own. Now that he learned the truth, understanding that the Zhao family's downfall was tied to this child, how could he possibly endure it? Jianhua remained puzzled. "Miss, did he believe you so easily?" Chapter 61. It and Appo's. Up to you in response to Ji Hua and Appo's inquiries. Su Ruojin patiently elucidated, the Zhao family has met its demise. Zhao Zhongwen is in need of an outlet for his frustrations, and I merely provide him with a justification. Furthermore, certain matters, when left unspoken, may not seem significant. However, once revealed, upon reflection, he will undoubtedly arrive at the truth. A child's appearance invariably bears resemblance to their parents. Even if Zhao Hongwei resembles Sun Lingyang more closely, he will still carry traces of his cousin's features. If Zhao Zhongwen contemplates this carefully, he will realize that I have not deceived him. The Zhao family's lineage, passed down through generations, is destined to conclude with Zhao Zhongwen. I wonder what Zhao Jiao and Appo's reaction will be upon discovering all of this. Upon learning the truth, Zhao Jiao fell ill. She had merely intended to tarnish Su Ruojin's reputation, yet she ended up obliterating her own family's legacy. Zhao Zhongwen, while incarcerated, penned a divorce letter, severing ties with Sun Lingyang, and revealed to Zhao Jiao that Zhao Hongwei was not of Zhao blood. The Zhao family was extinct. Unable to bear the weight of this revelation, Zhao Jiao fainted and subsequently developed a high fever. Kai Fanzhou attended to her for 3 days, administering acupuncture, before she finally regained her strength. Zhao Jiao, with a weak grip on Lin Wanqing and Appo's hand, murmured, "Qing and Appo's are at present Your mother has only you and Yang and Appos. Do not worry. Mother, I shall strive to ensure you live a comfortable life. Lin Wanqing gently reassured, meticulously administering the medicine, her gaze flickering. She was still inexperienced and heavily reliant on Zhao Jiao and Appos as assistants. After finishing her medication, Zhao Jiao lay down. Fortunately, Zhao Zhongwen possesses some compassion. He has not implicated your father. Now, without the Zhao family's backing, your father's prospect for advancement depends solely on you. Qing'er, remember, your well-being is intertwined with the Lin family's prosperity. In the recent days, Lin Wanqing had been visiting the governor's residence to provide massage therapy to Ruojin. The young girl harbored no aversion towards her elder sister, who was 2 years her senior. Observing this, Madame Zhong treated Lin Wanqing with greater warmth. Mother, I understand. I will take good care of Miss Zhong. Lin Wanqing replied obediently. Zhao Jiao felt a sense of relief at her daughter's maturity. They were fortunate to have found Qing. Had that wretched Su Ruojin still been in the residence, she would have likely driven her to despair. The following day, Lin Wanqing arrived at the Zhong residence as usual, only to find Zheng Mama, a trusted confidant of Madame Zhong, waiting at the entrance. Lin Wanqing's heart leaped with joy as she approached swiftly. Zheng Mama, thank you for coming to greet me. Let's not keep Jeaner waiting. Zheng Mama and Appos' countenance bore a hint of embarrassment as she greeted Lin Wanqing with a slight bow. Miss Lin, please wait a moment. We shall enter together once Dr. Su arrives. If you're in a hurry, I can have a servant escort you inside first. Lin Wanqing was taken aback. Zheng Mama was not waiting for her. Dr. Su? Could it be the same Dr. Su she was thinking of? At that moment, a carriage halted at the Zhong residence and Appos' entrance. Su Ruojin alighted, carrying a small box. Zheng Mama and Appos' face brightened, and she rushed to greet her. Dr. Su, you have arrived. Madam has been awaiting your presence. Just as Su Ruojin was about to offer her respects, Zheng Mama stopped her. No need for that, Dr. Su. Please step inside. Dr. Su was someone the master had specifically instructed to treat with utmost courtesy. Zheng Mama dared not neglect her, lest she be summoned to welcome her personally. Dr. Su, this is... Zheng Mama began to introduce Lin Wanqing, but Su Ruojin interjected with a gentle smile. Zheng Mama, we are already acquainted. Miss Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Lin Wanqing tightened her grip on the handkerchief and forced a smile. Dr. Su. She had been preoccupied with her master and Appos' instructions, intending to provide massage therapy to Miss Zhong for a while before discussing Madame Zhong and Appos' health with her. She did not anticipate that Su Ruojin would arrive at the governor and Appos' residence so soon. How wonderful that you two are acquainted. Please come inside, Zheng Mama chimed, leading them both into the house. Before they could even meet Madame Zhong, Lin Wanqing was guided to Zhong Ruojin and Appos' chamber. Zhong Ruojin sensed that Lin Wanqing was somewhat distracted during the massage and inquired with concern, Sister Lin, are you feeling fatigued? If so, we can conclude for today. Realizing her lapse, Lin Wanqing quickly adjusted her focus. Not at all. I was merely distracted by seeing Dr. Su arriving to attend to Madam. I recalled hearing that she was accused of poisoning someone, and it caught me off guard. I hope you do not hold it against me. Dear Jean and Appos', Zhong Ruojin had been sheltered from the outside world, and her father, the governor, would never mention such matters in her presence. Unaware of the situation, she was startled by the mention of poisoning. Rui, she called out urgently. A young maid hurried over. Miss, how may I assist you? Quickly, summon my mother. Tell her I have something urgent to discuss. Zhong Ruojin instructed, her voice laced with anxiety. Rui did not hesitate and swiftly exited. Lin Wanqing and Appos' eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph as she continued the massage. Jean and Appos', I heard this from others, so I am not entirely certain of the details, but it is something I must mention to Mother. Before long, Madame Zhong arrived in a flurry, concerned for her only daughter. Jeaner, what is the matter? Are you unwell? She asked, rushing to Zhong Ruojin's side and touching her forehead anxiously. Mother, I am fine. Did you not change to a new doctor for your health? Zhong Ruojin queried. Yes, your father arranged for this doctor to assist me. She has just arrived and is still in my chamber. Why do you ask? Madame Zhong responded, puzzled. as she had barely exchanged a few words with Su Ruojin before being summoned. Mother, I heard that this doctor has poisoned someone, and it frightens me. Please, send her away. Zhong Ruojin and damp. Appo's face paled at the thought. Madame Zhong was taken aback. Who told you this? It was Sister Lin who mentioned it. Zhong Ruojin replied candidly. Lin Wanqing quickly interjected. Madame Zhong, I merely heard it from others in passing and was discussing it casually with Jeaner. I am not well acquainted with the specifics. Madame Zhong cast a cool glance at Lin Wanqing. Miss Lin, refrain from spreading hearsay to Jeaner in the future. Yes, Madame Zhong, I understand, Lin Wanqing replied, lowering her head in acknowledgement. While she did not expect this to be enough to drive Su Ruojin away, the seeds of doubt once sown would eventually sprout. Who would not fear a doctor capable of poisoning? Gently, Madame Zhong stroked her daughter and Appo's head. Do not worry, Jean and Appo's Dr. Su possesses exceptional medical skills, and your father holds her in high regard. Do you not trust your father? For Zhong Ruojin, her father was her utmost idol, and since he trusted this doctor, she felt reassured. Mother, I understand, she replied. Madame Zhong returned to her quarters. I apologize, Dr. Su, for the delay. My daughter had something urgent to discuss. Su Ruojin, unconcerned, replied, It is of no matter, Madame Zhong. Allow me to check your pulse first. Her willingness to treat Madame Zhong stemmed from her desire to reciprocate the kindness shown by the esteemed Lord Zhong. Upon observing Su Ruojin's slight frown while taking her pulse, Madame Zhong sighed inwardly, realizing that all was not well. Chapter 62. You shall become the renowned physician of Anyang over the years. The physicians who came to examine Lady Zhong often bore a similar expression, and she had grown accustomed to it. Dr. Su, my health has been this way for many years. Please speak candidly, she urged. Lady Zhong, did you experience any difficulties during childbirth? Su Ruojin inquired. Lady Zhong nodded, as this was not a secret. When I gave birth to Jean and Appo's, there was excessive bleeding, and I nearly lost both my life and my child in Appo's. Yes, fortunately, I was saved in the end. It was this difficult delivery that rendered Jean and Appo's, frail from birth. She did not walk until she was 2, and even then, her legs were problematic, leading to her inability to walk by the age of 10. Lady Zhong had long felt guilty, believing her own poor health had adversely affected her child. Indeed, during your childbirth, the residual poison remained unpurged, which has led to your current frailty, Su Ruojin explained. What do you mean, residual poison? Lady Zhong momentarily struggled to comprehend. Yes, your difficult delivery was due to being poisoned, which exacerbated your bleeding, making you prone to severe hemorrhage, Su Ruojin stated plainly. As for why Lady Zhong was poisoned during childbirth, that was beyond her purview. Women in prominent households often resorted to despicable tactics to vie for favor, Su Ruojin, though she had not witnessed it, had heard numerous accounts. Take Lin Zhongshan and Appo's household, for instance. Apart from Zhao Jiao, there were 3 concubines, all of whom suffered miscarriages for various reasons once they became pregnant. Su Ruojin found it hard to believe that Zhao Jiao had no hand in this. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhong and Appo's eyes filled with tears, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Who seeks to harm me? And Jean and Appo's 13 years had passed, and she had remained oblivious to the fact that she had been poisoned. Zheng Momo quickly approached, gently patting Lady Zhong and Appo's back, murmuring, Madam, the most pressing matter now is to restore your health. Regaining her composure, Lady Zhong managed to control her emotions, though her voice still quivered slightly. Dr. Su, can the poison within my body be eliminated? If not, Lady Zhong dared not contemplate the implications. Su Ruojin answered with assurance, it can be done, but the poison has lingered for too long, making its removal rather complicated and time-consuming, given that Lady Zhong had been nurturing her health over the years. Her physical constitution was relatively sound, facilitating the detoxification process. Lady Zhong exchanged an excited glance with Zheng Momo. Zheng Momo cautiously asked if the Madam and Appo's health is restored. Can she conceive again? After all, the doctor had previously stated that due to the significant loss of blood during childbirth, the Madam and Appo's body had sustained damage, making further pregnancies impossible, a source of distress for her. Lady Zhong anxiously regarded Su Ruojin, Zheng Momo and Appo's inquiry was indeed her foremost concern. This was also why she had reluctantly allowed her maid, Song Dong, to become a concubine for her husband, not wishing to deprive him of heirs due to her own fertility issues. It is indeed possible, Su Ruojin replied as she opened her medical box. At just under 30, Lady Zhong could certainly bear children again once her health was restored. Lady Zhong, please lie down on the bed. I shall administer acupuncture, Su Ruojin instructed, producing her needle pouch. Ah, yes, I shall do so at once, Lady Zhong responded, tears of warmth brimming in her eyes as she grasped Zheng Momo's hand. After 13 long years, a physician had finally declared her ailment treatable. She could have another child, regardless of the outcome. She was willing to place her faith in Su Ruojin. Hope was far better than despair. After the acupuncture and prescription, Su Ruojin prepared to take her leave. Lady Zhong, if convenient, please visit my clinic every 3 days for herbal steaming. It will greatly aid in expelling the residual poison from your body. The herbal steaming involved a variety of herbs, requiring a special steaming bed and adjustments to the acupuncture regimen based on the individual situation, making it much more feasible for Lady Zhong to attend the clinic. At this moment, Lady Zhong hardly cared whether treatment occurred at the clinic or at home. All that mattered was her recovery. Very well, I shall definitely go. Zheng Momo, please see Dr. Su off. Zheng Momo accompanied Su Ruojin out, just as they encountered Lin Wanqing, who had just finished her massage. Once outside the governor's residence, Lin Wanqing said coolly, Miss Su, I only remind you out of goodwill. One should act within their capabilities. Overexerting oneself may lead to harm. Despite her medical knowledge, Su Ruojin was but a novice compared to her master. With a sidelong glance, Su Ruojin retorted, Miss Lin, if you enjoy pickled radishes, then indulge in them. She then proceeded to her carriage. Lin Wanqing, taken aback by Su Ruojin's remark, turned to her maid, Cui Ju, and asked, what does she mean? Cui Ju hesitated, but ultimately shook her head. Miss, I am unsure. She certainly did not dare reveal to her mistress that Su Ruojin was mocking her for meddling in others and Appo's affairs, lest she find herself in trouble. How absurd, Lin Wanqing scoffed, turning to seek her master for a strategy. Upon returning to Lady Zhong's chamber, Zheng Momo wore a cheerful expression. Madam, this is wonderful news. Having watched Lady Zhong grow up, Zheng Momo regarded her as a daughter. The suffering Lady Zhong had endured over the years had deeply pained her, and now, hearing that her ailment could be cured, she was more delighted than anyone. Lady Zhong, too, wore a smile. Zheng Momo, you won't believe it. After Dr. Su administered acupuncture, I felt a warmth in my abdomen, quite comforting. Mother, are you feeling better? At that moment, a young maid pushed Zhong Ruojin into the room. Zhong Ruojin had been preoccupied with Lin Wanqing and Appo's earlier words and came to check on her mother. Jean and Appo's, I am fine, I am well. Dr. Su says my ailment can be treated, Lady Zhong reassured her. That is splendid news. It seems the rumors were unfounded, Zhong Ruojin exclaimed joyfully. Rumors? Lady Zhong recalled Lin Wanqing and Appo's words, her gaze darkening. Miss Lin was far from the innocent persona she portrayed. After Zhong Ruojin departed, Lady Zhong addressed Zheng Momo. Inform my husband upon his return. Someone seeks to harm Jeaner and me. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Yes, madam. Meanwhile, Su Ruojin returned to her clinic and, upon entering the courtyard, was greeted by little Bao, who rushed toward her and clung to her leg, his large, watery eyes gazing up at her. Su Ruojin was elated. For a child with a developmental delay, such spontaneous affection was a rare occurrence. Lifting little Bao into her arms, she noticed he felt a bit heavier. Did little Bao miss his sister? With a gentle nod, little Bao affirmed, and Su Ruojin beamed. Come, sister will take you to buy cotton candy. At Jiren Hall, Lin Wanqing recounted the situation at the governor's residence to Kai Fanzhou. Master, what shall we do now? Kai Fanzhou stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before responding, I have a plan, but it hinges on your willingness to act. If successful, you shall become the esteemed physician of Anyang. The esteemed physician of Anyang? Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qing'er is at your service, master. Chapter 63. Young Master Jiang arrives in the capital at the residence of the Regent. Xiao Yanchu gazed at the letter from Hu Qing in his hand. The young heir was in good health, and Dr. Su had annihilated the Zhao family. Annihilated the Zhao family? Although not a prominent clan, the Zhao family held a respectable position in Anyang. It was astonishing that such a young girl could so effortlessly bring about their downfall. This girl. At that moment, a guard entered. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has sent someone to inquire about the young heir and wishes for you to bring him to the palace for a visit. Xiao Yanshu raised an eyebrow. In response to the Empress Dowager, the young heir is unwell. We shall pay our respects later. Understood, the guard replied before departing. Soon after, Xin Yu entered. Has she discovered anything? It shouldn't be the case. She frequently requests that I bring Yi-er to the palace after a time. Xin Yu chuckled softly. She clearly wishes for Yi and Appos, or to perish sooner rather than later, yet pretends to be benevolent. Xiao Yanshu remarked nonchalantly. Is she not equally eager for my demise? Indeed, aside from her son, the Xiao family bloodline consists only of you and Yi-er. If you both were to perish, her son would secure the throne. How is the Dowager Empress's health? Xin Yu seated herself, pouring a cup of tea. As usual, with Mu Jingshan overseeing, there has been no decline. Upon mentioning his mother, a flicker of concern crossed Xiao Yanshu's eyes. The new year was approaching, and in accordance with tradition, he would need to take Yi-er to the palace to pay respects. What will you do then? Will you bring Yi-er back? Xin Yu inquired. Xiao Yanshu absent-mindedly traced the rim of the teacup, remaining silent for a long while. As the new year drew near, Anyang was adorned with festive lights, and red lanterns hung at the entrance of the run into Amp. Appos, AI Hall. Yuan Hong held little Bao into Amp. Appos, S hand, watching as the lanterns were hung. Once the lanterns were in place, the two children returned to the medical clinic hand in hand. Now, aside from Su Ruojin, little Bao had begun to accept the hands of old lady Lin and Yuan Hong. The clinic in Appos, S business flourished, and Su Ruojin hired several more practicing doctors, allowing her some leisure time. While conversing with old lady Lin in the room, the elder looked at her with a contented expression. Little Jean, after the new year, you will soon turn 16. In an ordinary family, you would have been betrothed by now. Alas, I do not wish for you to marry into a wealthy family. I merely hope you find someone who treats you well. Su Ruojin felt a headache coming on. In her previous life, even as the head of the family, she was incessantly pressured by the elders to marry. Now, at just 15, she faced the same predicament again. Grandmother, I am still young. There is no rush, she hurriedly replied. No rush, no rush. You only say that now, but in 2 years, you will be an old maid. Let's see how you feel then. Old Lady Lin regarded Feng Ying favorably, noting that he harbored feelings for her granddaughter, which was well known throughout the clinic. If you think well of him, I shall arrange your marriage next year. Grandmother, Su Ruojin exclaimed, exasperated. I have no feelings for him. Do not meddle in matters of the heart. It may lead to misunderstandings and jeopardize Feng Ying. Although she acknowledged Feng Ying and Appos as affections, she had only ever viewed him as a friend since establishing the Tianyi Pavilion, never entertaining romantic notions. Understanding Su Ruojin's lack of interest, old lady Lin relented. Very well. If you feel nothing for him, that is that. But if you happen to meet someone you fancy, be sure to tell your grandmother. Understood, grandmother. I promise to be the first to inform you if I meet someone. Su Ruojin nodded earnestly. Old lady Lin discerned her granddaughter and Appos' evasiveness and chuckled, scolding her lightly. You, my dear, if I do not worry for you, you will end up as an old maid. Who would marry you then? If no one marries me, so be it. I can accompany grandmother for life. That would be just fine. Nonsense. What woman does not marry? Old lady Lin believed this to be a mere expression of youthful shyness. Little did she know that it reflected Su Ruojin's true feelings. At that moment, Yin Luo entered. Miss, young Master Jiang has arrived. Young Master Jiang? Jiang Qianan? Is he here to take little Bao home for the new year? The treatment for little Bao had just shown signs of improvement, and taking him away now would significantly hinder his recovery. Perhaps she could persuade Jiang Qian and Appos, and to let little Bao stay in Anyang for the new year. Su Ruojin approached the entrance of the clinic and slightly bowed. Young Master Jiang. Jiang Qian and Appos, and looked up at the sound, and today, The young girl wore a pale purple dress adorned with silver thread, complemented by a white fur-trimmed jacket. The delicate white fur on her lapel fluttered gently, adding an ethereal quality to her appearance. The blue and white tassel at her waist dangled a piece of jade, accentuating her slender figure. In just a little over half a month since they last met, Jiang Qianan felt as though he had not seen her in years. She appeared slightly thinner. Perhaps the clinic's workload had taken a toll on her. Young master, Hu Qing softly reminded, noticing his master's silence. Jiang Qianan quickly gathered his thoughts. Miss Su, it has been a long time. Are you well? With the new year approaching, I have come to check on Yi. Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your concern. All is well. Please, come inside. Su Ruojin turned to lead the way. Jiang Qian and Oppos, and followed closely, while Hu Qing directed the servants to carry in several wooden boxes. Upon reaching the backyard, Jiang Qian and Oppos, and immediately spotted Yi and Oppos, squatting in a corner, drawing something in the dirt with a stick. Yi and Oppos, he softly called out, careful not to startle the child. Little Bao turned his head, and upon seeing Jiang Qianan, he dropped the stick and ran over. Jiang Qian and Oppos, and quickly knelt down and embraced the approaching child. He was taken aback. Previously, when others called Yi and Oppos, he would not respond at all. Now, Yi and Oppos had run to him directly. Had Yi and Oppos truly improved so quickly? Jiang Qian and Oppos, and gazed incredulously at the child in his arms. Little Bao clung tightly to him, burying his head in Jiang Qianan's embrace. Although Yi could not yet speak, this gesture was enough to convey his longing. Jiang Qianan lifted Little Bao and turned to Su Ruojin, sincerely expressing, thank you, Miss Su. Young Master Jiang is too kind. As a doctor, it is my duty to provide the utmost care for Little Bao, she replied, pleased by Little Bao's reaction. Were you drawing something just now? Jiang Qianan gently inquired. Little Bao lifted his head and pointed to the spot where he had been drawing. Jiang Qianan carried him over. Recently, Anyang had experienced a light snowfall, and Little Bao had drawn a little rabbit in the snow, resembling the cotton candy he had eaten. Jiang Qian and Oppos, and patted Little Bao and Oppos' head. Yi and Oppos, your drawing is truly exquisite. In that instant, Little Bao's eyes sparkled with delight. Young Master Jiang, did you happen to pass through Anyang this time? Su Ruojin invited Jiang Qian and Oppos, and inside and poured him a cup of hot tea. No, I came specifically to see Yi and Oppos. Jiang Qian and Oppos, and took a sip of tea, experiencing a unique blend of bitterness and sweetness. Miss Su, this tea is quite special. It does not seem to be ordinary tea. This is Dong Zisu tea from Yunnan, known for its heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, ideal for preventing colds. Young Master Jiang traveled a long distance through wind and snow, making this tea particularly suitable. However, I understand if it does not suit your palate. A person willing to spend extravagantly for a child would naturally be accustomed to finer teas. So it was not surprising if he found Dong Zisu tea unpalatable. Miss Su is very thoughtful, Jiang Qian and Oppos, and said, not at all perturbed, taking another sip. The Dong Zisu tea, with its slight bitterness, carried a distinctive fragrance that revealed its unique flavor upon careful sipping. Sitting beside Jiang Qian and Oppos, Su Ruojin could detect a faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him, and upon closer inspection, it was mingled with a subtle fragrance akin to orchids, laced with a hint of musk. The fragrance. Su Ruojin sipped her tea with an inscrutable expression, her eyes shimmering faintly. Chapter 64. The gift list. As the new year approached, young Master Jiang was contemplating whether to bring Little Bao back home for the festivities. Su Ruojin set down her teacup. Jiang Qianan gently ruffled Little Bao's hair, explaining that since he had lost his parents at a young age, it was customary for him to visit other elders in the family each year during the new year. As soon as Jiang Qianan finished speaking, Su Ruojin noticed Little Bao stiffen slightly, leaning closer to him. Did this mean that Little Bao was not fond of the elders Jiang mentioned? However, Su Ruojin discerned an underlying implication in Jiang Qianan's words. If it was customary, then surely it could be broken. Young Master Jiang, if possible, Could you allow little Bao to remain in Yinyang for the new year? If his treatment is interrupted, it would all have to start anew, Ruojin inquired. Upon hearing her words, little Bao blinked, climbed down from the couch, and settled beside her, leaning against her. They both understood little Bao and Appo's intentions. Jiang Qianan looked at little Bao, a smile of resignation crossing his face. If that is the case, I must trouble Miss Su. Was this an agreement? Ruojin felt a weight lift from her heart. I share a great bond with little Bao, and I truly enjoy his company. It is no trouble at all. At that moment, Hu Qing entered, greeting the two before producing a piece of paper and handing it to Ruojin. Miss Su, thank you for taking care of our young master. Here is a small token of young Master Jiang and Appo's. As appreciation, please accept it. Ruojin glanced at Jiang Qianan, who nodded and gestured for her to take a look. Upon receiving the gift list, even Ruojin could not help but be impressed by young Master Jiang and Appo's generosity. 2,000 taels of silver, 5 bolts of cloud brocade, over 100 types of commonly used medicinal herbs, various supplements, and even firecrackers for the new year. All were included. Before Ruojin could say anything, Jiang Qianan spoke first. Miss Su, you did not accept the hairpin I sent last time. This time, these are merely ordinary items that can be used during the new year. I hope you will not refuse again. Moreover, these items are not solely for you. Little Bao will also incur expenses while in your care. Ruojin glanced at little Bao and did not decline further. Then I shall thank young Master Jiang. Jiang Qianan smiled gently, feeling a sense of relief. In truth, he had prepared even more, but fearing that Ruojin might refuse if it was too extravagant. He had reduced the golden offerings and replaced the silk with cloud brocade. Miss Su, I will be leaving tomorrow. I have not had the chance to explore Yinyang properly, and I heard there will be a lantern festival tonight. Would you be willing to accompany little Bao and me to enjoy the festivities? Every year on the 26th of the 12th lunar month, families would slaughter pigs and prepare for the new year, making it the busiest time for merchants and vendors. Eventually, people decided to enhance the festive atmosphere by adding a lantern festival on this day, praying for favorable weather in the coming year. It was only fitting to accompany someone who had just presented a generous gift to the lantern festival. Ruojin nodded. If young Master Jiang does not mind, I would gladly take you both to stroll around. Upon hearing this, little Bao immediately hopped down, took Ruojin and Appo's hand and stood ready to set off. Ruojin chuckled and playfully tapped his little nose. Look at how eager you are. Come, let me treat you to some delicious food at Jushin Building first. Hand in hand with little Bao, the three of them exited the medical clinic. Hu Qing, about to follow, was met with a cold glance from his master and, feeling somewhat chastened, discreetly withdrew. The sky was still bright, and the lantern festival had yet to commence. Ruojin led the two to Jushin Building. While Wanghua Tower was famous for its roasted duck, it was unsuitable for little Bao, whose stomach had not fully recovered, so Ruojin opted for Jushin Building instead. The exquisite dishes at Jushin Building, such as the signature meat, freshly prepared carp, and sweet glutinous rice, were all quite delightful and more suitable for little Bao. With the Lantern Festival approaching and the New Year nearing, the first floor of Jushin Building was filled to capacity, with waitstaff bustling about. Upon noticing Ruojin and her companions enter, a sharp-eyed waiter quickly approached them, smiling. 3 guests dining? Would you prefer a private room or the main hall? A private room, please, Ruojin replied. Certainly. You are in luck. The main hall is full, but we have one last private room available. The waiter said graciously as he led them. Just as they entered Jushin Building, a familiar voice called out from outside. Waiter, I would like a private room. The waiter halted, turning around to see the speaker, his expression growing awkward as he hurried over. Dr. Kai, Miss Lin, I apologize. The establishment is currently at full capacity, and the last private room has just been reserved by this young lady. Lin Wanqing immediately spotted Ruojin and her companions. Upon seeing Jiang Qianan, her expression momentarily faltered. Clad in a deep blue brocade robe adorned with silver embroidered clouds, a moon-white waistband cinching his waist, and his hair simply tied back with a jade crown. He exuded an air of nobility that was captivating. If Mu Jingshan had struck Lin Wanqing as an ethereal figure of elegance, Jiang Qianan embodied the innate majesty of a nobleman. How she wished he were the regent, though she regretted not encountering the regent this time. Upon seeing Jiang Qianan, she subconsciously wished for the regent to possess the same striking grace and lofty demeanor. Such a man would be worthy of her Lin Wanqing. What connection could Ruojin have with such a distinguished gentleman? "Qing'er, what is the matter?" Kai Fanzhou inquired upon noticing Lin Wanqing's dazed expression. Only then did Lin Wanqing come to her senses, hastily saying, "Master, please wait a moment." Today, Lin Wanqing had specifically invited Kai Fanzhou to Jushin Building for a meal, not expecting the establishment to be so bustling that even a private room was unavailable. She quickly approached Ruojin, whispering, "Miss Su, I have invited my esteemed teacher for a meal today. Would you be willing to relinquish the private room to me? I will be happy to offer you a sum of money as gratitude." Ruojin raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. "Oh, I wonder how much Miss Lin is willing to offer." Lin Wanqing felt a surge of joy. Clearly, Ruojin was inexperienced in worldly matters and could be easily swayed by money. Completely forgetting that Ruojin had once donated a precious fire spirit ginseng to Qingyang City, Lin Wanqing was confident that anyone greedy for money would never part with 1,000 taels of silver. "Miss Su, if you agree to let me have the private room, I will offer you 10 taels of silver," Lin Wanqing said, her chin slightly lifted, anticipating Ruojin's excited thanks. To Lin Wanqing, it seemed obvious that one could earn 10 taels of silver simply by relinquishing a private room. Any fool would know what choice to make. Ruojin's smile widened. "Miss Lin, I shall offer you 20 taels of silver to vanish from my sight immediately. Your presence is quite unappetizing, and I fear I may lose my appetite." "Ruojin, you are overstepping," Lin Wanqing retorted, feeling a rush of indignation. Yet, Ruojin swiftly shifted her tone, transforming Lin Wanqing and Appo's anger into hope. Chapter 65. Ruojin, do you dare to toy with me? Observing Lin Wanqing's expectant gaze, Ruojin replied leisurely, "Of course, if Miss Lin is willing to offer a bit more, I might consider relinquishing the private room to you." Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Speak, how much do you want for the room?" "Yes, you. I can afford it." Indeed, her base nature revealed itself. She sought to extort her in this manner. With her mentor present, Lin Wanqing could not afford to lose face. And if necessary, she would pay a bit more to dismiss this beggar. Only Jiang Qian and Appo's, and discerned the mockery lurking in Ruojin and Appo's eyes. He curled his lips slightly, hoping that Miss Lin would still be able to smile later. "Very well, I do not ask for much, merely 1,000 taels, and I shall yield the private room to you. What say you?" Ruojin spoke nonchalantly, as if in her eyes 1,000 taels was no different from a single tael of silver. "Ruojin, how dare you toy with me?" Lin Wanqing's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of many who began to murmur and point. While not everyone recognized the sheltered Miss Lin, many were familiar with Kai Fanzhou. Kai Fanzhou and Appo's expression darkened as he called out, "Qing and Appo's, Realizing her outburst, Lin Wanqing and Appo's face flushed with anger. "How is this playing with you? You were the one who suggested I should make an offer, claiming you could afford it. I made my bid, and now you backtrack, laying the blame on me. Is there no justice left?" The derision in Ruojin and Appo's eyes made Lin Wanqing feel a throbbing in her temples. "Miss Lin, if you grant me 1,000 taels of silver now, I shall leave immediately and relinquish the private room to you, and I assure you, I will not go back on my word." Ruojin stoked the flames further. "You." Lin Wanqing was so furious she could hardly speak, her eyes reddening as she turned to Kai Fanzhou. "Mentor." Naturally, Kai Fanzhou had overheard their exchange and deemed Ruojin excessively forward. He spoke with an elder's admonishing tone. "Miss Su, facilitating others is also facilitating oneself. Being overly aggressive may bring you trouble." Upon hearing this, a chill enveloped Kai Fanzhou, and the temperature around him seemed to plummet. He looked up in search of the source of the chill and found a man standing beside Ruojin, who cast him a fleeting glance. Yet that single glance made Kai Fanzhou feel an icy dread, as if he wished to kneel in submission. Who was this man? Regardless of his identity, Years of dealing with people had instilled in Kai Fangio a sense of caution. The man before him was not to be trifled with. Dr. Kai, you needn't concern yourself with potential troubles I may cause. Perhaps you should worry about securing your position as head of your household. I have heard that your Kai family has offended the Merchant Alliance, leaving your only business with Jirenhal. Ruojin was unfazed by his intimidation tactics. How did she know? Kai Fangio's heart tightened, and just as he was about to retort, cries rang out from outside the Juxian building. Innkeeper, please. I beg you, save my Wankai. He was injured because of your establishment. Ruojin and her companions stood at the entrance, where they could see the situation unfold. An elderly woman, aged around 50, knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, accompanied by 2 children, one a boy of about 10, the other a girl of 7 or 8. The children remained silent, bowing their heads alongside the woman, occasionally wiping their tears. Next to them lay a wooden board, upon which a man appeared to be in a coma, his head tilted to one side, his face ashen, lips pale, emanating a foul stench that prompted bystanders to step back. As the crowd swelled, the innkeeper emerged, his expression darkening upon witnessing the scene. Wankai and Appo's mother. Wankai brought this upon himself. How can you blame us? Kneeling before the innkeeper, Wangsai's mother pleaded, Innkeeper, my Wankai has toiled for 8 years in your establishment. Even if he has no merits, he has certainly endured hardships. After such grievous injuries, how could you simply cast him aside? We lack the means to provide for his treatment. To earn money for Wangsai's care. His wife had climbed the mountains to gather herbs, but had broken her foot in the process and was now bedridden. Wangsai's injuries have become infected. The doctor warns that if not treated soon, he will die. I implore you, please, grant us some funds to save him. As she spoke, Wangsai's mother knocked her head on the ground repeatedly. The 2 children joined her, bowing their heads and crying, Please, we beg you. The innkeeper, caught in a dilemma, responded. Wangsai's mother, I am but a mere innkeeper. Without my employer's consent, I cannot act. Ruojin recognized the man lying on the board. He was the very attendant who had blocked her from attending the consultation conference. How had he ended up in such a state? Wangsai's mother, now out of options, sat on the ground, pounding her fists in despair. Heaven, are you taking my life? My Wankai has suffered for your establishment. Yet he is punished for stopping someone he should not have. Ruojin sensed the underlying reason for his predicament. It was apparent he had crossed paths with an influential figure. Reflecting on the attendant's previously arrogant demeanor, it was certainly an instance of retribution. As more people gathered, the innkeeper began to sweat profusely. If this continued, it would affect business, and he could not bear the blame from his employer. However, a person of his position was not easily intimidated. Suddenly, he spotted Kai Fangio and hastily suggested, Wangsai's mother, that is Dr. Kai. Why not appeal to him for help? Wangsai's mother, desperate, turned and knelt before Kai Fangio. Dr. Kai, I beseech you, save Wankai. I will serve you as a humble servant in my next life. All to repay your kindness. Kai Fangio inwardly cursed the innkeeper for putting him in such a predicament. He vowed never to dine at Juxian building again. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he could not simply walk away in front of so many witnesses. Kai Fangio pondered for a moment and turned to Lin Wanqing. Qing and Amp, Appo, sir. Why not take a look? It would be a good opportunity to assess your recent progress in medicine. Lin Wanqing gazed at Wankai, whose shirt was soaked in blood. The fabric sticking to his back, now nearly black, the odor so severe that even at a distance, it was unbearable. If she got closer, it would be even worse. Lin Wanqing frowned slightly, but she did not dare defy her mentor's command. Moreover, stealing a glance at Jiang Qianan, she thought that if she could display her medical skills in front of him, perhaps he might regard her more favorably. With this in mind, Lin Wanqing felt less repulsed and curtsied to Kai Fangio. Yes, mentor. Suppressing her urge to vomit, she approached the man, only to find the stench growing increasingly unbearable. Chapter 66. Lin Wanqing's pulse diagnosis in her previous life. Lin Wanqing had cared for numerous patients in the intensive care unit, many of whom were unable to care for themselves. However, at that time, she was equipped with medical masks, disposable rubber gloves, and a variety of disinfectants and instruments. Unlike the current situation where she faced the patient directly, she instructed the maid beside her, Go, lift his hand and cover his wrist with a cloth. Yes, Mississippi. Once the maid complied, Lin Wanqing took out a cloth to cover her nose and approached the man, wrapping her hand with another cloth before placing it on Wang Kai's wrist. In her heart, Lin Wanqing felt that this pulse was of little significance. It was evident that the man's condition stemmed from an inflamed back injury, although the term inflammation was not yet in use. After merely 2 seconds of contact, Lin Wanqing withdrew her hand. Master, this pulse feels superficial and slippery, indicative of a back infection. A topical application of wound ointment, accompanied by medication for the treatment of wound infections, will suffice. The onlookers nodded in agreement. This young lady may appear youthful, yet she possesses considerable medical knowledge. I recognize her. She is the daughter of Lin Ji Prefect. I've heard she is apprenticed under Master Kai. No wonder a distinguished master begets an exceptional disciple. Hearing their discussions, Lin Wanqing revealed a hint of pride on her face, subtly glancing at Su Ruojin. When her gaze met Jiang Qian and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Surely, he must share the same opinion as the others. Indeed, Kai Fanzhou nodded approvingly at Lin Wanqing. Although he had not personally examined the pulse, he could ascertain from the patient's condition that Lin Wanqing's diagnosis was accurate. Now, you shall go to Jiren Hall to procure some healing ointment and a few prescriptions for treating wound infections. Mention my name, there will be no charge. Kai Fanzhou generously stated. The healing ointment was a creation of Jiren Hall, composed of common and inexpensive materials such as catechu, dragon's blood, and lard. Effective for minor cuts and bruises to halt bleeding and alleviate pain. Given the low-cost ingredients, the price was naturally affordable. As for the medication for wound infections, Kai Fanzhou had learned his lesson after being reprimanded by Su Ruojin multiple times and had already instructed the staff at the shop. As long as someone claimed to have been sent by Master Kai for free medication, they would receive the cheapest available remedies. These medications were often concocted from dampened, worm-eaten, or moldy materials, specially reserved for free distribution. Even such remedies were limited to 3 prescriptions. Any additional requests would require payment. Upon hearing Kai Fanzhou's words, the crowd erupted in applause. Truly, Master Kai is commendable. Previously, I heard people criticize his medical ethics, but it seems that jealousy has led to slander against him. Indeed, both Master Kai and his disciple are good people. Wang Kai's mother joyfully called her 2 children over. Quick, bow to Master Kai and this esteemed young lady. Your father has been saved. The 2 children obediently knelt and bowed to Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing. Standing together, Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing looked down at the trio, accepting their gestures with grace. Just then, as Wang Kai's mother prepared to lift the stretcher with the children, a voice interrupted. Wait. Upon hearing the voice, both Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing instinctively frowned. Miss Su, do you have any further advice? Kai Fanzhou asked, suppressing his irritation and clenching his fists. The situation had been resolved perfectly, yet Su Ruojin seemed intent on causing trouble. For Su Ruojin, Wang Kai had indeed once obstructed her and had looked down upon her, but he had already faced punishment. His offense did not warrant death. Wang Kai and Oppo's injury was now plainly before her. It was impossible for her to turn a blind eye. Jiang Gongzi, may I request a moment of your time? Su Ruojin softly asked Jiang Qian and Oppos. And, of course, Miss Su, Jiang Qian and Oppos, and replied, lifting the child in his arms and stepping aside, intrigued to see her next move. Having witnessed countless injuries on the battlefield, Jiang Qianan could discern that the man on the board had suffered an infection due to corporal punishment, while the act of punishment appeared straightforward. Untreated wounds could easily lead to severe infections, potentially resulting in death. It was far more complex than Lin Wanqing had suggested. Any discerning observer would recognize that the man lay on the precipice of death. A mere healing ointment and 3 prescriptions would not suffice. Jiang Qian and Oppos, and did not consider himself a good person. Had it not been for Su Ruojin and Oppos' interjection, he would have paid no mind to the life or death of the stranger. His curiosity now lay in how Su Ruojin would proceed. His injuries, evidently from corporal punishment, emitted a foul odor, indicating serious infection. There was no way a mere healing ointment and 3 prescriptions could remedy this, if left unattended for another 3 days. Death was inevitable. Ruojin's tone was calm, devoid of emotion, yet her declaration of certain death stunned everyone. Wang Kai's mother cried out in despair, "What shall we do? My poor son, is it really that serious?" Miss Lin did not mention any life-threatening condition during her diagnosis. It's hard to say. Look at him. He breathes shallowly and exhales heavily. I fear he cannot hold on much longer. Did not Master Kai say treatment would be free? Do you know who this young lady is? She is Dr. Su from Renai Hall. Her medical skills rival those of Master Kai. I trust Dr. Su's words. Surely not. She appears too young to compare with Master Kai's expertise. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Lin Wanqing glared at Ruojin, feeling furious. This was her first formal diagnosis in public, and Ruojin's remarks undermined her entirely. Ruojin, do you take pleasure in my misfortune? My master and I have kindly diagnosed him, and Jiren Hall is providing ointment and medicine. What more do you seek? Are you afraid Jiren Hall will steal the business of Ren and Damp? Oppos, AI Hall? If you lack skill, step aside and cease this nonsense. Ruojin bypassed Lin Wanqing, who stood in her way, and directly approached Wang Kai. First, she placed her hand on him to check his pulse, then lifted his clothing to examine the wounds on his back. His back was red, swollen, and festering. Many areas had begun to suppurate, with pus unable to drain properly. And festering sores had even attracted maggots. Some wounds had not been promptly cleaned and had adhered to his clothing. Ruojin retrieved a cloth and delicately extracted a small splinter from one of Wang Kai's wounds, which had embedded itself in his skin during the punishment. Standing upright, she promptly placed a pill in Wang Kai's mouth and stated, "He has developed sores from the corporal punishment. To my knowledge, the healing ointment is effective for minor abrasions and small cuts, but it is virtually useless for sores caused by punishment. Such wounds require the removal of necrotic tissue, followed by the expulsion of stagnant blood with a lancet, then application of a golden sore medicine and angelica ointment, along with a proper course of wound healing medication. This patient in AMP, Oppos, has pulses nearly undetectable. Miss Lin, you merely grazed his wrist and hastily declared it a mere infection. What do you value human life as?" Wang Kai's mother momentarily ceased her tears, staring blankly at the young woman. Lin Wanqing, exasperated, retorted, "Ruojin, you are deliberately slandering me. Who says a longer diagnosis ensures accuracy? Is there any fault in my assessment that he suffers from an infectious disease? Indeed, strictly speaking, Lin Wanqing and Oppos' assertion that Wang Kai had an infectious ailment was not incorrect. Ruojin raised an eyebrow. "Oh, then please enlighten us as to what medicine he should take that would be appropriate." Chapter 67. Perhaps it's time for a change of sachet upon hearing Ruojin inquire about the appropriate medicine for treatment. Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Kai Fanzhou had previously presented her with a book on herbal medicine to memorize, yet she found the task arduous and merely skimmed through it before setting it aside. She had intended to use it as a reference, believing that with time, she would naturally remember its contents. Now, confronted with Ruojin's question, Lin Wanqing was at a loss for an immediate response, but she could not remain silent. Straining to recall remedies for wound infections, she stammered, "There are andrographis hautuinia and coptis." Ruojin raised her hand to interrupt. "Miss Lin, although these 3 herbs do possess the ability to clear heat and eliminate toxins, the current condition of the patient cannot withstand such a potent remedy as coptis." Kai Fanzhou shot Lin Wanqing a disapproving glare, deeming her utterly inept. Stuttering, Lin Wanqing retorted, "Then what do you suggest he should take?" While Ruojin indeed had medical knowledge, she was hardly superior to Lin Wanqing. If she proposed any flawed remedies, Master would certainly seize upon the mistake, allowing her to vent her frustrations. For herbs, Sancris, Buplurum, Gardenia, Atractylodes, Poria. Am I correct, Dr. Kai? Ruojin turned to Kai Fanzhou. Having practiced medicine for many years, Kai Fanzhou recognized that Ruojin's prescription was flawless, with several components even more refined than his own considerations. However, he would never voice his commendation for her. "Since Dr. Su has suggested this, I trust you have a comprehensive treatment plan. We at Jiren Hall will refrain from intervening. The patient shall be entrusted entirely to Dr. Su." Qing'er, let us depart. With that, Kai Fanzhou turned on his heel and walked away. Lin Wanqing shot a venomous glance at Su Ruojin before hastily following suit. Su Ruojin turned to a nearby child who had been watching the scene unfold. Handing him some coins, go to Run and Amp, Oppos, AI Hall, and find someone named Ji Hua. Ask her to send 2 people to take the patient away. The child, eyes wide with excitement at the sight of the coins, dashed off in the direction of Renai Hall. Su Ruojin assisted Wang Sai's mother to her feet, saying, "Madam, please wait here for a moment. Someone will come to carry your son to the clinic. Rest assured, we will ensure he receives proper treatment." Wang Sai's mother stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Among the crowd, someone who recognized Su Ruojin called out, "Madam, you should thank her. She is Dr. Su from Renai Hall, and she has cured my mother's chronic headache for years." Indeed, Wang Sai's mother, do express your gratitude to Dr. Su. Renan Oppos, AI Hall does not charge the truly impoverished. Finally grasping the situation, Wang Kai and Oppos' mother attempted to kneel in gratitude, only to be gently restrained by Su Ruojin. Subsequently, Su Ruojin handed more coins to the older boy among the 2 children. "Take this to buy some food." The child hesitated, unsure, until Su Ruojin insisted, at which point he gratefully accepted the money, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister." After reiterating her instructions for them to wait for the medical staff, Su Ruojin entered the tavern. Jiang Qianen observed the scene with a faint smile playing upon his lips, finding amusement in the young lady's penchant for meddling in others' affairs. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, young Master Jiang," Su Ruojin said, a hint of regret in her voice for delaying their meal. "It is of no consequence," Jiang Qianen replied calmly. The waiter, perceptive to their needs, led the trio to a private room. Su Ruojin instructed the establishment to bring her a basin of water for cleansing her hands. Then took a seat. "Young Master Jiang, do you have any dietary restrictions or particular preferences?" "None at all. I leave it to your discretion, Miss Su." Jiang Qian and Oppos, and replied as he gently placed the small Bao on a nearby seat. "Very well, then we shall cater to little Bao and Oppos as palate." Su Ruojin, feeling at ease, ordered several dishes suitable for the child. Before long, the meal arrived, and Su Ruojin served a piece of ginseng chicken to Jiang Qianen. "Do give it a try. This is the renowned ginseng chicken from Jushin Tower, and it is quite delectable. Do not mind its slight bitterness. It is beneficial for replenishing qi and nourishing blood, thus fortifying the body." "Thank you," Jiang Qianen said as he savored the chicken. A subtle bitterness intermingled with the savory sweetness of the meat, creating a delightful and unique flavor experience. "I never thought a hint of bitterness in chicken soup could be so pleasant," Jiang Qianen remarked sincerely. "Indeed, I did not deceive you," Su Ruojin chuckled, serving more dishes to little Bao. As they exited Jushin Tower after their meal, night had fallen, and the streets were adorned with various lanterns, bustling with the joyous laughter of children, punctuated by the sound of firecrackers. Su Ruojin took little Bao's hand and led him to a vendor to purchase a small tiger lantern. In his earlier days, little Bao would have found it daunting to navigate through such a crowd, yet now he walked hand in hand with Su Ruojin, unperturbed by the throngs around him. Jiang Qianen watched the pair ahead, a smile lingering in his eyes. Suddenly, a series of fireworks erupted in the sky, and Su Ruojin lifted little Bao into her arms. "Little Bao, would you like to watch the fireworks with your sister?" The child nestled his small head against her shoulder and nodded eagerly. Jiang Qian and Oppos, and quickened his pace to catch up with them. As the fireworks burst forth, illuminating the night sky over Yinyang, they also brightened Su Ruojin's radiant smile. The young girl's eyes sparkled with delight, her fair face shifting hues in the glow of the fireworks, reflecting their brilliance. Observing her, Jiang Qianen felt a tremor in his heart, his breath quickening. Not far from the trio, a shadow flitted past. The following morning, Jiang Qian and Amp, Oppos, and came to bid farewell to Su Ruojin and little Bao. "Miss Su, I entrust little Bao to your care. Should any needs arise, please inform Hu Qing. He will make the necessary arrangements." Hu Qing stepped forward. "Miss Su, I reside in the courtyard adjacent to the clinic. Feel free to reach out should you require assistance." Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, recalling her intention to rent the neighboring courtyard, only to discover it had already been leased by Jiang Qian and Oppos. And, as it turned out, I appreciate your help, she replied. Understanding his concern for little Bao warranted the presence of a guard. I will not be able to return to Yinyang to visit little Bao until after the new year. Take care on your journey, Ruojin said, bowing in respect. As Jiang Qian and Oppos and turned to leave, Ruojin caught a whiff of a faint yet alluring fragrance of sandalwood mingled with orchid emanating from the sachet tied to his waist. She regarded the black silk-woven sachet, adorned with a Chilean motif, lost in thought. The highborn truly are a perplexing lot, she mused. Young Master Jiang, Ruojin called out. Jiang Qian and Oppos, and turned back. Is there anything further, Miss Su? After a moment and Oppos. As contemplation, she spoke. If it pleases you, perhaps consider changing your sachet. Jiang Qian and Oppos, and was momentarily taken aback before a gentle smile graced his lips. Very well, I shall take my leave. Take care, Miss Su. With that, he mounted his horse and rode away. In the imperial capital, within the palace at Ci and Oppos, and palace. Mama Xan was tending to Empress Wei and Oppos' hair when Gong Shuangshi entered, kneeling to pay his respects. Your Majesty. Spies have reported that the regent has departed Yinyang and returned to the capital, leaving the young heir in a small clinic under the care of a young female doctor who has just come of age. Oh. Empress Wei tapped her long fingernails against the table. Mama Xen paused in her task, stepping aside. Chapter 68. Prince, are you opening a medical hall? After a moment of silence, Empress Wei spoke slowly, her tone revealing no discernible emotion. Isn't this young heir afflicted with a mental illness, rarely venturing outside? I requested the regent to bring him into the palace for my inspection, yet he claimed the child is shy. I am a relative of the heir, not a stranger. Yet now he dares to leave the young heir in Yinyang. At that moment, old Madame Xen interjected. Your Majesty, could it be that the regent has found a divine physician? Empress Wei responded with a cold smile. He is merely grasping at straws in desperation. If a small medical hall in Yinyang could truly cure ERS affliction, then what need would there be for the imperial physicians in the palace? Moreover, if he had indeed found a divine physician, do you believe he would so easily allow me to learn of it? Your Majesty is wise, old Madame Xan replied. I shall keep a watchful eye on that medical hall and report any developments promptly. Yes, Your Majesty, replied Shuangshi as she withdrew. Old Madame Xan approached to continue combing Empress Wei's hair. Your Majesty, the regent has been searching for a divine physician for the young heir. If he were to succeed, might Ear's affliction be cured? Empress Wei lowered her gaze to her protective ring and spoke softly. If Ear continues in this dazed state, I shall ensure he grows up peacefully, enjoying a life of tranquility. Should his affliction truly be cured, then he must not blame me, his imperial grandmother, for lacking familial affection. Chun and Oppos, or shall assume power in a year. I will not permit anyone to obstruct his path. Old Madame Xan ceased her words, her movements growing increasingly gentle. At the regent's residence, Shen Yu and Mu Jingshan were engaged in a game of chess. Upon seeing Xiao Yanshu return, both rose to pay their respects. Shen Yu leaned forward, peering behind him, finding nothing. He expressed surprise. You truly left Er in Yinyang? Are you not afraid that person will take action? Xiao Yanshu took a seat and sipped his tea. She will not act until she is certain Er's affliction is resolved. I intentionally let her know Er is at a small medical hall, which will lead her to believe I am merely desperate. Mu Jingshan, anxious, inquired. Has Er's condition improved at all? Xiao Yanshu glanced at him. Yesterday, Er and I dined at Jushin Tower, and later I took him to see the fireworks. Throughout the entire experience, he exhibited no signs of fear. Wood and Oppos, do you say he is much improved? Mu Jingshan and Oppos' mouth fell open. Not just a little better, but significantly improved. Was it truly that young lady who cured him? She is remarkable. I must go to Yinyang immediately to inquire how she treated Er's condition. With that, Mu Jingshan turned to leave. Stop! Xiao Yanshu's voice rang out. Mu Jingshan halted, his face a mask of frustration. Your Highness, it is New Year's Eve. Surely I can have a moment's respite. I just heard from the head of the Astronomical Bureau that starting tomorrow, the capital will be blanketed in snow. Will you be able to travel? Xiao Yanshu replied nonchalantly. Mu Jingshan sighed. resigned, and turned back. Very well, I shall remain in the palace. But I must insist that once the weather warms and the Empress Dowager's health improves, I will go to Yinyang to seek the young lady's guidance. Xiao Yanchu lowered his gaze to his tea, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. By the time the weather warms, Ear will have been in Yinyang for 3 months. According to their prior agreement, it will be time to return to the capital. What excuse could he concoct to have her accompany him back? Perhaps to open a branch of Run and Oppos. AI Tang in the capital? Yes, that seems like a plausible reason. Xinyu, procure a prime location in the capital suitable for a medical hall, Xiao Yinshu commanded. Xinyu looked bewildered. Your Highness, you wish to open a medical hall? Do as I say. Stop with the idle chatter, Xiao Yinshu retorted. Once Xiao Yinshu returned to his quarters, Xinyu discreetly pulled Mu Jingshan aside. Hey, Jingshan, is that physician from Yinyang truly a young lady? How old is she? What does she look like? Mu Jingshan looked at him suspiciously. What is your intention? What else could it be? I'm merely curious. Speak quickly. Indeed, she is a girl quite young, just of marriageable age, and, in my opinion, she is even more beautiful than Princess Fengxi, Mu Jingshan replied. This revelation left Shun Yu astonished. Princess Fengxi? The most beautiful woman in the capital? You dare to say she surpasses her in beauty? So, oh I see. Xin Yu and Amp. Oppos. S expression conveyed understanding, leaving Mu Jingshan bewildered. What do you understand? Speak. I must return. I am hungry. Xin Yu waved his hand and departed. Mu Jingshan was left with a mix of indignation and helplessness, primarily because he knew he could not win a fight against him. One day, I shall test this new poison of mine on you. He muttered darkly at Shun Yu and Amp. Oppos. S retreating figure, turning to head to the Empress Dowager and Amp. Oppos. S quarters. On the way, Mu Jingshan suddenly realized that the prince had just returned from Yinyang. Where could he have encountered the head of the Astronomical Bureau? Nevertheless, this year the capital is indeed colder than in years past. Ah, it is no rush. I shall wait until the weather warms before I go. Mu Jingshan shook his head in resignation. Once back in his room, Xiao Yinshu took out a fragrant pouch from his waist and examined it closely. The pouch was a gift from the Grand Princess, the only relative he could trust within the palace. In his youth, Xiao Yinshu had been bullied by the palace eunuchs and maidservants. Had it not been for the Grand Princess and Oppos, as protection, he would not have survived to this day, let alone learn martial arts in Qinghua Mountain. If the Grand Princess had wished him harm, why would she have saved him in the first place? There was no need for her to risk her life to open the city gates upon his return to the capital. Xiao Yinshu could not believe that the Grand Princess wished him ill, yet the words of Ruojin lingered in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yinshu placed the fragrant pouch back into its box and donned another. This one was a pale, blue silk pouch embroidered with auspicious clouds, crafted by the finest embroiderers in the palace. The craftsmanship was among the best in the entire realm of Dechu, yet Xiao Yinshu found this pouch exceedingly unattractive. Perhaps. Xiao Yinshu and Oppos. S gaze shifted slightly, his mind turning over a new thought. On New Year in Oppos, S Eve, the medical hall had closed early, and in the backyard, a long table made from the medical hall's furniture and a fire pit had been set up. Jihua, Yin Luo, and the young maidservants bustled in and out, tirelessly preparing. Before long, the table was laden with various dishes. Most of the maidservants and attendants in the medical hall were orphans, many sold into servitude as girls, all pitiable souls without homes to return to. On New Year's Eve, they had nowhere to go. So Ruojin decided to set up a large table in the backyard for everyone to enjoy a festive reunion dinner together. As preparations neared completion, Ruojin called over Yin Luo. Yin Luo, please go next door and invite Hu Qing to join us for the New Year and Oppos Eve dinner. Yes, Mississippi. Yin Luo understood that Hu Qing was sent by young Master Jiang to protect Xiao Bao, and it would be inappropriate to leave him alone on such a festive occasion. Upon knocking on the door next door, it opened almost immediately. Hu Qing stepped out. Miss Yin Luo, is there something you need? Young Master Hu. Our miss invites you to join us for the New Year's Eve dinner. Would that be convenient? Absolutely, absolutely, it is certainly convenient. Without hesitation, Hu Qing closed the door behind him and followed Yin Luo to the medical hall. The remaining 12 hidden guards could only conceal themselves in the shadows, enviously watching Hu Qing depart, cursing him for his lack of loyalty. Chapter 69. New Year's Eve dinner. The 12 shadow guards, being covert by nature, could not be placed in the open. Their lord feared that Miss Su might have some arrangements that would leave them untraceable, which is why Hu Qing was sent out. Naturally, they had to remain hidden. Dark 5 lamented, "The eldest is fortunate. He can go next door to enjoy the autumn breeze. I can already smell the delightful aroma wafting from there, and it makes my mouth water." Dark 1 smacked him on the head. "Say stop envying. Once we complete our mission and return to the capital, we can go to Mo Lianju. What exquisite dishes await us then." With a sigh, Dark 5 silently turned back to the room, where the 12 brothers had each prepared a dish. There was a bland, clear broth of cabbage without salt, dark and unappetizing fried potatoes, and a bowl of an unidentifiable yellow mush that was hard to describe. The only somewhat presentable dish was the stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers that Hu Qing had prepared before leaving. "Boss, shall we just go to Ju Xianlu for a meal?" Dark 6 looked at the unappetizing spread before them, unable to force it down. Dark 1 shot him a glance. "You think you can enjoy a meal there? What if something happens with the young master? Who would bear the consequences? We have pickles and steam buns here, plenty to fill our stomachs." Thus, the 12 shadow guards spent New Year's Eve dining on rice, pickles, and a plate of shredded pork with green peppers, all the while inhaling the delicious scents emanating from the neighboring room. Meanwhile, at the medicinal clinic, the young maidservants and attendants initially hesitated to sit at the same table as the ladies, standing respectfully. It was only when Ruojin feigned anger that they nervously took their seats. Once everyone was settled, Ruojin stood, raising her glass. "Today marks our first new year together. I hope Ren and Amp, Oppo's, AI Tang flourishes and becomes the finest clinic in Yinyang, no, the entire Dechu Kingdom. Once we thrive, I shall expand Ren AI Tang throughout the country, even into Beili, Xiaoyu, and Yunqi, ensuring that Ren AI Tang reaches every corner of the 9 continents. Let us raise our glasses in celebration of a prosperous year ahead. Hooray! May the coming year be smooth sailing." The chorus echoed as everyone toasted, clinking glasses and drinking to their shared future. After the first round of drinks, Yin Luo produced several red pouches, distributing one to each person present. The pouches were plump, and upon opening them, one could find a hefty sum of 20 taels of silver inside. Exclamations of disbelief arose. "Miss, this is far too generous." 20 taels was a sum that ordinary folk could hardly earn in a year. Having only just begun working at the clinic, the maidservants were overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy. They had previously endured hunger and cold, fearing they might starve or be sold into a brothel. Yet, after being brought to the clinic by their mistress, they found their work manageable and their mistress kind-hearted. To receive such a substantial red envelope during the new year was beyond their wildest dreams. They exchanged glances and, in unison, knelt before Ruojin, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Miss. We vow to remain loyal to you for life, never to betray our master." "All right, rise quickly. No tears during the new year." Ruojin laughed, encouraging them to stand. They bowed once more before returning to their seats, wiping away their tears and settling back down joyfully. Hu Qing, noticing he received a pouch as well, was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Yin Luo, why do I have one too?" Yin Luo smiled. "Young Master Hu, our mistress has said that your efforts in protecting Xiao Bao and the clinic have not gone unnoticed. You deserve your share as well. Please accept it." Before Hu Qing could refuse, Yin Luo had already placed the pouch into his arms. Realizing what had transpired, Hu Qing quickly stood and bowed to Ruojin. "Thank you, Dr. Su. Young Master Hu, on this festive occasion, there is no need for such formality. Do try my grandmother's spicy chicken." Ruojin replied with a smile. "You may simply call me Hu Qing, and Oppos, young Master Hu and Oppos. Feels too distant," he said. Ruojin did not object. "Very well, from now on, we shall all call you Hu Qing. Now let us enjoy the feast." The table soon buzzed with life as Ruojin attentively served dishes to the little Bao sitting beside her. After the merriment, Ruojin took Xiao Bao's hand, while Yuan Hong assisted the elderly Madame Lin back to her chambers. Madame Lin reached into her bosom, pulling out a pouch. and handed it to Xiao Bao. "This is a special gift for you, my dear. I hope your health improves swiftly and you grow up strong and healthy." Xiao Bao did not take it. Instead, he turned to look at Su Ruojin. Nodding, she encouraged him to accept it, and he finally took the pouch, hugging Madame Lin as a gesture of gratitude. For Xiao Bao, this was his only means of showing thanks. Madame Lin beamed with joy. "Xiao Bao, you are becoming increasingly well-behaved." "What about me, Grandma?" Yuan Hong piped up, looking pitiably at Madame Lin. "How could I forget you, my little rascal? Here, take this," she said, handing him a pouch. Yuan Hong quickly knelt, exclaiming, "May you have blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing the South Mountain." "You have a sweet tongue," Madame Lin chuckled, then produced another pouch for Su Ruojin. "Take this. It's for you." Su Ruojin hurriedly declined. "Grandma, I lack for nothing. You need not give me anything. That's simply one in Appos. Do. According to tradition, as long as you remain unmarried, elders must bestow you with New Year gifts. Don and Appos. Want it? Then find a husband quickly, with someone to care for you. I can save some money," Madame Lin continued, clearly intent on elaborating. Su Ruojin quickly accepted the pouch. All right, I shall take it." Madame Lin laughed, knowing her granddaughter was fearless, except when the subject of marriage arose. She couldn't and Appos. Help but wonder which unfortunate fellow would end up with such an exceptional granddaughter. Madame Lin then produced 3 sets of clothing. "These are new garments I've made for you. Try them on and see if they fit." One set was a vibrant red round-collared short jacket paired with a red embroidered skirt, trimmed with white rabbit fur, exuding a playful charm. Another was a deep blue outfit clearly tailored for martial arts practice. The last was a light blue brocade gown with a matching embroidered sash. Once the 3 emerged in their new attire, one in striking red, another exuding gallantry, and Xiao Bao showcasing the noble demeanor of a young gentleman, Madame Lin looked on with great satisfaction. Outside, the sounds of firecrackers and fireworks erupted in a festive symphony. Yuan Hong could no longer contain his excitement. "Xiao Bao, shall I take you to set off fireworks?" Though Xiao Bao and Appos, as health prohibited him from handling loud firecrackers, fireworks were permissible. Clinging to Su Ruojin and Appos' hand, his eyes sparkled as he watched Yuan Hong retrieve the fireworks he had prepared earlier. Understanding Xiao Bao's intentions, Su Ruojin smiled. "Sister will go with you." Xiao Bao and Appos' eyes lit up, pulling her along with urgency. "Grandma, come with us," Yuan Hong invited. Madame Lin chuckled. "This old bone of mine fears the cold. I shall stay here. You all go and have fun." Watching the 3 depart, Madame Lin felt certain that Lin Zhongshan would one day regret casting Su Ruojin out of the Lin family. It had barely been a month since Su Ruojin's departure, yet Madame Lin felt that life had already transformed entirely. Chapter 70. A mesmerizing dance in the capital, within the royal palace. It was New Year and Appos' Eve. As per tradition, the emperor was to host a grand banquet for his officials, requiring all officials of the 4th rank and above to bring their families to the palace. Empress Dowager Wei. The emperor and the empress entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony, where the officials paid their respects. Both the Empress Dowager and the emperor glanced towards the position of the regent, but found it empty. Xiao Qianyi frowned slightly, clenching his fists. His elder brother had always looked down upon him, and had arrived later than the emperor himself. The Empress Dowager seemed to sense her son's anger and cast a subtle glance his way. Xiao Qianyi quickly regained his composure, his expression returning to normal as he took his seat alongside the empress. "Where is Regent Li Yuansheng?" Xiao Qianyi inquired. Li Yuansheng, the Grand Chancellor at Xiao Qianyi's side, promptly replied, "Your Majesty, he should be arriving shortly." As soon as he finished speaking, a eunuch announced at the entrance, "The regent has arrived." All the officials rose once more to kneel in reverence. Xiao Yanchu waved his hand, saying, "Rise, everyone. It is New Year and Appos' no need for excessive formalities." "Thank you, Regent." The officials stood up. Xiao Yanchu approached Xiao Qianyi and respectfully bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress." Xiao Qianyi quickly raised his hand in a gesture of courtesy, replying, "Brother, there is no need for such formalities." Xiao Yanchu turned and took a seat among the crowd. A pair of eyes had been fixed on Xiao Yanchu since his entrance, unwavering in their gaze. Brother Yanchu, Shuang and Appos, who has finally seen you. Let the banquet commence. Music and dance begin. With Li Yuanxing's voice resonating, the music started and the dancers entered the hall to perform. The ministers toasted one another, exchanging New Year-esque greetings amidst a harmonious and festive atmosphere. Numerous officials raised their glasses to Xiao Yanchu, and he welcomed each one. Seventh brother, the princess and the prince consort toast to you, wishing you every success. Xiao Yanchu looked up to see Princess Xiao Foming and Prince Consort Song Zijia. He rarely stood to raise his glass, saying, "Thank you, Princess. May your wishes come true as well." The princess and Amp, Appos, eyes sparkled slightly. I borrow my seventh brother and Amp. Appos, auspicious words. She indeed carried a significant worry. After many years of marriage to the prince consort, she had yet to conceive. Although the prince consort did not voice his discontent, her mother-in-law and Appos' dissatisfaction weighed heavily on her heart. The princess had secretly consulted many doctors, but no remedy had proven effective. Seventh brother, you seem to have lost weight. Are you unwell? The princess inquired with concern. I am well. Perhaps I caught a chill recently, but I have recovered now. Xiao Yanchu felt warmth in his heart. In this cold palace, aside from his mother, only the princess noticed such details. That is good to hear. Seventh brother, it is not that I am chastising you, but you should consider marrying a princess soon. Having someone close by to care for you would bring me peace of mind. Xiao Yanchu smiled lightly, sister. If I meet someone I admire, I shall certainly marry her. The princess sighed softly. Oh you, how many truly admirable individuals exist in this world. Affection can be cultivated. As long as the family background and character are commendable, feelings will naturally develop after marriage. In the royal family, how many affairs can one truly control? Contemplating this, the princess glanced at her husband, who maintained a gentle smile. The prince consort nodded slightly at Xiao Yanchu, finishing his drink. At that moment, a young maiden stepped forward and gracefully knelt before the emperor and the empress dowager, saying, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, on this splendid occasion, I wish to offer a dance, praying for the prosperity of the great Chu and the enduring stability of our nation. The maiden wore a flowing gown of pale pink adorned with floral patterns, her arms draped in delicate silk, and a peony flower nestled in her hair, complementing the jeweled hairpin that swayed gently as she moved. Her eyes shimmered like rippling water, evoking a sense of longing. She was none other than Wei Yinxian, the most beautiful maiden in the capital, the Empress Dowager's niece, and the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, age 16. Shuanger has put in great effort. The Empress Dowager smiled and nodded. Proceed. Xiao Chini would not make things difficult for his cousin. The officials set down their cups, filled with anticipation. Rumor had it that the dance of Princess Wei was unparalleled in the capital. Indeed, we are fortunate to witness the dance of Princess Wei today, all thanks to the Emperor's grace. Princess Wei was indeed deserving of her title, as even before she began to dance, her grace was already captivating. Wei Yinxian respectfully bowed and retreated to change her attire in the side hall. As she passed the regent's table, she seemingly nonchalantly cast a glance at the man who occupied her thoughts. However, Xiao Yanchu was engaged in conversation with the princess, not sparing her a glance. Wei Yinxian bit her lip. For him, she had practiced this dance for an entire year, hoping to catch his eye on this New Year's Eve. Soon, she would astonish the world with her performance, and he would surely keep her in his heart from that day forth. With this thought, she quickened her pace to the side hall. Before long, the eunuchs brought out 3 large drums, leaving the attendees curious about their purpose. Boom, boom, boom. 3 palace maids approached and struck the drums. Suddenly, a maiden descended gracefully from the hall and amp, Appos, heights, landing perfectly atop the central drum. Her golden-hued gown, paired with a matching veil, accentuated her exquisite figure. As she landed, the musicians commenced their melody, and the dance flowed with the music. The maiden danced between the 3 drums, her movements embodying both grace and vigor. Those present had never witnessed such an innovative dance. They paused their eating and drinking, captivated by the enchanting performance. Wei Yinxian danced tirelessly, her gaze alluringly directed at the regent. Yet, he remained focused on his drink, not casting a glance in her direction. A pang of anxiety gripped Wei Yinxian, and a wave of frustration surged within her, causing her rhythm to falter for a brief moment, nearly causing her to fall from the drum. Fortunately, her year of training had provided her with a strong foundation, and she quickly regained her composure, managing to complete the dance without incident. In the end, Wei Yinxian struck a pose resembling a celestial being atop the central drum. The music ceased, and silence enveloped the hall. After a few seconds of stillness, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Bravo! Princess Wei truly deserves the title of the foremost talent in the Great Shu. In ancient times, there was the and Oppos, Nishong Yui and Oppos. Dance. Today we have Princess Wei and Oppos, S and Oppos. Mesmerizing dance and Oppos, leaving us in awe. Indeed, with such a performance, Princess Wei and Oppos, S talents will surely reach new heights. The Duke of Dinghua has truly raised a remarkable daughter. Duke Wei Qiming, despite his humble words, could not conceal the pride in his eyes. Your Majesty, Princess Wei's performance was astonishing. Should she not be rewarded? The Empress Dowager smiled contentedly at the kneeling Wei Yinxian below. Your Majesty? Seeing Xiao Qinyi remain silent, the Empress Dowager called again. Oh yes, she should be rewarded. Mother, what do you think would be appropriate? Xiao Qinyi, taken aback by Wei Yinxian and Amp, Oppos, S captivating dance, momentarily lost his focus. Alas, if only you had consented back then. My daughter-in-law would have been cousin Yinxian. Meanwhile, Empress soon noticed Xiao Qinyi's reaction, tightening her grip on her handkerchief, her eyes flickering, yet maintaining a serene smile. In my view, Princess Wei has reached the age for courtship. Why not take advantage of this auspicious occasion to grant her a cherished match? The Empress Dowager gently suggested. The entire capital was aware of Princess Wei and Oppos' affections for the regent, and thus, despite reaching marriageable age, no engagement had been arranged. Xiao Qinyi felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart, yet he dared not defy his mother's wishes, nodding his head. Everything shall be at mother's discretion. Chapter 71. The bestowed marriage. As Wei Yinxian knelt with her head bowed, her heart raced, almost leaping from her chest, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Her aunt had always known of her affection for the regent, and her long-held wish was finally coming to fruition, rendering her year of diligent practice worthwhile. Indeed, the Empress Dowager turned to Xiao Yanshu and spoke. Regent, you have now reached the age of maturity and should consider marrying a princess to manage the affairs of your estate. I believe Princess Fengxi is a perfect match for you in terms of beauty, talent, and family background. Why not seize this splendid opportunity and allow me to bestow this marriage upon you? Princess Fengxi, do you consent? Though the Empress Dowager's tone was one of inquiry, her words bore the weight of a decree, and generally, such a marriage proposal was a foregone conclusion. Ordinary subjects would not dare to refuse. The subjects shall abide by the Empress Dowager and Oppos' decisions. Wei Yinxian and Oppos' voice trembled with excitement as she shyly avoided gazing at the regent. The ministers seated near the Duke of Dinghua whispered in congratulations. Congratulations to the Duke of Dinghua. You should be the father-in-law of the regent. The Duke smiled silently. At that moment, the hall fell into silence. All eyes turned towards Xiao Yanshu. He casually popped a grape into his mouth, his expression indifferent, as if the Empress Dowager's words pertained to someone else entirely. Seeing Xiao Yanshu's demeanor, the Empress Dowager felt a surge of frustration but suppressed her anger, asking once more, Regent, what is your stance on this matter? Were it any other minister, she would not need to ask repeatedly. A direct decree would suffice. For who would dare disobey? However, the regent was a unique case, and even the Empress Dowager could not compel him into marriage. Xiao Yanshu wiped his hands with a handkerchief, rose, and slightly bowed to the Emperor and Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I am full now and have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. He then turned on his heel and exited the grand hall without a backward glance. The ministers exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to utter a sound. In the vast hall, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Empress Dowager and Oppos' face darkened as she watched Xiao Yanshu and Oppos' retreating figure. He had clearly disregarded her authority. She had previously hinted at marrying Wei Yinxian to him, only to be met with various excuses. Today, she intended to exert pressure on him in this setting, compelling him to accept Wei Yinxian as his bride. With Wei Yinxian in the Regent's estate, she would have an eye on him. How could he possibly evade her control? Yet, she never anticipated that Xiao Yanchu would so brazenly deny her in front of the ministers. Fists clenched in anger. The Empress Dowager stood abruptly. I am weary. With that, she turned and left. Xiao Qianyi looked at the trembling Wei Yinxian, concern evident in his voice. Princess Fengxi is exceptionally talented, a dazzling figure indeed. I bestow upon you a pair of jade rui, 1,000 taels of gold, 2 bolts of Tiancan cloud brocade, and a delicate hairpin made of 7 treasures of jade. With teary eyes, Wei Yinxian suppressed her emotions, bowed deeply to Xiao Qianyi. Her voice choked. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. As the palace banquet concluded, Wei Yinxian followed the Duke of Dinghua, her head bowed in silence. The Duke snorted coldly. That Xiao Yanchu dares to treat our Wei family in such a manner. Do not worry, daughter. I shall seek justice for you in due time. Our Wei family is not dependent on him alone. There are many fine suitors in Chu. Are they all inferior to Xiao Yanchu? At these words, Wei Yinxian suddenly lifted her head, her tone resolute. No, father, I only wish to marry the regent. Otherwise, I would rather cut my hair and become a nun. 2 years prior, when she first beheld Xiao Yanchu riding into the imperial city, spear in hand, she knew he was the only one for her. Without waiting for the Duke and Appo's response, she continued, Father, do you think my aunt would agree to let me marry another? The Duke recalled the Empress Dowager's words and fell silent. Indeed, only by marrying into the regent's estate could they bind the regent and the Wei family together, ensuring that could secure his position on the throne. After a long pause, he sighed, Daughter, I apologize for putting you in this position. Father, as long as I can marry the regent, I do not feel wronged, Wei Yinxian replied. The Duke, somewhat helpless, understood his daughter and Appo's temperament. She had never been denied anything she desired. Moreover, now that the Wei family was aligned with the emperor, they would rise or fall together, leaving him no choice but to accept. While the regent's rejection might stir gossip, he assured her, Do not fret, I will resolve this for you. Thank you, father. Wei Yinchuan's eyes flickered, and she fell silent. Upon returning to the estate, Steward Zhang approached to take Xiao Yanchu's cloak. My lord, do you require more food? The palace was filled with rules, and few could truly satisfy their hunger in such an environment. No need, I shall visit my mother. You need not accompany me. Yes, my lord. As Xiao Yanchu entered the Yilan courtyard, he heard a fit of coughing, his heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. Aunt Sulan emerged, seeing the regent and Appo's cheerful demeanor, and bowed. Greetings, my lord. The Empress Dowager was just speaking of you. Is my mother well? Xiao Yanchu inquired. Aunt Sulan sighed. She is still the same. Winter is particularly hard on her. But once the year passes, spring will come, and her health will improve. You need not worry too much, my lord. Very well, I will go in to see my mother. Aunt Sulan hurriedly lifted the curtain to allow him entry, quickly moving to support the Grand Empress Dowager Jiang. Your Highness, the Lord has come to see you. Though the Grand Empress Dowager was only in her 40s, her illness rendered her pale, with streaks of white in her hair and a frail figure that made her appear much older. Chua, you have come. Mother, how do you feel? Xiao Yanchu immediately sat beside her, concern etched on his face. Do not worry. With Dr. Mu attending to me, I shall be fine. The Grand Empress Dowager smiled faintly. Chua, have you just returned from the palace? Yes, I have just attended the palace banquet. The Grand Empress Dowager looked at her son, her eyes filled with concern. Chua, consider taking a wife. It would ease my worries if someone were there to care for you. Mother, today the Empress Dowager sought to marry me off to Wei Yinxian. The Grand Empress Dowager was taken aback. You have already assisted the Wei family so much. Why do they still seek to entangle you? Her agitation triggered another bout of severe coughing. Aunt Sulan quickly brought her a cup of water, gently patting her back to soothe her. Mother, I do not assist the Wei family. I serve the people of the Chu. If chaos were to engulf the Chu, it is the common folk who would suffer. As a prince, I bear the responsibility to protect them. After taking a sip of water, The Grand Empress Dowager steadied herself. Ultimately, it benefits the Wei family while they remain so wary of you. Mother, it is of no concern. They cannot harm me. That is best. I heard from Dr. Mu that you left Yi in Yinyang. How is he now? Chapter 72. The Banner of Honor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanchu's mind conjured the image of a young girl holding hands with Yi as they enjoyed the fireworks, and his expression softened considerably. Yinyang had a skilled physician, and under her care, Yi had begun to embrace interactions with the outside world. Not long ago, I visited him and brought him out to witness the fireworks display. Really? Yi is willing to go out now? That is truly wonderful, Jiang Taifei noted, observing how her son seemed to soften at the mere mention of Yinyang. Could it be that Yi and Appo's improving health was the reason? If that physician truly manages to cure Yi and Appo's ailment, you must express your gratitude appropriately, Jiang Taifei advised. Certainly, mother. Chuer, I do not ask you to seek a noble lady for your future wife. I merely hope you find someone you genuinely like, a girl who treats you sincerely. Jiang Taifei gazed at her son with affectionate eyes. Having been confined to the palace for much of her life, enduring a fate worse than death, she now wished for her son to live freely, unshackled by the chains of power. As long as it was someone her son cherished, even a humble farmer and Appo's daughter would suffice. Rest assured, mother, if I ever encounter such a girl, I shall certainly bring her back for you to see. Xiao Yanchu replied softly. For reasons unknown, a fleeting image of the young girl flashed through Xiao Yanchu and Appo's mind at that moment. Noticing Jiang Taifei and Appo's fatigue, he excused himself from her presence. Stepping out from Elon Courtyard, the sound of firecrackers filled the air, and the sky was ablaze with fireworks. Xiao Yanchu felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Yinyang, but he refrained. This year marked his first New Year and Appo's celebration in the capital after many years. He could not abandon his mother to journey to Yinyang alone. Perhaps he would consider it after the festival. In Yinyang, Ruojin accompanied Old Lady Lin to celebrate the New Year, engaging in light conversation while Yi rested against Ruojin and Appo's lap. Xiaojin, take the little one back to your room. You and Appo's you've been busy all day and must be tired. It would be best to rest early, Old Lady Lin gently suggested. At that moment, the city erupted with the sound of firecrackers, creating a symphony of noise that enveloped Yinyang. As the hour struck midnight, every household set off firecrackers, wishing for a year of bountiful harvests and familial joy. The sound of firecrackers also erupted at the entrance of the medical hall. Startled by the noise, Yi shuddered slightly, prompting Ruojin to cradle him and cover his ears. As the firecracker sound ceased, Yuan Hong excitedly dashed inside. Noticing that little Bao was asleep, he lowered his voice. Old lady, Sister Jean, I set off 5,000 firecrackers today. They were crisp and continuous. This year, everything will surely go smoothly. Old Lady Lin beamed with delight. Excellent. May the new year bring everyone prosperity. Ruojin lifted little Bao and said, Grandmother, I will take little Bao to rest now. You should also retire early. Very well. Off you go. Old Lady Lin waved her hand. Sister Jean, may I wake little Bao at the rooster hour to set off firecrackers together? Yuan Hong inquired. Before he could finish, Old Lady Lin lightly tapped his head. Little Bao and Appo's health is delicate. We must not frighten him with firecrackers. Realizing his oversight, Yuan Hong sheepishly scratched his head. In my excitement, I forgot. That and Appo's. It's all right. I and Appo's rise early and set them off myself. In Yinyang, it was customary for families to awaken at dawn on the first day of the new year to ignite firecrackers, symbolizing the welcoming of joyous days. All right, as long as you rise and set them off, go rest now. No one is more excited than you during the new year, Old Lady Lin chuckled. Ruojin returned to her room with little Bao and placed him on a small bed prepared by Ji Hua, encouraging him to sleep there alone. Though he appeared smaller than his peers due to his frailness, he was already 5 years old, and it was not ideal for him to share a bed with her any longer. After tidying up, Ruojin also lay down to rest. It was a common belief among the folk that one should not consume medicine or consult a doctor during the new year unless absolutely necessary. as a means to signify a year free from illness. Taking advantage of the recent days of leisure, Ruojin visited Mu and Amp, Appos, and village with her New Year gifts to see her mentors and Mr. Xiao. The remaining time was spent strolling with her grandmother, Yuan Hong, and Little Bao, seeking relaxation. On the fourth day of the new year, the Chengwang Temple Fair in Yinyang commenced. Early in the morning, Yuan Hong was already up and waiting. Upon exiting the medical hall, Hu Qing was already outside, as Ruojin had invited him the day before to join them at the temple fair. Believing Hu Qing and Amp, Appos, as presence would be beneficial for Little Bao, Ruojin thought it better for him to accompany them openly rather than hide away. The streets were bustling with life, a scene of vibrant festivities. Suddenly, the sound of gongs echoed from ahead, drawing a crowd. "Look, someone is presenting a banner. Who is it for? Let us go see." As they approached, they saw a man beating a gong, followed by 3 individuals carrying a large banner that read "New Star of the Apricot Forest, Divine Physician with Marvelous Skills." "Who is this for?" "Not sure. Let in Amp, Appos, as follow and find out." As the crowd swelled behind the banner bearers, Yuan Hong exclaimed, "Sister Jean, let us go take a look." His eyes sparkled with excitement. Ruojin smiled. "You go ahead. We will wait for you here." "All right." Yuan Hong dashed off, soon disappearing around a corner with the banner procession. The allure of the banner drew many away, resulting in fewer people on the street. Ruojin led Little Bao to a sugar painting stall, encouraging him to spin the bamboo stick on the turntable. The turntable displayed various designs, such as peaches, rabbits, peacocks, and puppies. The stall owner would create the corresponding sugar painting based on where the arrow landed. Seeing them approach, the stall owner warmly greeted, "Happy New Year, little friend. Come, give it a spin." Little Bao hesitated, but Ruojin took his hand. "Shall we spin it together?" With a gentle nod, Little Bao agreed. Together, they spun the bamboo stick, which eventually stopped at the peacock design. The peacock depicted in full display utilized the most ingredients of all the designs. "Wow, little friend, you are quite lucky," the stall owner exclaimed, scooping a spoonful of syrup to begin crafting the peacock. Little Bao watched intently, his eyes fixed on the stall owner as the sugar painting took shape. Once completed, the stall owner affixed a long bamboo stick to the peacock and handed it to Little Bao, saying, "Here you are, be careful with it." Little Bao accepted the sugar painting, took a cautious lick, and a rare smile graced his thin face. Ruojin exchanged a glance with Old Lady Lin, both finding comfort in each other in Appos' eyes. Sister Jean, Yuan Hong returned, breathless and glistening with sweat on his forehead. "Slow down, be careful not to fall," Old Lady Lin cautioned. "Can you guess who the banner is for?" Yuan Hong teased, drawing out the suspense. Ji Rintang? Yin Luo began guessing. Given the words on the banner, it must be for the medical hall, others chimed in. Yuan Hong shook his head mysteriously. Hushuan Tang? Yin Luo tried another name. Yuan Hong continued to shake his head. After a round of guesses involving various medical halls, Yuan Hong still remained tight-lipped. "Oh dear, Yuan Hong, stop teasing and tell us already, who is it for?" Yin Luo urged impatiently. Chapter 73. Rejection. Seeing Sister Yin Luo in a fluster, Yuan Hong finally spoke up. It was delivered to the governor and Appos' office for Lin Wanqing, and it was a banner sent by Madame Zhong. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, having considered all the medical institutions but failing to think of her. Yuan Hong recounted the gossip he had heard. "I heard that Miss Zhong fell ill some time ago, developing black spots all over her body, and it was Miss Lin who cured her, which is why Madame Zhong sent her the banner." Black spots? Ruojin felt a sense of unease. She had visited the governor's residence several times, but Miss Zhong, being physically impaired, had remained indoors, and they had never crossed paths. How could a young lady who seldom left her home suddenly develop black spots? Regardless, with Madame Zhong and Appos' gift of the banner, Lin Wanqing and Appos' reputation soared in Anyang City. On the 7th day of the new year, Feng Ying brought news from the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Jiren Hall had offered 2,000 taels of silver to purchase the antidote for the second course of the Shadow Frost treatment, which had been declined. Upon receiving this news, Ruojin finally realized what was amiss. Shadow Frost was a poison developed by the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. It would not claim a life, but would cause the body to become covered in black spots, which would multiply over time. Treatment required 2 courses, or else a relapse would occur. If she recalled correctly, last year, Kai Fanzhou had sought the Heavenly Medical Pavilion for Shadow Frost, claiming he was researching an antidote. At that time, Shadow Frost had just been developed, and the preliminary antidote formula could only temporarily suppress it, allowing the black spots to disappear for 7 days before returning. As a cooperative medical institution of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion, they naturally would not refuse Kai Fanzhou's request. Having one more person researching the antidote was beneficial. If Kai Fanzhou could develop it, the Heavenly Medical Pavilion would be willing to purchase the formula. However, before Kai Fanzhou could make any progress, the Heavenly Medical Pavilion had already independently developed the antidote. Connecting the dots, Ruojin realized that Lin Wanqing had been massaging Miss Zhong all along. Lin Wanqing truly had a daring spirit, even daring to act against the governor and Appo's daughter. Previously, Ruojin had only informed the Heavenly Medical Pavilion to cease cooperation with Jiren Hall, but had not notified Jiren Hall. And Kai Fanzhou remained unaware that his institution had been blacklisted by the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. It seemed he had grown accustomed to seeking help from the Heavenly Medical Pavilion whenever faced with difficulties, and they typically obliged. Thus, he had the audacity to allow Lin Wanqing to apply Shadow Frost on the governor's daughter. If this had been in the past, Kai Fanzhou's strategy would have indeed been effective. It would quickly elevate Lin Wanqing's name in Anyang and win the favor of the governor and his daughter. Unfortunately now, the Heavenly Medical Pavilion only had Jiren Hall as a cooperative institution in Anyang. With Kai Fanzhou's request denied, he could find no other institution to assist him in procuring the antidote. Purchasing it from elsewhere would not suffice due to the time constraints of travel. Kai Fanzhou was rendered speechless upon receiving the refusal from the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Everything had exceeded his plans. Previously, regardless of the medical requests he made, the Heavenly Medical Pavilion would do its utmost to accommodate him, let alone a successfully developed antidote. He had never been outright rejected before, and now he was informed that there would be no further cooperation with Jiren Hall. Kai Fanzhou had no idea where he had offended the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Without their support, how would he handle any difficult cases in the future? Even without those, certain rare medicinal materials could only be procured from the Heavenly Medical Pavilion across the entire Great Shu Kingdom. Moreover, with Wanqing currently treating Miss Zhong, without the antidote for the second course, the poison for Shadow Frost would surely recur. What would he do then? Cold sweat broke out on Kai Fanzhou's forehead. The idea of using Shadow Frost had been his suggestion to Lin Wanqing. If it failed, ruining her reputation would mean incurring the wrath of the governor. What to do? What to do? Kai Fanzhou paced back and forth in his room, unsure of how to reveal the truth to Lin Wanqing. Little did she know that Kai Fanzhou could not procure the antidote, and for the past few days, she had been quite pleased with the banner displayed in her room. Her efforts in secret had not been in vain. To avoid detection, she had carefully applied the powdered Shadow Frost onto a handkerchief. After massaging Miss Zhong, she would use the handkerchief to wipe her sweat, allowing the poison to seep into her skin gradually. By the second day of the new year, when Madame Zhong came to invite her over, Lin Wanqing knew her plan had succeeded. Using the antidote provided by her master, indeed, all the black spots on Miss Zhong had disappeared. Madame Zhong was immensely grateful, offering 300 taels of silver to thank Lin Wanqing, but she graciously refused. This only further endeared her to Madame Zhong, who had once harbored slight reservations about Lin Wanqing. Subsequently, Lin Wanqing inadvertently revealed her ambition to become a doctor like her master, dedicating herself solely to the welfare of her patients, with the aspiration of hanging banners throughout the medical hall. Understanding this, Madame Zhong instructed Granny Zhong to prepare a banner to present to Lin Wanqing. Such an admirable female doctor was someone Madame Zhong was eager to promote, which would also benefit the people of Anyang. As Zhao Jiao entered Lin Wanqing's room and saw the banner, she felt a sense of pride. Chinger, from now on, you shall be the most renowned female doctor in Anyang. Lin Wanqing's performance had finally overshadowed that little wretch, Ruojin, and Zhao Jiao felt an immense sense of relief this new year. Lin Wanqing smiled gently. I still have much to learn from my master. Of course, and our Qing and Appo's is so intelligent. She learns quickly, Zhao Jiao remarked, her satisfaction with her long-lost daughter growing deeper. Qing and Oppos. After the new year, you will turn 16. It is my fault for losing you. It has delayed your marriage prospects. Rest assured, I will find you a good match. In the Great Chu Kingdom, it was customary for girls to begin considering suitors at 14, marrying shortly after their coming-of-age ceremony. With Lin Wanqing just found, Zhao Jiao could only now begin to arrange a marriage for her. Hearing her mother and Oppo's words, Lin Wanqing feigned shyness, lowering her head, her eyes flickering. Given her current status, no matter how skilled she was in medicine, she could at most marry into the family of a fourth-rank official, which would already be considered an elevation. Lin Wanqing would never settle for a common official in Oppo's family. In her view, with her beauty and knowledge, she deserved to marry into a prestigious family in the capital, even as a prince's consort or a noble lady. However, whether it be a young master, a prince, or a lord, they all resided in the capital. If she remained in Anyang, she would have no chance to encounter them. Lin Wanqing recalled the regent she had longed to meet, but had yet to see, the legendary god of war of the Great Chu. No, she had to find a way to reach the capital. Mother, there is no rush for my marriage. Right now, I wish to focus on studying medicine. When the Ruojin Academy in the capital opens for examinations, I want to participate, Lin Wanqing declared. Zhao Jiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Lin Wanqing to aspire to study medicine to such an extent. Initially, she only hoped Lin Wanqing would learn enough to elevate her status, making it possible for her to marry into a fourth-rank family. However, if Qing and Oppos, could be admitted to Ruojin and Oppos, an academy, that would change everything. Chapter 74. Kai Fanzhou. You wretched creature. Ruojin Academy, situated at the foot of Kangwu Mountain on the outskirts of the capital, is the most renowned academy in the Great Chu Kingdom. Each generation's headmaster is the imperial tutor, and to study there is tantamount to being a disciple of the current emperor. For several years, the top 3 scholars in the imperial examinations have emerged from Ruojin Academy. Furthermore, the academy does not discriminate based on background. Anyone who can pass the entrance examination is welcome to study there. Once admitted, men typically enjoy prosperous careers, while women are eagerly sought after by noble families, destined to become esteemed matriarchs. For Lin Wanqing, gaining admission to Ruojin Academy seemed the swiftest route to entering the capital and marrying into a prominent family. Zhao Jiao, however, found it hard to believe that before her daughter was found, she had been living in the countryside without any formal education. Qing, are you serious? Ruojin Academy is not easily attainable. Although they do not harbor biases against backgrounds, those who succeed in gaining admission are mostly royal relatives or scions of noble families. Even if the entrance examination is fair and open to all, the education that noble children receive from a young age far surpasses that of ordinary commoners. Mother, please believe in your daughter. As long as I have one outstanding skill, I can gain admission. I have studied diligently with my master and even cured Miss Zhong's ailment. I will use my medical expertise to pass the entrance exam at Ruojin Academy, and I am certain of my success. Lin Wanqing radiated confidence, bolstered by her past life and Oppo's medical knowledge. Moreover, the scarcity of female doctors in the Great Chu Kingdom implied less competition. She was determined to succeed. After all, she had been a university student in her previous life and could recall some classical poetry from that world. With such preparation, she was convinced she could secure a place at Ruojin Academy. Seeing her daughter and Oppo's unwavering confidence, Zhao Jiao felt a surge of excitement. If her daughter could indeed gain admission to Ruojin Academy, it would be akin to soaring to great heights, signifying a future filled with promise. All right, as long as Qing'er has faith, your father and I will wholeheartedly support you. Just as Zhao Jiao intended to share more heartfelt words with Lin Wanqing, Zhang Momo hurried in, her expression fraught with urgency. Madam, Miss, the governor's wife has sent someone to summon the young lady to the manor, stating that Miss Zhong's old ailment has recurred. What? Lin Wanqing suddenly realized that the 7 days had elapsed. Where's my master? Why hasn't he given me the antidote? She swiftly exited the Lin residence, instructing the sedan chair bearers, first, take me to Jiren Hall. She needed to retrieve the antidote from her master before proceeding. Otherwise, how could she treat Miss Zhong's poisoning? Upon arriving at Jiren Hall, She was informed that Kai Fanzhou had been summoned by a noble from the capital days prior. There was no telling when he would return. Lin Wanqing and Amp, oppose, as face paled. What am I to do now? Did my master leave? Anything for me? She asked, clinging to a glimmer of hope. No, he didn't, replied the apprentice, extinguishing her last flicker of optimism. From beginning to end, it had been her responsibility to tend to Miss Zhong's illness. Kai Fanzhou had never been present. Without the antidote, how could she possibly provide treatment? Failing to cure her would not absolve her of responsibility either, with Madame Zhong awaiting her. Lin Wanqing had no choice but to hastily prepare some common detoxification medicine that Kai Fanzhou had taught her and rushed to the governor and Oppo's manor. Zheng Momo had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Wanqing arrive, she disregarded all formalities and hurriedly led her to Zhong Ruojin and Amp, Oppo's room. When Madame Zhong saw Lin Wanqing had finally arrived, she breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Lin, please examine my daughter. Why has this black spot reappeared? Lin Wanqing forced herself to remain calm. Madame Zhong, do not fret. Allow me to take a look first. She approached and pretended to check Zhong Ruojin's pulse before retrieving her concocted antidote and handing it to Zheng Momo. Please have this brewed and administered to the young lady. Of course, I shall do so at once. Zheng Momo responded, her face filled with delight as she took the medicine and left. Thank you, Sister Lin, Zhong Ruojin said, feeling somewhat reassured by Lin Wanqing and Oppo's presence, especially since Lin had previously cured her of the black spots. Although the spots were unsightly, Zhong Ruojin did not experience any discomfort beyond that. Yet no girl could bear having such blemishes. Naturally, she was anxious. Lin Wanqing forced a smile. Sister Jean, do not worry. The medicine will work. Zhong Ruojin nodded. Madame Zhong felt her anxiety dissipate. Miss Lin, thank goodness you are here. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss for what to do. Lin Wanqing maintained her smile, internally praying that her antidote would prove effective. Yet what if it failed? A while later, Zheng Momo returned with the brewed medicine. Zhong Ruojin wasted no time and promptly drank it. All eyes were on her, anxiously awaiting her reaction. Suddenly, she began to retch violently. Sister Jean, what is wrong? Madame Zhong exclaimed, rushing to support her daughter. Lin Wanqing's complexion paled slightly. Having studied medicine with Kai Fanzhou for some time, she understood that the reaction stemmed from a conflict between her antidote and the effects of the shadow cream, resulting in a rejection by Zhong Ruojin's body. In simpler terms, her concoction was utterly ineffective. Miss Lin, what is happening? Madame Zhong asked, gently patting her daughter's back while turning to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing rapidly adjusted her demeanor, feigning calmness as she replied, Madame Zhong, this is a normal reaction. It indicates the toxins are being expelled from Sister Jin's body. I will administer acupuncture to stop the vomiting. Hearing this, Madame Zhong felt relieved and quickly made way for Lin Wanqing. Vomiting induced by the medicine's irritation of the stomach was not a grave issue. Lin Wanqing employed the acupuncture technique taught by Kai Fanzhou to alleviate Zhong Ruojin's distress. Once the vomiting subsided, Madame Zhong no longer harbored doubts. Miss Lin, why has the black spot not yet faded from my daughter's skin? The last time, it vanished almost immediately after your treatment. Madame Zhong, the recurrence of the black spot is more stubborn, requiring several days of medication before it will disappear, Lin Wanqing explained. Oh, that is reassuring, Madame Zhong said, not giving it much thought. After all, illness can strike suddenly, but recovery is often gradual. Please, Miss Lin, could you write a prescription? I shall have Zheng Momo fetch the necessary herbs. Certainly, Madame Zhong. Lin Wanqing composed herself and moved to the side to write the prescription, appearing completely unperturbed. In reality, her handkerchief was nearly ruined from her anxious fidgeting, her palms slick with sweat. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Wanqing felt restless. She had prescribed 5 days in Oppo's worth of medicine for Zhong Ruojin, but these remedies could not antidote the effects of the shadow cream. She could only pray that her master would return to Yin Yang within these few days and provide her with the antidote. Yet, on the 5th day, Kai Fanzhou had still not returned. At that moment, Lin Wanqing began to contemplate whether Kai Fanzhou, too, was incapable of resolving this toxin and had absconded, leaving her to face this predicament alone in Yin Yang. This was indeed a possibility that Kai Fanzhou could have entertained. Kai Fanzhou, you wretched creature, Lin Wanqing muttered under her breath. Yet, despite her grievances, she had to devise a solution to this predicament. What to do? With no options left, Lin Wanqing sought out Zhao Jiao and laid all the details bare. Mother, I have been ensnared by Kai Fanzhou. Tomorrow, the Zhong family will discover that Miss Zhong and oppose, as poison remains unresolved, and they will come to hold me accountable. If that happens, my reputation will be irreparably tarnished. The only course of action is for me to head to the capital. At that time, you can say that I believed Miss Zhong's poison had been cured and left for the capital to prepare for the entrance examination at Ruojin Academy. As long as I gain admission, the Zhong family will not dare to voice their grievances. One cannot help but admire Lin Wanqing and oppose. That's astute strategy. Chapter 75. Escape Zhao Jiao was rendered speechless by Lin Wanqing's words. If this were true, it would mean that Qing'er had completely offended the governor's office, jeopardizing Lin Jingshan's prospects for promotion. Zhao Jiao hesitated, dispatching someone to summon Lin Jingshan back. After deliberation, they concluded that apart from what Lin Wanqing had suggested, there were no better alternatives. With Qing'er gone, the Zhong family could no longer voice their concerns. Shall we order the prepared provisions for Lin Wanqing, Qing'er? Let Suiju and Zhang Mama accompany you on your journey. They will look after you along the way. Once everything was packed, Lin Wanqing departed from Yinyang that night, setting off for the capital. The next day, upon seeing her daughter consumed by the illness for 5 days, with her dark spots unchanged, Mrs. Zhong hastily sent for Lin Wanqing, only to learn that she had already gone to the capital to prepare for the entrance examination at Ruojin Academy. Incensed, she found herself at a loss for words. Regardless of whether Lin Wanqing's visit to the capital was genuine or feigned, the fact that she could abandon her patients so callously spoke volumes of her character. Mrs. Zhong deeply regretted not having trusted her initial judgment regarding Lin Wanqing's integrity. Feeling once again deceived, Qing'er's leg, which Lin Wanqing had treated, showed little improvement. It became evident that Lin Wanqing was merely a charlatan, lacking any genuine medical skills. When Zhongli learned of this, fury filled his eyes. Very well, Lin Jingshan, your daughter dares to treat my daughter so disdainfully. Let her flight bear consequences. Previously, Zhongli had refrained from confronting Lin Jingshan, considering Lin Wanqing's earnest care for Qing'er. After all, the Zhao family had paid their dues, and Lin Jingshan was not entirely culpable. However, it was clear that a man capable of raising such a daughter could hardly be exemplary himself. Zhongli took the recommendation letter he had previously penned and burned it in the candlelight, then took up his pen once more to rewrite. Lin Jingshan, the governor of Yinyang, is a mediocre man who indulges his wife and brother-in-law in their misdeeds. He is unfit for a significant position and should be demoted to county magistrate. After finishing, he sealed the letter and handed it to the steward. Deliver it to the Ministry of Personnel. Yes, sir. Both Lin Jingshan and Zhao Jiao, aware of their missteps, brought lavish gifts to the governor's office for several consecutive days, yet the doorman refused them entry. Lin Jingshan contemplated waiting for the governor's anger to subside before returning to apologize. After all, Qing'er had treated Ms. Zhong and prescribed medicine. If the illness persisted, it could not solely be blamed on her. What doctor in the world could guarantee a cure for every ailment? Even the royal physicians would hesitate to make such claims. However, Lin Jingshan did not wait for the governor's temper to cool. Instead, he received a notice from the Ministry of Personnel demoting him. He stood frozen in shock. Just a moment ago, he had been contemplating a promotion, but overnight he was relegated to a county magistrate. Zhao Jiao felt dizzy. In that instant, a flicker of regret crossed her mind. Had they brought Lin Wanqing back, perhaps her husband could have ascended to the position of governor, and she would have become the governor's wife. But this thought was fleeting. Now, both Lin Jingshan and Zhao Jiao pinned their hopes on Lin Wanqing. If Qing'er could gain admission to Ruojin Academy, perhaps there would still be a chance for redemption. Though Lin Wanqing had fled, Zhong Ruojin's illness still required treatment. Mrs. Zhong simultaneously sent for Kai Fanzhou and Su Ruojin, hoping their medical skills could provide some relief. However, the steward returned to report that Dr. Kai was in the capital treating a noble and would not be back for the time being. Mrs. Zhong found it strange that both Lin Wanqing and Dr. Kai had coincidentally gone to the capital. Not long after, Dr. Su Ruojin arrived, carrying her medical kit. Dr. Su, I appreciate your effort in coming here. Please examine my daughter and tell me what is causing her dark spots. Can she be cured? Mrs. Zhong spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though Jiner was somewhat frail, she was still a young lady. If these dark spots could not be eliminated, her life would be utterly ruined. Madame Zhong, do not fret. I will first take Miss Zhong's pulse, Dr. Su Ruojin said, settling beside Zhong Ruojin and gently placing her wrist in her hand. Indeed, as she suspected, Zhong Ruojin had been poisoned by the shadow frost. Miss Zhong is afflicted by shadow frost. Once the poison is resolved, she will be fine. Without further ado, Dr. Su produced an antidote and handed it to Zhong Ruojin. Take this pill, and you shall recover. Although Lin Wanqing had previously spoken ill of Su Ruojin in front of Zhong Ruojin, the latter felt an inexplicable trust upon seeing her confidence. Without overthinking, she accepted the pill and swallowed it. Dr. Su turned to Nurse Zhong, saying, Nurse, please escort Ms. Zhong to the restroom. As soon as Dr. Su finished speaking, Zhong Ruojin felt discomfort in her abdomen. Nurse Zhong hurried to assist Zhong Ruojin to the nearby restroom. Watching them leave the room, Mrs. Zhong grew anxious. Dr. Su, what will happen with this poison? Who would wish to harm my daughter? Previously, under Dr. Su's guidance, Mrs. Zhong had uncovered that it was indeed concubine Chun, who had once been her personal maid, that had poisoned her during childbirth, resulting in severe bleeding that nearly claimed both her and her child's lives. Mrs. Zhong had never taken a life, and, recalling concubine Chen's past as her maid, did not seek her death, only punishing her before selling her off. Now that concubine Chen was no longer in the residence, Mrs. Zhong could not fathom who else might wish to harm her daughter. Doctor, Su took a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Madame Zhong, there is no need to worry. Miss Zhong has taken the antidote. Once the poison is expelled, all will be well. Shadow frost only causes dark spots. It does not inflict further harm. If only Mrs. Zhong knew that shadow frost was merely a concoction of Dr. Su and Damp, Oppo's, whimsy, she would surely be taken aback. Reflecting on this, Dr. Su felt a twinge of guilt. Her intention had simply been to experiment with a bit of fun, never anticipating it would be used for malicious purposes. That is a relief. Thank goodness for your presence. Mrs. Zhong sighed in relief. Madame Zhong, while shadow frost is minor, I wish to discuss Ms. Zhong's leg ailment, Dr. Su stated earnestly. Upon hearing Dr. Su mention Jiner's condition, Mrs. Zhong's heart sank. Dr. Su, you are aware of my difficult labor. Jiner was born frail, and subsequently, she could scarcely walk. It is all my fault. Dr. Su replied, Ms. Zhong is still young, and her body has yet to fully develop. Her legs can still be saved. With treatment and some rehabilitation exercises, she will be able to walk normally, though vigorous running and jumping may remain out of reach. What did you say? Jiner can walk normally? Mrs. Zhong's voice rose in astonishment as she sprang to her feet. Countless doctors had told her that would be nearly impossible for Jiner to stand again. Now, Dr. Su claimed she could walk normally? Mrs. Zhong had never dared to hope for Jiner to run and jump. Merely being able to walk again would be a blessing. Regret washed over Mrs. Zhong, and she wished she could slap herself. Had she known this, why had she not summoned Dr. Su sooner to examine Jiner? Just then, a tense voice sounded from the doorway. Chapter 76. I want Su Ruojin to die. Sister Su, do you think I could stand up and walk? Zhong Ruojin returned just in time to hear Su Ruojin say that she could regain her ability to walk, her voice trembling slightly. Deep down, Zhong Ruojin had already resigned herself to the fate of spending her life confined to a wooden chair. Hence, Su Ruojin's words struck her like a bolt of lightning, shattering the despair that had long settled in her heart. It is possible, but the process of rehabilitation will be arduous. I am not afraid. I am not afraid of hardship. As long as I can stand up, I fear nothing. Zhong Ruojin hurriedly responded. Compared to the monotony and despair of a life spent indoors, the pain of exercise seemed trivial. For the first time, this was the first instance someone had told her she could stand. Mother, did you hear that? Sister Su said, I can stand up. Zhong Ruojin excitedly turned to look at Madame Zhong, her eyes glistening with tears. Mother heard it. Mother heard it. Madame Zhong nodded eagerly. Having witnessed countless patients become elated upon discovering hope, Ruojin remained composed and called Ruojin over. Come here. Let me see how your poison has been alleviated. She rolled up Ruojin's sleeve, revealing that the dark spots on her arm had significantly faded, yet they had not completely vanished. The poison has been mostly resolved, but some remnants remain. I will prescribe additional medicine. With 3 days of treatment, it will be entirely eliminated. Ruojin began to write a prescription. Madame Zhong and Ruojin exchanged anxious glances before Madame Zhong spoke up. Dr. Su, what about my daughter's legs? Her legs will not heal overnight. I will come daily to administer acupuncture, and she will be able to stand in a month. After that, she will only need treatment every 5 days, and the rest will depend on her own efforts to regain strength. For now, we must first eradicate the remaining poison before changing the prescription and nurturing her health. Ruojin outlined the treatment plan. A month. I can stand in a month? Ruojin still cannot believe it. You will be able to stand, but not walk just yet. You have been sitting for too long, and your legs have weakened. You will need to practice for a while. All right, I will practice. I will practice. After administering the acupuncture, Madame Zhong personally escorted Ruojin out of the residence. Dr. Su, my daughter has not left the house. Even her meals are personally attended to by Nurse Zhong. I truly cannot comprehend how she was poisoned. Madame Zhong expressed her confusion. Ruojin smiled gently. Madame Zhong, given that Miss Zhong has not ventured outside, the number of individuals capable of poisoning her is exceedingly limited. The shadow poison can be ingested directly or absorbed through wounds or skin. However, it only causes dark spots on the skin and does not inflict further harm, indicating that the poisoner did not intend to take Miss Zhong's life. One would not poison another without reason, if they did not wish for Ruojin's demise. What could their motives be? Madame Zhong fell silent as the answer began to dawn on her. She bitterly smiled. It was I who had invited the wolf into my home. Unfortunately, Lin Wanqing had fled, and there was no evidence to suggest she had poisoned her. Yet Madame Zhong made a mental note of the incident. Anyone who dared to harm her daughter would not escape unscathed. Ruojin said no more and respectfully bid farewell to Madame Zhong. Kai Fanzhou had not gone to the capital. Instead, he had hidden away at his estate. Otherwise, if Lin Wanqing could not be cured, the Zhong family would surely summon him. Without the support of the Heavenly Physician Pavilion, he could not resolve the shadow poison, and he could not afford to lose face. Days later, a servant who had been secretly gathering news about the Zhong family arrived at the estate, informing Kai Fanzhou that Miss Zhong's dark spot illness had been cured and that she had not left Yinyang in recent days. Kai Fanzhou was taken aback. How had she recovered so quickly? He had assumed that Miss Zhong would need to go to the capital to seek treatment, where there would be numerous medical establishments collaborating with the Heavenly Physician Pavilion that could surely cure the shadow poison. Do you know who cured her? Gai Fandu Inguit. The servant replied, it is said to be Dr. Su from Renai Hall, who has been visiting the governor's residence daily. Ruojin, how could it be her again? Had she usurped his collaboration with the Heavenly Physician Pavilion to obtain the antidote for the shadow poison and cure Miss Zhong? Indeed, that must be it. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Physician Pavilion have inexplicably ceased its partnership with Jirenhall? That little vixen must have employed some underhanded tactics to force the Heavenly Physician Pavilion to abandon the Kai family. He would not let her off easily. Upon returning to Yinyang, Kai Fanzhou happened to witness the constables beating drums and gongs, delivering the plaque of Yinyang's first medical establishment. Once hung at the entrance of Jiren Hall to Renai Hall, the townsfolk gathered, clapping and following behind. He watched in disbelief as the plaque, which had adorned Jiren Hall for many years, was now hung at the entrance of Renai Hall. Kai Fanzhou clenched his fists. Upon returning to Jiren Hall, the servant informed him that the clan elders were waiting for him in the meeting hall. As soon as Kai Fanzhou entered the hall, the clan leader reprimanded him sternly. Patriarch, the title of Yinyang's first medical establishment has always belonged to us at Jiren Hall, yet now it has been snatched away by a mere girl from Renai Hall. As the Patriarch, how will you account for this to us and the Kai family? Kai Fanzhou's gaze slowly swept across the elders present. Elder, what is there to explain? Now, each family relies on Jiren Hall for sustenance. Are you suggesting that the monthly silver distribution has been shorted? Your son, Kai Jiang, responsible for sericulture in Jiangnan, made no profits this month and instead withdrew 1,000 taels from Jiren Hall for circulation. Have I ever questioned that? Now that Jiren Hall is being oppressed rather than assisting me, you come here to blame me? Is the Kai family mine alone? If that were the case, Jiren Hall would not be faring as well as it used to. Since you are all here, let us discuss reducing the dividends for each family. As soon as these words left Kai Fanzhou's mouth, the elders exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Indeed, as Kai Fanzhou had pointed out, the other businesses within the clan were being suppressed by the Merchant Alliance, yielding minimal returns. And most of their expenditures came from Jiren Hall. If Kai Fanzhou truly cut off Jiren Hall and Appos as provisions, their lives would become unbearable. The three elders hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Patriarch, we are just anxious. How can a mere girl's establishment steal the name of Jiren Hall in such a short time? No one can swallow this indignation, can they? Kai Fanzhou replied coldly. I will not let her off. You all may return and await my news. Since the Patriarch has a plan, we shall take our leave and look forward to your good news. The clan leader rose and led the way out. Once the elders had departed, Kai Fanzhou seized the teapot on the table and smashed it to the ground. Tea and shards scattered everywhere. A group of old fools, utterly clueless, only know how to flaunt their authority before me. The sound of the teapot shattering startled Ah Wang, who was following him. Ah Wang hurriedly stepped forward to clean up, advising, Master, calm down. It is not worth damaging your health over this. Kai Fanzhou returned to his chair, his eyes darkened with malice. Go, fetch me 3,000 taels in silver notes. Chapter 77. Seeking the Dark Alliance. Kai Fanzhou stepped out with a banknote of 3,000 taels, heading towards the Yihonglu, the largest brothel in Yinyang, where he was a frequent patron. Upon seeing him, the proprietress greeted him with a smile. Ah, Master Kai, you have come. Yinyang has been yearning for you day and night. Her appetite has waned, and it pains me to witness. Kai Fanzhou tossed a pouch of silver coins her way, and her smile broadened as she accepted it. Quickly, please, upstairs. Yinyang, Master Kai has arrived. Yinyang was Kai Fanzhou's longtime companion at Yihonglu. He made his way to her room with ease. Upon entering, he found Yinyang seated before a dressing mirror, combing her hair, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. Not perturbed, Kai Fanzhou approached and embraced her, asking, What? Are you upset? Yinyang shot him a glance and continued with her grooming. How could I? Master Kai is a busy man. Surely he has forgotten a mere woman like me. From his bosom, Kai Fanzhou produced a butterfly jade hairpin and delicately placed it in her hair. My dear Yinyang, do not be angry. I have indeed been preoccupied lately, but today I seized the moment to visit you. This hairpin is a recent arrival from Tsuyun Pavilion, a unique treasure in Yinyang, accentuating your beauty. Yinyang glanced at the hairpin adorning her head. Her expression softened. You do have a heart. Kai Fanzhou laughed heartily, pulling her closer and leading her to the bed. In less than half a tea's worth of time, he paused, holding the lovely maiden in his arms, a look of contentment on his face. As he played with her hair, he casually inquired, Yinyang, I once heard you mention the Dark Alliance. Do you know how to contact them? Kai Fanzhou was one of Yinyang's favored patrons, always managing to earn his keep in a short span without exerting much effort. With a flirtatious tone, Yinyang responded, You wish to find the Dark Alliance? That is not something you should concern yourself with. Just tell me how to make contact. Kai Fanzhou insist. I need to know how to reach them. Yinyang's eyes twinkled as she replied, I have heard whispers, but... She paused, gazing intently at Kai Fanzhou. Understanding her implication, he grabbed a piece of clothing nearby, pulling out a banknote and slipping it beneath the quilt. You little vixen, truly insatiable. Yinyang chuckled, planting a kiss on his cheek. You understand me best. Speak. I heard from a patron that if one loses 18 taels at the Fulu gambling house, neither more nor less, and utters congratulations and prosperity, someone will reach out to you. Having obtained the desired information, Kai Fanzhou wasted no time, dressing and departing from Yihonglu. He promptly made his way to the Fulu gambling house to follow Yinyang's instructions. As night fell, just as Kai Fanzhou was about to retire to bed, an arrow suddenly pierced through the paper window, lodging itself into a pillar within the room. Startled, he was about to call for help, when he noticed a note attached to the arrow. He retrieved the note, which read, "Write your demands and the amount on a piece of paper, along with half the deposit, and leave it beneath the willow tree by the Yin River outside the city." The note bore the unique seal of the Dark Alliance. Kai Fanzhou understood that the Dark Alliance had contacted him. He took out a piece of paper and wrote, 3,000 taels of silver to buy the life of Su Ruojin from Renee Itang. She has been extorting and poisoning people. This is to rid the world of a menace. The Dark Alliance, a mysterious organization in the Great Chu Kingdom, was said to be capable of anything as long as the payment was adequate. They never set a price. It was up to the client to determine the worth of their request, paying half up front and the remainder upon completion. If the client's offer was deemed too low or the alliance refused the task, only half of the deposit would be refunded, without exception. Thus, it was crucial for the client to carefully gauge their offer, lest they forfeit half their deposit. To Kai Fanzhou, killing a young girl seemed a trivial matter, and 3,000 taels was more than sufficient. He placed the note and 1,500 taels at the designated location and returned home to await news. In the capital, on the 13th day of the first month, the Dowager Empress suggested that Xiao Yinshu visit Yinyang to see Er and celebrate the Lantern Festival with him. Just as Xiao Yinshu was preparing to set off, urgent military news arrived from the border. The Bailey Kingdom was mobilizing troops en masse at the northern Chu border, compelling him to rush there instead. Meanwhile, the incident of Princess Fengxi being rejected by the regent had spread throughout the capital. Some felt pity for the regent, but more were secretly mocking Princess Fengxi for overestimating her worth, as many aspired to marry into the regent's household. Following this event, it became evident to all that the Empress Dowager intended to betroth Princess Fengxi to the regent, and no one dared to propose to the Dingwood Duke's household thereafter. During this time, the princess refrained from attending any banquets in the capital. Rumors circulated that she had fallen ill due to the rejection and was bedridden. On the 17th day of the month, the Dowager Empress summoned Princess Fengxi to the palace, praising her compassion for the suffering populace and her charitable donation of 10,000 taels to aid the victims of the snow disaster in Xinjiang City. In light of her good deeds, the Empress bestowed numerous rewards upon the princess. Upon leaving the palace eunuchs followed with the gifts from the Empress back to the Dingwood Duke's residence. This led to Princess Fengxi being hailed as a living bodhisattva among the common folk, with many beginning to defend her and secretly criticize the regent for failing to appreciate such a fine woman. Su Ruojin was unaware that young Master Jiang had gone to the border. She assumed he was simply busy and did not concern herself with his absence. However, when she received a letter from the Dark Alliance, she smiled. Yet the smile did not reach her eyes, which were filled with a chilling coldness. Kai Fanzhou, how audacious to enlist the Dark Alliance to assassinate her. Feng Ying, filled with indignation, suggested, "Miss, shall we have someone deal with Kai Fanzhou?" She mimicked a gesture across her throat. Su Ruojin raised her hand. "No need to bother. The deposit will not be refunded." She needed to contemplate how to reciprocate this grand gesture from Kai Fanzhou. Her fingers drummed rhythmically on the table before she paused and commanded, "Feng Ying, go fetch the families of the patients Kai Fanzhou has previously treated to death and inform his wife of his extramarital affairs, including the 2 children he fathered with his mistress." Long ago, the Dark Alliance had delivered Kai Fanzhou's intelligence to Su Ruojin. Initially, she had no intention of meddling. As long as he remained a competent healer in Yinyang and did not provoke her, she would let him be. However, she had not anticipated his attempt on her life through the Dark Alliance. Since he sought her demise, she could not remain passive. If she did, her other masters would likely capture her and re-educate her on the principles of, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall exact my vengeance." Understood, Mississippi Feng Ying withdrew to carry out her orders. Kai Fanzhou waited in vain for news of Su Ruojin's downfall over the following days. Growing anxious, he spent 18 taels at the gambling house in search of the Dark Alliance's contact person, but this time, after sending out the signal, no one reached out to him. With no other options, he consoled himself that perhaps the Alliance needed time to prepare. A few nights' wait was not unusual. One evening, as Kai Fanzhou sought refuge in the chambers of his concubine, the door was suddenly kicked open. Startled, he collapsed onto his concubine, and upon glancing towards the entrance, He could not help but feel a surge of anger. Chapter 78. The Concubine Wang. What is the meaning of this? Kai Fanzhou bellowed, his voice laced with fury. Wang, his legitimate wife and the daughter of the local gentry, was raised in a life of privilege and indulgence. It was through marrying her that Kai Fanzhou acquired financial backing from her family, enabling him to elevate Jiren Hall to its current stature. Despite their years of marriage, Wang had been unable to bear children, leading Kai to take several concubines out of necessity. However, today, Wang received shocking news. Kai had secretly maintained a mistress who had borne him a son and a daughter. In the realm of the Great Chu, respectable families did not harbor mistresses. Such actions would not only invite scorn, but also demean the legitimate wife. Unable to endure this humiliation, Wang confronted Kai directly. You, Kai Fanzhou, I permitted you to take concubines, yet you still dared to keep a mistress behind my back. Wang, slightly plump and flanked by a group of servants, barricaded the door. Upon realizing the cause of her ire, Kai hastily donned his garments, his gaze evasive as he protested. What mistress? I know nothing of this. Perhaps someone has been spreading malicious rumors. Step forward and confess, or I shall have you all sold. With business at Jiren Hall dwindling and his other ventures suffering under the pressure of rival alliances, Kai, as the family head, could not afford to offend Wang. My dear wife, do not let the words of petty individuals cloud your judgment against me, he implored. For years, he had ensured that his mistress remained discreet, confident that Wang would never discover her. Yet Wang, her temper flaring, retorted, Kai Fanzhou, do you truly believe I would remain oblivious? If you claim not to know them, then who are they? She gestured behind her, and the servants parted to reveal a woman and 2 children, bound and gagged, unable to speak. The woman, appearing to be in her early 20s and strikingly beautiful, struggled against her restraints, tears streaming down her face. The 2 children, around 6 or 7 years old, whimpered softly. Kai was taken aback. He never anticipated Wang would bring the trio before him. Although Wang was known for her fiery temperament, she was not foolish and had swiftly verified the information before confronting him. With the evidence presented, Kai found himself cornered, unable to deny the truth. The woman and her children gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, evoking a pang of sorrow within Kai. Regardless of the circumstances, they were his flesh and blood. Observing his expression, Wang scoffed, Kai Fanzhou, since you profess ignorance of these 3, then you shall not mind if I sell them off. Please, my lady, do not. Kai pleaded in desperation. Wang's laughter was cold. What? Are you reluctant? On our wedding day, you vowed never to take a concubine. I, fearing you would lack heirs, allowed you to take them. Yet here you are, ungrateful and maintaining a mistress. Kai understood the weight of her words. She had the power to carry out her threats. My lady, I was wrong. Please, forgive me this once. Forgive you? Very well. Dispose of them, and I shall consider it, she replied, leaving Kai in a precarious position. The typical resolutions for a mistress caught were either execution or sale, a choice he found unbearable. After a moment's contemplation, he steeled himself. My lady, might we discuss this privately? Wang scrutinized him before signaling for everyone to leave, including the concubine, who quickly exited and closed the door behind her. Within the room, Kai fell to his knees, startling Wang. Forgive me, my lady, I was wrong, he choked out. Yun is a pitiful soul. Having fled from the south and collapsed by the roadside, I took pity on her and saved her life. When she awoke, she insisted on repaying my kindness. And out of compassion, I took her in, fearing your disapproval, hence my silence. Seeing her husband kneel before her, tears in his eyes, Wang's heart softened slightly. Remembering their years of marriage and her own sorrow over being childless, she sighed inwardly, suppressing her anger. Very well. After some time, we shall bring her into the household. Kai's heart soared with relief as he embraced Wang. My lady, your generosity knows no bounds. I shall return to the fragrant courtyard with you. As they left the room, the servants understood that the storm had passed. Wang commanded, let these 3 reside in Huayan courtyard. They are not to step outside without my permission. Yes, my lady, the servants replied in unison. Upon hearing this, Ruojin smiled faintly, recognizing Kai Fanzhou's good fortune in having such a magnanimous wife. Since this is the case, I might as well lend him a hand. The information provided to her by the Dark Alliance regarding Kai was far more extensive than this incident alone. Days later, while Wang was out shopping with her maids, a commotion erupted nearby. A woman was angrily confronting a man, drawing a crowd. As Wang passed, she overheard the woman accusing, "You scoundrel! You poisoned my tea with safflower to prevent me from bearing children, all for the sake of your mistress. I knew something was off with that tea, yet you deceived me with lies of tonics. What sin have I committed to deserve a heartless wretch like you?" Suddenly, the woman broke from the crowd, grasping Wang's sleeve. "Madam, please adjudicate this. I toil day and night for my family, yet this ungrateful man poisons me against my will. Is there no justice in this world?" Caught off guard, Wang was taken aback, and her servants rushed to separate the woman from her. The woman, overwhelmed, collapsed on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The woman's husband stood nearby, watching with disdain. "Look at you, fat as a pig, old and ugly. How could you ever compare to my beloved Ruojin? You're lucky I haven't divorced you yet. Ruojin is nothing but a lowly courtesan. I will report you to the authorities. Just wait." With that, the woman sprang to her feet and dashed towards the government office. The man, realizing the gravity of the situation, cried out after her, "You wretched woman, come back." As they fled to a secluded alley, both halted, exchanging glances that belied their earlier quarrel. From the shadows, Ji Hua stepped forth, observing the unfolding drama. Chapter 79. "Divorce, dear lady. We have accomplished what you entrusted us with," the woman said with a smile. "Excellent. Here is your reward," Ji Hua said, handing them 2 silver pouches. "Thank you, miss, thank you." The two quickly departed. As they walked away, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Wang Shi standing in a daze, staring blankly in the direction they had vanished. A maid, noticing her mistress's unusual demeanor, hurried over and asked softly, "Madam, are you unwell? Conceiving, herbal tea, safflower, strange tastes, tonics, infertility. Why does everything sound so familiar?" "Madam, madam." The maid called again, seeing that Wang Shi was unresponsive. Wang Shi finally snapped out of her reverie. "What is it? Madam, are you all right?" The maid was visibly concerned. "I'm fine. Let us go to the Renai Hall," Wang Shi declared. Being a straightforward woman, she felt compelled to uncover the truth immediately. The maid was taken aback. "Madam, do you feel unwell? Allow me to fetch the master to examine you. After all, Master is a renowned physician, and he has always cared for your health." Wang Shi disregarded the maid's concerns and walked resolutely towards the Renai Hall. As the legitimate wife of Kai Fanzhou, she was well aware that, in Yinyang, aside from Renai Hall, most other clinics had various connections to Kai Fanzhou, often holding him in high regard. Could she trust their words? Only Renai Hall was deemed a thorn in Kai Fanzhou's side. Upon arriving at the clinic, Yin Luo notified Su Ruojin, "Miss, the lady has arrived." Su Ruojin smiled faintly and approached. "Madam, are you here for consultation? This way, please." Wang Shi followed Su Ruojin into the examination room, instructing the servants to remain outside. "Where do you feel discomfort, madam?" Su Ruojin inquired. "I wish to ascertain whether I can still conceive," Wang Shi replied. Su Ruojin gestured for Wang Shi to place her hand on the pulse pillow. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and sighed softly. Wang Shi, anxious, asked, "Doctor, can I still conceive?" Su Ruojin shook her head. "Madam, your prolonged consumption of safflower has rendered you incapable of bearing children." "What do you mean?" Wang Shi exclaimed, rising in agitation. "Not only safflower, but I can also detect a faint musk scent on you. Have you been wearing a sachet containing musk?" The combination of musk and safflower, alas. Su Ruojin sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Though Wang Shi lacked medical knowledge, as the wife of a physician, she understood that both musk and safflower were detrimental to a woman's ability to conceive. Trembling, she retrieved a sachet from her person and handed it to Su Ruojin. "Is this what you mean?" Su Ruojin accepted the sachet, opened it, and extracted some small black granules. "This is musk." The sachet contained various strongly scented herbs and flowers. With the musk's aroma nearly imperceptible, Wang Shi trembled all over, her eyes reddening. This was the sachet specially prepared for her by Kai Fanzhou, who claimed it would soothe her and aid her sleep. Trusting her husband, a skilled physician, she had never doubted his intentions, believing it to be a sign of his care. Little did she know, it was a poison that would condemn her to a life without motherhood. If you do not believe me, you may consult other physicians, Ruojin suggested. Thank you, doctor. Wang Shi forced a bitter smile and left the clinic. You mama, find out what that Yunyang was doing before? Wang Shi instructed as she exited. Yes, miss, Yu mama replied, taking her leave. Yu mama had been Wang Shi's nurse since she married into the Kai family and was the one she trusted most. Upon returning home, Wang Shi instructed someone to fetch safflower and steep it in her favorite red tea. As she brought the cup to her lips, tears streamed down her face. So this was the tonic Kai Fanzhou claimed was good for her health. It became clear that he never wished for her to bear his child. Perhaps he had been scheming for a concubine or a mistress from the very beginning. His promises to marry only her and never take a concubine were nothing but deceitful lies. What he coveted was the Wang family's fortune. Without a child, the family's wealth would fall into Kai Fanzhou's hands, leaving her, aged and faded, vulnerable to his whims. At that moment, Yu mama entered the room, noticing Wang Shi's swollen eyes, and softly called, Mississippi. Wang Shi, hearing Yu mama's voice, wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. Speak. That Yunyang is not a refugee. She is a distant cousin of a master. Her family fell into hard times, and they sold her to a brothel in Bishi City, where the master encountered her and redeemed her, secretly bringing her back to Yin-Yang City. Yu mama relayed all she had learned. Yu mama's inquiries had gone smoothly without much effort, and she had obtained the information she sought. Bishi City was not far from Yin-Yang City, and Kai Fanzhou often visited for consultations. Wang Shi's understanding deepened. This was the reason Kai Fanzhou kept Yunyang as a mistress. In the Great Chu Kingdom, even when taking a concubine, a man's mistress was expected to have a respectable family background. While she could come from a poor family, she could never be a woman from a brothel. So that was it. How could Kai Fanzhou only dare to keep her outside? It seemed that night she had pushed him to the brink, forcing him to concoct such a lie to deceive her. Since Kai Fanzhou has acted without compassion, let him not blame me, Wang Kaiju, for being ungrateful in return. You mama, go and sell those 3, then summon my father here, Wang Shi ordered calmly. Yes, madam, Yu mama said, hurrying out of the room. She aimed to complete this task before the master returned, fearing that if he came back and concocted some scheme, Wang Shi's compassion might resurface, allowing a mistress with a child to overshadow her. When Kai Fanzhou returned home, he found Wang Yuanwei seated in the main hall. A wave of unease washed over him, yet he maintained a smile. Father-in-law, what brings you here? Wang Yuanwei scoffed. If I hadn't come, my daughter would have no idea how badly you were treating her. Kai Fanzhou, you have done well, keeping a mistress. Kai Fanzhou cast a resentful glance at Wang Shi. They had reconciled the previous day. Why had she now summoned her father? However, he dared not voice his thoughts, especially since the accountant from Jiren Hall had informed him that they still owed 8,000 taels for the medicine. He had planned to ask his father-in-law for some assistance. Father-in-law, how could I? I cherish Zhuer dearly. As for Yunyang, Zhuer has already consented to her entering the household as the 4th concubine, Kai Fanzhou explained. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Yuanwei hurled a teacup at him. Had he not dodged swiftly, it would have struck his head. Father-in-law, what is the meaning of this? Kai Fanzhou exclaimed in fear. What is the meaning? You know well what you have done. I am here to demand that you and Zhuer divorce. Though it is often said that one should not destroy a marriage, Wang Yuanwei could not allow his daughter to remain with a man who had condemned her to a life without motherhood. The Wang family could easily support 100 Wang Kaizus without issue. Chapter 80. Sentencing and Divorce? Kai Fanzhou was taken aback. If a divorce were to occur, where would he procure the funds? He resolutely refused to entertain the notion of separation. Dear father-in-law, regarding Yuliang, I acknowledge my faults. Feel free to chastise me as you wish. However, I genuinely cherish Zhuer and cannot bear to lose her. I will not agree to a divorce. I shall send Yu Liang and the others away immediately and vow never to see them again. Though Kai Fanzhou spoke tenderly, his heart was unwavering. He believed that Wang Kaiju did not truly wish for a divorce. It was merely her family's reaction to the situation concerning Yu Liang that stirred trouble. A means of venting frustration. What could a woman nearing 40 do if she divorced him? How could she decide such matters? Wang Yuanwei waved his hand. and Granny Yu presented a tray bearing a fragrant sachet and a cup of tea. Upon seeing these items, Kai Fanzhou's pupils constricted. No, it cannot be. They cannot have discovered it. Kai Fanzhou, your malice knows no bounds, resorting to such despicable tactics to render Zhu'er barren for life. If you agree to a divorce, our Wang family shall not pursue the matter further. Should you refuse, we shall seek redress from the magistrate. Without waiting for Kai Fanzhou's response, Wang Yuanwei laid bare the truth. Realizing that the situation had escalated beyond concealment, Kai Fanzhou fell to his knees. Dear father-in-law, Zhu'er, I was wrong. I was bewitched. Please forgive me. I will send Yu Liang away at once, and I swear that from this day forth, there shall be only Zhu'er in my heart. The two children will bear Zhu'er's name. She is their sole mother. Turning to Wang, he pleaded, Zhu'er, after all these years as husband and wife, could you truly abandon me? Wang, her eyes reddened, turned away. She had longed for children, having dreamt of motherhood, which was why she had previously acquiesced to Yu Liang's presence in their household. She had acted for the sake of the two children. Yet, Kai Fanzhou's ruthless desire to control her had extinguished her hopes of becoming a mother, and she could no longer endure it. If you do not draft the divorce papers today, we shall take this matter to the government. With that, Wang Yuanwei rose to leave. Kai Fanzhou could not allow Wang Yuanwei to take such a course of action. The truth would be easily uncovered, and he could not escape the repercussions. Should that transpire, not only would a divorce be inevitable, but his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and he would no longer be able to remain in Yinyang. Very well, I shall write it. Kai Fanzhou gritted his teeth. He would draft the divorce papers and afterward persuade Wang to return. Granny Yu promptly provided the prepared paper and ink. Once Kai Fanzhou had completed the document and affixed his seal, Wang immediately stood and commanded, Granny Yu, let us depart, taking all my dowry with us. Remember, nothing and no one is to be left behind. Yes, miss, Granny Yu replied, summoning her subordinates to begin the removal of belongings. One by one, items were carried out. Embroidered landscapes, a grand cabinet adorned with yellow rosewood and peony designs, a coral cabinet, intricately carved wooden couches, and numerous boxes of clothing, fabrics, and jewels. Even the flowers and trees planted in the courtyard were uprooted and removed from the Kai residence. Kai Fanzhou watched, his heart bleeding. Yet he had no grounds to intervene, for all of these were Wang's dowry. After Wang Yuanwei led Wang away in a grand procession, the steward of the Kai household hurried in to report, Master, Yu Liang, and the two children have been sold by the lady. What? Kai Fanzhou felt a sharp pain in his chest, a metallic taste rising in his mouth, which he forced down, swallowing several pills to alleviate his discomfort. Weakly, he ordered, Quickly, find them and bring them back to me. Yes, sir, the steward hurried out. However, no sooner had the steward left than he returned, his expression grim. Master Kai Fanzhou, seated, rubbed his chest, impatiently inquired, What brings you back? Sir, the magistrate's officers are at the door, claiming someone has accused you of administering improper treatment, resulting in death. The steward's voice dwindled to a whisper. With Wang gone, the Kai residents felt desolate, and now faced with this new predicament, the steward pondered whether he too should seek a new employer. Previously, the lady had provided a monthly stipend. Now that she had departed, could the master maintain such expenses? Kai Fanzhou felt dizzy, and had it not been for the steward's quick reflexes in catching him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Though light-headed, he knew he had to make an appearance in court. As he surveyed those kneeling before him, a chill coursed through his veins. Had he not previously warned these individuals against causing trouble, threatening them with dire consequences? Why had they suddenly emerged? Upon discovering that among those present was a gray-haired elder from the Imperial Medical Bureau, Kai Fanzhou's legs turned to jelly. The matter was uncomplicated, regardless of his defense. The presence of the elder rendered him unable to deny the fatal outcome resulting from his misjudgment, although it was not his intent. According to the laws of the Great Chu, a physician who, through insufficient skill, causes a patient's death due to erroneous treatment or incorrect procedures, would face a year of penal servitude at the Lagustone Quarry at the border of the Great Chu. Once Lord Zhong announced the punishment, Kai Fanzhou sank to the ground. Previously, he could rely on Wang's assistance to avoid such penalties, but now that she had divorced him, How could she still help? The Kai family was unlikely to expend a fortune on his behalf. They could easily appoint a new head of the family. Not a single one of the doctors from a Yinyang medical clinic, who had previously followed Kai Fanzhou, stepped forward to defend him. Why had everything unfolded so coincidentally? For years, Wang had remained oblivious. Why had she suddenly discovered his clandestine affair and the use of drugs? The families of these patients were impoverished and powerless. They had been dealt with before, so why were they now accusing him? Something was amiss, something was awry. Kai Fanzhou felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness pervading the entire situation, yet he could not discern the threads of its complexity. After all, who besides him could possibly know such hidden matters? As Kai Fanzhou was escorted toward the Lagu stone quarry, nearly all the citizens of Yinyang had gathered to witness. Most could hardly believe that the esteemed physician Kai could cause a death and then threaten the bereaved family against reporting him. Bah, esteemed physician? He is nothing but a quack. When my grandson fell ill, I sought his help, and he simply turned away. My father suffered a heart attack, and because I could not produce 50 taels for his consultation, he refused to act, and my father perished as a result. I heard that Mr. Chen's long-standing ailment was cured by him. He only treats the wealthy, indifferent to the plight of the poor. He deserves this fate. Had he acted when I sought his aid, my son would not have died. An elderly woman cried out, hurling a cabbage at Kai Fanzhou. Once the first projectile was thrown, others followed suit. Rotten tomatoes, foul eggs, and decaying vegetable leaves rained down upon Kai Fanzhou. The populace's hatred for him stemmed not from a lack of medical skill, but from the belief that he had disregarded numerous opportunities to save lives. As Kai Fanzhou cowered in the confined space of the prison cart, he had nowhere to hide from the deluge of refuse. Soon, he was covered in filth. At that moment, Kai Fanzhou caught sight of Ruojin standing among the crowd, smiling at him. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt an inexplicable conviction that all of this was orchestrated by her. This wretched girl, he vowed that if he ever emerged from his predicament, he would not spare her. Yin Luo stood beside Ruojin, puzzled miss why not simply kill him. Chapter 81. Severe injury. Yin Luo was perplexed. With her mistress's capabilities, it would have been an effortless task to eliminate Kai Fanzhou. Why then did she choose to spare him? Ruojin gazed at the receding prison cart and spoke slowly, for Kai Fanzhou to transition from a revered divine doctor to a despised criminal. To witness the Wang family abandon him, and to be separated from his children, is akin to a complete disintegration of his family. This suffering surpasses death itself. Moreover, given his frail constitution, one cannot ascertain whether he will endure even a year at the stone quarry. Yin Luo and Appo's face was filled with admiration. Truly, you are remarkable, Mississippi. Jihua smiled quietly from his side. Others may be unaware, but she knew her mistress only refrained from killing when absolutely necessary. Yet this did not imply softness of heart. Once, an assassin was bribed to attack the head of the Tianyi Pavilion, but upon entering, he was struck by poison and wailed in agony for 7 days and nights, his flesh and organs rotting away, unable to take his own life. From that moment on, no one dared to recklessly intrude upon the Tianyi Pavilion. If Kai Fanzhou could cherish this opportunity and behave himself, that would be one thing. However, should he persist in his ways and fall once more into her hands, he would meet with a certain demise. As the barren trees of Yinyang began to sprout new buds and the forsythia blossomed, Ren Ai Tang had truly become the foremost medical institution in Yinyang, with patients arriving in a steady stream. Ruojin struggled to lift Little Bao, while old Madame Lin looked at him with satisfaction. Little Bao has grown not only in weight, but also in height. Alas, I wonder when he will finally speak. With a gentle smile, Ruojin patted Little Bao's head. There is no need to rush the matter of speech. Psychological wounds require time to heal. In just over 2 months, it is a significant improvement that Little Bao can accept the company of those close to him in the clinic. Little Bao was now able to dine like ordinary children, with the exception of avoiding particularly spicy or indigestible foods. Occasionally, a smile would flicker across his face, and Ruojin felt a deep satisfaction. As the days passed, it was less than a month until Jiangqi and was due to take Little Bao back as promised. After spending some time together, Su Ruojin felt a twinge of reluctance as the thought crossed her mind to inquire with Jiang Qi and about the possibility of visiting Little Bao regularly after his return. During this period, Zhong Ruojin also gradually began to stand, commencing her rehabilitation training. The young girl exhibited great resilience, enduring the pain without complaint, persevering through her exercises. Mrs. Zhong's health was also steadily improving. Lin Wanqing had fled, Kai Fanzhou was exiled to the border, and Ji Rentang had fallen from its status as the premier medical establishment in Yinyang to merely an ordinary clinic, its business plummeting. After Lin Zhongshan was demoted to county magistrate, he and Zhao Jiao became much more subdued, no longer troubling Su Ruojin at the clinic. As night fell, Su Ruojin returned Little Bao to his own room. He had learned to sleep alone, but to ensure he felt secure, she had opened a door between her room and his, allowing him to reach her whenever he needed. Once Little Bao fell asleep, Su Ruojin returned to her chamber. Upon entering, a strong scent of blood assaulted her senses. Her pupils constricted as she slowly reached into her sleeve, retrieving 3 silver needles, their tips glimmering with a faint blue light. She stealthily approached the source of the odor, whereupon she spotted a shadow leaning against the bed. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, preparing to launch the silver needles at the figure. "It's me," came a low voice. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin halted, and the needles narrowly grazed the shadow's head, embedding themselves in the wall instead. She quickly approached and found Jiang Qian, clad in dark attire. His face as pale as parchment, lips dark and bruised, his eyes weakly half-closed. "What are you doing here?" Su Ruojin rushed to support him, feeling a wet, sticky sensation on her hands as she placed them on his waist. With all her strength, she helped him to the bed, only to discover her hands and dress smeared with blood. What grievous injuries had he sustained? His dark attire had concealed the extent of his wounds. "What happened to you?" Su Ruojin began, but before she could finish, she realized Jiang Qi and had lapsed into unconsciousness. Time was of the essence. As a physician, her sole focus was on saving him. Notions of propriety were far from her mind. She immediately began to remove his clothing to assess his injuries. The sight that greeted her was enough to draw a sharp intake of breath, even for someone who had encountered countless patients. His chest, back, thighs, and calves bore an array of sword and knife wounds, with some cuts so deep that flesh was visibly torn. An arrow had pierced his back and exited through his chest, narrowly missing his heart, its tip broken. Had it been just a centimeter off, he would not have made it to her. After taking his pulse, Su Ruojin had to concede that it was nothing short of a miracle that Jiang Qi and had survived thus far. His body was riddled with knife wounds, arrow injuries, and a mysterious toxin that seemed to be suppressing the effects of another poison, allowing him to reach the clinic. Whether to deem him fortunate or unfortunate was beyond her. In addition to these wounds, Su Ruojin noted numerous healed scars of varying sizes on Jiang Qian's body. This man, was he not from a prestigious family? How then did he bear such scars? What had he endured? Stepping out of the room, she quietly awakened Yin Luo and Ji Hua, instructing them to fetch water and brew medicine. Upon returning, Su Ruojin opened her specialized cloth bag, retrieving the thinnest blade within, an operational tool crafted by her second master based on her design of a surgical knife from her previous life. Her second master had also fashioned several other surgical instruments according to her specifications, prompting her master to marvel and subsequently request a similar set for himself. Fearing that Jiang Qi might awaken during the procedure, Su Ruojin first administered several needles to ensure he remained unconscious. She then utilized the alcohol she had distilled to sterilize both the surgical knife and the wound. Perhaps the alcohol's contact with the injury was too painful for Jiang Qi and furrowed his brow, yet remained unresponsive. The arrow embedded in Jiang Qi's chest was peculiar. While most arrows had a triangular barbed shape, this one appeared as 2 triangles stacked, featuring 4 barbs that could only be extracted from the front. Su Ruojin began carefully incising the flesh surrounding the arrow wound to facilitate its removal. "Jiang Qian, bear with it," she whispered, fully aware he could not hear her, before exerting a forceful tug. Jiang Qian emitted a muffled groan, his body rising and falling with the motion of the extraction. Blood gushed forth from the wound, prompting Ruojin to swiftly grab the silver needles and expertly apply them to stem the flow. Utilizing tweezers in conjunction with the surgical knife, she meticulously cleared debris from the wound before using the sutures crafted by Tion E. Pavilion to stitch it closed. At that moment, Yin Luo's voice reached her from the doorway. "Miss, the water is ready." Ruojin stepped out to receive the hot water. "Boil some more." "Yes." Yin Luo, oblivious to the events transpiring within the room, understood the importance of discretion and hurriedly returned to her task. Ruojin took a cloth and carefully began to cleanse Jiang Qian's body. Chapter 82. The clothes you changed for me? Buckets of blood were poured out one after another, and Yin Luo several times could not help but want to inquire, but seeing the young lady's serious expression, she had no choice but to suppress her curiosity. After cleaning up, Ruojin took out some alcohol to disinfect the wounds, stitching and bandaging the deeper cuts. By the time she finished, she was drenched in sweat. With the external injuries addressed, it was time to attend to the internal ones. Ruojin checked Jiang Qian's pulse again. It was somewhat better, but seeing his still dark purple lips, the poison from the heart-corroding powder was still wreaking havoc. She took out an antidote pill for him to swallow and once more administered acupuncture. As the 16 needles were removed in succession, Jiang Qian suddenly coughed, spitting out black blood, and all 16 needles turned black as well. Once everything was completed, Jiang Qian's lips transformed from dark purple to a ghastly white. The heart-corroding poison had been neutralized. However, another type of poison within him seemed to have been present for a long time, forming a strange balance with his bodily functions. If she rashly attempted to detoxify it, it could disrupt this balance, and, given Jiang Qian's current severe injuries, it might cost him his life. After checking his pulse, Ruojin determined that this poison would not claim Jiang Qian's life for the time being. So, she decided to leave it be for now. Everything could wait until he recovered. For now, preserving his life was paramount. Once Ruojin had finished her tasks, Jihua brought the medicine to the door. "Miss, the medicine is ready." Ruojin took the medicine and closed the door. Jiang Qian's current appearance was not something that should be seen by more people. Sitting by the bedside, Ruojin slowly fed him the medicine, only feeling relieved once he had consumed the entire bowl. Watching over Jiang Qian, Ruojin, exhausted, leaned against the headboard and fell asleep. Outside, Yin Luo could not help but whisper to Jihua, who was in the young lady's room. Jihua shook her head. "I don't know either, but this person must be severely injured. Let's not speak of what the young lady does not say. We should be vigilant." Yin Luo understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. "All right." As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the room, and Ruojin slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the still unconscious Jiang Qian, she reached out to touch his forehead, which felt burning hot. Ruojin quickly stepped outside, where Jihua and Yin Luo had kept vigil all night. Upon seeing the door open, they approached. Ruojin spoke rapidly. "Inside is Jiang Qian. He is gravely injured. Aside from the three of us, do not let anyone else know of this. Yin Luo, go take care of Xiaobao. Jihua, prepare the medicine. You two will manage the clinic today. Jiang Qian has not yet awakened. I need to keep an eye on him." "Yes, miss," both replied, hurrying off to their tasks. As for why Jiang Qian was in the young lady's room in the dead of night, Yin Luo and Jihua knew better than to ask. Ruojin returned to the room with a basin of water, placing a cloth on Jiang Qian's forehead to reduce his fever. "Jiang Qian, I have done all that I can. The rest is up to you. I hope you can pull through. Xiaobao is still waiting for you," she said, gazing at Jiang Qian, who lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut. A healer is not omnipotent. The will of the patient is equally crucial. A patient who yearns for death may not be saved, no matter how much effort the healer expends. After administering more medicine to Jiang Qian, Ruojin prepared to give him another acupuncture treatment when Yin Luo's voice came from outside. "Miss, Hu Qing requests an audience." Ruojin replied, "Understood. Bring him to the back courtyard." Upon seeing Ruojin, Hu Qing's face was filled with concern. "Miss Su, I received a message from the manor. My master has been gravely injured and is missing. I must go search for him, and I have come to bid farewell." Ruojin raised an eyebrow. It seemed Hu Qing was unaware that Jiang Qian was in the clinic. However, She had no intention of revealing this to him. She and Hu Qing were merely acquaintances, not intimately familiar with one another. She was also unclear about the circumstances that had led Jiang Qianan to such severe injuries. Given that he was still in a precarious state, she dared not hand him over to anyone else. Let Hu Qing search. Once Jiang Qian awoke, he would tell Hu Qing himself if he wished. Be careful on your way, Ruojin said with a nod. As Hu Qing left the clinic, he internally grumbled. Regardless of the situation, Jiang Qianan had always treated Miss Su well. So how could she show no concern when she heard he was in trouble? Ah, the nature of human hearts. Back in her room, Ruojin pondered deeply. Initially, when Zhang Ren and others attempted to steal the fire spirit ginseng from the clinic, they were caught as soon as they entered. It was clear that it was Hu Qing's doing. But why had Hu Qing not noticed Jiang Qianan entering her room yesterday? Although Hu Qing's skills could not compare to her second master, even among the shadows, he was quite competent, yet he had not detected Jiang Qianan's entrance. It seemed Jiang Qianan was far more formidable than she had imagined. What kind of person could inflict such severe wounds on someone so powerful? The following day, Jiang Qianan slowly opened his eyes, feeling parched and sore all over, but the sensation of thousands of insects gnawing at him had vanished. Had he been saved? Who had rescued him? Turning his head slowly, he saw a woman asleep beside the bed. Observing her gentle features, he could not help but smile faintly. Indeed, it was she. Jiang Qianan gradually recalled the memories from before his unconsciousness. After the withdrawal of the northernly troops from the border, he had set off to return to the capital. The journey back would take him through Yinyang, and he had discreetly slipped away from the main force to head there first. Yet, unexpectedly, as he neared Yinyang, a group of assailants had ambushed him. Caught off guard and outnumbered, he was struck by an arrow that, unbeknownst to him, was laced with heart-corroding powder. After being poisoned, his head grew increasingly dizzy, and he fled purely on instinct. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in Ruojin's presence. Thus, in a semi-conscious state, he had instinctively made his way to the clinic. Jiang Qianan raised his hand, feeling the sharp pain from his injuries, and he managed a slight smile. However, he gently placed his hand on the girl's hair, afraid to exert any force lest he disturb her slumber. Ruojin suddenly awoke, and upon seeing Jiang Qianan conscious, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The danger had finally passed. She placed her hand on his forehead and found that the fever had subsided. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Jiang Qianan's breath caught for a moment, and a faint blush crept to his ears. Now that you're awake, you should be fine. I will fetch you a glass of water, Ruojin said as she stood to pour water. Thank you, Jiang Qianan managed to say, his voice hoarse, as if from a broken bell. Ruojin returned, sitting beside him, and gently fed him water with a small spoon. You are still injured. Refrain from speaking for now. This injury will require at least 10 days to 2 weeks to heal, she instructed. Jiang Qianan obediently drank the water, remaining silent, his gaze fixed on the young girl, deep as a tranquil pool, sparkling like a sky full of stars, drawing one in completely. Yet, the girl feeding him water seemed entirely oblivious to his gaze, continuing to speak. By the way, Hu Qing came see you. I did not tell him about your presence in the clinic. Do you want me to inform him that you are here? No need. Let him search, Jiang Qian replied. If Hu Qing knew he was so severely injured, he would undoubtedly come to the clinic to keep watch, which would be bothersome. As you wish, Ruojin said, not overly concerned, for he was not her attendant. Is it you who? Change my clothes? Jiang Qianan recalled something rather serious. Chapter 83. The underwear left behind, Ruojin rose and set down her cup, responding nonchalantly, Indeed, you barged into my room in the dead of night, grievously injured. If I did not remove your clothing, how could I save you? As a physician of the 28th century, Ruojin possessed no notions of modesty concerning her patients, especially since she had not fully undressed Jiang Qianan, leaving him with a pair of undergarments. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Qianan fell silent, his ears reddening to the roots. The atmosphere suddenly grew hushed. It was then that Ruojin seemed to realize, turning to Jiang Qianan, you do not blame me for undressing you, do you? And no, Jiang Qianan stammered. That's good, Ruojin sighed in relief. Although the customs of the great Chu kingdom were relatively liberal, Physical intimacy between men and women often implied a deeper commitment. She had effectively seen Jiang Qianan in a vulnerable state, and she could not sacrifice her entire life merely for the sake of saving someone. I am a doctor, and you are my patient. I undressed you solely to tend to your wounds. Rest assured, I shall keep this matter confidential, Ruojin added, seemingly concerned about Jiang Qianan's unease. Jiang Qianan replied faintly, a wave of inexplicable disappointment surging within him. Did her tone imply disdain for him? At that moment, Jihua entered with a bowl of medicine, and Ruojin naturally fed Jiang Qianan the concoction. As the tips of her hair brushed against his face, Jiang Qianan felt a gentle warmth spread through him, as if spring breezes had stirred the surface of a tranquil pond, alleviating the pain of his injuries. All right, you can rest easy. I will have Feng Ying come to change your bandages shortly. Do not worry. Feng Ying is one of us and will not speak of this to anyone. Now that Jiang Qianan was awake, Ruojin felt it inappropriate to continue changing his bandages herself. Even if she did not mind, others might. After all, there remained distinctions between men and women, as patients ought not to be moved. She decided to relinquish the room to Jiang Qianan and shared a chamber with Xiao Bao instead. Thank you. Jiang Qianan suppressed the disappointment in his heart. He understood that, given his current condition, it was indeed unsuitable for Ruojin, a young woman, to tend to him daily. At that moment, the adjoining door creaked open, and a small figure stood at the threshold, gazing at Jiang Qianan with wide, fearful eyes, tears welling within them, his tiny frame visibly trembling. Xiao Bao, what brings you here? Ruojin hurried over and picked him up. Yin Luo followed closely, her expression apologetic. Miss, I had some matters at the clinic, so I left Xiao Bao in old Madame Lin's room, but I did not expect him to return here on his own. Previously, Ruojin had feared that Xiao Bao would be frightened by Jiang Qianan and Oppos as severe injuries. So she had asked Yin Luo to take him to old Madame Lin and planned to bring him back once he had fallen asleep. However, she had not anticipated that he would venture back on his own. Xiao Bao leaned against Ruojin's shoulder, silently weeping, his body quaking. Xiao Bao, it is all right. It is all right. Your uncle's wounds have been treated by your sister, and he will recover soon. Ruojin gently comforted him. Jiang Qianan felt his heart soften at the sight of Xiao Bao. Do not worry. Your uncle is fine. Ruojin placed Xiao Bao beside Jiang Qianan, gently setting him down. Xiao Bao reached out to touch Jiang Qianan's hand, his movements delicate, as if afraid of causing him pain. Jiang Qianan smiled tenderly, lifting his hand to stroke Xiao Bao's small head. Your uncle is fine. Once I recover, I will take you to the lake. Uncle. Good. Xiao Bao suddenly uttered these two words. The three present were taken aback. Jiang Qianan, disregarding his injuries, gazed at Xiao Bao with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. What did you say? Please say it again. Cough. Repeat it. Xiao Bao seemed to exert great effort, squeezing out a single word from his throat. Uncle. Having not spoken for so long, Xiao Bao's voice resembled that of a toddler learning to speak, his pronunciation unclear. It was evident what he intended to convey. Miss Su can speak. Can speak. Jiang Qianan looked at Ruojin with elation. Ruojin's expression mirrored his joy. Finally, Xiao Bao was willing to articulate words. Taking this first step meant that his condition would soon improve, and he would grow into a healthy child. At that moment, Feng Ying entered with a wooden tray bearing a small medicine bottle. Miss, I am here to change young Master Jiang's bandages. Very well, thank you. Young Master Jiang, please allow Feng Ying to tend to your wounds. I shall return shortly. Ruojin said as she departed with Xiao Bao. After closing the door, Feng Ying unwrapped the bandages around Jiang Qianan's body and applied fresh medicine. Young Master Jiang, do you know who inflicted such grievous injuries upon you? Had it not been for the miss, you might have lost your life. The identity of the assailant remains unclear, but it is true that it was Miss Su who saved my life, Jiang Qianan admitted candidly. Young Master Jiang, I do not know your background, nor do I wish to inquire. However, our miss has always desired a peaceful life. Given the severity of your injuries, your enemies are evidently formidable. I hope you will depart from the clinic promptly once you recover, to prevent any unnecessary troubles for us. Feng Ying's words conveyed a sense of detachment and coldness, and Jiang Qianan could discern the underlying hostility. Is this your sentiment or that of your miss? Whose sentiment is of little importance? I simply wish to avoid causing trouble for the miss due to unrelated individuals. I trust that young Master Jiang is not one to repay kindness with malice. Feng Ying replied coolly. Feng Ying's hostility was palpable. As men, Jiang Qianan understood the implications of Feng Ying's gaze towards Ruojin. Yet, he could not deny the truth in Feng Ying's observation. His adversaries were indeed not to be trifled with. Should he remain at the clinic, it was possible they would come searching for him. Young Master Jiang, once I am able to rise from this bed, I shall take my leave. That will be most agreeable. Feng Ying shall do his utmost to care for you, ensuring your swift recovery. Feng Ying finished bandaging Jiang Qianan and then exited. Upon learning that Xiao Bao could speak, old Madame Lin was elated and wished for him to call her grandmother. However, Xiao Bao remained tight-lipped, not uttering another word. Old Madame Lin felt a tinge of disappointment. Ruojin smiled. Grandmother, it is remarkable that Xiao Bao can now speak. It is a significant milestone, and he cannot articulate much yet. Let us grant him some time. After all, he is yet to call me and Amp. Oppose, sister and Amp. Oppose, either. Hearing this, old Madame Lin calmed down. You are right. Xiao Bao should not be rushed. He will take his time. Soon, I shall prepare some bird's nest soup for you. Thank, grandmother. Xiao Bao suddenly blurted out 2 words. Old Madame Lin froze. Xiao Bao, please say that again. Xiao Bao's face flushed red as he finally managed to squeeze out another word. Grandmother. Oh, my dear Xiao Bao, you can finally call me grandmother. Old Madame Lin felt her eyes welling with tears. Though they had only been together for a little over 2 months, she had come to regard him as her own child. How could she not be thrilled now that he could speak? Now it was Ruojin's turn to feel disheartened. When would Xiao Bao call her? Just then, Xiao Bao turned to her and said, Sister. Ruojin suddenly felt a swell of maternal pride. Her little one could finally address her. Chapter 84. Who hurt you? 5 days later, Jiang Qian's injuries had healed remarkably well, allowing him to slowly rise. Though he was still unable to leave his bed, Ruojin entered the room, carrying medicine, and checked his pulse. The wound is healing nicely. In a few days, you should be able to walk normally, she remarked. Thank you, Miss Su. Your medical skills are exceptional. Jiang is indebted to you for my life, he replied gratefully. Ruojin waved off his gratitude. There's no debt to speak of. I am a physician. I cannot stand by and watch someone perish. Now, drink your medicine. Jiang Qi and Amp, Oppose, and obediently accepted the bowl and downed its contents in one gulp. After setting the bowl aside, Ruojin inquired, Do you know who harmed you? Jiang Qian pondered for a moment before responding. Their attire resembled that of the people from Bailey, and the arrows that struck me were distinctive double-headed arrows unique to Bailey. So, it was people from Bailey who injured you? But this is Yinyang, a great distance from the borders of Bailey and Dezhou. Why would they attack you here? So Ruojin questioned, passive. Though they dressed like those from Bailey, their combat techniques did not align with theirs, Jiang Qian elaborated. Thus, someone impersonated Bailey nationals to strike at you. Jiang Qian, what is your true identity that would provoke such treachery? So Ruojin dused. Jiang Qian remained silent, contemplating whether he should reveal his identity to her. If she learned who he was, would she still regard him as a friend? Would it create a chasm between them? Or perhaps bring her unnecessary trouble? Yet, since she had asked, he did not wish to deceive her. He began, Please, do not tell me who you are. I have no desire to know. I merely made a passing remark. Ruojin interjected hastily. You are the patient, and I am the doctor. Our relationship is quite simple. Sometimes, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. I am still young and wish to live a few more years. Jiang Qian could only sigh in response. He had rarely been inclined to trust anyone, yet here he was rebuffed. Ruojin had long suspected his remarkable identity, yet she never had the Dark Alliance investigate. In Dezhou, as a physician, she need not bow to officials of the 4th rank and below, but she must kneel before those of the 3rd rank or higher. If Jiang Qian's identity were indeed tied to the court, the uproar surrounding him would likely indicate he was no less than a 3rd rank official. Setting aside other potential troubles, She did not wish to find herself having to perform kneeling salutations every time they met. It was best as it was, one a doctor and the other a patient. Uncomplicated. Jiang Qian chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Miss Su, you truly are exceptional. He had never imagined that even a regent could be regarded with disdain. While others sought to ingratiate themselves with him, Su Ruojin, aware of his extraordinary standing, chose to keep her distance. Young Master Jiang, you're mistaken. Quite the opposite. I am merely an ordinary person, fully aware of my own limitations. I cannot aspire to the company of the wealthy and powerful. Now, drink your medicine and rest well. Those who are injured benefit from ample sleep for recovery, she instructed before standing to leave, leaving Jiangxi and Appos, and with a sense of helplessness. Upon exiting the room, Su Ruojin spotted Xiao Bao standing outside the door, gazing at it intently. Understanding and considerate, Xiao Bao stood by, fearing that his presence might disrupt his uncle's treatment. Su Ruojin felt a pang of sympathy and squatted down. Xiao Bao, do not worry. Your uncle's wound is healing well. In a few days, he will be able to walk on his own. Xiao Bao nodded and took Su Ruojin's hand as they departed. When the bloomed on the branches, Jiang Qian was able to walk unaided. As Feng Ying finished changing his dressings, Su Ruojin entered with Xiao Bao in tow. See, I did not deceive you. Your uncle is now able to walk by himself, she proclaimed. Xiao Bao squinted his beautiful eyes and approached Jiang Qian, gently taking his hand. Uncle, no need to worry. I am well, Jiang Qian assured him softly. Xiao Bao nodded, managing only to utter 2 words, struggling to form complete sentences. Uncle, good. Now that you have seen your uncle, let us go buy some candy, Su Ruojin suggested, leading Xiao Bao toward the exit. Jiang Qian felt a sudden urge. Miss Su, may I accompany you both? He believed he was well enough to venture outside. Bang! Feng Ying slammed the ointment onto the table. Young Master Jiang is a patient. You must exhibit the awareness befitting your condition. You have only just begun to recover. Should you go outside? What if the wind causes an infection? I advise you to remain indoors and not complicate matters for us. Jiang Qian could only remain silent. So Ruojin checked lightly. Young Master Jiang, Feng Ying speaks true. You should continue to recuperate indoors for a while longer. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Xiao Bao and your uncle. Xiao Bao waved a small hand at Jiang Qian before turning to follow Su Ruojin out. Jiang Qian sighed deeply, resigning himself to return to bed. Su Ruojin brought Xiao Bao to a candy painting stall, where Xiao Bao chose a small dog. As he received the confection, Su Ruojin guided him, saying, Xiao Bao, this is a little dog. Xiao Bao nodded, striving to repeat dog. Little dog. Ah, Xiao Bao, splendid. You can say 3 words now. Come, let us buy you some more candy, she encouraged. Unbeknownst to them, a figure in the distance observed them before fading into the shadows. In the capital, within the palace. In Xi'an Palace, a figure clad in black knelt before the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, the young heir has begun to speak. What? Xiao, hoping he can speak? Empress Dowager Wei tightened her grip on the teacup, disbelief etched on her face. How could that little fool possibly utter words? I would not dare deceive your Majesty. I heard it with my own ears, but the young heir can only manage 1 or 2 words. Not yet able to form complete sentences. Go. Eliminate him along with that physician and their clinic. A cold glint flashed in Empress Dowager Wei's eyes. Reports from the military had previously stated that Xiao Yanshu fell ill on his way back to the capital, delaying his return. Without Xiao Yanshu's protection, how could that little brat survive? She would not permit anyone who posed a threat to Yi to live. If he wishes to speak, then he will only find death awaiting him. Yes, at that moment, the voice of Gonggong Shuangshi echoed from the entrance. His Majesty has arrived. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, and the figure in black vanished immediately. Xiao Chini entered and bowed to Empress Dowager Wei. Your son pays his respects to Mother. Yeah, no need for such formalities. Come, sit down, the Empress Dowager warmly beckoned. Thank you, Mother. Once seated, Sun Mama promptly brought a cup of tea. Here, try this. Is pre-rain Longjing tea. Xiao Chini took a sip and praised, as expected from the tea of Mother S. Palace. It is rich and flavorful. The Empress Dowager smiled. This was sent by your uncle. He knows I favor this type. I will have Sun Mama set some aside for you to take home later. Thank you, Mother. Xiaoqi set down the teacup. Mother, the Bailey Kingdom has sent an official letter proposing a marriage alliance to strengthen ties between our two countries. Oh. Empress Dowager Wei placed her teacup down and regarded Xiaoqi. What are your thoughts on this, Your Majesty? Chapter 85. Scalded to the core, Xiao Chun contemplated for a moment before articulating. The Northern Li and the Chu have experienced persistent border frictions over the years. The sudden stationing of troops by Northern Li is likely a tactic to exert pressure on the Chu, facilitating the impending union. The Empress Dowager nodded appreciatively. The Emperor speaks truly. Do you thus concur? Xiao Chun continued. The Chu has only recently emerged from turmoil, its treasury depleted, rendering it ill-suited for warfare. If this union can usher in peace between our nations, I believe it is prudent to acquiesce. The Empress Dowager acknowledged, indeed, yet I wonder whom they intend to marry. The proposal from Northern Li involves Princess Yaolan, the cherished younger sister of Emperor Wan Yinda, who is but 16 years of age. Northern Li insists that the princess chooses her intended herself. Your Majesty, should the princess be welcomed into the palace, Northern Li would become your ally, the Empress Dowager remarked. Yes, Mother, I comprehend what must be done, Xiaoqi replied. Rumor has it that Princess Yaolan is the most stunning beauty of Northern Li. Naturally, Xiaoqi would not decline the opportunity to have such an enchanting figure in his harem. Your elder brother shall return in a few days. You must remember to host a grand celebration to reward him, the Empress Dowager advised. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi tightened his grip on the cup in his hand. His eyes filled with resentment. Mother, I shall assume power in a year. Why must I continually be constrained by him? Can our Chu not thrive without him? We have General Su and my cousin to defend the borders, do we not? Your Majesty, a ruler must learn to endure temporary grievances and utilize all advantageous resources. Only when they lose their value should they be discarded. You have yet to assume power, and many ministers still heed the regent's commands, particularly the obstinate old guard. Furthermore, he possesses your late father's edict. Until you take the throne, all remains uncertain. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed the Empress Dowager's eyes. Though she was unaware of the edict's specifics, it undoubtedly pertained to the throne. She could not allow anyone to usurp her son as position. Xiaoqi lowered his head. His gaze inscrutable, and spoke in a subdued tone, I understand, Your Majesty. In the capital, at the Tianzi room of Yinyan Tower. Useless. An entire band of inept fools. You couldn't even kill Xiaoyin Chu, and allowed him to escape. A man, around 25 or 26, was seething with rage. Your subordinates deserve punishment. Please, my lord, mete out your justice. Search for him, find him. He must not live. Fei Mo Long smashed the cup in his hand onto the head of a kneeling guard. The guard, unable to evade, was struck and bled from the forehead. Yes, my lord. Chun Fu stepped forward, brewing a new cup of tea for Fei Mo Long. My lord, do not let your anger affect your health. Princess Yaolan will one day be yours. Indeed, she must be mine. How could Xiaoyin Chu ever be worthy of her? I cannot fathom what Yaolan sees in him, to the extent of securing the emperor's permission to travel to the Chu for the union. Fei Mo Long fumed. He is the valiant prince of Northern Li. Only he deserves the most beautiful jewel of their plains. Fei Mo Long downed the tea in one gulp. Have those matters been resolved? Reporting to my lord, those dispatched were all elite assassins. Upon failing their mission, they have committed suicide. They employed the Chu's techniques. Although the emperor and Xiaoyin Chu share a familial bond, their relationship is fraught with discord. Xiaoyin Chu will surely suspect Xiaoqi, Chun Fu replied. Excellent. Xiao Zanju, Zhu de covet mi Yaolan. Let us see if you can bear the weight of such beauty's affection. My lord, news from our spies indicates that the Chu has agreed to the union. The princess will soon embark for the Chu, Chun Fu reported. In that case, I shall await her arrival in the Chu's capital, allowing her to recognize my genuine intentions, Fei Mo Long declared. Jiang Qi and was now able to walk about the courtyard. On his first day out, he was taken aback. Hu Qing scoured for the prince, only to discover that his lord was in the medical clinic. The dark guards dared not spy on Su Ruojin's chamber. Had it not been for the prince's own emergence, they would never have guessed he had been residing in Dr. Su's quarters for so long. They had intended to report to the prince that a man named Feng Ying had been frequently entering and exiting Dr. Su's room. This was what they referred to as being blind to the obvious. They had spoken of guarding against impropriety between the sexes, yet here they were. The first guard's gaze towards Su Ruojin transformed. After all, their prince had never been inclined towards women. The second guard was so astonished that he nearly gasped, only to be silenced by the first guard's firm hand over his mouth. The second guard blinked wildly, signaling the first to release him. Covering both mouth and nose was suffocating. Once released, he inhaled deeply and whispered, "The boss has brought several brothers searching for the prince. Who would have thought the prince was right under our noses? I must inform the boss to return." As he turned to descend the tree, the first guard halted him. "Wait." The second guard, puzzled, asked, "What is it? You mentioned the prince has been in the clinic for quite some time. Why has he not contacted us?" The first guard queried. With the prince's capabilities, it would be effortless to reach out to them, knowing they were nearby. That goes without saying. It must be that the prince is incapacitated, the second guard blurted. Seeing the prince's slow gait and recalling Feng Ying's frequent visits to Dr. Su's chamber, it would take a fool not to deduce the prince was injured. The first guard gently guided. Even if the prince were injured, do you think he would wait until now to contact us? The second guard's mind struggled to grasp the situation. Perhaps the prince simply forgot? The first guard rolled his eyes. Forget? The prince clearly does not wish for us to meddle. We shall act as if we are unaware and await his summons. But the boss is still outside. The second guard attempted to protest, only to be interrupted. Is it more crucial to summon the boss back, or to avoid the prince discovering our interference? You decide. The second guard momentarily faltered, perplexed as to how calling the boss back amounted to meddling. However, he trusted the first guard's judgment. He was undoubtedly the most astute among them. "My lord, do not hold it against us for lacking loyalty. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the prince." At that moment, Su Ruojin entered the back courtyard and spotted Jiang Qian walking about. A smile gracing her lips. "It appears your recovery is progressing well." Thanks to Dr. Su's exceptional skills, Jiang Qian replied, turning to face the young lady. Today, she wore a light pink brocade dress, intricately embroidered with hidden peonies, their petals layered and swaying gently with her every step. A silk ribbon of matching hue adorning her waist, exuding elegance with a hint of playfulness. A simple pink hairpin adorned her exquisite hair, complementing her attire. Her porcelain-like face boasted brows like crescent moons, eyes sparkling like stars, and her lips bore a subtle hue akin to cherry blossoms in bloom. Upon beholding such a delicate maiden, Jiang Qian felt as though a feather had brushed against his heart, his gaze reluctant to waver even a fraction. "Cool me. Allow me to take your pulse." Su Ruojin beckoned, stepping into the room first. The coolness of her fingers rested on his wrist, and Jiang Qian could only feel warmth radiating from his wrist to the depths of his heart. Chapter 86. Control. The venom of the heart-corroding powder has been neutralized. There are no significant issues now. Other external injuries will gradually heal with care. Su Ruojin withdrew her hand, and Jiang Qian felt a peculiar emptiness in his wrist. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruojin inquired, "Young Master Jiang, are you aware of another poison within you?" Jiang Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated her perceptiveness. This particular poison was so elusive that even Mu Jingshan could not identify it unless it manifested monthly. He offered a wry smile. "Indeed, nothing escapes Miss Su's notice. This poison has been with me since birth, and to this day, no one knows its name." Su Ruojin nodded, recognizing the rarity of such a toxin. She had only encountered a similar one in ancient texts during her previous life, but she could not ascertain if it was indeed the same. "Your ability to suppress the heart-corroding powder and reach the clinic is largely due to this poison within you. Its potency is formidable, yet it fortuitously counteracts the heart-corroding powder's toxicity. However, when the poison manifests each month, the agony compounds upon the previous torment inflicted by the heart-corroding powder. May I ask, young Master Jiang, when does this poison typically strike?" "It manifests once a month, though the timing varies for each person. For me, it occurs on the 18th day," Jiang Qian answered candidly, recognizing there was little to conceal from Su Ruojin. "The 18th? That is tomorrow night." Su Ruojin continued her reasoning. Does the black line on your wrist ascend slightly each time the poison strikes? Indeed. Mu Jingshan mentioned that if this black line reaches the Ling Tai, it signifies my demise. Jiang Qianan stated with a calmness that seemed detached, as though discussing another's fate. While treating his injuries, Ruojin had already observed the black line, which still had some distance to travel before reaching the Ling Tai. How much time remains? She asked. For years, Jiang Qian replied, hearing that there were still 4 years left. Ruojin exhaled in relief. Time was on her side. She firmly believed that with her capabilities, she could concoct an antidote within that time frame. Very well. Tomorrow night, I will be with you to alleviate your suffering. I shall gather some herbs, and when the time comes, I will take your blood to verify the nature of the poison. With that, Ruojin stood and departed, intending to return to Muin village to confer with her master regarding this toxin. Observing the young lady's retreating figure, Jiang Qianan pondered deeply. He had initially planned to leave today, as Mu Jingshan had always been the one to suppress his poison over the years. Perhaps he should allow her to try? Meanwhile, hidden in the trees, Anair finally caught sight of the familiar gestures from the prince. He was filled with excitement. The prince had finally remembered them. Their leader would no longer need to roam aimlessly. At the regent's residence, Mu Jingshan was as agitated as an ant on a hot pan, incessantly pulling at Shunyu. Is there still no news of the prince? Shunyu shook his head. He had dispatched everyone within the borders of the Great Chu to search, but there had been no word. What shall we do? Today is the 18th. The poison strikes on this day each month. The prince must soak in a hot spring and receive acupuncture to detoxify, or he may suffer unbearable pain and lose his sanity. I will also look for him. You must not let the Empress Dowager learn of this. Shunyu understood the urgency and dared not delay. Here, take this medicine. If you find the prince and cannot return in time, it may alleviate his suffering until he can reach the residence. Mu Jingshan handed a vial of medicine to Shunyu. Very well, I shall depart at once. As Shunyu stepped out, he encountered Hu Qing striding towards him. Greetings, young Master Shun. Seizing him, Shunyu pulled him into the room and shut the door. Have you found the prince? Hu Qing nodded. Yes, I have. Mu Jingshan, hearing this, sank into a chair. Splendid. Splendid. Shunyu hurriedly inquired. Where is he? Where? Though Hu Qing had returned, he had not seen Xiao Yanshu. His expression turned grim. He had not anticipated that the prince, whom he had searched for tirelessly, was at Run and Appos, AI Hall. The prince is at Yinyang Run and Appos, AI Hall. What? The prince is still in Yinyang? Why did he not bring him back? Mu Jingshan exclaimed in alarm. Even if one were to ride without pause from Yinyang to the capital, it would take at least 10 hours, with only 4 hours remaining until the Z hour. Time was critically insufficient. The prince instructed me to return and assure you not to worry. Dr. Su will be with him this month. Hu Qing conveyed the prince's decision. What? Mu Jingshan could hardly believe it. This is reckless. Although Dr. Su possesses some medical skill, she is utterly unfamiliar with the severity of the poison afflicting the prince. A moment and Appos' inattention could cost him his life. As Mu Jingshan spoke, Shunyu and Hu Qing grew anxious. Hu Qing's voice trembled. What shall we do? Even if we rush there now, it may be too late. Regardless, we must go. Young Master Shun, I must implore you to lend me your steed. I shall head to Yinyang at once. There may yet be hope. Mu Jingshan disregarded all else. Time was of the essence. Every moment counted. Come, let us fetch the horse at once. Shunyu did not hesitate and turned to lead Mu Jingshan away. On the other side, after returning to Muin village and conducting thorough research with her master, Ruojin became increasingly convinced that the poison afflicting Jiang Qianan was indeed the fabled soul-devouring shadow. Upon learning of someone being afflicted by such a rare poison, her master nearly rushed to the clinic to retrieve Jiang Qianan for further study, had she not intervened. According to ancient texts, the ingredients for this poison were extraordinarily unique, requiring a precise blend of soul-snatching herb leaves from Mount Jin, dreaming fruit from the ocean depths, the sap of the blood-sealing tree aged 1,000 years, venom from the volcanic rock toad, and crane rock soil, all proportionately combined. The antidote for this poison also derived from these 5 ingredients, albeit from different parts: the root of the soul-snatching herb, the flower of the dreaming fruit, the leaves of the blood-sealing tree, and the blood of the volcanic rock toad. The composition of the crane rock soil remained unchanged, but the true nature of crane rock soil remains a mystery. Some claim it is soil from a mountain called crane rock. Others assert it is a special elixir concocted by outsiders, while some believe it to be a toxic plant. To date, no one on the Jeojo continent has been able to accurately identify crane rock soil, even in her previous life, despite poring over various ancient texts. Ruojin had never encountered references to crane rock soil. Each of these 5 ingredients is a rare treasure, difficult to procure. Even the heavenly medical pavilion currently possesses only the leaves of the blood-sealing tree and the flowers of the dreaming fruit. Among the 5, the leaves of the blood-sealing tree are relatively easy to find. Venturing into the deep mountains usually yields results. The flowers of the dreaming fruit, however, were procured years ago by Ruojin during her travels in a small fishing village, where she unwittingly purchased them from a merchant. Yet, she must first confirm whether Jiang Qianan is indeed afflicted by the soul-devouring shadow. Fortunately, due to the unique nature of the soul-devouring shadow, Ruojin had taken special note of it in ancient texts, contemplating whether modern medical techniques could unravel this poison. Regrettably, during that time, the ecological devastation on Blue Star had led to the extinction of the components mentioned in the soul-devouring shadows formula, rendering it impossible to recreate the poison, and she ultimately had to abandon the idea. However, she recalled the method for concocting a detection solution for the soul-devouring shadow. With her master's abundant medicinal materials, Ruojin, relying on her memory, swiftly formulated the testing solution. By adding Jiang Qianan's blood during a poison episode, if the solution changes from yellow to blue, it would confirm the presence of the soul-devouring shadow. Chapter 87. You must not be harmed. Yin Yang lacked a hot spring, and given that Jiang Qianan's wounds had not fully healed, it was unwise for him to immerse himself in water to resist the toxins. Ruojin and her master had formulated a suppressive concoction. The remaining task rested upon Ruojin's skillful administration of needles. With everything prepared, they awaited the appointed time. As night fell, the sound of the clock striking midnight echoed precisely. A cloud drifted by, obscuring the moonlight and enveloping the room in a veil of haziness. Inside, Jiang Qianan and Oppose, and lay bound to the bed, his eyes beginning to redden as the black lines on his wrists began to stir, creeping upwards like living entities. As the lines spread, he felt as though torrents of molten lava coursed through his body, scorching every inch of his skin. His entire form flushed crimson, akin to a thoroughly cooked shrimp, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, neck, and back. Within moments, his garments were drenched, steam faintly rising from his body. Before he could fully comprehend the searing heat, an overwhelming chill emanated from his very marrow, extinguishing the fiery sensation in an instant. Yet, before he could find solace, an extreme cold began to encase his entire being. The once sopping fabric of his clothes began to crystallize with a thin layer of ice. Invisible frost adorned his lips and eyelashes, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The swift and excruciating interplay of fire and ice was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Though Jiang Qianan and Oppose and fought valiantly against the torment, muffled groans of pain escaped his lips. As the next wave of scorching heat surged forth, his eyes turned a ghastly red, and he began to howl, desperately attempting to break free from his restraints in a fit of frenzy. In Luo, Ruojin shouted fiercely. In Luo promptly presented the prepared bowl of medicine, which Ruojin took and poured into Jiang Qianan's mouth. She then retrieved her silver needles, swiftly inserting them into critical acupoints, a total of 18 needles this time. Twisting, turning, and flicking, she deftly maneuvered each needle, sweat trickling down her brow. As the needles punctured his skin, Jiang Qianan gradually sensed that the agonizing sensations of heat and cold were being walled off, as if a barrier had formed around him, safeguarding him from harm. For the first time in many years, he realized that the onset of the poison was not as torturous as before. In the past, even when soaking in a hot spring with Mu Jingshan's assistance, he had endured this torment for 3 full hours. Mu Jingshan could only ensure that he retained a sliver of clarity amidst the extreme suffering, preventing him from succumbing to despair during the poison's onset. But now, with this protective barrier, the anguish could not reach him. Yet, the presence of this wall rendered him mute and immobile, leaving him at the mercy of those around him. Jiang Qian and Amp, oppose, and I must draw your blood to test for poison, Ruojin declared. No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Qian and Amp, oppose, and felt a sharp prick in the tip of his left middle finger. As Ruojin squeezed out several drops of blood into the potion, the initially yellow and transparent liquid slowly transformed into a deep blue upon contact with the crimson blood. Indeed, it was the soul-devouring shadow. Observing Jiang Qian, who lay with his eyes tightly shut, Ruojin felt a pang of sorrow. He had once mentioned that this poison was inherited from birth, igniting monthly episodes of suffering that must have inflicted tremendous pain upon him over the years. The soul-devouring shadow possessed a peculiar trait. Its victims did not perish on the spot, but endured the agonizing clash of flames and frigid cold each month. During this ordeal, the sensation of pain was magnified manifold, and no matter what one did, they remained conscious, forced to bear the torment. Those with weak wills often succumbed to the agony, choosing self-destruction. Even if they managed to survive the pain, they would ultimately perish from internal decay 15 years after the onset of the poison. However, should the poison be administered to a pregnant woman, she would remain unharmed while the fetus absorbed the toxin. The child would not experience the effects until after turning 10, at which point they would suffer monthly episodes of pain, with the intensity increasing with age. What deep-seated hatred must one possess to inflict such a poison upon another? Next came the waiting, anticipating the gradual dissipation of the toxins. The month had been endured. Although the concoction, crafted by herself and her master, could not eradicate the poison, Ruojin held confidence that it would hasten its dispersal. As she accepted the tea handed to her by Ji Hua and took a sip, the sounds of a struggle erupted outside, accompanied by bursts of flame. "The water is running. The water is running," someone cried, but before they could finish, a muffled groan echoed, hinting at a possible injury. Whoosh! Thud! Ruojin witnessed a fire arrow strike the window, igniting the paper that covered it. Her brow furrowed in concern. She quickly commanded, "Feng Ying, stay with Jiang Qian. In Luo, Teneshao Bao. Ji Hua, keep an eye on the old madam and Yuan Hong. Act according to the situation." "Yes, miss." The three understood the urgency of the matter and promptly dispersed. As Ruojin hurried out of the room, she spotted 6 masked figures crouched atop the medical hall's roof, firing arrows at the establishment. Below, around 10 masked individuals were entangled in combat with a group of unfamiliar faces. Though Ruojin had not witnessed a fight involving the black-clad figures, it was evident they were protecting the medical hall, presumably Jiang Qian and Oppos as allies. Some attempted to ascend to the roof to thwart the archers, but just as they leapt, they were intercepted, leaving them overwhelmed. Meanwhile, another wave of masked figures wielding swords surged toward various rooms, seemingly searching for someone. "Jiang Qian, oh Jiang Qian, what manner of person are you to warrant such a grand display in an attempt on your life?" Ruojin had no time to ponder further. She drew a silver needle from her pocket and hurled it toward the 6 figures on the roof. One by one, they emitted muffled groans before tumbling down, motionless. The servants, startled awake, prepared to extinguish the flames, but the black-clad figures struck down anyone in sight. Ruojin shouted, "Do not come out. Lock the doors." Upon hearing her voice, everyone obediently retreated and secured the entrances, with some astute individuals using water or blankets to smother the emerging flames. Turning her attention back to the black-clad figures, Ruojin called out, "Come at me if you dare, you foul wench, seeking death." Several assailants charged toward her with swords drawn. Dark One, who had been engaged in combat, felt a surge of alarm upon witnessing this scene, and attempted to rush towards Ruojin, but was immediately intercepted by 2 black-clad figures. He could only shout, "Protect Miss Su." Yes, Dark 2, Dark 3, Dark 5, and Dark 10 all sought to reach Ruojin, but were thwarted by the black-clad figures, whose martial prowess evidently matched their own. The sound from outside infiltrated the room, prompting Yin Luo to hurriedly cover Xiao Bao's ears, fearing he might awaken. Meanwhile, The old madam remained under the watchful eyes of Ji Hua and Yuan Hong, her worry for Su Ruojin palpable. She yearned to step outside, but Ji Hua restrained her, saying, "Madam, there is no need to worry about the young miss. If you go out, she will be distracted by your safety." Lin old madam was not one to stubbornly resist. She recognized the truth in Ji Hua's words and settled down, anxiously listening to the commotion outside. Jiang Qianan, too, heard the tumult, yet he was entirely immobilized, unable even to open his eyes, left only to await and pray. "Su Ruojin, you must not come to harm." Chapter 88. Jiang Qian must compensate. Several figures clad in black rushed towards Su Ruojin, brandishing their knives. In the next moment, the three leaders clutched their bellies in disbelief before collapsing slowly, their faces darkening instantly. Poison. It was poison. This vile woman knows how to use poison. Retreat, quickly retreat. The followers behind them realized the danger and hurriedly fell back. One of them drew a small crossbow from his sleeve and aimed it directly at Su Ruojin. If poison is ineffective at close range, then ranged attacks must suffice. At such a close distance, how could a mere girl evade a crossbow bolt? Yet, to their astonishment, Su Ruojin nonchalantly turned and evaded the shot. What appeared to be a simple maneuver was executed under the pressure of the bolt's instantaneous release. An untrained individual could never accomplish such a feat in such a short span of time. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals themselves in action, and the black-clad figures were left dumbfounded. Why had no one informed them that this young lady was skilled in martial arts? Not one to let an opportunity pass. Su Ruojin slightly raised her eyelids and launched several silver needles once more. The four black-clad men before her fell again, their expressions now marked by disbelief. Su Ruojin clapped her hands and took out a piece of dried apricot, savoring its perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor, her beautiful eyes narrowing in delight. Leaning against a pillar, she observed the ongoing battle and called out, "Hey, you there, kicking below the belt. Yes, that's clever. The one by the wall. Attack his left shoulder directly. He has an injury there. And be careful not to step on those weeds by the corner. I just planted them." Having warned them, she was annoyed to see them disobey. In a fit of rage, she picked up a stone from the ground and seemingly threw it indiscriminately. The sound of a stone striking a black-clad man was followed by a muffled grunt as he staggered, allowing the others to seize the opportunity and subdue him. Before long, the battle concluded. Su Ruojin nodded in approval, not bad at cooperating. After her words, she turned to enter the room, intending to check on Jiang Qian's condition. The remaining individuals were all Jiang Qian's allies, and since the black-clad men had targeted Jiang Qian, she need not concern herself with what followed. Just as Su Ruojin turned, a series of muffled groans reached her ears. Upon glancing back, she was shocked to see all the captured black-clad men had bitten down on hidden poison vials, taking their own lives. They were all death warriors. With a sigh, Su Ruojin felt the weight of the situation. Were it not for Xiao Bao, she would have considered abandoning Jiang Qian to attract a throng of pursuers, disrupting her medical practice and necessitating repairs for the damage done to her precious medicinal herbs. Such a loss was unacceptable. Jiang Qian must compensate her. Upon pushing open the door, Su Ruojin was taken aback, then hastily approached to assist Jiang Qian, who lay collapsed not far from the entrance. Observing the drag marks on the floor, she realized he had crawled from the bed. It was known that after taking the antidote for the soul-devouring shadow, one could not move until the poison had fully dissipated. For Jiang Qian to manage this feat under such conditions spoke volumes of his formidable willpower. Jiang Qian struggled to open his eyes, and upon seeing Su Ruojin, managed a faint smile. "Oh, are all right. That is good." Then his head drooped, and he fainted. This was a consequence of the poison not fully receding. He had exerted himself to escape the confines of the bed, depleting all his strength. So, he had crawled to check on her out of concern for her safety. Contemplating this possibility, she regarded the unconscious man in her arms. Despite his pale complexion, he still exuded an air of nobility and grace. A feather-like sensation brushed against her heart, but she quickly dismissed it. Dragging him back to the bed, after taking his pulse, she noted, "Two energies have been suppressed. It seems you are not in great pain. Once the poison retreats, you shall awaken." Confirming Jiang Qian's safety, Ruojin tucked him in and proceeded to check on Xiao Bao and old Madame Lin. Xiao Bao remained peacefully asleep, undisturbed by the chaos outside. Indeed, children possess an enviable capacity for sleep. Old Madame Lin, clutching her chest, felt her heart racing. Xiao Jin, what on earth is happening? Why would anyone want to burn down the clinic? Grandmother, it's all right. Our clinic is not easily trespassed upon. See, everything is fine now, Ruojin reassured her. Those individuals were likely after Jiang Qian. Once he departs, there should be no further issues. But who exactly is Jiang Qian? Old Madame Lin had begun to discern that Jiang Qian was no ordinary person. Regardless of who he is a patient, and I'm a doctor. That is all we need to know. Knowing too much could be detrimental, Ruojin replied. Old Madame Lin nodded. You are right. Once he is sent away, everything will be fine. But what about Xiao Bao? Calculating the time, it was indeed near the appointed moment to send Xiao Bao away. Though it was difficult to part with him, he was ultimately someone else's child. When Jiang Qian awakens tomorrow, I will ask him if he wishes to take Xiao Bao along this time, Ruojin decided. Xiao Bao's digestive health had improved to be on par with that of an average child. He could articulate two-word phrases, and basic communication was no longer an issue. The remaining recovery would depend on familial companionship. No matter how she regarded it, she was not Xiao Bao's kin. Some aspects could not be substituted and must be entrusted to Jiang Qian. Having concluded her tasks, Ruojin returned to her room, preparing to rest for a while, when she heard Yin Luo's voice calling from outside. Miss, a young man named Mu claims to have rushed here from the capital with urgent business to see young Master Jiang. Mu from the capital? Could he be related to the Jiang family? Ruojin sighed, resigned to her fate, and rose to meet him in the clinic's front hall. Upon seeing Mu Jingshan, Ruojin felt a sense of familiarity. Before she could recall where she had seen him, he approached her. His face etched with urgency. Dr. Su, how is young Master Jiang doing? May I ask your name? Ruojin countered. Dr. Su. I am Mu Jingshan, the physician attending to young Master Jiang. We have met once before. I must inquire if he is well? Mu Jingshan asked, uncertain of the current state of his lord, who typically suffered the most during this time of the month. Upon hearing his words, Ruojin recalled their previous encounter during her treatment of old Master Su. Noticing Mu Jingshan's disheveled appearance, it seemed he was indeed responsible for assisting Jiang Qian during his monthly crises. Mu Jingshan was visibly anxious, and Ruojin spoke candidly. Young Master Jiang is fine and has already gone to sleep. If you wish to see him, it would be best to wait until he awakens. You appear to have traveled a long way. Let me arrange for you to rest first. Jihua, please escort young Master Mu to a resting area. Yes, Mississippi. Jihua stepped forward. Young Master Mu, this way, please. Mu Jingshan, momentarily taken aback, pondered the implications. Young Master Jiang was well? Typically, this was the time when his lord experienced the most severe pain from the poison. Why was he now merely sleeping? He hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Chapter 89. Not wanting to see you at the medical pavilion, Ruojin discerned Mu Jingshan's hesitation and reflected that, were she in his position, she too would feel uneasy without a glimpse of the situation. She turned to Jihua beside her and said, please take young Master Mu to see young Master Jiang. Only when Mu Jingshan peered through the crack of the door and beheld Jiang Qi and lying peacefully on the bed did he finally relax. The prince is safe. How wonderful. The prince is truly unharmed. At that moment, he was wide awake. Had Ruojin not returned to her quarters to rest, he would have inquired about the methods she employed to save the prince. Previously, when the prince succumbed to poison, Mu Jingshan had initially managed to utilize the prince's willpower to suppress the toxin while administering needles. However, as the prince fell into a frenzied state, he had no choice but to bind him in a hot spring and gag him to prevent self-harm until the poison receded. How could it be now that he slept so soundly? Little did Mu Jingshan know that the prince was still in a state of unconsciousness at that moment. He might have felt differently had he known. Nonetheless, being in a coma was certainly preferable to enduring the agony of consciousness. The following morning, Jiang Qi opened his eyes, feeling remarkably light, in stark contrast to the aches that had plagued him the day after the poisoning. Upon opening the door, he spotted Mu Jingshan waiting outside. Jingshan, what brings you here? Did I not instruct Hu Qing to relay my message? Mu Jingshan faced the boat. I have seen the prince. Young Master Jiang. I cannot rest easy, so I came to check on you. Jiang Qi and understood the sentiment and nodded. Your concern is appreciated. At that moment, the adjacent door opened, and Su Ruojin stepped out, greeting the two with a smile. Good morning, young Master Jiang. Young Master Mu. How do you fare, young Master Jiang? Thank you, Miss Su. All is well, Jiang Qi responded earnestly. Su Ruojin waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks, as long as you are well. However, I must point out that my courtyard has been quite ravaged overnight, and some have even been injured. As for the costs of repairs and their medical fees, I fear, young Master Jiang. Before Su Ruojin could finish, both men understood her implication. Mu Jingshan was taken aback. This Miss Su was not what he had imagined. A practitioner of such esteemed medical skills ought to be ethereal, viewing wealth as trifling. Yet here she was being so meticulous about every coin. Moreover, the benefits reaped from curing the prince far exceeded the costs of repairs and treatment. Jiang Qi chuckled lightly. That is only natural. I am grateful for Miss Su's timely assistance last night. May I inquire about the consultation fee? No need for a consultation fee. The 2,000 taels you previously sent are more than sufficient. As for the repair and treatment costs, a mere 300 taels will suffice, Su Ruojin replied. Jiang Qi was well aware that she referred to the 2,000 taels he had sent during the new year, which was hardly adequate. However, since Su Ruojin insisted, he would not press further. Sometimes, relationships thrive on a balance of debts. He gestured to Mu Jingshan for the payment, and Mu Jingshan promptly produced 3 silver notes, handing them to Su Ruojin, who graciously accepted. Very well, we are settled then. At that moment, a small figure emerged from the room, embracing Jiang Qi's leg uncle. All is well. Seeing the worry in the child Yi-Er's eyes softened Jiang Qi's heart, and he lifted Yi-Er in his arms. Yi-Er, your little uncle is fine. No need to worry. Mu Jingshan stood by in astonishment, rendered speechless. The child before him had gained considerable weight and height since their last meeting. His little face now flushed, and most astonishingly, Yi-Er could speak. No one had informed him of this development. Why, young master, Yi-Er? Yi-Er can speak now. Jiang Qi shot Mu Jingshan a sidelong glance. He has been able to speak for quite some time. In a fit of excitement, Mu Jingshan seized Su Ruojin's wrist. Miss Su, how did you teach Yi-Er to speak? Could you impart this knowledge to me? Jiang Qi observed Mu Jingshan's grip on Su Ruojin's hand. A flicker of coldness crossed his gaze as he said flatly, Mu Jingshan, I am fine now. You may return. Mu Jingshan looked incredulously at his prince. Your Highness, have you no heart? I rushed here in the dead of night, out of concern for you, and now you wish for me to leave. Moreover, he was eager to seek Su Ruojin's guidance on medical matters. I cannot go back. I absolutely cannot. Mu Jingshan released Su Ruojin's hand and pleaded. Young master, all is well at the residence. May I remain? I wish to ask Miss Su some questions. Just for a month, I will return after that. Jiang Qi remained silent, his gaze icy as he regarded Mu Jingshan. The latter quickly amended. No, 15 days will suffice. 10 days, 7 days, 3 days. Ah, my lord, just 1 day. Surely that is acceptable. I will return tomorrow. Mu Jingshan looked at Jiang Qi with pleading eyes, feeling that he could not possibly leave any sooner. Jiang Qi shot him a glance, cradling Yi-Er as he turned to leave. When I awaken tomorrow, I do not wish to see you at the medical pavilion. Mu Jingshan sensed the prince's displeasure, realizing he was indeed the source of it. Yet he had only just reunited with the prince and had not spoken much. How could he have offended him? Fortunately, he still had a day to ponder this. Turning to Su Ruojin, he humbly requested, Miss Su, I have a rather unreasonable request. Might you teach me how to treat the ailment of Daibing? Furthermore, how did you manage to keep young Master Jiang so tranquil last night? Mu Jingshan was uncertain how much Su Ruojin understood about the poison that afflicted the prince. Thus he phrased his inquiry delicately. Noticing Su Ruojin's silence, Mu Jingshan realized he had been too forward and felt somewhat embarrassed. Each physician possesses their own unique therapeutic secrets, often considered closely guarded knowledge. Many esteemed medical families have thrived for centuries on a singular healing technique. He quickly apologized. Miss Su, I sincerely apologize for my abruptness. Perhaps I should first demonstrate the acupuncture technique, and then you could guide me. Before he could finish, Su Ruojin interrupted. Young Master Mu, you have misunderstood. I was merely contemplating how to impart all this knowledge to you within a single day. After all, the content was extensive, and Mu Jingshan could only remain in Yin-Yang for one day. Time was too limited. This time, it was Mu Jingshan who was taken aback. Miss Su was willing to teach without hesitation. Very well. I shall document the methods I use to treat ear, including the acupuncture techniques and dietary recommendations. Given your capabilities, I trust you will comprehend them at a glance. As for young Master John's condition, I can provide you with a prescription, and I will sketch a diagram for the acupuncture steps. Then I shall have Feng Ying fetch a straw dummy for demonstration. How does that sound? This was the quickest solution Su Ruojin could devise. In her philosophy, there was never a notion of withholding knowledge, as long as the recipient possessed good character. The more individuals who knew the techniques and prescriptions, the greater the number of lives that could be saved. Moreover, since Mu Jingshan was to remain by Jiangqi and Er's side, it was crucial that he be able to care for them in her absence, especially during any future poisoning incidents, thereby alleviating some of their suffering. Splendid. This is truly remarkable. Miss Su, you are the epitome of beauty and kindness. Mu Jingshan generously complimented her. However, as soon as he voiced this, he felt a chilling glare directed at him. Turning, he saw Jiang Qian, holding the little lordling, watching him coldly from a distance. Surely not. He had said nothing offensive. He merely complimented Miss Su, yet the prince was once again displeased. Chapter 90. Lake excursion. In the following time, Mu Jingshan could no longer ponder his lord's thoughts. He immersed himself with fervor in the prescriptions and acupuncture techniques that Su Ruojin had provided him. How extraordinary! How remarkable! Why had I not thought of this sooner? Mu Jingshan mused as he observed. When Feng Ying brought in a scarecrow, Su Ruojin demonstrated the technique for him. While he was awed, he also felt a profound sense of frustration. He could follow the prescriptions, but the precision of Su Ruojin's acupuncture method was something that could not be mastered without years of dedicated practice. To suppress the Lord's poison, one needed to administer 18 needles simultaneously, something he found utterly unattainable at present. Though Mu Jingshan prided himself as a disciple of the ghost doctor, believing his medical skills to be passable, it was only after encountering Su Ruojin that he truly understood the meaning of "there's always a higher mountain." This 15-year-old girl possessed a needle technique that overshadowed all the physicians he had ever known. If his master were alive, Mu Jingshan could not guarantee that his master would surpass this young lady. After completing her demonstration, Su Ruojin gathered her needles and remarked, "It is roughly like this. Young Master Mu, with some practice, you too can achieve this." Mu Jingshan wore a pained expression. "I am grateful for your high regard, but I must admit that I will not master this technique anytime soon." Su Ruojin smiled. "With more practice, you will surely succeed." To hone her needle skills, she had been compelled by her grandfather to practice daily since the age of 3 in her previous life. After her rebirth, her master had found her technique lacking in precision and insisted on further corrective training. Across both lives, she had trained for nearly 40 years in the art of acupuncture. By the way, if young Master Mu encounters someone of good character, you may also impart this technique to them, Su Ruojin advised. Mu Jingshan paused for a moment, then straightened his attire, bowing respectfully to Su Ruojin. "On behalf of all physicians in the world, I extend my gratitude to Dr. Su. This young lady, not only exceptional in her medical skills, but also broad-minded and open-hearted, was willing to share such a marvelous technique, which others would typically hoard. How could Mu Jingshan not hold her in high esteem and admiration?" Subsequently, Mu Jingshan remained in his room, fervently practicing acupuncture on the scarecrow, with meals being delivered to him by Ji Hua. The next morning, as Jiang Qian stepped out of his room, Yin Luo approached with breakfast, saying, "Young Master Jiang, Mu Jingshan has already departed. The young lady requests you to visit her at the medical clinic after your meal." "All right," Jiang Qian replied with a slight nod. Upon arriving at the consultation room, Jiang Qianan saw Su Ruojin escorting an elderly gentleman out. Elder, remember to take your medicine on time and avoid spicy foods. Thank you. Dr. Su? Thank you. The elder expressed his gratitude. Upon seeing Jiang Qianan, Su Ruojin gestured for him to wait. Please have a seat. I have another patient. Next, please. A middle-aged woman followed Su Ruojin into the consultation room. You carry on. I'm in no rush, Jiang Qianan said as he took a seat and carefully observed the clinic. Unlike other clinics where consultations were open, with physicians seated and patients approaching directly, Renai Tang was divided into two sections. One half was a pharmacy, while the other consisted of small consultation rooms, each marked with a number. Each patient was assigned a consultation room, allowing only one patient to enter at a time, thus ensuring privacy regarding their ailments. Benches were placed outside the consultation rooms for patients to wait. In one corner of the clinic stood a large earthenware jar, beside which were two bamboo baskets containing bowls, accompanied by a sign that read, "Thirsty individuals may drink water here. Take a bowl from the left and return it on the right." Every patient entering the clinic was first approached by a servant to inquire about their condition, after which they were given a wooden token marked with a number corresponding to a consultation room. The clinic operated in an exceptionally orderly manner, despite its slightly smaller size. Jiang Qianan found Renai Tang's ingenious layout superior to those larger clinics in the capital. If one were unaware, they would never guess that such a clinic was the brainchild of a young girl. After a while, Su Ruojin exited, and Jihua entered the consultation room, taking her place. Young Master Jiang. This way, please, Su Ruojin said as she led Jiang Qianan to the clinic's lounge. May I inquire if you intend to take Little Bao with you when you leave? Su Ruojin asked directly. With March approaching, Little Bao's health had nearly returned to normal, and Jiang Qianan had fulfilled his promise. He understood the implications of the dark-clad individuals from the previous night. The Shadow Guard were still investigating their identities. However, regardless of who had sent them, it was not directed at Renai Tang. Now that Little Bao could speak, it was indeed time to take him back. I am grateful for your care of Little Bao during this time. I will take him home tomorrow. You have worked hard, Jiang